Transported into the world of Dragon Ball, I have assumed the identity of Gohan, the son of Goku. At the outset, I have acquired a training system that allows my strength to escalate merely by performing a series of push-ups. The greater Gohan's power becomes, the more formidable the increase in combat strength with each repetition. Beep. Congratulations, Master, for completing a push-up. Combat Power 1. Beep. Congratulations, Master, for executing a push-up in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Combat Power 10. Beep. Congratulations, Master, for taking a step. Combat Power 1. Beep. Congratulations, Master, for completing another push-up. Combat Power 10. Beerus exclaimed, cursed. How on earth is Gohan training? His strength surpasses even mine. Gohan replied nonchalantly, it's nothing extraordinary. I simply do push-ups every day. Chapter 1. The Transmigration in the Dragon Ball universe. Year 762 of the Age of the Dragon. On a small mountain peak on Earth, a boy clad in an orange martial arts GI, with a long sword slung over his back, gazes vacantly at the sky. This boy is none other than Gohan, the son of Goku. However, this Gohan is not the same as the one from the original narrative. He is a transmigrator. Just minutes prior, Su Xian was diligently working overtime at his company, engrossed in programming. As he neared completion, his vision suddenly went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this new world, having transformed into the 5-year-old Gohan. He had arrived 6 months after Goku's fateful battle with Raditz, which meant that the day when Vegeta and Nappa would arrive on Earth was just half a year away. Beep. Confirming host's bloodline. Recognition process commencing. Before Su Xian could fully acclimate to his new identity, a synthesized electronic voice echoed in his ears. System. He instinctively exclaimed, jolted back to reality. Before him appeared a blue progress bar displaying percentage that ascended rapidly, reaching 90 in no time. Moments later, the blue progress bar hit 100. Training system recognition complete. Now, Master, performing a single push-up will increase your combat power by 1. 1 push-up for an increase in combat power? Su Xian gasped, realizing it bore a resemblance to Saitama's training regimen from One Punch Man. Indeed, Master. Then tell me, if I train as you suggest, I won't become bald, will I? What are you saying, Master? I am a system with integrity. Integrity? Su Xian pondered, noting that typically, villains claim to be virtuous, while the truly good do not boast of their righteousness. Never mind, survival comes first. If necessary, I shall don a wig. Master, you do not trust me. The system retorted, a hint of indignation in its tone. I believe you. I certainly do. Fraud. Seeing the system's childish demeanor, Su Xian couldn't resist teasing it. System, you wouldn't happen to be female, would you? Pa? This system is a true man. All right, a true man. But system, don't other systems provide a beginner's gift package upon recognizing their master? Do you have any such package for me? You just mentioned other systems, so naturally, I do not have one. Upon hearing this, Su Xian fell silent, feeling exasperated. How could it be so brazen in its lack? Master, happiness is forged through effort. Although I lack a beginner's gift package for you, as long as you diligently cultivate, the system will reward you with an upgrade package once your strength reaches a certain level. How substantial is it? As large as you see. Su Xian was once again at a loss for words. System, do you believe yourself to be humorous? Not particularly, just fairly average third in the world. After hearing this, Su Xian lost interest in further debate with the system. Then, does that mean I can only grow stronger by doing push-ups? Of course not. Master can also enhance your physique through sit-ups, running, squats, pull-ups, and other forms of exercise. Moreover, the system merely provides auxiliary enhancement. Auxiliary enhancement? Indeed. Simply put, Master possesses a formidable bloodline. Even without the system, you can grow stronger through cultivation. The system merely accelerates your progress, allowing you time to enjoy a vacation. Vacation. Upon hearing the word, Su Xian suddenly felt a sense of warmth from the system. However, he quickly pondered, wouldn't it be even more delightful to have a system that allowed him to grow stronger without any effort? Indeed, satisfaction eludes humanity. Yes, Master. From now on, I shall be Sun Wukong. Upon this declaration, Su Xian mentally affirmed his resolve. Then, Sun Wukong began doing push-ups on the edge of the cliff. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have completed 1 push-up battle power 1. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have completed 2 push-ups battle power 2. System, could you refrain from constantly announcing your notifications? Listening to the incessant sounds from the system, Sun Wukong expressed his irritation. Understood, Master. With that, the system ceased its congratulatory tones. Sun Wukong felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. 10, 11, 12. As he continued his push-ups, he mentally counted each one. Initially, he found the exercise somewhat exhausting, but as he progressed, it became increasingly effortless. However, beads of sweat poured down his body. The sun blazed fiercely. Before he knew it, It was already noon, and Sun Wukong felt a pang of hunger. Throughout the morning, he had completed over 10,000 push-ups. This was despite his slow start. If he attempted the same number now, he would likely finish in under 2 hours. Surely, I must be stronger than Sun Wukong by now? Sun Wukong murmured to himself before leaping down from the small peak. Upon leaping down the small hillside, Sun Wukong immediately surveyed his surroundings in search of sustenance. Suddenly, a tremor resonated from the distant ground. Turning around, he beheld a dusty-hued dinosaur, its visage marred by a prominent scar, and its tail cruelly truncated by the very hands of Sun Wukong himself. In times past, when Sun Wukong was still nascent in his training, he had been relentlessly pursued by this creature. Mistaking him for a mere morsel, as Sun Wukong's powers grew, he would often take a small portion of its tail for consumption after each encounter. Yet, this beast possessed a remarkable capacity for forgetting pain. For each time they met anew, it would once again chase him down in the hopes of feasting upon him. "Ah, it is you, great dinosaur." Upon recognizing the opportunity for a meal, a smile graced Sun Wukong's face. He swiftly unsheathed his sword, poised for the approaching dinosaur. Whoosh! As the dinosaur approached within striking distance, Sun Wukong leaped gracefully, landing behind the creature. Before it could react, he brought his sword down with precision, severing its tail in one swift motion. "Ah!" The dinosaur let out a pained cry, instinctively bolting forward and crashing into the nearby mountain, rendering itself unconscious. "Thank you, dear dinosaur." With a grin, Sun Wukong gathered some firewood from the surroundings and kindled a fire. Once the flames roared to an adequate size, he began to roast the dinosaur meat with his sword. After a considerable time, the meat was finally ready, and with a ravenous appetite, Sun Wukong eagerly indulged in the succulent fare. "Wow, so hot and delicious. I never imagined dinosaur meat could be so tender." In his previous life, dinosaurs had long been extinct. Had he not traversed into the Dragon Ball world, he would have never had the chance to savor such a rare delicacy. Chapter 2. One Finger Push UPS. After consuming the dinosaur meat, Gohan promptly returned to the small peak to indulge in a brief slumber. Upon awakening in the afternoon, he sought out a water source to freshen up. Recalling his prior memories, he realized he had yet to master the hovering technique. Thus, after refreshing himself, Gohan endeavored to practice this skill. Mastering the hovering technique would undoubtedly facilitate his movements. Having previously instructed Goten and Videl in this technique, Gohan possessed a fair understanding of how to control it. With his knowledge of ki already acquired, he swiftly harnessed his energy, allowing his body to levitate. He then maneuvered through the skies with grace. Oh, the exhilaration. It was his inaugural experience soaring above, stirring a sense of excitement within him. After practicing for an hour or two and gaining proficiency, Gohan descended from the air to commence his push-ups. The hovering technique, while commonplace in the Dragon Ball universe, was merely a stepping stone. He needed to enhance his strength expeditiously. As twilight descended, Gohan completed an hour of training, achieving an impressive total of 5,000 push-ups, thus elevating his battle power to 15,700. Gurgle. Following his rigorous training, hunger soon enveloped him. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance, clad in dark purple-blue battle attire with green skin and a flowing white cape. It was Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan exclaimed joyfully, calling out to him. With a swift motion, Piccolo descended upon the peak, presenting Gohan with a large fish he had just caught. "I caught this in the river ahead. You can roast it and enjoy." "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan replied gratefully. Piccolo nodded. "How has your training been progressing?" "I've made a bit of progress," Gohan responded, leaping down from the peak to gather some firewood for roasting the fish. Upon securing the kindling, he concentrated his energy to ignite a flame. Once the fire blazed sufficiently, he placed the prepared fish over the flames to cook. At that moment, Piccolo descended from the peak and sat beside Gohan. The two sat in silence around the fire. After a considerable time, the fish was ready. Gohan picked up the roasted fish and turned to Piccolo, asking, "Uncle Piccolo, would you like some fish?" "No. You can have it," Piccolo replied. Hearing this, Gohan promptly began to eat the fish. After a while, he finished the entire fish, letting out a satisfied burp as he reclined against the ground. "I'm so full." Piccolo observed Gohan with a hint of a smile gracing his features. However, it vanished almost instantaneously, reverting to his usual serious demeanor. Although he cared for Gohan, he was, after all, the son of Goku, not his own child. Just then, Gohan, lying on the ground, unknowingly drifted off to sleep. "Sleeping already?" Piccolo mused, momentarily taken aback. He then settled down beside Gohan, keeping watch over him throughout the night. As dawn approached on the following day, Piccolo finally departed. "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan called out tentatively upon waking to find Piccolo absent. However, no reply came from the surrounding area. "Has he left?" Gohan murmured to himself. Subsequently, he found a nearby stream to bathe and refresh himself. Once he was done, Gohan managed to catch a wild boar, which he roasted for breakfast. After enjoying his meal, He quickly returned to the small peak to continue his training. Today, I shall aim for 20,000. Gohan set a modest goal for himself and began his push-ups. 1, 2, 3. The morning passed swiftly, and not only did Gohan achieve his target, but he also completed an additional 3,000 sit-ups. I'm so tired, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he gazed down at the ground beneath the small peak. After scanning the area for a while, he felt a tinge of disappointment upon not spotting any dinosaurs. The dinosaur meat from yesterday had indeed been delightful. Once he calmed his emotions, Gohan leapt down from the peak in search of today's lunch. Although there was no dinosaur meat, he still needed to eat. After searching the vicinity, he successfully hunted another wild boar. Skillfully, he gathered firewood and began roasting the boar. In the afternoon, after waking from his nap, Gohan washed up and resumed his training. With his power significantly enhanced, he decided to attempt one-handed push-ups. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have completed one-handed push-up, combat power 2. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have completed 2 one-handed push-ups, combat power 4. Gohan was momentarily taken aback by the system's notifications. System, why is my combat power only 2? Replying to the Master. The training system enhances combat power based on the difficulty of your training. What if I trained under 100 times gravity? Gohan inquired. For regular push-ups, it would be 50. For one-handed push-ups, 100. For two-finger push-ups, 150. If under 200 times gravity, you multiply by 2, and for 300 times, by 3. Moreover, the stronger the master becomes, the more training benefits you will receive. Upon hearing this, Gohan pondered. He recalled that in Dragon Ball, the highest gravity in the gravity chamber was 800 times. If he performed two-finger push-ups under 800 times gravity, each push-up would yield 1,200, and 10,000 push-ups would amount to 12 million. Over the course of 365 days, he could potentially gain billions in combat power. Of course, this was predicated on having an 800 times gravity chamber. So, system, if I don't have a gravity chamber and train with weights myself, can I still increase my combat power by such a magnitude? Absolutely. The system is quite flexible. How flexible? As flexible as it needs to be. Is that so? Gohan responded, then proceeded to attempt one-finger push-ups. With his combat power already reaching 40,000, performing one-finger push-ups without weights was still quite effortless. The afternoon slipped away quickly, and before he knew it, the sun had set. Gohan, drenched in sweat, completed an astounding 15,000 one-finger push-ups. Each one-finger push-up augmented his combat power by 3 points, meaning that in just one afternoon, he had increased his strength by an impressive 45,000 points. If he continued at this pace, it was conceivable that within a month, he might cultivate his combat power to 3 million. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his abilities, Gohan's speed in performing push-ups had significantly improved compared to before. Chapter 3. Piccolo's test today was yet another fulfilling day. As Gohan gazed at the darkening sky, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. With a light-hearted tune, he set off in search of tonight's prey. Humming a merry tune, he was suddenly aware of someone watching him from behind, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Has he noticed me? Piccolo, concealed behind a small hill, was momentarily startled. He had come today to observe Gohan from a distance. Despite his seemingly cold demeanor, Piccolo genuinely cared for Gohan. He had visited secretly several times before. The reason for his stealth? Primarily to foster Gohan's independence, and also because, as the Demon King, he feared ridicule from Krillin and others if they learned that he was caring for Gohan in such a maternal fashion. Gohan chuckled softly and resumed his forward stride. Phew! Piccolo sighed in relief, seemingly undetected. The following morning, as Gohan awakened from his slumber, he was greeted by the sight of Piccolo sitting nearby, beside a large fish that had just been caught. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed, startled by his sudden presence. While he held a fondness for Piccolo's character, the green skin and visage were somewhat intimidating, especially upon waking. Furthermore, having only recently crossed into this world, he was still unaccustomed to Piccolo's appearance. You're awake, Piccolo remarked, casting a calm glance at Gohan. Gohan nodded. Uncle Piccolo, what brings you here so early today? I came to see how your martial arts training is progressing. Piccolo replied. My martial arts? Gohan echoed. Yes. After you finish breakfast, I intend to spar with you. Spar? Indeed, fret not. I want to use my full strength. Gohan chuckled nervously. Even if you did, you still wouldn't be able to defeat me. Then I shall wash my face first and prepare to grill this fish. Very well, Piccolo nodded. After a considerable time, Gohan finished grilling the fish and devoured it whole. Gohan, are you ready? Please be patient, Uncle Piccolo. I just finished eating and need a moment to digest. Piccolo was at a loss for words. As a Namekian who required only water to sustain himself, he found it difficult to comprehend the human need for digestion after a meal. After a brief moment, Gohan stood up. Ready? Gohan nodded. Then attack me. All right. Sun Wukong smiled as he revealed the white dew. Piccolo snorted dismissively, unconcerned. In his eyes, no matter how much Sun Wukong had progressed, he could never be his rival. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him, startling Piccolo and causing him to break into a cold sweat. He quickly turned around, only to find son Wukong grinning widely. Uncle Piccolo, when did you come up behind me? Just now. What's the matter, Uncle Piccolo? Nothing. Piccolo replied, his expression instantly shifting to one of seriousness. He had not anticipated that son Wukong could become so fast in just a few days. Oh, then, Uncle Piccolo, am I really going to make a move now? Really going to strike? Yes. I was afraid you weren't ready, so I merely circled around you. Feel free to attack. If you manage to defeat me, I will allow you to go home for a day. Go home. Yes. Didn't you want to return home? Indeed. Home was more comfortable, but upon returning, he would undoubtedly be subjected to Chi-Chi's insistence on studying. Uncle Piccolo, I actually don't want to go back right now. Don't want to go back? Son Wukong nodded. Uncle Piccolo, if I defeat you, would you take me to meet Uncle Krillin? What is so special about that little bald head? Piccolo snorted. Yet, after a few seconds, he relented. Fine, as long as you defeat me, I'll take you to see them. Son Wukong nodded with a smile. Can we continue our battle then? Of course. With that, Piccolo launched a flurry of punches towards Son Wukong. The latter merely shifted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Damn it! Piccolo exclaimed angrily, kicking forward with all his might. Son Wukong sidestepped again, skillfully avoiding the strike. How is this possible? Piccolo said, incredulous. His earlier attacks had not been executed with full force, but that last kick had certainly been a display of his strength. At that moment, Son Wukong suddenly appeared before him, raising his right foot and delivering a powerful kick. Piccolo cried out as he was sent tumbling down the mountainside, crashing heavily onto the ground. After a moment, he placed his right hand over his chest and slowly rose from the earth. Panting heavily, Piccolo's face flushed with embarrassment. Son Wukong had only kicked him once, yet he felt as though his very insides had been rearranged. Since when did this little brat become so strong? Just then, Son Wukong soared down from the small peak, landing before Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, should we continue fighting? Son Wukong inquired, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon hearing this, Piccolo gritted his teeth and asked, Wukong, when did you become so powerful? Just these past few days. Piccolo had been observing Son Wukong discreetly during his half-year of training. If he were to lie, it would be effortlessly discerned by Piccolo. After listening, Piccolo fixated his gaze upon him, beginning to harbor doubts about Son Gohan's true identity. Although Son Gohan had trained for half a year and was no longer the timid boy he once was, his current demeanor was remarkably composed, starkly contrasting with the Son Gohan of old. Nevertheless, Son Gohan still regarded him with the same respect as before. Could it be that he had sustained an injury to his head? Piccolo pondered silently. Gohan, have you experienced any head injuries during your training these past few days? Head? No. Son Gohan shook his head. What is it, Uncle Piccolo? Oh, nothing. But Gohan, how did your strength increase so dramatically? By doing push-ups. Push-ups? Yes. I did several tens of thousands of push-ups yesterday. A bead of cold sweat formed on Piccolo's forehead. He too performed push-ups regularly, and if he weren't wearing weighted clothing, he could easily accomplish tens of thousands as well. Yet, such training seemed unlikely to yield significant increases in strength. Well then, Piccolo continued, besides push-ups, have you engaged in any other forms of training? I also did sit-ups. Piccolo was at a loss for words. Wasn't this merely standard training? Nevertheless, he thought, as long as Gohan's strength was sufficient to confront the Saiyans 6 months hence, it was acceptable for Gohan to surpass him. Then, Uncle Piccolo, could you teach me the special beam cannon? Although Son Gohan's strength had increased, his skills remained somewhat limited. Of course, Piccolo replied, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Son Gohan would wish to learn his special beam cannon. It was his most potent technique, albeit one that required considerable time to master. Uncle Piccolo, do you have any other techniques you could teach me as well? Certainly. However, you must commit to diligent training. Understood. Son Gohan nodded. After observing him, Piccolo promptly placed 2 fingers on his forehead, summoning a sphere of golden energy. After a brief moment, once he had gathered sufficient energy, he directed his fingers toward a nearby hill. Special beam cannon. Upon uttering the command, a golden spiral of energy erupted from his fingers, striking the hill with a resounding explosion, obliterating it into fragments. Numerous debris fell around the two amidst the shockwave. How was that? Piccolo inquired of Son Gohan. It was decent. What do you mean by decent? I used this technique to defeat Raditz. To have his most formidable move merely rated as decent by Son Gohan left Piccolo feeling increasingly irked. Is it not impressive? Seeing Son Gohan's dismissive response, Piccolo's irritation grew. Forget it. This technique isn't particularly versatile. I shall teach you something else. Something else? Piccolo nodded. The next technique I will teach you is called the Light of Death. The morning swiftly passed, and before they knew it, it was noon. Son Gohan found a lost wild boar nearby, which he intended to have for lunch. After lunch, Gohan took a brief nap atop a small peak. In the afternoon, Piccolo escorted Gohan to the other world. Upon sighting Piccolo, Tien and the others, who were training in the other world, immediately displayed expressions of terror. With Goku deceased, they realized that if Piccolo were to attack, none of them would stand a chance. Observing their fearful countenances, Piccolo smirked disdainfully and reassured them, "Do not worry. I will not lay a hand on you until I defeat the Saiyans." Relieved, Krillin exhaled deeply. Krillin. At that moment, Gohan suddenly called out to him, "Are you Gohan?" "Yes." Gohan nodded affirmatively. "And these are your uncles, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu." Gohan greeted the three with a wave. They all nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, Gohan, how is your training with Piccolo going?" "It's going well." "Going well?" Piccolo's expression twitched at Gohan's response. If Gohan's strength had already surpassed his own, then what did that say about his own abilities? "What's wrong, Piccolo?" Krillin inquired, noticing the change in his demeanor. "It's nothing," Piccolo replied brusquely. "So, Gohan, you came here to train, right?" "No. I just came to visit you all and to ask for some toiletries." "Toiletries? You mean like a toothbrush?" "Yes." Gohan nodded again. "I'll go find Bobo and see if he has any toiletries." "Bobo? Bobo is the servant of the deity. Didn't your father mention him?" Yamcha interjected. "He did, but I momentarily forgot." "I see." At that moment, Piccolo smirked slightly. "Aren't you all curious about this little one's current strength?" Yamcha responded, "Gohan's strength?" "Indeed. I am curious to know just how powerful Goku's son has become." He turned his gaze towards Gohan. "So Gohan, don't worry, I will go easy on you." Gohan remained silent, uncertain whether to regard Yamcha's confidence as admirable or arrogant. "Go easy." Piccolo couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Yamcha shivered at Piccolo's sudden laughter. "I am laughing at your naivety. To be frank, not even I could defeat him now." "You can't defeat him?" Yamcha gasped in disbelief. Tien and Kairatsu exchanged glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. In just half a year, Gohan had surpassed Piccolo. Indeed. Just then, Krillin emerged with Bobo. Observing the stunned expressions of Yamcha and the others, he asked, "What is going on, everyone?" "Krillin, Piccolo just said that Gohan's strength has already surpassed his." Yamcha exclaimed. "What?" Krillin was taken aback. He had just heard that son Gohan's strength was quite commendable, and he initially believed that Gohan was weaker than them. To his surprise, Gohan had managed to defeat Piccolo while remaining so humble. However, this turned out to be advantageous for them, with Gohan on their side. They no longer had to fear Piccolo, and Gohan's formidable strength instilled hope in their ability to defeat the Saiyans arriving on Earth in 6 months. Upon this realization, Krillin's face lit up with excitement. "That's fantastic, Gohan. I never imagined you had surpassed Piccolo." Piccolo, hearing this, snorted disdainfully, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, the others present were largely elated, with the sole exception of Yamcha, who felt discontent. Gohan had already outstripped Piccolo in strength, and he had just boasted about holding back. "So, Uncle Yamcha, shall we forego the match? Not compete?" "Yamcha, do you wish to spar with Gohan?" Krillin inquired. "Indeed. It's fine, Gohan. Although my strength pales in comparison to yours, I am eager to ascertain just how powerful you have become." Yamcha feigned nonchalance for the sake of his pride. "Very well then," Gohan responded. With that, both men retreated simultaneously, creating distance between them. Piccolo and the others quickly moved to the sides to avoid disturbing the impending duel. "All right, Uncle Yamcha, let us commence." "All right." Yamcha nodded, and like the wind, he charged toward Gohan. Chapter 5, The Heavenly Realm. Gohan slightly shifted to the side, evading the incoming attack. Yamcha, startled, immediately lifted his right leg to kick at Gohan. Boom. Gohan raised his left arm to block the strike. "Damn it." Yamcha gritted his teeth and swiftly retreated. Gohan regarded him with calm composure. Just then, the Earth's deity slowly emerged from a chamber in the heavenly realm, leaning on his cane. "Is this Son Goku's son Gohan?" the Earth deity inquired. Observing Gohan. "Indeed, Lord." At that moment, Yamcha suddenly let out a fierce shout, charging at Gohan like a wolf. He quickly closed the distance, his hands clawing toward Gohan in a flurry. This technique was known as the New Wolf Fang Fist, an upgraded version of the Wolf Fang Fist. Swish. Gohan effortlessly dodged Yamcha's assault. "This is futile. Yamcha's attacks cannot touch Gohan." Tien Shinhan analyzed the situation. Krillin exclaimed, "Indeed. I never anticipated that Goku's son would possess such strength, especially at just 5 years old. The Saiyans truly are an extraordinary warrior race." "Indeed." Tien nodded. At that moment, Gohan exerted force with his right hand, sending Yamcha flying hundreds of meters away. Boom. Yamcha landed on the ground, sweating profusely as he crouched down. "Son Goku's son. But I refuse to concede so easily." As Yamcha spoke, he gradually rose from the ground. Piccolo, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. If it had not been for Gohan's restraint, he would have already fallen, leaving no opportunity to engage Gohan in combat. "That boy is far too merciful," Piccolo mused inwardly. At that moment, Yamcha grasped his right wrist with his left hand, channeling energy into his right palm to form a blue energy sphere, which he hurled towards Gohan. Gohan swayed to evade the attack. Just then, Yamcha's right palm lifted, and the evaded blue energy sphere soared skyward. A spirit ball, Gohan deduced quickly, recognizing the technique Yamcha was employing. Whoosh. At that instant, under Yamcha's control, the blue energy sphere launched again towards Gohan. Gohan stood motionless, and soon the blue energy sphere struck him, passing through his form. The afterimage technique. Krillin gasped, instantly recognizing Gohan's current maneuver. Darn it. Yamcha gritted his teeth. A sudden wave of helplessness washing over him. Gohan's strength was overwhelming, so much so that he felt incapable of even shaking him. Whoosh. Just then, Gohan suddenly appeared before Yamcha and delivered a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Yamcha, I am fine, Yamcha exclaimed, struggling to rise from the earth. At that moment, Gohan mimicked Yamcha's earlier stance, gathering a blue energy sphere of his own. A spirit ball? Tien blinked in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Gohan could learn Yamcha's technique so swiftly. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Gohan launched the blue energy sphere, deftly maneuvering it to dance through the skies above. Boom. With a swift utterance, the spirit ball exploded in the heavens, engulfing the area in a massive cloud of smoke and fire. How could the power of that spirit ball be so immense? Yamcha was taken aback. He, of course, was aware of the spirit ball's might, as it was his own technique. Is it because his strength surpasses mine? Yamcha pondered. Just then, a small figure with blue fur on its back and white features on its face, chest, ears, and tail soared from afar. This was Puar, Yamcha's companion. He had been with Karen and Yajirobe, unaware of Piccolo and the others' arrival. Upon Puar's appearance, Yajirobe descended from Karen's tower. Yamcha, my lord. Puar exclaimed. My lord, what happened? Is everything all right? It's nothing. I was just sparring with Gohan. Gohan. Puar immediately turned his gaze to Gohan. So that means he is Goku's son. Indeed. Yamcha nodded. Goku's son. Upon hearing this, Yajirobe hurried over. The little imp indeed bears a striking resemblance to Goku in his youth. Uncle Krillin, who is he? He is a friend of your father, Yajirobe. Uncle Yajirobe. Yajirobe nodded. By the way, who won the recent duel? Gohan emerged victorious. Krillin replied. Gohan has become remarkably powerful. Yajirobe exclaimed in surprise. His strength is comparable to that of Yamcha, and if even Yamcha cannot contend with him, then he may not stand a chance against Son Gohan either. Indeed, Gohan is currently the strongest among us, even surpassing Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Piccolo shot a glance at Krillin. Krillin, sensing the intensity of Piccolo's gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. Even Piccolo cannot match him? Yajirobe gasped in astonishment. Krillin nodded affirmatively. Uncle Krillin, may I ask you for a favor? What is it, Gohan? Could you have Bulma assist me in constructing a gravity chamber with 100-fold gravity? 100-fold gravity chamber. The group was taken aback. Indeed. Gohan, do you understand how heavy 100-fold gravity is? Krillin inquired. Of course, it is 100 times my body weight. If your current weight is 20, then 100-fold gravity would equate to 2 tons. Oh, Piccolo couldn't help but chuckle at this. Little bald head, just follow what Gohan says. I am not a little bald head. My name is Krillin. Then I shall call you Krillin, the little bald head. Piccolo laughed. How infuriating. Krillin's hands clenched tightly. His teeth gritted in frustration. Uncle Piccolo, although Uncle Krillin is bald, I still hope you will address him by his name. Krillin, upon hearing this, fell silent, wishing internally that the term bald would not be mentioned. Well then, Piccolo glanced at Son Gohan and said, Piccolo, he actually listens to Gohan. Yamcha gasped. No sooner had he spoken than Piccolo shot him a cold glare. Yamcha, sensing the tension, quickly covered his mouth with both hands. In the past, he and Krillin had fallen victim to the wrath of Piccolo's father, King Piccolo, which left an indelible mark of fear in their hearts. Chapter 6, a power level of 5 million. Piccolo snorted disdainfully, glancing at Son Gohan. Well then, Gohan, if there is nothing else, shall we return? Certainly. Son Gohan nodded. Uncle Krillin, when the gravity chamber is ready, please inform Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Krillin's expression shifted slightly. If the gravity chamber is completed, I shall come to find you personally. That works. Here, take this capsule. It contains toothpaste and a toothbrush and should suffice for 6 months. Boba tossed a multifunctional capsule to Son Gohan. Thank you. Son Gohan expressed his gratitude as he accepted the capsule. Piccolo, shall we head back then? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Farewell, Uncle Krillin, and everyone. Goodbye. The group waved their farewells to Son Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan promptly departed the heavenly realm alongside Piccolo. It truly astonished me how rapidly Gohan has matured. As the two made their exit, Krillin, filled with a sense of nostalgia, uttered a remark. Indeed. Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement. We have long regarded Son Goku as our benchmark, yet now. After hearing this, Krillin and the others lowered their heads. Although they yearned to catch up to Goku, it was an insurmountable task. Goku's training aptitude and diligence far exceeded their own. Following a brief moment of silence, Yamcha suddenly raised his gaze towards Krillin and inquired. So, Krillin, will you take it upon yourself to discuss the gravity chamber with Bulma? Certainly. Krillin nodded, acknowledging that he was no longer in the forefront of their efforts. With a resounding thud, he promptly exited the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and Piccolo had returned to their training grounds. So, Gohan, Shall I join you in training from today onward? Together in training? Yes. Although your strength has surpassed mine, I can still serve as your sparring partner. Very well then. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she was languidly seated by a table, perusing a magazine. Suddenly, a figure descended from above. It was Krillin. Bulma. Ah. Startled by Krillin's abrupt appearance, Bulma leapt from her chair. Once she discerned who it was, she playfully smacked Krillin on the head, exclaiming, Krillin, did you intend to frighten me to death? What are you talking about, Bulma? I clearly called out to you. You simply didn't hear me. Bulma scoffed. Now, tell me, what brings you here today? Well, you see, Gohan approached me today, asking for your assistance in constructing a gravity chamber that can amplify gravity 100-fold. 100-fold gravity chamber. Bulma gasped in surprise. Yes, Gohan is now the strongest among us. The strongest? But isn't Gohan only 5 years old? Indeed. However, Gohan is a Saiyan, and his innate talent is truly remarkable. I see, but I have never constructed such a device. I am uncertain if I can succeed. No worries, just do your best. Alright. A day later. Son Gohan's battle power had reached 100,000. At that moment, he sat cross-legged atop a small peak. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your battle power has surpassed 100,000, granting you the transformation technique. Transformation technique? As these words resonated, a multitude of memories concerning the transformation technique flooded Gohan's mind. Reward completed. Please continue your diligent training, Master. Understood. What is the matter, Gohan? Piccolo noticed Gohan's sudden daze and inquired. Nothing, Uncle Piccolo. Is that so? With that, Piccolo promptly closed his eyes to meditate and train. In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. Throughout this week, Gohan's battle power soared to over 1 million. At this moment, Gohan was performing one-handed push-ups. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your battle power has exceeded 1 million, rewarding you with instant transmission, gum spirit, and 99 senzu beans. As soon as the words were spoken, a plethora of memories regarding instant transmission and the gum spirit inundated Gohan's mind. The reward has been completed. Please continue your diligent training, Master. The chewing gum ghost? Son Gohan paused at this remark. He recalled that this technique seemed to belong to Gotenks. Could you not provide me with a more serious technique, system? Serious? What is unserious about the chewing gum ghost, Master? It is simply too childish. But aren't you a child yourself? I may appear as a child, but my heart has long matured into that of an adult. Oh, yet you are still a child. I dare you, system. Come out and face me. Let me see if I do not smash your head. Upon hearing this, the system immediately yawned. Master, I am right within you. If you have courage, strike yourself. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Then go ahead and hit. Son Gohan, in response, gently tapped his own chest with his right fist. The system fell silent at this. Dare you strike harder? System, do you truly think me foolish? The system, exasperated, chose to refrain from banter with Son Gohan. Noticing this, Son Gohan resumed his training. 3 weeks swiftly passed. Son Gohan's combat power had now reached 5 million. At this moment, he stood firmly atop a peak, fists clenched, attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan. With a powerful shout, a formidable aura suddenly radiated from Son Gohan. The ground within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles trembled violently under the influence of his energy. As Gohan's aura surged, Tien and the others in the other world felt the overwhelming power. What an immense energy. It seems to be Gohan's. Yamcha swallowed hard, nodding slightly. Karen Tower, a Kyrobe, who was competing with the cat sage for fish, abruptly halted upon sensing Gohan's energy, his face reflecting disbelief. Could this energy truly belong to Gohan? Indeed. The cat sage nodded. Is this boy truly a monster? The cat sage, with a tranquil demeanor, gazed down towards the earth. Gohan. Meanwhile, Krillin, who was hurrying to Gohan's location, also bore an expression of disbelief. He quickened his pace towards where Gohan was. On North Kai's planet, Goku, who was training, sensed Gohan's energy. Could this energy be Gohan's? It seems impossible for Gohan's strength to have surged so dramatically. The North Kai, serious in demeanor, responded. This energy is indeed that of Son Gohan. It is truly Gohan. Goku was taken aback. Though he was aware of Gohan's immense potential, he had not anticipated it to be this vast. Chapter 7, The Prodigy. On Earth, Son Gohan had now elevated his energy to its zenith. Rage, clenching his teeth, Gohan suddenly recalled the painful memories of his past life. With a thunderous shout, the ground over a vast expanse suddenly trembled with tremendous intensity, and around Sun Wukong, a great cloud of dust was kicked up. What? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. He had just believed that Sun Wukong had maximized his energy, but to his surprise, Sun Wukong's aura surged once more, escalating to an unfathomable level beyond his reach. At that moment, Sun Wukong's hair transformed into a brilliant gold, standing upright, and his eyes shifted to a pale green, enveloped in a golden flame. This was the Super Saiyan. What is this? Piccolo gasped. What? Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, the North Kai was equally astonished. What is happening? Wukong's energy has inexplicably multiplied several times in an instant. A Super Saiyan. What is a Super Saiyan? A Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior among the Saiyans, reputed for their immense power. This is the first time I have witnessed a Super Saiyan. A legendary warrior among the Saiyans? Indeed. On Earth, Son Wukong had descended from a small peak and approached Piccolo. Are you Wukong? Yes, Uncle Piccolo. What is the meaning of your hair? I believe this is a transformation of the Saiyans. A transformation of the Saiyans? Son Wukong nodded affirmatively. I shall name this transformation the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Indeed. Son Wukong confirmed. Piccolo gazed at Son Wukong, his mind wandering back to their first encounter. At that time, Son Wukong was smaller, prone to tears, timid, and full of worries. Yet now, he had grown profoundly silent, and his strength had reached unfathomable depths. Piccolo felt a mix of joy and anger. He was elated that Son Wukong was his pupil, but furious that in merely 7 months, Son Wukong had surpassed him. It was worth noting that even Son Wukong's father was only slightly stronger than him in the past. What troubles you, Uncle Piccolo? And nothing. Piccolo snapped back to reality. Wukong, although your strength is formidable, you must continue to train diligently. Who knows? One of Raditz' companions might also be a Super Saiyan. Understood. Son Wukong nodded. Meanwhile, the North Kai remained speechless. Is becoming a Super Saiyan as common as cabbage? Lord Kai, I wish to speak with Wukong and the others. Very well. Place your hand on my back, and you shall communicate with them telepathically. Wukong, Piccolo, can you hear me? Father. Son Wukong nodded. Wukong, you are truly remarkable. Achieving the transformation into a Super Saiyan in such a short time. Super Saiyan. Piccolo was taken aback. This name was not something Son Wukong had coined at random. How could Son Wukong know? Father, are you doing well over there? I am well. Gohan, although you have become quite powerful, it is essential that you continue your training. For no one can predict just how formidable the Saiyans arriving on Earth will be in a little over 4 months. Father, shall we assist in your resurrection? Not just yet. Wait until those 2 Saiyans arrive, and then you may help me. Understood. Gohan, we shall leave it at that for now. After Goku spoke, he gently withdrew his hand from King Kai's back. You see, Goku, the Saiyans arriving on Earth in 4 months are not as strong as you might imagine. With Gohan's current strength, he could undoubtedly defeat them. I am aware. Goku replied, his expression turning serious. You know, my previous words were intended to encourage Gohan to grow even stronger. Ah, I see. However, Gohan's talent is indeed extraordinary. At merely 5 years old, he has already attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. If he continues his training, one can only speculate how powerful he may become. He must persist in his training. Upon hearing this, Goku immediately thought of Chi-Chi, who had always opposed Gohan's training, wishing instead for him to focus on his studies and become a renowned scholar. Meanwhile, just as Goku and Gohan concluded their conversation, a figure descended from the sky. It was Krillin. Observing Gohan in his Super Saiyan form, Krillin hesitantly inquired, Is that you, Gohan? Yes, Uncle Krillin. Gohan replied, promptly reverting to his normal state. Krillin's face brightened with a radiant smile. It truly is Gohan. I never imagined your strength had reached such heights. Gohan nodded in affirmation. By the way, Gohan, what was that transformation you just performed? That was the Super Saiyan transformation. The Super Saiyan transformation? Ah, Uncle Krillin, has the gravity chamber been completed? Indeed. I came to inform you of its readiness today. I see. Gohan then turned to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, would you care to join me at Bulma's house? Piccolo glanced at Gohan and nodded. Krillin, noticing that Piccolo would accompany them, felt a twinge of apprehension. Both he and Bulma held a certain fear of Piccolo, and bringing him along would surely startle Bulma. Nonetheless, with Gohan's insistence, he had no choice but to comply. All right, Uncle Krillin, shall we set off? Yes, Krillin agreed. With that, the trio soared into the sky. After a considerable journey, they arrived at Bulma's backyard. Piccolo, Bulma exclaimed, startled to see Piccolo arriving with Krillin and the others, causing her to leap from her chair. Piccolo merely grunted in response, remaining silent. Bulma quickly approached Krillin from behind and whispered, Krillin, why did you bring him along? Krillin sighed in exasperation. It wasn't my choice. Gohan insisted on having him with us. Gohan, Aunt Bulma. Bulma placed her hands on her hips, gazing discontentedly at Gohan. Gohan, why did you bring Piccolo along? She inquired. Piccolo, with his keen hearing, immediately shot a displeased look at Bulma. Am I not welcome? Chapter 8. The gravity room is ready. Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly donned a faint smile. No. I merely meant to say that you should have notified me sooner if you were coming with Gohan. Humph. Piccolo scoffed. Enough with the chatter. Direct us to the gravity room. Bulma's expression soured at this. If it weren't for Goku's sake, she would not entertain the idea of assisting Gohan with the gravity room. Nevertheless, her displeasure aside, she recognized the necessity of enhancing Gohan's strength. After all, who would protect Earth when the Saiyans arrived? Follow me. The three nodded in agreement. Bulma promptly led them to a spacious house, which contained a kitchen, a bathroom, and a grand hall. Bulma, is this the gravity room or a living space? Gohan inquired. Of course, it is the gravity room. However, one must eat and rest during training, don't you think? That makes sense. Thus, I transformed a room into the gravity room. It's just a bit further ahead. Oh, Bulma continued guiding them to the gravity room. The interior of the gravity room was vast, only slightly smaller than the entirety of the external area. The floor was laid with synthetic red bricks, and at the center stood a large machine. This machine served as the control for the 100-fold gravity. Gohan, this is the switch for the gravity room. The button on the left increases gravity by 1-fold. The right decreases it by 1-fold, and the central switch resets everything to 0. Got it, Bulma. Gohan replied. Now, Gohan, will you stay here to train? Or will you go elsewhere? Elsewhere? Indeed. This gravity room can be stored in a capsule, making it quite convenient to transport. Is that so? Gohan glanced at Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, what do you think? Do as you wish. Then I shall remain at Aunt Bulma's. Piccolo cast a glance at Bulma, but remained silent. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, would you like to stay and train with us? Together? Krillin pondered for a moment. Never mind. I think I'll train with Tien and the others instead. No matter how they train, they can never surpass Gohan. And you, Uncle Piccolo? I'll assess the situation. Well then, Gohan, train well here. I shall return to the other world. All right, Uncle Krillin, take care. Yes. Krillin nodded. Bulma added, shall I step out too? After all, I am not training. Sure. Gohan agreed as they exited. Once they were alone, Gohan immediately adjusted the gravity to 10-fold. How heavy? Piccolo, already clad in weighted gear, felt the immense pressure of the 10-fold gravity bearing down on him, rendering his body exceedingly heavy. As Piccolo spoke, he cast a glance at Gohan, who maintained an expression of calm, as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. Are you all right, Uncle Piccolo? He inquired. I'm perfectly fine, Piccolo replied. In that case, I shall commence my training, Gohan declared, promptly engaging in 1-finger push-ups. 1, 2, 3 ding. Congratulations, Master, you have completed 1 push-up, power level 10. Observing this, Piccolo joined in the exercise. The morning hours slipped by swiftly, and soon it was noon. Gohan had completed 10,000 1-finger push-ups and 10,000 sit-ups, amassing an increase of 200,000 in power level. In addition to the system's rewards, the Saiyan blood coursing through him had also bolstered his power by several thousand. The modest increase was primarily due to the ease of his morning training. Gurgle. Gohan's stomach growled, signaling his hunger. Just then, Bulma's voice echoed from outside the gravity chamber. Gohan, Piccolo, it's time for lunch. Upon hearing this, Gohan immediately halted his training. Uncle Piccolo, it's time to eat. I don't need to eat. You go ahead. Gohan nodded in response. Well, Uncle Piccolo, if you're thirsty, there's water in the kitchen. All right, you go eat now. Gohan nodded once more and exited the gravity chamber. As soon as Gohan departed, Piccolo instantly increased the gravity to 20 times. He knew Gohan had only elevated the gravity to 10 times this morning to accommodate him. Otherwise, Gohan could effortlessly set it to 100 times. What a weight! As the 20-fold gravity bore down, Piccolo felt an overwhelming heaviness, so intense that it left him slightly breathless. Yet, the thought of Gohan spurred him on to persevere. In the backyard of Bulma's home, Gohan had now taken a seat at the dining table. Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief, and her father, Dr. Brief, were also seated at the table. Bulma, this is Goku's son, Gohan, Mrs. Brief said, narrowing her eyes in a cheerful inquiry. Yes, Mom. He really resembles Goku when he was young. Dr. Brief added, indeed. Now Gohan, dig in. Please, don't hold back. Upon hearing this, Gohan eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Soon, the food on the table was devoured at an astonishing pace. Much like a whirlwind sweeping through, Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Although she had suspected that Gohan, being a Saiyan, would have a hearty appetite, she was taken aback to find that he was only 5 years old yet could eat as much as the young Goku had. He was truly a miniature version of Goku. Mrs. Brief, observing this, chuckled with delight. The more Gohan ate, the more it affirmed the deliciousness of her cooking. Burp. After a considerable time, Gohan let out a resounding burp. Bulma gazed at Gohan, marveling at how he had transformed, appearing completely different from the Gohan she once knew. Hey Gohan, during the past 6 months of your training, what has Piccolo been feeding you? Apples, dinosaur meat, wild boar meat. Essentially everything found on the mountain. Dinosaur meat. Yes. What is the matter? I'm just a bit astonished. So, did Piccolo give you that dinosaur meat? Or did you hunt a dinosaur yourself? Actually, I was being chased by a dinosaur, and I managed to cut off its tail. I see. I heard from Krillin that your strength is quite formidable now. Even Piccolo isn't your match, is that true? Gohan nodded. That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately stood up with joy. If that's the case, I won't have to fear that guy Piccolo anymore. Speaking of which, his face does look rather intimidating. Aunt Bulma, Uncle Piccolo is actually very kind. He just appears fierce. Chapter 9. You within me, I within you. Bulma scoffed. Regardless, I still can't quite get used to that green face. Well, Aunt Bulma, I'm full now. I'd like to take a nap. All right, we will tidy up here. Seeing this, Gohan promptly returned to the gravity chamber, where he found Piccolo still training. Uncle Piccolo, you're still training? Huh. Piccolo nodded in response, breathing heavily. Do you want to take a break? Sure, Piccolo said, restoring the gravity of the chamber. Huh. Once the gravity was restored, Piccolo let out a great sigh of relief. Subsequently, the two went to their respective rooms for a nap. In the afternoon, after waking from their slumber, they continued training in the gravity chamber. 3 days later, in order not to hinder Gohan's training, Piccolo ultimately decided to train outside. Although Gohan felt a bit reluctant, he still agreed to let Piccolo train outside. After all, he could find him anytime. Once Piccolo left, Gohan immediately increased the gravity in the chamber by 100 times for his training. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for performing a one-finger push-up, 100 battle power. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for performing 2 one-finger push-ups, 200 battle power. 4 days later, Gohan's normal battle power reached 10 million. Ding. Congratulations, Master, your battle power has reached 10 million. As a reward, you receive the Celestial Mirror, capable of traversing all universes without detection by the angels, allowing you to move through the past and future and see everything you wish to see without being discovered, even by the Omni King. The mirror can seal enemies with power lower than yours, read minds, and merge. No sooner had the words been spoken than an ancient mirror appeared in the system's item inventory. Steal? What stealing? Master, you must have misheard. Never mind. I can't be bothered to argue with you, Gohan said as he took out the Celestial Mirror from the system's inventory. Is this the Celestial Mirror? Yes, Master. At that moment, the mirror suddenly displayed the North Kai's planet, where Goku was currently training. So, system, what must I do to travel to other universes? Master, whenever you wish to traverse to another universe, the mirror will display scenes from those realms. At that moment, simply touch the Celestial Mirror, and you shall seamlessly enter that universe. Is that so? But how does one seal another within this Celestial Mirror? This too is quite simple. Just direct the mirror's gaze upon the individual, and it will draw them into its depths. What if I inadvertently shine the mirror upon someone else? Fear not, for the Celestial Mirror shall obey your will, absorbing only those you intend to seal. If you wish to spare them, they shall remain untouched. Is it truly aligned with my desires? Ahem. The system interrupts. Master, please conduct yourself with more seriousness. I am perfectly serious. Yet, system, what of the King's Fist? Why have you withheld it from me? If I were to grant you the King's Fist now, what rewards would I have left to bestow upon you? Bestow me the ultimate technique, or perhaps the eradication of the Omni King would suffice. We shall discuss this once you have grown stronger. Does that imply you will grant it? We shall revisit this matter later. So, will you or will you not? Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. During this period, Gohan had requested Bulma to upgrade the gravity chamber, which now could amplify gravity up to 300 times. At this moment, Gohan was assessing his current battle prowess. Name, Gohan gender, male bloodline, half Saiyan age, 5 years base battle power, 60 million potential. Yet to be developed intelligence, 60 weight. When did an intelligence category appear? Returning to the master, this was added following the system upgrade. System, you wouldn't have done this on purpose, would you? Am I such a system? If you are not, then who is? Never mind. I shall be magnanimous and not hold this against you, little system. No sooner had he spoken than Gohan's intelligence score instantaneously rose to 250. What the system, you dare to emerge from my body. And I shall not hesitate to smash your head. I shall not emerge. Let us see how you dare to strike me. A little system indeed. Too timid to leave my body. Who are you calling little? Upon hearing this, the system was immediately incensed. I called you small, if you have the courage. Emerge and let us engage in a fair fight. The system scoffed. If you genuinely wish to battle, it need not occur outside. Need not occur outside. As soon as he spoke, Gohan found himself in a space reminiscent of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Where's this? This is the system's alternate dimension. Here. You may unleash your full power without the scrutiny of the outside world. Oh, and where might you be, system? Ahem. The system coughed. Master, I am omnipresent. Omnipresent? Indeed. Master, are you not aware that you currently harbor me within you? You within me, and I within you. Gohan fell into a contemplative silence. How then shall I engage in combat with you? No sooner had he asked than a figure identical to Gohan appeared before him. Master, this is my doppelganger. If you wish to engage with me, you shall first contend with him. The doppelganger inquired. Then who, at this moment, is the master? The system chuckled and replied. I previously stated that our current relationship is one of mutual existence. You reside within me, and I within you. Never mind, I shall defeat him first. Son Gohan declared, swiftly clenching his fists and charging towards himself. The doppelganger mirrored his actions, rushing towards Son Gohan with equal fervor. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! In no time, the two confronted one another, their fists colliding with the force of a tempest. Bam! With a resounding crash, both of their right fists struck each other's faces simultaneously, sending them careening backward. Whoosh! Thud! They both planted their feet firmly on the ground, stabilizing themselves. Huh! With a powerful shout, Son Gohan once again tightened his fists and charged at himself. The doppelganger, observing this, mirrored the action and lunged forward. Soon enough, they were once again face to face, their fists and feet moving with the swiftness of the wind as they clashed. Suddenly, Son Gohan crouched low, executing a sweeping kick aimed at his counterpart. The doppelganger leapt into the air, evading the attack. Son Gohan, witnessing this, also soared upwards. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their bodies darting through the sky like arrows. Chapter 10, Planet Namek. Bang! With a heavy punch, their right fists collided, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. After a brief standoff, they exerted force against each other, sending one another flying apart. Imitating me, Son Gohan observed, noticing that his doppelganger's moves were almost identical to his own. Master, this doppelganger is you, so you cannot triumph over him. Son Gohan scoffed, tightening his hands into fists. Huh! With a mighty roar, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan. The doppelganger followed suit, also transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan dashed forward like a flash of lightning. The doppelganger reciprocated, charging at him as well. Whoosh! Swish! Bang bang bang. They dodged and attacked, each blow reverberating in the air. Damn it! Son Gohan exclaimed in fury, utilizing the telepathy he had recently acquired to delve into the doppelganger's thoughts. Is it that I cannot read his mind, or does he possess no thoughts at all? Master, aside from mimicking your techniques, he has no independent thoughts. Mimicking? Indeed, Master. Then let us see how you replicate this move. Son Gohan declared, placing his hands upon his forehead. Solar flare. As soon as the words left his lips, a blinding light erupted from his hands. The doppelganger immediately closed his eyes in response. Seconds later, as the brilliance began to fade, Son Gohan swiftly opened his eyes and charged at his counterpart. Bang! Son Gohan's right fist struck the doppelganger squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward. After soaring nearly 1,000 meters backward, Gohan forcefully pressed his feet against the ground, bringing his body to a gradual halt. With a resounding shout, he charged forward like a flash of lightning. Upon witnessing this, Gohan immediately placed his hands upon his forehead, declaring, Solar flare. No sooner had the words left his lips than an incredibly intense beam of light erupted from his hands. Realizing the imminent danger, Gohan quickly halted, shielding his eyes with his hand. Moments later, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to see a tiny fist hurtling towards him. The proximity left him no time to react, and he was sent flying 1,000 meters away by that small yet powerful punch. With determination, Gohan planted his feet firmly, swiftly regaining his composure. How infuriating. I wonder if instant transmission will be of any use against him, he muttered, placing his right index finger to his forehead and, in an instant, appeared behind Gohan. At that very moment, Gohan executed an instant transmission and materialized above Gohan. Observing this, Gohan dropped his finger from his forehead and ascended towards the airborne Gohan. Huh! In no time, Gohan confronted Gohan, delivering a fierce kick forward. Gohan's figure flickered as he soared into the air. Not to be outdone, Gohan pursued him relentlessly. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Before long, Gohan found himself once again facing Gohan, engaging in a furious battle. After a considerable duration, both warriors, drained of their energy, collapsed onto the ground simultaneously. Are you even capable, Master? You can't even defeat my clone. Gohan scoffed. System, do not get too cocky. Today, my state is not optimal. But once I regain my composure, I will surely vanquish this impostor. Very well, Master, give it your all. Now, System, how do I exit? Exit? Are you no longer going to fight me? Gohan coughed lightly. Did I ever say that? Yes. The System replied, playing a recording of Gohan's earlier words. Blast it. System, you dare show yourself? Just wait until I smash your head. As the recording played, Gohan's face flushed with embarrassment. System, you even have a recording function. What's so surprising? If it weren't for the necessity of our system to inhabit human vessels, we would have long been invincible in this world. System, you might as well abandon your dreams. Allow me to fulfill them for you. The System snorted in disdain. What's so impressive? No matter how strong you become, you will never defeat me. Thus I remain the greatest in this world. With that declaration, the System promptly returned Gohan to the realm of reality. Gohan surveyed his surroundings and was astonished to find that all his injuries had vanished. System, how have my wounds healed? The alternate dimension you just entered belongs to the realm of the mind. Therefore, regardless of the injuries sustained within, you return to reality unscathed. The realm of the mind. Indeed, Master. Subsequently, Gohan glanced at his character panel. Upon discovering that his intelligence quotient had shifted to 90, Son Gohan chose to cease his disputes with the System, immersing himself in the energy of the Namekians within the gravity chamber. With less than 3 months remaining until Vegeta and his companions arrived on Earth, he recalled that Frieza and his cohort had ventured to Namek after Vegeta's arrival on Earth. Thus, he resolved to seek the assistance of the Grand Elder to unlock his latent potential before Frieza could reach Namek. while also warning them that Frieza might be heading to their planet to seize their Dragon Balls. Shortly thereafter, while attuning himself to the energies in the gravity chamber, Son Gohan sensed numerous auras reminiscent of Piccolo's. Found them, he exclaimed, placing his right index finger to his forehead and instantaneously teleporting to a village on Namek, where he was greeted by a multitude of Namekians bearing a striking resemblance to Piccolo. So many Uncle Piccolos. The Namekians, gathered in conversation, exhibited surprise upon his sudden appearance. "Who are you?" inquired a medium-built Namekian. "Greetings, my name is Son Gohan, and I hail from Earth." "Earth?" Son Gohan nodded affirmatively. "Was that instantaneous movement akin to that of a yard rat?" asked a slender Namekian stepping forward. Son Gohan nodded again. "What brings you here?" "I seek your Grand Elder." "Pray tell, what business do you have with our Grand Elder?" "This matter pertains to Namek, hence I must discuss it solely with your Grand Elder." "Concerning Namek." The medium-built Namekian pondered for a moment. "Please wait here while we summon the Grand Elder to see if he is willing to meet with you." "Very well," Son Gohan replied. Chapter 11, The Sheep's Dilemma. The Namekian promptly led several others to seek out the Grand Elder. Within a 3-story white castle stood a massive stone chair, upon which sat a notably corpulent Namekian, the Grand Elder himself. At that moment, several Namekians flew in through the castle's windows. Upon entering, they immediately bowed before the Grand Elder. "Greetings, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder nodded. "Carl, what brings you here?" "Grand Elder, there is a child named Son Gohan who claims to come from Earth. He wishes to see you regarding matters that concern Namek." After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder responded, "In that case, bring him to me. However, Grand Elder, he appears to be a Saiyan. That is of no concern, simply bring him forth." "As you wish, Grand Elder." After some time, Son Gohan was escorted before the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, I have brought him to you." "Excellent. You may leave now. I wish to speak with him privately." "Privately?" Carl's expression darkened with concern. "Fear not, this child is not malevolent." "Very well," Carl conceded, promptly departing with the other Namekians. "You are Son Gohan, correct?" "Indeed, Grand Elder." "Why have you come to see me?" "Elder, do you believe I hail from the future?" "Indeed." After a moment of contemplation, the Elder began to speak slowly. "But what brings you here?" "Elder, Frieza and his cohorts may arrive on your planet Namek in a matter of months." "Frieza?" "Yes. Their objective is the Dragon Balls of Namek. Thus, I have come to inform you that your people must migrate to evade this calamity." After pondering for a while, the Elder remarked, "Though the universe is vast, there will inevitably come a day when one can be found. Gohan, may I ask for your assistance?" "Please, Elder, speak freely." "I wish for your help in defeating Frieza. I am uncertain if you are capable of this." "I can indeed help, but you must keep my origins a secret." "Understood." The Elder nodded. "Additionally, I seek your assistance in unlocking my potential." "Very well." The Elder quickly acquiesced. Gohan promptly approached the Elder. Upon seeing this, the Elder placed his hand upon Gohan's forehead, and a white aura emanated from his hand, flowing into Gohan's entire being. As the Elder sensed the immense potential within Gohan, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Moments later, the Elder slowly withdrew his hand from Gohan's forehead. "Done." Gohan nodded. Just then, a system notification echoed in Gohan's ears. "Ding. Congratulations, your combat power has surpassed 100 million. You have earned a reward of 20 times the Unscathed King Kai Fist, with a 60% return damage reflective armor and the magic seal wave." As the announcement concluded, a pink reflective armor appeared in Gohan's inventory. "Reward complete. Please continue your diligent training." "Is it truly over 100 million already?" Gohan exclaimed, quickly accessing his character panel. He discovered that his current combat power had reached 1100 million. "So, Gohan, when will you help us deal with Frieza?" "We shall wait for him to arrive on Namek." "Waiting for him to come, then?" "Indeed. The universe is vast, and I am unaware of his current location. Furthermore, we Saiyans cannot survive in the void of space. We must await his arrival on a specific planet to vanquish him. In that case, I will notify you at the very moment he arrives on Namek." "Excellent. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." The Elder nodded. With that, Gohan executed an instant transmission and departed from Namek. Shortly after his departure, the Elder summoned Kar and the others. "Elder, where is Gohan?" "He has returned to Earth." "Returned?" "Yes, but he brought with him news of great importance for our planet Namek. Of utmost significance." The Elder nodded. Back on Earth, Gohan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Given his current training pace, it would have taken him at least 10 days to reach such power. Yet now he had only taken a few minutes. How wonderful it would be if one could grow stronger without the need for arduous training. "Master, that is an erroneous notion. True strength can only be attained through one's own diligent efforts. But I long to be a natural-born powerhouse, akin to Broly." "Master, though Broly possesses a formidable lineage, he remains but a human. I can assist you in achieving divinity, granting you boundless longevity. Furthermore, did you not express a desire to obtain the ability to erase by the Omni King? With perseverance, not only erasing universes, but even creating time and space would not pose a challenge." Upon hearing this, Gohan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "System, you wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you?" Am I truly that kind of being? Gohan nodded. Additionally, system, you seem to be rather verbose. Master, are you implying that I speak too much? Not at all. I simply think it would be preferable if you were a bit quieter. Let me recite a myth. He proposed. The system, upon hearing this, promptly began to play a melody. Master, am I quiet enough now? Moments later, Gohan returned to his dwelling, where a laptop lay upon a desk. He had borrowed this computer from Bulma to learn its intricacies. Although he claimed it was alone, he often utilized it during his moments of leisure to write programs. Recently, he was developing a game titled Sheep Got Sheep. This game, wildly popular in his previous life, bore some resemblance to Match 3 games, yet differed significantly. Many of the cards in Sheep Got Sheep were concealed beneath others, rendering their identities unknown until revealed, necessitating the flipping of the upper cards first. Initially, the game contained only 2 levels, and many had spent sleepless nights attempting to conquer the second. This challenge attracted many who considered themselves clever to test their wits, seeking to flaunt their prowess. Gohan's ulterior motive for creating this game was to generate income. Although Goku's family was affluent, both he and Goku had astonishing appetites. Were it not for their residence in the mountains, teeming with natural delicacies, they would have long since been impoverished. This necessity is precisely why Chi-Chi, in the original Dragon Ball series, continuously urged Gohan to study diligently and earn money. Chapter 12, Homecoming. 3 months had swiftly passed, and the day to resurrect Goku had arrived. In the Celestial Realm, Krillin and the others had gathered the Dragon Balls, ready to summon the Eternal Dragon to bring Goku back to life. Gohan and Piccolo stood nearby. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish. Bulma called out, gazing at the Dragon Balls on the ground. As her words echoed, the sky above Earth darkened, and a magnificent azure dragon soon materialized before them. State your wish. Any wish may be granted, but only one. Dragon, we beseech you to resurrect Goku. Very well, the dragon proclaimed, its crimson eyes glowing brightly. At that moment, Goku, on North Kai's planet, felt the halo around him suddenly vanish. Am I revived? Sun Wukong gently stroked his head and remarked, The North Kai nodded in response. Well then, dear Kai, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you and Beerus for your care during this period. I shall return to Earth today, and until we meet again. Upon hearing this, Girigiri and the others displayed expressions of reluctance. Although Sun Wukong could be somewhat reckless, his heart was pure, and the 3 of them had felt quite solitary on this planet. On Earth, the dragon spoke, I have successfully revived Sun Wukong. Until we meet again. With those words, he transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the globe. Revived? Dumpling inquired, to which the Earth's deity nodded. Since Wukong's physical form resides on North Kai's planet, it follows that his resurrection would occur there as well. I see. When will Wukong return to Earth? Dumpling continued to ask. I do not know. However, I believe it should not take long, replied Yamcha. In that case, shall we all wait for Wukong's return here? The group nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the road to the afterlife, Sun Wukong was filled with joy at the prospect of reuniting with Krillin and the others. Yet, the most exhilarating anticipation was to see his son, Gohan. A few months prior, Gohan had achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan, and his strength had undoubtedly ascended to new heights. With this thought, Sun Wukong hastened his flight. In the heavenly realm, Krillin and the others had been waiting for quite some time. It's odd. Why hasn't Wukong returned after being revived for so long? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps echoed from a room in the heavenly realm. They turned to see Sun Wukong clad in his orange martial arts uniform, accompanied by the fortune teller seated upon a crystal ball. Wukong, father, it's been a while, everyone. Sun Wukong greeted them with a smile. Immediately, Krillin and the others approached him to engage in conversation. Wukong, how has your training under the Kai been? What is your strength now? It's all right. Just a tad stronger than you all. He replied with a grin. Just a tad? Gohan's strength has surpassed all of ours here. Krillin nodded in agreement. As Sun Wukong spoke, he glanced at Gohan, who stood behind Krillin and the others. For some reason, he found Gohan somewhat unfamiliar. In the past, Gohan had been innocent, timid, and always clinging to him. Yet now, Gohan exuded a remarkable composure, far beyond that of a child. Could this be attributed to Piccolo's influence? Sun Wukong pondered internally. The fortune teller said, if Wukong has no further business, I shall take my leave. Thank you, dear fortune teller, for all your assistance. It was nothing, she replied, before departing the heavenly realm in her crystal ball. Once the fortune teller had gone, Sun Wukong immediately rushed forward to embrace Gohan. Caught off guard by his father's sudden affection, Gohan felt a moment of discomfort. Though his appearance was that of a child, his age from his previous life was quite comparable to Sun Wukong's. After Sun Wukong gently placed Son Gohan back on the ground, he remarked, It seems you have gained quite a bit of weight in this year apart. Indeed, I'm only 5 years old, so my body is bound to grow, Gohan replied. Sun Wukong chuckled. So, Wukong, do you believe you can defeat the Saiyan arriving on Earth tomorrow? Krillin inquired. I'm uncertain, but with Gohan by my side. Even if I falter, he will be there to support me. Krillin nodded in agreement. Well, It's getting late, and I should be heading back. Back? Yes. I haven't seen Chi-Chi in quite some time. Wukong continued. Shall we return, Gohan? Gohan nodded affirmatively. Uncle Piccolo, I'll take my leave now. All right. Subsequently, Gohan departed the other world alongside son Wukong. At the home of son Wukong on Mount Pozu, Chi-Chi appeared quite haggard from the prolonged absence of both Wukong and Gohan. She sat in the house, sighing heavily. Chi-Chi, Wukong will be resurrected today. You needn't dwell in despair. The Ox King reassured. Father, Gohan has been with Piccolo for an entire year and has surely fallen behind in his studies. Can you blame me for feeling disheartened? Worry not, Chi-Chi. Gohan is quite intelligent. Just find a tutor to help him catch up, and he'll recover swiftly. But, father, it isn't the same. Plus, hiring a tutor costs money. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Chi-Chi, could it be that Wukong and the others have returned? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi sprang from her chair and hurriedly opened the door, revealing two familiar figures, son Wukong and son Gohan. Wukong, Gohan. Tears welled up in Chi-Chi's eyes at the sight of them. Mom, Chi-Chi. At that moment, the Ox King emerged from the house as well. Wukong, Gohan. The two nodded in response. Chi-Chi rushed to Gohan, embracing him tightly. Mom, Chi-Chi, upon hearing this, released her hold and examined Gohan closely. You've lost weight and grown taller. But where's your tail? Uncle Piccolo removed it. Removed it? Why? Because whenever I see a full moon, I transform into a giant ape. I see. But it's all right. Your father doesn't have a tail either, does he? True. Gohan nodded. Now, Gohan, let us go home. I'll prepare some delicious food for you. Gohan nodded once more. Chi-Chi immediately took Gohan's hand and led him back into the house. Wukong, shall we join you? The Ox King asked. Oh, certainly. Once inside, Gohan surveyed his home. Though it was not as grand as Bulma's, it exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. Chapter 13, The Multiplication Technique. What is the matter, Gohan? Chi-Chi asked, noticing her son's dazed expression. Oh, it's nothing, just that it's been a long time since I've been home. Is that so? Then let me prepare some delightful dishes for you right away. Yes. Gohan nodded eagerly. Chi-Chi, seeing this, joyfully dashed into the kitchen. Wukong, I heard from the fortune teller that Gohan has surpassed you. Is that true? Whispered the Ox King. Indeed, nodded son Wukong. Do you plan to let him continue his martial training or pursue his studies? I am uncertain. It depends on Gohan himself, Wukong replied. I see. However, it appears that Chi-Chi insists Gohan must study. Indeed, Wukong said, scratching his head in resignation. He had previously urged Chi-Chi to allow Gohan to train. But she always insisted that since the world was at peace, Gohan should focus on his studies to secure a prosperous future. The Ox King sighed in agreement, sharing the sentiment that Gohan should indeed train in martial arts. After a while, Chi-Chi finished preparing the meal, and the dining table was laden with an abundance of dishes. All right, Wukong, Gohan, it's time to eat. Okay. The Ox King nodded and sat down with Gohan. Chi-Chi, shall we begin? Wukong asked. Chi-Chi affirmed. Gohan and the Ox King promptly picked up their utensils and began to eat. Clatter, clatter, bang, bang. As Wukong and his companions devoured their meal with remarkable speed, many of the dishes were soon emptied and pushed aside. Observing this, Chi-Chi smiled and remarked, Gohan, since you have returned, it's about time you focused on your studies. Cough, cough. Gohan choked on the food he had just swallowed. Gohan, are you all right? Chi-Chi quickly offered him a glass of water. After taking a sip, Gohan managed to swallow the food that had lodged in his throat. Are you okay, Gohan? Chi-Chi inquired with concern. I'm fine. Mother, I still need to join father in confronting the Saiyans tomorrow. I think we should discuss my studies the day after, Gohan replied. Chi-Chi fixed her gaze on Gohan, her voice heavy with concern. Gohan, are you being swayed by Piccolo, not wanting to study? No, I simply want to fight alongside father tomorrow. Gohan dear, fighting is a matter for adults. Let your father handle tomorrow's battle alone. Besides, it's dangerous. What if you get hurt? But father could get hurt too. That's different. Your father is robust and can withstand minor injuries. Isn't that right, Wukong? Indeed. However, Chi-Chi, tomorrow's battle is crucial for Earth, and Gohan's strength surpasses mine. I believe we should postpone discussions about his studies. No, Chi-Chi shouted at Wukong. Since your passing, Gohan has been with Piccolo and hasn't studied for a year. He has fallen behind his peers. If we delay further, he will lag even more. But Chi-Chi, the battle tomorrow is truly vital. Indeed, Chi-Chi, the Ox King chimed in, supporting Wukong's stance. After contemplating, Chi-Chi finally relented. All right, but you must ensure Gohan's safety, otherwise, I will never agree. Understood. Wukong nodded. After finishing their meal, Gohan, under Chi-Chi's guidance, returned to his room to study. At this moment, son Gohan sat somewhat disheartened at his desk, twirling the pencil in his hand. Despite possessing a combat power exceeding 100 million, he found himself relegated to the mundane task of studying. Indeed, the strongest in the universe was none other than his mother, Chi-Chi. After a spell of gloom, son Gohan suddenly attempted to inquire, System, my esteemed master, Now that I am confined here due to my studies, should you not lend a hand to your master? Esteemed? He coughed, mustering a bold demeanor. Let us not dwell on such trifles. The paramount concern is to extricate your master from this plight. Then flatter me, and I shall assist you. System, you are the mightiest system I have ever encountered. Modesty, modesty, the system replied, basking in its own pride. Then, master, I shall bestow upon you a technique of duplication. A technique of duplication? Indeed. Master can transform a single hair from your head into a duplicate to read in your stead. This was indeed a splendid idea, but Gohan pondered. Wouldn't that mean I would be oblivious to what my duplicate is doing? Fear not, master. Simply reclaim the hair, and you shall acquire the memories of your duplicate. Is that so? Then, master, shall I impart the duplication technique to you now? Very well. Gohan nodded. In an instant, a vast expanse of memory regarding the duplication technique flooded Gohan's mind. He plucked a hair from his head and blew upon it, causing it to transform into his likeness. Then you shall remain here and read for me? He asked his duplicate, who nodded in affirmation. With that, Gohan instantaneously transported himself to the peak where Piccolo trained. Gohan. Piccolo rose from his perch upon the mountain. Gohan nodded in response. Gohan, did you not return home with Goku? What brings you here? I snuck out. You snuck out? Yes, because my mother forbids me from training. Piccolo snorted in response. And what of Goku? My father is powerless in this matter. Is that so? Are you anxious about tomorrow's battle? Not at all. I heard my father say that those two Saiyans are not Super Saiyans. Indeed, Piccolo nodded. Thus, Gohan and Piccolo engaged in a brief training session. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Gohan eagerly met up with Krillin and the others. Krillin, Goku, will you take the lead in today's battle, or shall we let Gohan go first? Goku chuckled. Gohan's current strength has surpassed mine. If he goes first, it seems I shall have little to do. Moreover, I wish to test my mettle against those two Saiyans. I think you are right. Goku, a battle enthusiast, would certainly not let such a prime opportunity slip by. Having spoken, he turned to Gohan. Gohan, you have no objections, do you? Upon hearing this, Gohan nodded affirmatively. Whether it be Nappa or Vegeta, he felt confident that he could dispatch either with but a single finger. Yamcha. So, Goku, we also wish to join the fray. You wish to? Indeed. After a year of diligent training in the celestial realm alongside Krillin, even if we were to find ourselves outmatched, we still have you. Do we not? Very well. At that moment, two Saiyan spaceships materialized in the outer reaches of Earth's atmosphere. These vessels belonged to Nappa and Vegeta. Chapter 14, The Battle Against the Vegetable Warriors. As the two spaceships approached, Goku and his companions on Earth swiftly sensed their formidable energy. They arrived. Krillin exclaimed, his expression grave. Almost instantaneously, two brilliant beams of white light pierced the sky, heralding the arrival of Vegeta's spacecraft. With a resounding crash, the ships descended forcefully onto the ground, sending a vast cloud of dust swirling into the air. Moments later, as the dust settled, two sizable craters emerged on the surface. Simultaneously, Vegeta and Nappa opened the doors of their spacecraft and stepped out. Are these the two companions Raditz spoke of? Yamcha inquired, fear evident in his voice. Initially, he had been confident in his ability to contend with them, but the overwhelming presence of Vegeta and Nappa shattered his expectations. With a swift motion, Vegeta and Nappa leaped from the craters created by their landing. Kakarot, you have indeed been resurrected. Vegeta remarked with a smile directed at Goku. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. So, you are Raditz's allies? Indeed, Kakarot. My name is Nappa, and standing beside me is our prince, Lord Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta counted the number of Goku's companions. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. There are quite a few of you. Nappa, why don't you entertain them for a while? Vegeta commanded. As you wish, Lord Vegeta. Nappa responded, activating the battle power scouter affixed to his left eye. Beep beep. 1220, 1083, 1480, 1830, 610. What is this? A bunch of weaklings. Nappa scoffed, observing the numbers displayed on the device. Nappa, what is Kakarot's battle power? Vegeta inquired. I haven't checked yet, but I doubt it exceeds theirs by much. Nappa, do not underestimate him. Kakarot may be more formidable than you presume. Vegeta admonished, while Krillin and the others appeared tense. Goku and Gohan remained remarkably composed. Based on his years of combat experience, Goku knew that their strength was not to be underestimated. Yes, Nappa, feeling threatened, immediately pointed the scouter at Goku. Beep beep. 1000. Upon seeing the reading, Nappa exhaled in relief. Lord Vegeta, Kakarot's battle power is 1000. Only 1000? I had such high hopes for him. And what about that little brat? Vegeta asked, glancing at Gohan. Nappa directed the scouter towards Gohan. Beep beep. 980, 980. Nappa announced, reporting Gohan's battle power. Upon hearing this, Vegeta stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then, as if struck by a realization, he spoke. I understand now. Kakarot and that little brat have concealed their battle powers, which is why they appear so calm. Concealed battle power? Nappa, have you forgotten? when Kakarot fought Raditz. He only had a power level of over 400, yet somehow later on, he managed to elevate it to over 900. So that's how it is. However, Your Highness Vegeta, even if Kakarot is hiding his battle power, it cannot possibly exceed mine, can it? In theory, that does seem unlikely, but it would be wise for you to remain cautious. I understand, Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa nodded. Aren't we starting yet? Son Goku, having listened to their lengthy discussion, interjected. Nappa chuckled. Kakarot, do you wish to meet your demise so soon? Demise? Son Goku replied, casting a puzzled glance at Nappa. Despite Nappa's formidable energy, he felt confident in defeating his opponent. As for Vegeta, the outcome was less certain. Nappa let out a cold laugh and approached a patch of soil, planting several seeds into the ground. What is he doing? Yamcha questioned, perplexed. I have no idea. Krillin shook his head. Just then, the ground erupted with a thunderous boom, and 6 diminutive green creatures emerged from the earth. These creatures, known as Cybermen, are one of the traditional weapons of the Saiyans. However, they were not of Saiyan origin. Rather, they were discovered on a distant planet. The Cybermen are capable of fighting autonomously, making them convenient tools, yet the seeds required for cultivation are rare and precious. Thus not everyone can utilize them. Each Cyberman possesses a power level of 1200, rivaling the strength of Raditz, who has a power level of 1500. Although they hold a low status, their power is formidable. These are Cybermen. Each possesses a power level of 1200. 1200? Isn't that very close to Raditz's power level? Krillin exclaimed in alarm. Indeed, but Raditz is but one individual, whereas they are 6. Krillin swallowed hard upon hearing this. Yamcha, are you certain you want to take them on alone? I believe it would be beneficial for everyone to join forces. Piccolo scoffed at this suggestion, his expression one of disdain. The others, upon hearing him, grew serious. Nappa let out a derisive laugh and gestured grandly towards the Cybermen. Charge! Upon his command, the 6 Cybermen immediately surged towards Son Goku and his companions. Son Goku moved swiftly, delivering a punch that pierced through one of the approaching Cybermen. Son Gohan, with a flick of his wrist, unleashed an energy wave that obliterated another Cyberman. Observing this, Krillin raised his hand, conjuring a rapidly spinning orb of energy. Spirit Slash! He shouted, hurling the orb at the oncoming Cyberman. With a slicing sound, the Cyberman was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. Excellent! Yamcha exclaimed, immediately gathering his confidence as he formed an energy sphere in his hand to launch at the remaining Cyberman. At that moment, the head of the vegetable creature suddenly split in half, releasing a spray of corrosive liquid. Upon witnessing this, Yamcha quickly recoiled, maneuvering the energy projectile that the creature had evaded into a sharp turn. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the vegetable creature was vanquished. The remaining 2 vegetable beings, seeing this, immediately grew somewhat timid. Do not retreat, shouted Naba, noticing the creature's hesitation. Huh! The vegetable beings, hearing this, had no choice but to charge at Piccolo and Tien Shinhan. Piccolo let out a cold huff and delivered a powerful punch to the abdomen of the advancing vegetable creature. Ah! Came a scream as the creature fell to the ground. Its face contorted in agony. Piccolo then unleashed a wave of energy from his left hand, obliterating the creature entirely. Chapter 15, Son Goku vs. Naba. Tien Shinhan had also dispatched his vegetable foe by this time. Naba was taken aback. He had initially believed the vegetable beings could handle them, but he was astonished by the strength of Krillin and his companions. Now that the vegetable creatures have been dealt with, it is your turn. Very well, Prince Vegeta. Naba replied, clasping his hands into fists with a sinister grin. Which one of you will be the first to meet your demise? Hearing this, Krillin and the others dared not speak, their gazes directed toward Goku and his son. Naba's power was overwhelmingly formidable, even if they combined their efforts. They doubted they could match him. Allow me to engage you. Goku stepped forward, his demeanor calm. A gentle breeze tousled his hair as Naba chuckled. Fine. I shall dispose of you first, and then deal with those earthlings. That depends on whether you possess the capability. Goku replied with a serene expression. Humph. Naba scoffed, his face replete with disdain. Kakarot, even your brother Raditz would not dare to act so arrogantly before me. Is that so? Goku replied with a light chuckle, releasing the energy he had been containing. The combat power detector strapped to Naba's left eye began to beep incessantly. Beep beep. 2,000. 3,000. As the numbers rapidly escalated, beads of cold sweat began to form on Naba's forehead. Ultimately, Goku's combat power reached a staggering 5,000. 5,000. Upon seeing the final figure, Naba felt a chill run down his spine. Goku had remarkably elevated his power from a mere 400 to 5,000 within a year. Vegeta, upon hearing this, was equally astonished, yet it was merely surprise. His own combat power had already reached 14,000, rendering 5,000 inconsequential to him. 5,000. Krillin and the others were likewise taken aback. They understood that Goku was stronger than them, but they never anticipated the disparity would be so vast. Surely, I must now be stronger than Raditz, Naba huffed. What does strength matter? I am a warrior of noble lineage, while you are merely the son of a lowly fighter. You stand no chance against me. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong merely smiled faintly. Is that so? Well then, shall we commence? Upon hearing these words, Nappa immediately lowered his arms, which had been crossed over his chest, and his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, Nappa surged forward like the wind, launching a fierce attack at Sun Wukong. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sun Wukong deftly evaded Nappa's strikes, effortlessly sidestepping them. What? Nappa exclaimed in astonishment, retreating swiftly while unleashing an energy wave towards Sun Wukong. Swiftly, Sun Wukong shifted to the left, narrowly avoiding the attack. With a thunderous explosion, the mountain behind Sun Wukong was obliterated. Damn it! Nappa shouted in fury, firing multiple energy waves at Sun Wukong with both hands. Sun Wukong made a slight movement, evading yet again. Seeing this, Nappa charged at Sun Wukong once more. In no time, he was upon Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful downward punch. Sun Wukong raised both hands, successfully deflecting the blow. Nappa was taken aback. In that moment, Sun Wukong forcefully thrust his hands upward, sending Nappa staggering back several steps. All right, you've been on the offensive for quite some time. Now it's my turn. Upon hearing this, Nappa felt a surge of anxiety, yet with Vegeta behind him. He forced himself to maintain composure. Kakarot, I must see for myself just how strong you truly are. With that, Nappa clenched his fists tightly and charged at Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong sidestepped to the left and delivered a powerful right punch to Nappa's face. Bang! Sun Wukong's fist connected with Nappa's face, knocking out two of his teeth, sending him hurtling like a projectile into the mountain behind him. A cloud of dust and debris erupted from the ground. As the dust settled, Nappa, panting heavily, managed to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand. TCH, what a useless fool, Vegeta remarked disdainfully. Nappa, sensing Vegeta's contempt, felt a weight of seriousness settle upon him. Having followed Vegeta closely, he understood the depths of Vegeta's ruthlessness. If he failed to defeat Sun Wukong, he would undoubtedly face severe retribution. Resolving to take a desperate gamble, Nappa vowed to overcome Sun Wukong at any cost. With a mighty shout, Nappa suddenly concentrated an energy wave in his right hand and aimed it at Krillin. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Nappa would target Krillin, and with his current speed, he wouldn't be able to save him in time. Just then, Gohan moved swiftly, instantly placing himself in front of Krillin and deflecting Nappa's energy wave with a powerful palm strike. With a resounding boom, the energy wave exploded behind Krillin and the others. Gohan, Krillin exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the explosion behind him. Did you just save me? Yes, Gohan affirmed with a nod. Nappa was astonished. Who is that little brat appearing in front of that bald head? At this moment, a serious expression emerged on Vegeta's face. He had initially believed that Goku was the strongest among them, but it now appeared that Gohan's power was likely on par with Goku's. How intriguing. After a brief moment, a faint smile crept upon Vegeta's lips. Just then, Nappa swiftly clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of golden energy waves directed at Tien and the others. Upon witnessing this, Tien and his companions hastily retreated. How infuriating! Goku exclaimed in anger, clenching his fists tightly. Kaioken! With a mighty shout, Goku transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Nappa. What? Vegeta gasped in surprise, lowering his previously crossed arms. Boom! At that instant, Goku appeared before Nappa, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Nappa let out a horrifying scream as his body shot back like a bullet, crashing into the mountain behind him. With a deafening roar, rocks tumbled down from the peak, burying Nappa beneath their weight. The ground quickly erupted in a cloud of dust. After a while, as the dust settled, Nappa's battle power plummeted from 4,000 to a mere 2. Indeed, they are all utterly useless. Witnessing Nappa's complete loss of combatability, Vegeta's disdain deepened significantly. Chapter 16, Goku and Vegeta. Goku, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Vegeta. Vegeta, your comrade is still alive. If you leave now, I can let you all go. Let us go. Vegeta responded with laughter, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. Kakarot, do not presume that just because you possess some strength, you can act arrogantly before me. To speak frankly, my battle power is several times that of that fool. Several times. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Meanwhile, Gohan watched Vegeta as though he were observing a performance. Had Gohan chosen to intervene, a mere flick of his wrist would have been enough to eliminate Vegeta. Yet, he refrained, wishing to indulge the desire for battle between Goku and Vegeta. Several times. Though Goku had retained some of his strength, his Kaioken could enhance him only up to twice his power, unless he disregarded his physical condition and pushed the Kaioken multiplier beyond its limits. However, doing so would soon prove unbearable for his body. Ah, Kakarot, are you afraid? Goku chuckled in response. If I were truly afraid, I wouldn't be fighting you. That is true, Vegeta remarked, directing his right hand towards the boulder crushing Nappa, unleashing a blue energy wave. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, Nappa and the boulder were obliterated. The ground instantly erupted in a cloud of dust and smoke. I, Vegeta, have no need for worthless trash. Krillin and the others looked on in sheer terror. They had not anticipated that Vegeta would resort to taking the life of one of his own. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately clenched his fists. Vegeta let out a light chuckle and soared to a small peak behind him. In response, Sun Wukong swiftly ascended to the opposing peak. The distance between the two small mountains was merely a few meters. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling their hair. You should feel honored. Warriors of my caliber seldom deign to engage with those of a lesser rank, Vegeta proclaimed, arms crossed, smiling at Sun Wukong. Upon birth, a Saiyan undergoes a rigorous assessment of their warrior potential. Those deemed inferior, like you, are dispatched to barren lands devoid of formidable foes. You are universally recognized as a fool. Sun Wukong, rather than feeling anger, instead bore a faint smile as he replied, thanks to your kind, I have found myself on this earth. I am truly grateful. Moreover, the line between genius and fool is remarkably thin. Relentless effort can allow one to surpass the academically gifted. Vegeta, upon hearing this, responded with a cold laugh. An amusing jest indeed. Allow me to demonstrate the insurmountable chasm that your efforts will never bridge. With that, Vegeta assumed a combative stance. Sun Wukong mirrored him. Both warriors poised for battle as the wind swirled around them. Suddenly, Sun Wukong clenched his fists with determination, stepping forward with his right foot, propelling himself towards Vegeta's peak. Huh! With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches, akin to the wind, aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta, deftly blocking, redirected Sun Wukong's strikes away from their intended target. With a swift retraction of his fists, Sun Wukong launched another barrage of attacks. Vegeta raised his arms defensively, while simultaneously countering with strikes of his own. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Vegeta leaped backward, landing on a peak several mountains away. Seeing this, Sun Wukong promptly pursued him. Vegeta chuckled lightly, driving his right foot forcefully against the mountain behind him, propelling himself swiftly to intercept the approaching Sun Wukong. Delivering a powerful punch forward. Bang! Sun Wukong's face was struck with force, sending him tumbling backward, just as he was about to collide with the mountain behind him. He planted his feet firmly against the ground, soaring into the air. Surveying his surroundings, Sun Wukong was startled as Vegeta suddenly appeared behind him. Thrusting his hand forward in a lethal attack, Sun Wukong swiftly descended, pivoting to deliver a kick at Vegeta. Vegeta evaded the strike, retreating nimbly. The two warriors then clashed in a flurry of strikes, their movements as fluid as the wind. After dozens of exchanges, Vegeta accelerated his assault, landing powerful blows upon Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong let out a loud cry, his form slightly bending under the impact. At that moment, Vegeta's figure emerged above Sun Wukong, bringing his hands together to deliver a forceful strike aimed at Sun Wukong's body. Bang! With a sudden and thunderous sound, Sun Wukong plummeted downward like an arrow. Just as he was about to land on the small peak, he executed a backflip, gracefully landing atop the hill behind him. Vegeta, witnessing this, promptly descended onto the peak directly before Sun Wukong. He is remarkably skilled. Throughout this encounter, he has not exerted himself seriously. His speed and combat prowess are undeniably superior to mine. As Sun Wukong gazed at the confidently poised Vegeta, he could not help but compliment him internally. Come on, unleash your attack. Surely you haven't exhausted all your strength already? I see, allow me to show you. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, emanating a considerable amount of heat, his skin turning a vivid crimson. Soon, a fiery red aura enveloped him. Kaioken, raising his right hand, a brilliant red light shone forth. Vegeta, taken aback, leaped upward with great force. With a resounding crash, the peak where Vegeta had stood was obliterated by half. Observing this, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, surging towards Vegeta in the sky. Bang! Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's face, causing his head to snap backward. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches upon Vegeta's face with the speed of the wind. Following this, he lifted his right leg forcefully and sent Vegeta flying with a kick. Boom! Clenching his fists, Sun Wukong swiftly descended to the ground, charging towards the airborne Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta's figure flickered, appearing right before Sun Wukong, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his chin. The Kaioken aura surrounding Sun Wukong dissipated, and he was sent flying backward a considerable distance. Sweat poured down his face as he regarded Vegeta with a grave expression. Vegeta, noticing this, smiled slightly. If this is your limit, it's rather disappointing. Chapter 17, The Triple Kaioken Kamehameha. While the two battled fervently, Son Gohan was keenly observing their surroundings. In the original Dragon Ball, Dr. Gero had mentioned dispatching miniature robots to gather combat data on Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After scanning the area, Son Gohan spotted a minuscule white robot, smaller than a fingernail. Found it, he exclaimed, and in a flash, he seized the tiny robot. Sensing its capture, the robot immediately resisted. Son Gohan snorted coldly, stowing it away in his System S inventory. Gohan, at that moment, Piccolo and the others noticed son Gohan's presence in the distance. Nodding, Gohan swiftly flew to Piccolo's side. Gohan, what is happening? It's nothing. I thought I saw a figure. But I must have been mistaken. I see. Piccolo responded, turning his attention back to the combat between son Wukong and Vegeta. Initially, he believed that even after a year of training on North Kai's planet, son Wukong would not surpass him significantly. However, he was astounded by the vast chasm that now lay between them. Contemplating this, Piccolo clenched his fists tightly. Once this battle concluded, he vowed to train diligently to catch up with son Wukong. Just then, Vegeta clenched his fists, emanating an overwhelming aura that surged upward. The ground trembled violently under the influence of Vegeta's energy, sending a multitude of sand and stones flying into the air. A brilliant golden light radiated from Vegeta, as a colossal dark cloud enveloped the sky. What an immense power! As soon as the words escaped his lips, a fierce wind erupted from Vegeta. Son Wukong raised his right hand to shield himself from the gale, retreating a few steps. In that moment, Vegeta unleashed a powerful roar, releasing an incredibly dazzling light. Moments later, as calm returned, Vegeta had elevated his battle power to 18,000. The Earth's tremors ceased, and the ominous clouds dissipated. Son Wukong glanced around and remarked. Immediately, he focused his gaze back on Vegeta. With the surge in energy, Vegeta's expression had turned serene. Suddenly, Vegeta let out a fierce shout and, like a bolt of lightning, charged towards son Wukong. Surprised, son Wukong barely had time to react before Vegeta's shoulder slammed into him, sending him hurtling away. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before the airborne son Wukong, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his back. Bang! Son Wukong was knocked down, landing on a small peak. Thud! He planted his feet firmly, releasing a surge of crimson energy. Kaioken ×2. With a mighty shout, son Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Vegeta. Vegeta vanished, reappearing behind son Wukong. As son Wukong swiftly turned, he was met with a long leg aimed at him. Bang! Vegeta's right foot struck forcefully against son Wukong's chest, propelling him like a projectile into the mountains behind. Wukong, Krillin, and the others felt a wave of concern wash over them. Vegeta chuckled coldly. Kakarot, is this truly your utmost strength? Hearing this, son Wukong soared from the mountain, landing on a smaller peak as he gasped for breath. After a moment, determination flickered in his eyes. There is no other option. Even if my body suffers or I face certain death, I must elevate Kaioken to 3 times. What's wrong, Kakarot? Have you run out of tricks? Vegeta taunted as son Wukong remained motionless. Son Wukong slowly closed his eyes. My body, you must hold on. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly in surprise. At that moment, son Wukong opened his eyes wide, emanating a vast amount of crimson energy. Triple Kaioken. With a powerful shout, he transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Vegeta. Startled, Vegeta had no time to react before Wukong's right fist struck him with tremendous force. Bang! With a violent sound, Vegeta was sent flying like a projectile. Ah! Son Wukong shouted, appearing above Vegeta in a flash. He then thrust his right fist forward, delivering a fierce blow that sent Vegeta crashing down from midair. With a thunderous roar, a massive mountain was toppled as Vegeta collided with it, sending up clouds of dust into the air. Panting heavily, son Wukong's fiery aura gradually dissipated. Although he had injured Vegeta with the triple Kaioken, the strain it placed on his body was considerable. Contemplating this, he glanced back at Gohan. In truth, had Gohan taken part in this battle, it would have likely concluded long ago. However, his year of training on North Kaio's planet had prompted him to test his strength against Vegeta. Huh! Just then, Vegeta roared, unleashing a formidable aura that shattered the boulders pressing upon him. Observing the blood on his hands, he could hardly believe it. I am injured, he muttered in disbelief. With fury, he glared up at son Wukong in the sky. Boom! Vegeta leaped powerfully, soaring into the heights. Son Wukong, burdened by the strain of the triple Kaioken, had settled atop a small peak. Huh! At that moment, Vegeta clasped his hands together, generating arcs of purple lightning. What? Son Wukong gasped, glancing back. Could it be that he intended to destroy the Earth? Vegeta snorted. That's right, Kakarot. If you wish to evade, feel free. But you won't be able to protect the Earth behind you. Upon hearing this, son Wukong clenched his fists resolutely. I will not retreat. Huh! Wukong declared, unleashing a tremendous surge of red energy as he brought his hands together. Kaioken Kamehameha. At that moment, Vegeta completed his energy gathering and forcefully thrust his hands forward. Final flash, he exclaimed, and a purple beam shot forth from him, aimed directly at son Wukong. Huh! Son Wukong shouted, retaliating with his Kamehameha. Chapter 18, The Trump Card. Bang! With a deafening crash, the Kamehameha clashed violently with the final flash. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Given that Vegeta's power surpassed son Wukong's, the final flash quickly overpowered the Kamehameha. Damn it! With a furious shout, son Wukong thrust both hands upward, pushing back the Kamehameha wave slightly. Vegeta, witnessing this, immediately roared and unleashed the Kamehameha with full force. Ah! Sun Wukong cried out in agony, feeling his body beginning to falter. Gohan and Krillin, upon seeing this, swiftly turned their attention to Gohan. He was their only hope to save the Earth. Gohan appeared unfazed. Just then, Sun Wukong's trembling hands suddenly clenched tightly. Fourfold Kaioken. With a fierce shout, Sun Wukong once more amplified the Kaioken. An overwhelming force surged into the Kamehameha, driving back Vegeta's assault. What? Vegeta gasped in shock. Even as he attempted to evade, it was too late. Bang! With a deafening roar, Vegeta was struck by his own attack, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. After a moment, as the explosion subsided, Vegeta's figure had vanished from the sky. Has he been obliterated? Krillin asked. Not yet. Gohan shook his head. Really? Gohan nodded and swiftly appeared beside the severely injured Sun Wukong. Gohan. Sun Wukong called weakly. Gohan nodded and fed a Senzu bean to Sun Wukong. He quickly swallowed the bean, restoring his injuries. Once healed, Sun Wukong felt his strength had significantly increased. What? Vegeta, hidden among the clouds, was immediately alarmed. Each time a Saiyan returned from the brink of death, their power surged exponentially. This meant that Sun Wukong's current strength now surpassed his own. Damn it! Anger surged within him at the thought. Had he known, he would not have held back earlier and could have dealt with him swiftly. Just then, Sun Wukong ascended from below. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta conjured an artificial moon with his right hand and hurled it into the sky. Sun Wukong, startled, prepared to intervene. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes turned crimson, and a profusion of black fur erupted from his body. Roar! With a tremendous howl, Vegeta transformed into a giant ape. He transformed. Krillin and the others exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. Boom! No sooner had the words left their mouths than Vegeta leapt from the sky, his feet crashing heavily onto the ground. The earth erupted in a cloud of dust. Sun Wukong's expression hardened at the sight. Just then, Vegeta bellowed, launching powerful punches at the surrounding mountains. Several peaks crumbled under the force of his blows. Has he lost control? As the question lingered, Vegeta suddenly pivoted and reached forward with both hands. Sun Wukong, alarmed, quickly retreated. Has he not lost control? Sun Wukong observed Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta broke into a laugh. Kakarot, we elite warriors shall never succumb to the uncontrollable transformation into a great ape. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Goku clenched his fists with fervor, propelling himself towards Vegeta with the swiftness of lightning. Vegeta leapt into the air, evading Goku's advance. Kaioken! Goku shouted, instantly transforming into a crimson flash, maneuvering behind Vegeta. Caught off guard, Vegeta was met with a fierce flying kick from Goku, which struck him with tremendous force. Letting out a pained cry, Vegeta was sent hurtling like a projectile into the mountains behind him. With a resounding crash, a cascade of boulders tumbled down, stirring a cloud of dust upon the ground. Observing this, Goku quickly dissipated his red aura and declared, Vegeta, you are no longer my match. I advise you to concede and leave Earth. Krillin, witnessing the spectacle, appeared perplexed. What's happening? Goku's strength seemed inferior just moments ago. Yet, after consuming a Senzu bean, he had remarkably amplified his power. I don't know, Tien Shinhan replied, shaking his head. Concede? Vegeta seethed with indignation. Had it not been for Son Goku's Senzu bean restoring his injuries, he would have already triumphed over him. With this thought, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Kakarot, if it weren't for that bean healing your wounds, you would have lost to me long ago. True, without the Senzu bean, I would have indeed been defeated by you. However, even so, you possess no chance of victory. What do you mean by that? Vegeta demanded. To be frank, Gohan's power far surpasses mine. If he were to intervene, you would have been vanquished by now. That little brat. Vegeta's gaze shifted towards son Gohan in the distance. From the outset, he had sensed Gohan's extraordinary potential. Yet he had not anticipated that Gohan was their trump card. Kakarot, if you claim that child possesses strength beyond yours, then why do you still choose to battle me? Why? Perhaps it is because I yearn to confront formidable foes to enhance my own prowess. Formidable foes. Vegeta's lips curled into a faint smile. Despite his disdain for Goku, these words brought him a measure of delight. You just stated that the child possesses strength far exceeding yours? Indeed, Goku affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately opened his mouth and unleashed a ki blast aimed at Son Gohan. However, Gohan stood unfazed, gently tapping the ki blast with his index finger, effortlessly neutralizing it. Vegeta was taken aback. Previously, he had suspected Goku was deceiving him, but he now realized Gohan's power was far more terrifying than he had imagined. At that moment, Gohan vanished, reappearing instantaneously behind Vegeta. No, he has disappeared. Before Vegeta could process this, Gohan concentrated a golden ki blade in his right hand and swiftly severed Vegeta's tail in two. With a thunderous crash, the tail struck the ground with great force. Oh no! Upon witnessing this, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. No sooner had he uttered those words than his body began to shrink gradually, reverting to its human form. The moment he saw himself transform back, A profound anxiety enveloped his face. In his great ape state, he was already no match for Goku and the others. Now, having returned to his human form, he was even less capable of confronting them. Chapter 19, the battle concludes. Vegeta, you should leave. In your current state, victory is impossible. Goku suddenly interjected. Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth in fury. Kakarot, I concede this time, but when we meet again, I shall not be defeated. Very well. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Vegeta then turned swiftly and soared towards his spaceship. Moments later, he activated his vessel and departed from Earth. Krillin remarked, he has gone. Indeed. Given Gohan's formidable strength, he could never hope to triumph over him. Yamcha added. Just then, Goku and Gohan flew in from the distance. Goku, Gohan. Krillin called out with a beaming smile. The two nodded in response. By the way, Goku, why did you let that guy go? He might return even stronger. Krillin inquired. It's nothing. I merely heard King Kai mention that we Saiyans are few in number, so I thought I would show him some mercy, Goku explained. I see. Humph. Piccolo scoffed. Goku, your compassion will one day become your downfall. Goku chuckled in reply. Piccolo, when did you become so concerned about me? I'm not concerned for you. I'm merely reminding you for Gohan's sake. Gohan, Goku said, casting a glance at his son. Piccolo, you have worked hard this past year. Without your efforts, Gohan would not be as strong as he is now. Piccolo snorted. Do not misunderstand, Goku. My training of Gohan was solely to harness his power to combat the Saiyans. Goku nodded with a smile. Since the battle has concluded, shall we all return? Indeed. Meanwhile, having departed from Earth, Vegeta stood with clenched fists, gazing into the vast cosmos. Kakarot, Gohan, when we meet again, I will surely defeat you. On Earth, at the Sun residence on Mount Pozu, Goku and Gohan were flying back home. Knock, knock. Goku rapped on the door. Moments later, Chi-Chi emerged to open it. Gohan. Upon seeing her son safe and sound, Chi-Chi rushed forward to embrace him tightly. Gohan felt a mix of surprise and warmth from her affectionate gesture. Just then, Ox King also stepped out of the house and lifted Gohan off the ground. Gohan felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. He does not particularly enjoy being held, yet at the tender age of 5. It is only natural for a child to be embraced. Was it you or Goku who defeated the Saiyan? After a brief moment of holding Gohan, the Ox King swiftly set him back down. It was my father who vanquished him. Is that so? Then the Saiyan must not be very strong. Gohan smiled at this remark, but chose to remain silent. Now that the battle has concluded, Gohan, it is time for you to return to your room and study. Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Gohan immediately turned his gaze towards the Ox King. Well, the Ox King appeared troubled. He found himself torn between his daughter and his grandson. Regardless of whom he chose to assist, it would prove troublesome. Perhaps we should let Gohan finish his lunch before studying. Father. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi shot an irked look at the Ox King. Father, we agreed yesterday that Gohan must study as soon as he returns today, yet you continue to indulge him. All right. I understand, Chi-Chi. I will send Gohan to study right away. That sounds more reasonable. Gohan glanced at his father, Goku, who remained silent, likely harboring no expectations. Consequently, Gohan refrained from saying anything further and obediently returned to his room to study. Once inside, he retrieved the computer Bulma had gifted him from the system's inventory. Lacking internet access at home, he prompted the system to activate its connectivity. Once the computer powered on, Gohan swiftly produced the miniature robot he had captured that day. And through the system's scanning capabilities, he located the robot's computer interface. With the connection established, Gohan quickly accessed the data collected by the miniature robot. The information was scant, containing only the combat records from today's skirmish involving Goku and Vegeta. Gohan deleted this segment of data and used the miniature robot to locate the supercomputer controlling it. Initially, he intended to infiltrate this supercomputer. However, its defenses were far too formidable for Gohan's current skills to breach. System, the supercomputer belonging to Dr. Gero is exceedingly difficult to infiltrate. Do you have any methods to assist me in this endeavor? The system coughed lightly. Master, I am a training system. Not an omnipotent one. Gohan chuckled softly. So you do have limitations. It is not that I cannot assist. Rather, I am a legitimate system. And aiding someone in hacking a computer is certainly not the path of righteousness. Is that so? In that case, I shall undertake the challenge of figuring out how to infiltrate this computer on my own. If I cannot succeed in a day, I will take 2. If 2 days prove futile, then I shall dedicate a month, or even a year. The system remained silently contemplative. Gohan was clearly issuing a subtle threat. Well, Master, I have given it some thought and concluded that Dr. Gero is indeed a villain. Assisting you would be an act of justice. Very well. Gohan nodded. Now, system, how can I breach this supercomputer? Quite simply, allow me to assist. As soon as the words left his lips, Son Gohan's computer successfully infiltrated Dr. Gero's supercomputer. Impressive. Upon confirming the breach, Son Gohan promptly began to examine the files contained within Dr. Gero's supercomputer. Before long, he unearthed data pertaining to androids 16 through 20. Notably, Android 16 had already been successfully created by Dr. Gero, while androids 17 and 18 were still in the process of development. Androids 19 and 20, however, existed only as mere blueprints. Androids 17 and 18. Gazing at the schematics on the screen, Son Gohan fell into deep contemplation. Since androids 17 and 18 were derived from human modifications, Dr. Gero's control techniques were not yet fully developed. Therefore, any alterations Son Gohan made to Dr. Gero's original program would be of little significance. Conversely, he pondered the possibility of making adjustments to the programs for androids 19 and 20, though he wondered if Dr. Gero would follow the original narrative and transform himself into android 20. Chapter 20. Son Gohan's clone Piccolo. After a moment's reflection, Son Gohan exited Dr. Gero's supercomputer and retracted the microbots back into the system. With androids 19 and 20 still in the preliminary stages of creation, he had no means to input programs for them. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly heard the sound of the doorknob turning. Startled, he swiftly concealed his computer within the system. As the door swung open, a tall, robust man entered the room, his grandfather, the Ox King. Gohan, it's time for dinner. All right. Son Gohan nodded in response. After lunch, Son Gohan took a nap at home. As the clock neared 2 o'clock, Chi-Chi knocked and entered Son Gohan's room, rousing him from his slumber. Gohan, it's already 2 o'clock. It's time to study. Study? Son Gohan groggily inquired. Go wash up, and then start reading and doing your exercises. Okay, Son Gohan replied, immediately getting up and rushing to the bathroom. Once inside, he promptly shut the door, took a strand of hair that had fallen out earlier that day, and transformed it into a clone of himself. You'll take over my studying for now. Yes. The clone nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan teleported to the peak where Piccolo was training. Sensing Son Gohan's energy, Piccolo opened his eyes. Gohan, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan replied without hesitation. Gohan, I thought you were going back home. What brings you here? My mom wants me to study, and I'm not particularly keen on it, so I came to see you. I see. But won't your mother worry? Not at all, Uncle Piccolo. I left a clone at home. A clone? As Son Gohan spoke, he plucked another strand of hair from his head, transforming it into his clone. See, this is my clone. Piccolo stared, momentarily taken aback. The doppelganger of Sun Wukong, both in aura and appearance, is indistinguishable from the original. Without careful discernment, one would find it exceedingly challenging to tell them apart. So, how many of these duplicates can you conjure? He inquired. I am uncertain, but I believe several thousand should pose no issue. Several thousand. Indeed. But can they engage in battle? Certainly, though they possess only a mere fraction of my power, 1,000th. To be precise, 1,000th. Can they transform into Super Saiyans? If their combat prowess is adequate, I believe they could. Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately envisioned a multitude of Super Saiyans in his mind. If Sun Wukong truly attained such strength, he would be utterly incomparable, even to a single strand of his hair. Contemplating this, Piccolo's resolve to grow stronger intensified. Sun Wukong, could you permit your doppelganger to battle with me? Piccolo asked. Wait, you're suggesting you wish to fight my doppelganger? Sun Wukong replied, taken aback. Yes, is that a problem? Sun Wukong chuckled lightly. No, not at all. I'm simply surprised. He could not admit that Piccolo could not surpass his doppelganger. Piccolo, however, remained half convinced. In that case, let us commence with a match. Oh, very well. Sun Wukong nodded. Immediately, his doppelganger stood before Piccolo. They exchanged glances and swiftly retreated to establish distance for their duel. Shall we begin? Piccolo addressed Sun Wukong's doppelganger, who nodded in agreement. Huh, Piccolo shouted, charging towards the doppelganger with clenched fists. In no time, he reached the doppelganger, unleashing a flurry of punches like the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The doppelganger merely shifted slightly, effortlessly evading Piccolo's onslaught. What? Piccolo exclaimed, retreating swiftly. At that moment, the doppelganger vanished and reappeared before Piccolo, delivering a powerful strike to his abdomen. Piccolo cried out in pain, hurtling backward into the mountains behind him. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, covered his face in dismay. He had intended for his doppelganger to hold back, yet with Piccolo so near, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Had he known, he would have requested the system to relay his thoughts telepathically. As Piccolo gasped for breath, he gradually rose from the ground. Huh. He fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong's doppelganger and charged once more. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Piccolo's fist struck the doppelganger with force, as the latter defended while retreating. Boom. Just as Piccolo cornered the doppelganger against a mountain, the doppelganger suddenly vanished, causing Piccolo's right fist to crash heavily into the mountainside. Curse it. Piccolo shouted in frustration, swiftly turning around. At this moment, a shadow of Son Gohan's doppelganger suddenly materialized in midair, executing a whirlwind kick aimed at Piccolo. With a resounding thud, Piccolo was propelled into the mountain behind him, displacing a large cloud of dust from the ground. With a soft thud, Son Gohan's doppelganger landed gracefully, standing calmly before Piccolo. Observing this, Son Gohan promptly flew over to his doppelganger, exclaiming, Uncle Piccolo, why did you strike him so fiercely? But didn't you just instruct me to engage him? I meant for you to spar with him. But you need not employ such force. Yet I have already shown restraint. I assumed you wished for me to train him. Just then, Piccolo, having risen from beneath the boulder, interjected, Gohan, do not hold back your doppelganger. Let him unleash his full potential. Understood. Gohan nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Son Goku. Dad. As soon as the words left his lips, Goku landed before the two. He glanced at both Son Gohan and his doppelganger, a look of surprise crossing his face. Two Gohans. Not two Gohans. Rather, one Gohan with a doppelganger. Piccolo explained, crossing his arms. A doppelganger, you say? Piccolo nodded. I thought so. It felt as if there were three distinct energies emanating from Gohan. Goku turned his attention to the real Gohan. You must be the genuine Gohan, right? Gohan affirmed with a nod. And the Gohan at home is also your doppelganger? Gohan nodded once more. That doppelganger, I trust, will not be detected by Chi-Chi? Not at all. My doppelganger possesses the same memories as I do. Is that so? But where did you acquire such an extraordinary technique for creating doppelgangers? I have never encountered anything quite like it. I learned it in a dream. A dream? Indeed, while dreaming, I encountered an old man who taught me the technique of creating doppelgangers. Really? You can recall everything from your dream so clearly? Piccolo questioned, skepticism creeping into his thoughts. Absolutely. That old man not only taught me how to create doppelgangers, but also imparted the technique of instant transmission. Instant transmission? What is that, Gohan? Goku inquired. Upon hearing Gohan's fanciful claims, the system could not suppress a disdainful scoff, thinking to itself, dreaming of an old man? Clearly, it was I who imparted this knowledge to you. Disregarding the system's comment, Gohan began to explain instant transmission to Goku. Instant transmission is a technique that allows one to sense another's energy and instantaneously appear in their vicinity. The range of instant transmission is vast. Even if the person you seek is on a distant planet in the universe, as long as you can sense their energy, you can transport yourself directly to their planet. Can you really teleport to another planet? Gohan nodded affirmatively. Then Gohan, could you teach me this technique? Certainly. But it is quite challenging to master and may require considerable time. That's perfectly fine. I will take my time to learn. Goku replied, casting a glance at Piccolo, who was still covered in dust. Piccolo, did you just engage in combat with Gohan? Not quite. I merely sparred with his doppelganger. Goku turned to the relatively weaker form of Gohan's clone. So, Piccolo, did you triumph over Gohan's clone? Alas, I did not, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. Then, Gohan, may I have a bout with your clone? Of course. Gohan responded, casting a glance toward his clone. The combat prowess of Gohan's clone exceeded 800,000, rendering it impossible for Goku to prevail given his current strength. Hence, he intended for his clone to hold back, ensuring Goku did not suffer an embarrassing defeat. Upon hearing Gohan's consent, Goku swiftly soared to a nearby clearing. Gohan's clone immediately positioned itself several hundred meters in front of Goku. With a light chuckle, Goku assumed a combat stance. Shall we begin, Gohan? Gohan's clone nodded in affirmation. Huh, Goku exclaimed, charging towards Gohan's clone with fists and feet flying like the wind. Swish, swish, swish. Gohan's clone deftly evaded Goku's onslaught with a slight shift of its body. Goku was taken aback. In that instant, Gohan's clone vanished, reappearing behind Goku. No, it's gone. Just as Goku uttered those words, Gohan's clone leapt, delivering a powerful kick to Goku's back. Bang! Goku was sent hurtling, crashing violently into a towering mountain. A cascade of boulders tumbled down, burying him beneath their weight. Damn it! Goku growled, quickly rising from the ground. Kaioken! With a mighty shout, a fiery crimson aura enveloped Goku. He surged forward like a red flash towards Gohan's clone. Swish! Just as Goku approached, Gohan's clone vanished once more. Boom! Goku halted, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, Gohan's clone materialized to his left, delivering another fierce kick. Bang! Goku plummeted like a meteor from the sky. With a thundering crash, he struck the ground, displacing a cloud of dust and debris. After a moment, as the dust settled, it revealed a considerable crater where Goku had landed. Huffing heavily, Goku gazed up at Gohan's clone. Impressive. Just 2 strikes, and my body nearly succumbed. Huh, Goku declared, clenching his fists with renewed determination, ready to unleash the Kaioken once more. 5 times Kaioken. With a fervent yell, Goku transformed into a streak of red light. Charging once again at Gohan's clone, the 5-fold Kaioken represents the pinnacle of his physical capabilities. If even this technique cannot best Gohan's doppelganger, then there would be little purpose in continuing the battle. What? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Goku's combat power now exceeded at least 20 to 30,000, and with the 5-fold Kaioken, it would surge to over 100,000. Boom. At that moment, Goku appeared before Gohan's doppelganger, unleashing a powerful right punch. Gohan's doppelganger swiftly evaded the strike by sidestepping. Goku then soared behind the doppelganger and quickly descended back to the ground, reversing direction. Bang! A heavy impact resonated as Goku's right fist struck Gohan's doppelganger, sending it hurtling 1,000 meters away. Observing this, Goku immediately suppressed his aura and flew to Gohan's side. Gohan, did you perhaps hold back your doppelganger? With his extensive combat experience, Goku could discern the strength of his opponents through battle. Yet, it was evident that Gohan's doppelganger had been too lenient. Yes, I did let it hold back a little, Gohan admitted, lowering his head. Piccolo, standing nearby, wore a displeased expression. Gohan, if you continue to allow your doppelganger to hold back against us, we will simply challenge you directly. I understand, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Seeing Gohan's humility, Piccolo chose not to press the matter further. So, Gohan, how much of your strength does your doppelganger possess? 1,000th, Gohan declared. 1,000th. Goku gasped in disbelief. This meant that his current strength was less than even a fraction of Gohan's. Piccolo added, it's not just you. I'm in the same boat. Hearing this, Goku felt a flicker of consolation. All right, from this day forth, I will train diligently to catch up to Gohan. Piccolo remained silent. Given that he was currently weaker than Goku, the prospect of catching up to Gohan seemed even more daunting. Gohan, how have you grown so powerful in just a year? Chapter 22, Frieza. Oh, it's nothing special. I just do push-ups every day and had Bulma build me a gravity room with 100 times the normal gravity. A gravity room? Gohan nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Dad. He produced a capsule and pressed the switch, tossing it onto a nearby patch of ground. A white cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing a semicircular structure. This is my gravity room, Dad, Gohan announced, opening the door and ushering Goku and Piccolo inside. Goku surveyed the interior. Gohan, isn't this just an ordinary house? Dad, this is the living area. The gravity room is inside. Is that so? Goku replied, following Gohan inside. Moments later, the trio arrived at the gravity room. Gohan briefly explained its features. It can go up to 300 times normal gravity, right? That's correct, Dad. If we wish to elevate the gravity further, we must seek assistance from Aunt Bulma. No worries, for I have no immediate need for it. Sun Wukong nodded. Subsequently, the three of them commenced their training in the gravity chamber. At Baozi Mountain, within the residence of Sun Wukong. Chi-Chi was currently reviewing the exercises completed by Son Gohan's doppelganger. Upon examining the answers, Chi-Chi discovered that all of the exercises had been executed flawlessly. Excellent. Every single one correct. Indeed, my Gohan is the brightest. So, Gohan, what would you like to eat for dinner? Mother will prepare it for you. Braised pig trotters. Sweet and sour ribs. Son Gohan's doppelganger listed many of his favorite dishes. Oh, splendid. Then Gohan, continue your diligent studies. Son Gohan's doppelganger nodded. Observing this, Chi-Chi promptly exited Gohan's room. What is this sweet and sour rib dish? As evening approached, Son Gohan felt he had sufficiently completed his training for the day and decided to utilize the heavenly mirror to check on the happenings at home. Through the mirror, he beheld Chi-Chi busily cooking in the kitchen. After discerning the state of affairs at home, Son Gohan instantaneously teleported back to his room, swapping places with his doppelganger. Time passed swiftly, and soon over half a month had elapsed. Throughout this period, Son Gohan had been diligently training alongside Piccolo and the others. In the northern galaxy, a colossal spaceship resembling a disc was en route to Namek. This vessel belonged to Frieza. After Vegeta's defeat, Frieza learned of Vegeta's intentions to visit Earth through his subordinates. Suddenly, he recalled that Dragon Balls also existed on Namek, prompting him to instruct his minions to take him there. In the control room of Frieza's spaceship, he held a wine glass filled to about 1/3 with red wine. Gazing out into the cosmic expanse, how much longer until we reach Namek? Zarbon replied, Lord Frieza, we should arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Oh, Frieza responded casually, sipping from his wine glass. Lord Frieza, what wish do you intend to make by personally collecting the Dragon Balls on Namek? Dodoria inquired out of sheer boredom. Frieza chuckled and replied, I wish to retain my youth eternally, so I may continue my reign. I see, that is indeed a commendable wish. Frieza nodded in agreement. Zone 79 of Frieza's planet was under his dominion. Vegeta's spaceship had now descended upon this very planet. Vegeta, gravely injured, had lapsed into unconsciousness. Yet, even in his stupor, he incessantly murmured the names of Son Wukong and Son Gohan. With a soft click, the spaceship door opened. Frieza's subordinates, recognizing the vessel as belonging to Vegeta, stood respectfully on either side, prepared to welcome its arrival. As the door fully opened, Frieza's soldiers quickly caught sight of the severely wounded Prince Vegeta. Prince Vegeta. Upon witnessing Vegeta in a state of unconsciousness, the captain of Frieza's squad promptly ordered his subordinates to carry Vegeta away for treatment. Meanwhile, on Earth, Gohan was diligently training when he suddenly heard a voice from the system. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your combat power has reached 1 billion. As a reward, you have been granted the ability to survive in the cosmic void, the Shadow Battle Axe, the super spirit bomb that requires no physical effort to harness energy from others, and 999 senzu beans. Upon hearing this, Gohan's mind was instantly flooded with knowledge regarding the super spirit bomb. In the system's inventory, a purple axe materialized, and the number of senzu beans increased from 88 to 1, 087. System, why have you given me an axe? Am I to chop wood? Gohan inquired. Cough, cough. The system cleared its throat. Master, this shadow battle axe can slice through iron like mud. It is undoubtedly a formidable weapon, but I do not favor weapons. Gohan protested. Fear not, Master. This shadow battle axe can act autonomously to vanquish your foes, even without your direct control. It can operate independently? Gohan asked, intrigued. Indeed, Master. This is the most advanced battle axe. Simply command it to slay, and it shall comply. Is it truly that impressive? Gohan was astonished. Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Gohan immediately retrieved the shadow battle axe from the system. Weighing 1,000 pounds, it felt effortless in his grip. Shadow battle axe, fell the tree before me. Gohan commanded, pointing towards a large tree ahead. In response to Gohan's order, the shadow battle axe swung towards the tree with precision, and with a soft thud, it felled the massive trunk. Excellent. Can the shadow battle axe fell 10 trees at once? Upon hearing his request, the axe twirled in midair and manifested into 10 identical shadow battle axes. In unison, they struck down the 10 trees, causing them to tumble simultaneously. The 10 axes then merged into one, transforming back into the original shadow battle axe. How many axes can you conjure at most? Gohan inquired. The axe spun once more in the sky, arranging itself into 10 rows of over 100 shadow battle axes. 100. It acknowledged, nodding as if it possessed sentience. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again. Master, Frieza and his forces have departed for Namek, and they will arrive in 1 minute. Understood, Gohan replied, swiftly using his hair to create a clone to remain behind, before executing an instant transmission to the village on planet Namek. Chapter 23. The Transfer of the Namekians. Are you Gohan? A Namekian with a good memory recognized the suddenly appeared warrior. Gohan nodded. Frieza is approaching rapidly. You must take me to the Grand Elder at once. Additionally, summon everyone. I shall lead you to Earth. Earth. Yes. I will take you to the Grand Elder now. Naru, go gather the villagers. Understood. Naru nodded. Upon finishing his words, the Namekian swiftly escorted Gohan to meet the Grand Elder. Moments later, Gohan found himself standing before the venerable figure. Grand Elder, Gohan has arrived. The Namekian announced. The Grand Elder nodded, addressing Gohan. Are you here to aid us in vanquishing Frieza? Indeed, but before confronting Frieza, I must first transport you all to a secure location. Gohan replied. A secure location, do you mean Earth? Asked the Grand Elder. Yes, Gohan affirmed. Very well, I understand. I shall instruct them to follow your command, he said, as Gohan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Frieza's spaceship had just landed on Namek. Peering through the ship's window, Frieza observed the clear blue sky outside. Is this Namek? He inquired. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria responded. In that case, you two will assist me in locating the Dragon Balls of Namek. Yes, Lord Frieza, they replied eagerly. On the other side, the Grand Elder had gathered all the Namekians on their planet. With a swift flash, Gohan executed an instant transmission, transporting the Namekians in batches to Earth. As Dodoria and Zebon prepared to embark on their quest for the Dragon Balls, they noticed a significant number of powerful energy signatures vanishing from their scouter, their expressions turning to one of alarm. Zebon, I've detected a massive disappearance of energy signatures. Could it be that someone has preemptively located the Namekians? Dodoria speculated. There is a possibility, but who could it be? Zebon questioned. I do not know, but if someone has indeed gotten ahead of us in finding the Namekians, that individual must possess strength surpassing ours. Zebon nodded in agreement. Despite their formidable power, they doubted their ability to eliminate so many Namekians in such a short span of time. However, regardless of who it may be, I believe they would hesitate to provoke Lord Frieza. In a forest on Earth, a multitude of Namekians had gathered. These were the very Namekians Gohan had brought from their home planet. Due to their overwhelming energy, they quickly attracted the attention of Krillin and his companions. Oh no! There are so many! Krillin exclaimed, his legs trembling as he stumbled back upon seeing the swarm of Namekians. Uncle Krillin. At that moment, Gohan emerged from the crowd of Namekians. Gohan, he called, smiling and nodding. Gohan, who are they? Krillin asked. They are Namekians, and they are also relatives of Uncle Piccolo. Gohan explained. Relatives of Piccolo. No wonder they resemble him so closely, Krillin remarked. Indeed, Gohan confirmed. So, Gohan, how did they end up here? Frieza invaded their planet, so I brought them to Earth. Gohan elaborated. You brought them? Krillin gasped in surprise. Just then, Goku and Piccolo descended from the sky. Upon seeing Piccolo, the Namekians displayed expressions of shock. Gohan, is he the Piccolo you mentioned? One Namekian named Nick asked. Yes, Gohan affirmed. Gohan, who are they? Uncle Piccolo. They are Namekians from the planet Namek. Namekians? How did they end up here? Upon hearing this, Gohan immediately recounted to Piccolo and the others Frieza's intentions to seize the Dragon Balls of Namek. Frieza? Gohan, how do you know about the Namekians? Gohan smiled and replied, an old man in my dreams told me. Is that so? Piccolo mused, his heart filled with skepticism. Gohan, is this Frieza truly formidable? Goku inquired. Very powerful. Is that so? If given the chance, I would indeed like to face him. Gohan suddenly seemed to have a thought, and said, Father, Uncle Piccolo, shall we go meet the elder? The elder? Gohan nodded and led the two towards the elder. Before long, they stood before the elder. Elder. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan, who are they? This is my father, Goku, and this is Uncle Piccolo. Elder. Piccolo respectfully greeted. The elder nodded. Could it be that you are a descendant of Catus? Catus? Yes, many years ago, there was a disturbance on Namek, and Catus left the planet alone. After which he was never heard from again. So he came to Earth. Now I understand. The elder nodded. You brought him here to reveal his lineage? No. Gohan shook his head. Elder, I seek your assistance in unlocking their latent potential. Unlocking potential? Very well. The elder readily agreed. Then Goku, please step forward. Oh. Goku immediately moved to the front of the elder. Piccolo quickly positioned himself to Goku's left. The elder, observing this, placed his hand upon Goku's forehead, and a surge of white energy flowed into Goku's body. All done. Goku, you may let Piccolo come forward. The elder slowly lifted his hand. Okay. Goku replied as he stepped back. Piccolo approached the elder. The elder raised his right hand to unlock Piccolo's potential. All done. Piccolo glanced at his hands, realizing his strength had significantly increased. Thank you, elder. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan, seeing this, promptly led them back to Krillin and the others. Goku, did you meet the elder? Krillin asked. Yes, the elder even helped us unlock our potential. Unlock your potential? Goku nodded. Goku, could you ask the elder to help me unlock mine as well? You'll have to ask Gohan about that. Gohan. Krillin turned to Gohan. At that moment, Naru, who had been standing among the crowd, stepped forward. The elder has little time left. I hope you will not disturb him further. Chapter 24. Zarbin and Dodoria. Time is running out, isn't it? Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with concern. Indeed. Nail nodded in affirmation. In that case, let us not trouble the elder. Krillin replied with a smile. Nail then inquired, so, Gohan, when will you assist us in vanquishing Frieza? Vanquishing Frieza? Krillin and the others looked at Gohan in astonishment. Gohan, are you truly going to help them eliminate Frieza? Yes. Gohan nodded. I have already pledged my assistance to their elder. Frieza, unable to procure the Dragon Balls on Namek, will undoubtedly consider the Dragon Balls on Earth. Therefore, rather than waiting for him to arrive, it is wiser to take the initiative. In that case, I will accompany you. Goku declared. Piccolo added, Gohan, I will join you as well. Krillin hesitated, contemplating his own limitations, and ultimately decided against speaking up. Very well. Gohan nodded. However, once we arrive on Namek, you must heed my every command. Understood. Both nodded in agreement. With that, Gohan instantaneously transported himself and the two companions to the planet Namek. Having sensed Frieza's energy before leaving, Gohan could easily locate him upon arrival. Upon reaching Namek, the trio soon spotted a massive spaceship. This vessel belonged to Frieza. At that moment, Frieza was aboard, reprimanding Zarbin and Dodoria upon their return. Suddenly, he noticed the trio outside the spaceship. Zarbin, Dodoria, is that not a Namekian? Upon hearing this, Dodoria and Zarbin followed Frieza's gaze and beheld Goku and his companions. Namekians. Not merely Namekians, but also Saiyans. Zarbin remarked, observing Goku's distinctive hairstyle. Saiyans. You say? But he appears to lack a tail. Perhaps it was removed. Yet, aside from Vegeta, are there not only a few Saiyans remaining on Earth? Dodoria speculated. Indeed. Zarbin nodded. Thus, he is likely from Earth. Earth. Dodoria, Zarbin, regardless of where this Saiyan hails from, my primary concern lies with the Dragon Balls of Namek. You must capture that Namekian and inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Frieza commanded from his hovering chair. As you wish, Lord Frieza. The two responded hastily. Rushing out. In no time, they emerged and flew before the trio. Who are you? Have you concealed the Namekians of this planet? Dodoria questioned, scrutinizing them. Piccolo scoffed. We have not hidden any Namekians. They are merely visiting another planet. Another planet? Which planet? Piccolo chuckled. Do you truly believe I would divulge that information? How dare you toy with me? Dodoria clenched his fists in anger. And what if I do? If you possess any sense of propriety, you ought to vacate this planet immediately. Otherwise, you shall never escape from here. Doria declared, activating the combat power detector affixed to his left eye. Beep beep. 20,000. 220,000. Upon witnessing the numbers displayed on the detector, a look of astonishment washed over Doria's face. He had initially presumed that Piccolo was merely boasting. But to his surprise, it seemed he possessed some genuine skill. However, with Piccolo's combat power at merely 20,000 and his own at 22,000, he was confident that he could easily overcome him if he unleashed his full strength. A combat power of 20,000, is it? Sabo's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing this. Indeed. Doria nodded. What about the other two? Let me take a look. He aimed the detector at Goku and Gohan. Beep beep. 5,000. 5,000. Doria exhaled in relief upon seeing that both of their combat powers were 5,000. 5,000, you say? Sabo scoffed as he regarded the father and son duo with disdain. Doria, you handle that Namekian, and I shall take care of these two. Doria shot Sabo a disapproving glare. It was unfair for him to confront a stronger opponent while Sabo dealt with two weaker ones. What's the matter? Sabo, why don't you take on the Namekian and I will handle the two Saiyans? Are you afraid of that Namekian? Who fears that Namekian? I merely wish to switch opponents. Piccolo, witnessing this exchange, fell silent, yearning to assert that he was, in fact, the weakest among them. Then let us decide with rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins shall engage the two Saiyans. Rock, paper, scissors it is. Just as the two prepared to play, Piccolo suddenly unleashed an energy wave towards them. The two swiftly dodged. With a resounding explosion, the energy wave detonated behind them. Damn it! Doria clenched his fists, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Piccolo. Sabo, too, was filled with rage. Piccolo snorted disdainfully. Do not underestimate me. Even if you both joined forces, you would still fall short of being my match. What did you say? Doria's anger flared. Initially, he believed that dealing with Piccolo would be a hassle, hence his reluctance to confront him directly. But now, provoked by Piccolo's taunts, he was determined to teach him a lesson. Sabo, we need not resort to rock, paper, scissors. I want this guy for myself. All right. Sabo nodded in agreement. With that, Doria turned his gaze towards Piccolo. Huh. With a thunderous shout, Doria dashed towards Piccolo with the speed of lightning. Piccolo clenched his fists in response, ready to meet him head-on. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, the two were standing before each other, their fists colliding with tremendous force. Seeing this, Sabo swiftly clapped his hands together, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Son Wukong and Son Gohan. With a swift motion, Son Gohan raised his right hand, effortlessly deflecting the incoming energy waves. What? Sabo exclaimed in shock. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Son Gohan's figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to Sabo's abdomen. Ah! Sabo cried out in agony, his body hurtling backward and crashing violently against the spaceship behind him. With a resounding crash, a large hole was smashed into the underside of the spacecraft, from which thick clouds of smoke billowed forth. Chapter 25. The Honest Man, Dodoria. Lord Sabo. Sabo. Dodoria and the surrounding soldiers displayed signs of alarm upon witnessing the scene. Seizing this opportunity, Piccolo sent Dodoria flying away. Damn it! Dodoria exclaimed, firmly planting his feet to come to a swift halt. He then activated his power scouter to assess Sabo's condition, only to find his battle power had plummeted dangerously low. What is happening? That little brat's battle power was merely 5,000. How could he have defeated Sabo so easily? Piccolo chuckled. Your so-called power scouter must measure the intensity of our energy, which is why you assumed Gohan's strength was only 5,000. Energy intensity? Dodoria inquired. Indeed, Piccolo replied, clenching his fists and emanating an astonishing aura. At that moment, the power scouter on Dodoria's left eye began to beep incessantly. Beep beep. 21,000, 22,000, 35,000, 35,000. Dodoria gasped in disbelief. His maximum battle power was only 22,000, while Piccolo surpassed him by an astounding 13,000. Now you should comprehend. I understand. Dodoria's forehead and back broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that the three of them had been pretending to be weak, while he alone had been the honest one. Can you spare my life? It was Lord Frieza who ordered me to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately gathered a golden energy wave in his right hand and aimed it at Dodoria. Piccolo, Son Wukong exclaimed, intending to intervene. But Dodoria was already obliterated by the energy wave Piccolo had unleashed. Humph! Piccolo scoffed. Son Wukong, I won't show mercy like you do, especially since these intruders are here to invade. I understand, Piccolo. Son Wukong nodded. Then, Piccolo, let us go meet this Frieza fellow. Agreed, Piccolo affirmed. At that moment, Frieza emerged from the spaceship accompanied by Captain Jinyu and a multitude of soldiers. Upon Frieza's arrival, the three turned their gazes toward him. Frieza let out a cold chuckle, addressing Jinyu beside him. Jinyu, go capture that Namekian and eliminate the other two. Jinyu trembled at Frieza's command. Lord Frieza, Dodoria and Sabo are no match for them. I alone. Upon hearing this, Frieza immediately fixed a frigid stare upon him. Indeed, I shall eliminate those two Saiyans at your command. With that, Chio-E charged towards Goku and his companions. Swiftly, he found himself before Goku, launching a powerful right punch. Whoosh! Goku slightly recoiled, evading the blow. Observing this, Chio-E raised his fist once more, aiming to strike Goku again. At that moment, Goku raised his right hand and delivered a heavy blow to Chio-Yi's abdomen. Chio-E let out a loud scream and collapsed to the ground. Frieza, witnessing this, called out to the soldiers surrounding him, "What are you all doing? Why aren't you attacking?" Huh? Hearing this, the soldiers surged forward towards Goku and his allies. Goten, noticing the chaos, immediately retrieved the Shadow Battle Axe from his inventory. Shadow Battle Axe, eliminate them all. Following Goten's command, the axe transformed into a colossal weapon, cleaving towards the advancing soldiers. With a resounding crash, the ground was rent asunder. creating a vast chasm into which numerous soldiers fell due to the tremors caused by the axe. Subsequently, the shadow battle axe danced through the air, unleashing mighty slashes upon the soldiers. They were swiftly vanquished by the axe's lethal strikes. Piccolo, taken aback, turned to Goten. Goten, where did you acquire this axe? I found it on the ground. Goten replied. Piccolo, bewildered, could only sigh internally. Previously, Goten had fabricated a tale involving a mysterious old man concerning his transformation technique. Yet now he simply stated that he had found it on the ground. Found it on the ground? Where exactly did you find it? Goku inquired. Right on Bun's mountain. Is that so? Goku said, glancing at Frieza, who was seated in a baby carriage. Frieza, your subordinates have all been defeated by us. I advise you to leave Namek without delay. Frieza chuckled coldly. This is the first time I've been told to vacate someone else's planet. Goku scoffed. This planet is not yours to begin with. Is it wrong to ask you to leave? Frieza smirked. How amusing. I have never encountered someone as intriguing as you. May I ask your name? My name is Goku. Goku. Frieza mused, stroking his chin. That doesn't seem like a Saiyan name. Indeed, it is not a Saiyan name. For I am a Saiyan raised on Earth. A Saiyan raised on Earth? So, you are the one who defeated Vegeta? Yes. Goku nodded. You are called Goku. But who are those two? And who is that little one? Yes, Goku nodded again. His name is Goten. And what of the Namekian? He is Piccolo. Now Goku. Could you enlighten me as to where the Namekians of this planet have gone? If you are willing to share, I could grant you the position of Captain Chioi. Sun Wukong scoffed. Who would want to be your subordinate? Even if I knew, I would never divulge it. Is that so? Frieza responded with a cold chuckle. In that case, I shall have to take matters into my own hands to extract the truth from you. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly pointed at Frieza's flying chair. Is that a baby stroller, Uncle Piccolo? A baby stroller. Frieza's expression twisted with rage at Gohan's words. To suggest that his chair resembled a baby stroller was a direct insult to his stature. I doubt that to be the case. Just then, Frieza unleashed a deadly beam from his right index finger towards Son Gohan. Suddenly, the shadow battle axe descended from the heavens, interposing itself before Gohan. Whoosh. The death ray collided with the shadow battle axe, dissipating like raindrops sinking into a river, swiftly absorbed by the axe. What? Frieza gasped in astonishment. His death ray could obliterate a mountain, yet it had no effect against the shadow battle axe. Chapter 26, Sun Wukong vs. Frieza. Observing this, Sun Wukong stepped forward and said, Gohan, could you allow me to engage this fellow first? All right. Son Gohan nodded. After all, he was confident he could easily handle Frieza at this point. On King Kai's planet, King Kai was taken aback upon hearing that Sun Wukong intended to challenge Frieza. As a notorious evil emperor of the universe, Frieza was far beyond the capabilities of the current Sun Wukong. Contemplating this, King Kai immediately communicated with Wukong. Wukong, do you hear me? This is King Kai. King Kai? Wukong inquired, surprised. Wukong, Frieza's strength is formidable. I advise against confronting him directly. Perhaps you should leave him to Gohan? Sun Wukong chuckled. It is precisely because of his strength that I am eager to face him. But, fear not. King Kai, if I cannot prevail, I have Gohan to back me up. After a moment of contemplation, King Kai cautioned, just be careful. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded. What are you muttering to yourself about, Wukong? Have you become so frightened by my power that you've lost your mind? Frieza laughed at Wukong's solitary musings. It's nothing. I was merely conversing with King Kai. Wukong replied with a grin. King Kai? Frieza's laughter abruptly ceased. Indeed, it's not something I could clarify to you anyway. Frieza snorted coldly, his demeanor turning serious. Observing this, Son Gohan turned to the shadow battle axe. Shadow battle axe. Would you enlarge yourself so that Uncle Piccolo and I can ride upon you? The shadow battle axe, feeling exasperated, found itself treated as a mere steed. What is the matter, shadow battle axe? Son Gohan inquired upon noticing the axe's silence. The shadow battle axe had no choice but to comply, growing larger and landing on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Gohan promptly ascended to the axe of the shadow battle axe and took a seat. Uncle Piccolo, you should come too. I think I'll pass. It's all right, Uncle Piccolo. We can watch the battle from here. The shadow battle axe will protect us. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Piccolo flew to the shadow battle axe. However, unlike Gohan, he opted to stand upright upon it. At that moment, Frieza raised his right index finger, unleashing a purple beam directed at Goku. With a swift motion, Goku countered, sending the beam crashing into the ground, where it erupted in a fiery explosion. What? Frieza exclaimed in surprise, as he fired a series of death beams at Goku. Whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Bang, bang, bang. Goku raised his hand, effortlessly deflecting Frieza's onslaught of death beams, which soon sent clouds of dust swirling around him, obscuring his figure. Believing Goku to be vanquished, a smug smile crept across Frieza's face. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Frieza, is it? Just as he spoke, the swirling dust began to settle, revealing Goku standing unharmed in his original position. How is this possible? Frieza gasped in disbelief. The recent barrage of death beams would have been arduous even for Jinyu. How could a Saiyan like Goku emerge unscathed? Realizing this, Frieza swiftly activated the battle power scouter affixed to his left eye. Beep, beep. 5,000. Upon activating the device, Frieza quickly noted the reading of 5,000. Only 5,000. Could the scouter be malfunctioning? With this thought, he removed the scouter and crushed it in his hand. He then descended from his hover chair and took a few steps forward. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, tousling Goku's hair. Frieza chuckled softly, stretching his limbs. Goku, it has been a long time since I personally ended a life. You should consider yourself fortunate. Is that so? But with your current strength, you cannot defeat me. Upon hearing this, Frieza erupted into laughter. You are truly arrogant, Goku. Allow me to enlighten you. I possess 3 transformation stages, and with each transformation, my power multiplies exponentially. Exponentially? Indeed, Frieza exclaimed, clenching his fists. An overwhelming aura emanating from him as he ascended in power. Boom. The ground trembled violently around them. Goku remained steadfast, awaiting Frieza's transformation. At that moment, a Saiyan spaceship descended from the sky. It was Vegeta's vessel. After recovering from his injuries, Vegeta had learned of Frieza's impending assault on Namek and had hastened to arrive. For a long time, Vegeta harbored a profound animosity towards Frieza. However, the immense power of Frieza rendered him aware of his own limitations, compelling him to feign submission. Deep within, he yearned to vanquish Frieza. Presently, his urgent arrival was fueled by the fear that Frieza might gather the Dragon Balls on Namek and wish for immortality, thereby thwarting any chance of revenge in his lifetime. Vegeta. Goku glanced up at the sky. Having battled Vegeta before, he was intimately familiar with his energy. As Vegeta descended toward the ground, he too sensed the presence of Goku and his companions, the energy of Kakarot, along with that of the small boy and the Namekian. At that moment, the ground beneath Frieza collapsed, revealing a modest pit. Subsequently, Frieza's form elongated and expanded, his black spikes transforming into a pair of colossal horns. This marked Frieza's first transformation. Once the metamorphosis was complete, Frieza unleashed the energy he had accumulated around him. Coincidentally, Vegeta's spaceship landed on the surface. The spaceship. Frieza cast a curious glance at the vessel, pondering who would arrive unexpectedly on Namek at such a time. As Frieza mulled this over, the spaceship piloted by Vegeta opened its hatch. Vegeta. Upon recognizing Vegeta, Frieza's face brightened with a flicker of delight. With a powerful leap, Vegeta emerged from the ship, crashing into the pit before landing on the ground. Vegeta. Goku greeted Vegeta with a nod. However, Vegeta paid Goku no heed, instead focusing on Frieza in his initial form. It was the first time he witnessed Frieza's transformation. How infuriating. Kakarot has pushed Frieza to transform. Vegeta clenched his fists, brooding inwardly. Suddenly, Frieza erupted into laughter. Vegeta, have you come to assist me? He taunted. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. Do not misconstrue my intentions, Frieza. I merely fear that you may seize the Dragon Balls of Namek, which is why I have come. The Dragon Balls of Namek. Frieza's eyes narrowed. Vegeta, are you suggesting a betrayal? Vegeta chuckled. I have never harbored any loyalty towards you. So how could I betray? Frieza sneered. It appears you and your father are alike, both feigning allegiance to me. However, since you have chosen treachery, are you prepared to face the consequences? At this, Vegeta turned to Goku. Kakarot. Shall we join forces for the time being? Join forces? Frieza laughed. Do you truly believe that teaming up with Goku will enable you to defeat me? Unless we try, how will we ever know? Vegeta retorted. Is that so? Then let it be known that you shall all perish here today, Frieza declared, raising his right index finger and unleashing a deadly energy beam aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta, evade. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong swiftly dashed to Vegeta's side, sending him crashing to the ground. In an explosive roar, an island behind Vegeta was obliterated, giving rise to a colossal white mushroom cloud. What in the world? Vegeta exclaimed in terror as he glanced back, realizing that had it not been for Sun Wukong's intervention, he would have surely perished at the hands of Frieza. Hee hee. Frieza cackled, his distinctive laughter echoing in the air. Well done, Sun Wukong. But I wonder how many times you can rescue him. As he spoke, Frieza's finger unleashed a barrage of deadly energy beams towards Vegeta. In a flash, Sun Wukong positioned himself in front of Vegeta, deflecting Frieza's onslaught and sending the beams scattering across the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, Sun Wukong stood before Vegeta and scathed. Vegeta, retreat to Gohan's side. Gohan, Vegeta exclaimed, casting a quick glance at Gohan, who was leisurely resting on the shadow scythe. All right, he replied, soaring towards Gohan. This time, Frieza refrained from attacking and instead fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, your strength is commendable. If you are willing to submit to me, I can offer you the position of captain of the chariots. Sun Wukong chuckled in response. I appreciate your offer, but I have no desire to be your subordinate. Is that so? What a pity. Frieza lamented, feigning sorrow. However, this was all within my expectations, considering that you Saiyans are notoriously obstinate. Then, Frieza, shall we continue our battle? Indeed. Frieza nodded. Huh. Sun Wukong shouted, his form darting forward like lightning, charging at Frieza. In an instant, he was upon Frieza, fists striking like bolts of lightning. Frieza clenched his hands tightly, engaging in combat with Sun Wukong. Bang, bang, bang. The two warriors moved and struck at each other with fervor. Vegeta watched their clash, his fists clenched tightly in frustration. It had only been a short time since they last met, yet Sun Wukong's power had evidently surpassed his own. However, despite Sun Wukong's significant increase in strength, Vegeta understood that remaining here was fraught with peril. Having betrayed Frieza, he knew that should Frieza eliminate Sun Wukong, he would not spare him either. Contemplating this, Vegeta glanced at his spacecraft, noting its considerable distance. If he attempted to reach it now, he might very well find himself obliterated by Frieza. For the moment, he had no choice but to rely on Sun Wukong and the others. Bang! At that instant, Sun Wukong clenched his right fist, sending Frieza hurtling away. Damn it! Frieza roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of energy waves towards Sun Wukong. With a swift leap backward, Sun Wukong evaded the barrage of energy attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was ravaged by the relentless assault of energy blasts. Observing this, Frieza once again directed his energy waves at Sun Wukong. With a powerful leap, Sun Wukong soared into the air. Bang! Frieza clenched his fists, emanating a surge of violet energy as he ascended into the sky. In no time, Frieza positioned himself before Sun Wukong, launching a fierce assault with both fists. Huh! Sun Wukong shouted, his fists and feet striking like lightning as they clashed with Frieza. The heavens soon echoed with the sound of their intense battle. Boom! Sun Wukong's right fist landed solidly on Frieza's face. Yet, in the next instant, he too received a punch from Frieza. Their combat was a relentless exchange of blows. After dozens of rounds, Sun Wukong thrust his right knee forcefully against Frieza. Frieza screeched in agony, hurtling backwards. In a flash, Sun Wukong reappeared above Frieza, bringing his hands together in a hammering motion aimed at Frieza's body. Bang! With an explosive sound, Frieza was sent crashing to the ground like a projectile. The earth erupted in a cloud of dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, a considerable crater became visible, with Frieza lying within, dirt clinging to his form. Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's fall, could hardly believe his eyes, exclaiming in disbelief. Could it be that Kakarot has transformed into a Super Saiyan? Impossible. How could Kakarot, a mere lower-class warrior, be the legendary Super Saiyan? If such a legend were true, surely it should be I who embodies the Super Saiyan. At that moment, Piccolo, standing nearby, interjected. Sun Wukong is not a Super Saiyan. Not, indeed. For I have witnessed Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan. Vegeta gasped in shock. Gohan, merely 5 or 6 years old, has already achieved the Super Saiyan transformation. In that instant, he felt his pride and dignity trampled underfoot. He, the prince of the Saiyans, was overshadowed by the son of a lower-class warrior. Observing Vegeta's astonishment, Gohan couldn't help but chuckle. Originally intending to remain modest, he hadn't anticipated Piccolo revealing his Super Saiyan training. Alas, it seems one cannot maintain a low profile. Vegeta, annoyed by Gohan's laughter, huffed and crossed his arms. However, if Gohan is indeed a Super Saiyan, then he need not devise an escape plan. Chapter 28. Frieza's Final Form. As Vegeta resumed his aloof demeanor, Gohan redirected his gaze towards Sun Wukong and the others. Frieza had now risen from the ground. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong descended gracefully, landing before Frieza. Frieza, with your current strength, you cannot defeat me. I advise you to unleash your utmost power. Damn it. Frieza seethed, his fists clenching tightly. Since his birth, he had never witnessed such audacity in another before him, especially from a Saiyan whom he deeply loathed. System, do you have any insight into my father's current strength? Son Gohan inquired, curiosity piqued by the confidence radiating from Son Goku. As per the data, Master, Son Goku's power level is approximately 3 million. 3 million. Son Gohan was astounded. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, Son Goku had to endure rigorous training and fierce battles to attain such a formidable power. Yet now, after merely 2 weeks of training, with the Elder Kai unlocking his latent potential, he had reached this astonishing level. One must admit, the protagonist is indeed exceptional. Frieza scoffed, Son Goku, do not be so arrogant. Once I unleash my true power, you shall be no match for me. Son Goku chuckled lightly. Then by all means, unleash your full strength. Very well, but do not regret it when the time comes. Rest assured, I will have no regrets. Observing the two engage in banter, Son Gohan swiftly conjured a clone to return to Earth and gather some wild fruits. Two Son Gohans. Vegeta rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had truly witnessed such a sight. Just then, Frieza clenched his fists, emanating an astonishing aura that rapidly intensified. With a thunderous explosion, the ground beneath Frieza trembled violently, sending countless stones soaring into the air. What a tremendous energy! Vegeta gasped in astonishment. Frieza roared, his muscles bulging further as his form began to expand horizontally. This was Frieza's second transformation. Boom. Upon completing his transformation, Frieza instantly released the amassed energy surrounding him. At that moment, Son Gohan's clone returned with a bountiful harvest of wild fruits, all meticulously washed. Vegeta was taken aback. Son Gohan was remarkably confident, even finding time to indulge in wild fruits amidst such tension. The transformed Frieza, noticing Son Gohan's actions, felt his irritation rise. The sight of Son Gohan seated on the shadow battle axe, casually watching their conflict, was infuriating. Did he consider himself a spectator in a mere circus? With a surge of anger, Frieza unleashed a death beam towards Son Gohan. However, before the beam could reach him, it was intercepted by the shadow battle axe conjured by Son Gohan's clone. An axe? Vegeta, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the small shadow battle axe, was momentarily stunned. Crunch. Son Gohan took a bite of his wild fruit, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. Damn it. Frieza seethed, preparing to launch another attack on Son Gohan. Suddenly, Son Goku called out to Frieza, "Frieza, your opponent is me." Upon hearing this, Frieza turned his attention to Son Goku. "Son Goku, if you seek death so eagerly, then I shall oblige." Frieza, with a flicker of his form, swiftly approached Son Goku and launched an assault. Son Goku clenched his fists and engaged in combat with Frieza, causing the ground to erupt in a cloud of dust. Boom. After a brief exchange of blows, Son Goku tightened his right fist and delivered a powerful punch, sending Frieza hurtling into the mountains behind him. With an enraged cry, Frieza emerged from the mountain, striking back at Son Goku. Goku deftly evaded, pivoting to deliver a heavy blow to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza let out a piercing scream, spewing forth a mouthful of bitter energy. Subsequently, Goku thrust his right foot forward, kicking Frieza away towards the mountain once more, lifting a massive cloud of dust in the process. As the dust settled, Frieza was pinned against the mountain in a cross-shaped position. How infuriating! Frieza bellowed, quickly extricating himself from the mountain's grasp. "Frieza, will you not unleash your true strength?" Goku challenged. Frieza snorted disdainfully. "Very well, Goku, I shall reveal my true power as you wish." With that, Frieza clenched his hands tightly, radiating an overwhelming energy that surged upward. A circular shield soon enveloped Frieza, and the ground for miles around trembled violently under the influence of his aura, sending countless stones and dust into the air. "What an immense power!" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Boom. At that moment, the ground fractured around Frieza, and the sea for miles began to churn violently. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the heavens. "Ah!" Frieza howled, as the long spikes on his body gradually receded, transforming into his diminutive third form. Boom. Once the transformation was complete, Frieza released the accumulated energy surrounding him. "Apologies for the wait. I seldom assumed this form, hence the delay." Goku chuckled. "Frieza, I must say, your final form is quite petite." Goku remarked with a grin. "You can only talk back at this moment, Goku," Frieza declared, raising his right index finger and unleashing a barrage of death beams towards Goku. "Here comes that move again." Goku raised his right hand, deflecting Frieza's beams to the ground, which erupted in another cloud of dust. Swish! Frieza's form flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Son Goku. Goku swiftly turned, delivering a forceful kick forward. Frieza blocked with his left hand, retreating a few steps. "Huh!" Goku shouted, his fist striking like lightning as he attacked Frieza. Frieza nimbly evaded to the left and right, avoiding Goku's strikes. Observing this, Goku lifted his right leg, aiming a series of kicks towards Frieza's head. Frieza dodged while simultaneously counterattacking Goku. Swish! Boom! 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 After a brief moment, the figures of the two combatants flashed simultaneously, soaring into the air to engage in battle. Chapter 29. The Tenfold King's Fist. Their speed was so astonishing that the sky was filled with their fleeting apparitions. Bang! The two clenched their right fists, striking forcefully against one another in midair. Instantly, a tremendous gust of wind emanated from their hands. Subsequently, they swiftly retracted their fists, launching fresh assaults at each other. The sound of their intense clash reverberated once more through the skies. Swish! Frieza flicked his tail forward, ensnaring Goku's body. Goku exerted all his strength to break free from Frieza's grasp. With a powerful thrust of his hands, Frieza struck Goku across the face. Goku immediately let out a series of anguished cries. Frieza, with a cold smirk, abruptly halted his onslaught, just as he reveled in his triumph. Goku suddenly bit down hard on Frieza's tail. Crack! With a sharp sound, Frieza's tail was bitten crimson. Frieza let out a loud wail as he retracted his tail. Seizing the opportunity, Goku delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. Bang! With a resounding impact, Frieza was sent crashing to the ground like a projectile, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing. Moments later, Frieza, his face contorted with fury, rose from the ground and charged at Goku once more. The two resumed their fierce aerial battle. After a while, they both descended to the ground, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a smile crept onto Frieza's face. Goku, it seems your strength is merely this much. Merely this much? What do you mean by that, Frieza? Goku retorted. Frieza chuckled softly. To be honest, I have only exerted 3% of my power. 3%? Indeed. If I were to unleash half of my strength, I could easily obliterate you. 3%. Vegeta's expression turned grave upon hearing this. However, seeing Gohan's calm demeanor remained unchanged, he felt reassured. If Goku, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, could force Frieza into his final form, then Gohan, who could indeed transform into a Super Saiyan, would undoubtedly be capable of defeating Frieza. Then go ahead and unleash half of your power. Goku challenged. Frieza smirked. Very well, Goku. Allow me to showcase my 50% power. As he spoke, Frieza clenched his fists tightly, emanating an overwhelming aura that surged upwards. The ground trembled violently under the weight of Frieza's rising energy. 4%, 5%, 6%. Frieza announced the increasing percentage of his power. Vegeta and Piccolo, feeling the magnitude of Frieza's escalating energy, instinctively tightened their fists. Both had once been adversaries of Goku, harboring thoughts of defeating him. Currently, the disparity in strength between them is vast, naturally stirring feelings of discontent within their hearts. On planet North Kai, the North Kai observed with growing concern as Frieza prepared to unleash half of his power, casting a shadow of worry over Son Goku. On planet Namek, as Frieza's energy surged, Goku's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. 48%, 49%, 50%. At that moment, Frieza elevated his power to 50%. Clenching his fists, he released the energy that had gathered around him. Very well, Son Goku, let us begin. Upon hearing this, Goku assumed a battle-ready stance. With a light chuckle, Frieza lunged towards Goku with the speed of lightning. Goku shouted and thrust his fists forward. Suddenly, Frieza vanished from sight, reappearing behind Goku. Sensing the shift, Goku turned back only to be met by a massive fist hurtling toward him. He raised his hands in defense, stumbling backward a few steps. In an instant, Frieza appeared before Goku, executing a whirlwind kick that sent Goku crashing to the ground. Goku performed a backflip, retreating further. Frieza sneered, summoning a red aura that aimed at Goku. Before Goku could react, he found himself ensnared by a sphere of energy, immobilized. With a light laugh, Frieza swiftly approached Goku and delivered a powerful upward kick. Bang! Goku was sent soaring into the air like a soccer ball. Frieza flickered into position above him, delivering a kick to the sphere that held Goku captive. Goku let out a cry as he plummeted from the sky. With a resounding crash, Goku struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. As the dust settled, a substantial crater formed beneath him. Frieza chuckled lightly, gazing towards the molten lava in the distance. Farewell, Son Goku, he declared, kicking forcefully towards Goku, sending him hurtling towards the lava. Vegeta, witnessing this, became exceedingly anxious. Though he harbored no fondness for Goku, the latter had spared him once and had just saved him again. Thus, he did not wish for Goku's demise. Bang! Just as Goku's body was about to collide with the lava, he suddenly regained mobility and escaped into the air. Goku exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. That was a close call. The North Kai, relieved at this turn of events, transmitted a message to Goku. Goku, with your current strength, you cannot defeat him. I suggest you let Gohan take over. I understand, but I still wish to fight him for a while longer. Very well. Frieza, seeing Goku's escape, was not surprised. Instead, a faint smile crossed his face. Goku, I see you have concealed your power, but even if you unleash your full strength, you will not be my match. I understand, but I still wish to give it a try, exclaimed Son Goku, his fists clenched tightly as a crimson aura enveloped him. Kaioken times 10. With a mighty roar, Son Goku transformed into a flash of red light, charging towards Frieza. In an instant, Frieza evaded, appearing behind Son Goku and delivering a powerful strike with both fists aimed at him. Son Goku let out a cry of anguish, swiftly turning to retaliate. Yet, Frieza's figure flickered again, now positioned to Goku's left, launching a kick at him. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Frieza's speed was so astonishing that Goku's Kaioken times 10 could not land a hit. At that moment, Goku comprehended the truth in Frieza's earlier words. Chapter 30. The Elimination of Frieza. With a heavy kick, Frieza sent Goku tumbling into the sea beyond the island. Gohan, your father has unleashed his full strength. Perhaps it is time for you to intervene? Piccolo suggested. Just a moment. Gohan replied. Suddenly, the ocean surged violently as an immense wave was summoned by the powerful aura emanating from the submerged Son Goku. Panting heavily, Goku stood exhausted upon the water's surface. Vegeta, witnessing this, clenched his teeth in disbelief. That fool cockroach still possesses energy. Frieza, observing the scene, let out his signature chilling laugh. Goku, even with your desperate resistance, it is futile. You are no longer my match. I know, but I still wish to unleash my full power and see how we fare in battle. Frieza scoffed. Very well, then show me your full strength. Goku nodded and clenched his fists tightly as a crimson flame erupted around him once more. Kaioken times 20. With another mighty shout, he transformed into a red flash, hurtling towards Frieza. Bang! Frieza was taken aback, unable to react as Goku's fist sent him soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Goku swiftly drew his hands back, gathering a blue energy wave to hurl at Frieza. In midair, Frieza regained his composure and raised his hand to deflect Goku's energy wave. As the energy dissipated, Frieza maintained his stance, a layer of charred residue on his palm. His eyes seething with fury directed at Goku. He was injured, and it was at the hands of the Saiyan he loathed the most. With this thought, Frieza raised his index finger, preparing to strike Goku. That's enough, Gohan exclaimed, suddenly appearing beside his father. Goku was gasping for breath, utterly drained of energy. Gohan nodded. Father, leave the rest to me. All right, Goku affirmed. Frieza sneered. You little one, our son Goku's son, correct? Indeed, and what of it? Gohan replied. Oh, nothing much. It seems all you Saiyans have gathered, making it quite convenient for me to eliminate you all at once. Gohan smiled confidently. Let us see if you possess such capability. Frieza seethed with fury, unleashing a barrage of death beams from his right index finger towards Gohan. In an instant, Gohan teleported, bringing Goku to the Shadow Axe. What? Frieza gasped in astonishment. Gohan had managed to teleport to the Shadow Axe right beneath his nose. Enraged, Frieza directed his death beams at the Shadow Axe. At that moment, hundreds of Shadow Axes materialized in front, forming a circular shield. Frieza's death beams struck the surface, which was promptly absorbed by the manifested axes. Then, Gohan teleported, appearing directly before Frieza. Taken aback, Frieza's expression turned serious. Gohan took a deep breath and summoned 3 white specters resembling himself. These were the gum spirits. Goku stared in bewilderment. Piccolo, what is this? I have no idea. Piccolo replied, equally astonished. Frieza, witnessing this, was also taken aback, as it was his first encounter with such a technique. Count off, Gohan commanded. The 3 gum spirits promptly lined up and began to count in unison. 1, 2, 3. Although Frieza remained unaware of Gohan's intentions, he was determined to thwart them. He gathered a powerful energy wave in his right hand and aimed it at the gum spirits. Gohan swiftly evaded the attack. Boom. The energy wave detonated upon impact with the ground, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. The 3 gum spirits deftly dodged, rushing towards Frieza like a tempest. Frieza smirked coldly, teleporting in front of the approaching spirits and launching a punch at one of them. Bang! Just as Frieza's fist connected with the gum spirit, a smile crept across its visage. Instantly, the gum spirit radiated a brilliant golden light before exploding. The other 2 gum spirits, witnessing this, charged into the explosion, colliding with Frieza's body. Boom! Boom! The 2 gum spirits detonated, eliciting a piercing scream of agony from Frieza. After a moment, as the smoke began to clear, Frieza lay on the ground, battered and bloodied, with a trickle of crimson staining his lips. His furious gaze was fixed on Gohan. For the first time since his birth, he had sustained such grave injuries, inflicted by a mere child of the Saiyan race. With this thought, Frieza scrambled to his feet. Frieza, you are no match for me. I advise you to leave this planet. No match for me. Frieza roared in rage. Leave. Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Gohan intended to spare Frieza. Not only Vegeta, but Piccolo too shared this sentiment. As Namekian was his home planet, Frieza's invasion to seize the Dragon Balls was something Piccolo could not abide. Moreover, Frieza possesses formidable strength, rendering him exceedingly perilous. This time, Gohan has spared him, but it is certain he shall return with renewed vigor. However, both Vegeta and Piccolo are overthinking the situation. Gohan's decision to let him go stems from an acknowledgement of Goku's compassionate nature. By expressing this sentiment, Goku would undoubtedly perceive Gohan as benevolent. Yet, as a devoted Dragon Ball aficionado, he is acutely aware that Frieza would never accept such goodwill. Frieza, much like Vegeta, harbors an immense sense of pride. Nodding, Gohan affirmed this thought. Suddenly, Frieza clenched his fists and charged at Gohan. In a swift motion, Gohan vanished, reappearing behind Frieza and launching him into the air with a powerful kick. Immediately, he clasped his hands together and proclaimed, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced in Gohan's hands, hurtling towards Frieza, suspended in the sky. With a start, Frieza raised his hands to defend against the Kamehameha wave. Huh! Gohan shouted, unleashing the full force of his attack. With a resounding explosion, the Kamehameha wave detonated in the atmosphere. No! Frieza bellowed, his body being torn apart by the fierce storm generated by the explosion. After a brief moment, tranquility returned to the sky. Vegeta stood transfixed, gazing upwards. Has he been obliterated? Chapter 31, Return to Earth. Piccolo, witnessing this, remained silent. Just moments ago, Gohan had stated his intention to spare Frieza, yet in the blink of an eye, he had eradicated him. What of your kindness? Goku felt a twinge of regret. Though Frieza was no paragon of virtue, he was undeniably a formidable adversary. At that moment, Gohan flew in from the distance. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, shall we return? Indeed. Both Goku and Piccolo nodded in unison. Wait. Vegeta suddenly interjected. What is it, Vegeta? Goku inquired. Kakarot, are you heading back to Earth? Yes, Goku replied. In your spaceship? We have no spaceship. Gohan used instant transmission to bring us here. Instant transmission? Yes. In simple terms, it is a technique that allows one to teleport by sensing ki. Kakarot, I heard that Namekian say Gohan can transform into a Super Saiyan now? Indeed, what of it? I wish to witness the Super Saiyan transformation. You desire to battle Gohan? Vegeta remained silent, contemplating. Gohan could defeat him with a mere finger. Engaging in combat with Gohan would be akin to courting death. Kakarot, what I mean is, I want to see Gohan's transformation. Oh, so you don't wish to fight Gohan? Goku chuckled. Then Gohan, why not transform for Vegeta? Gohan glanced at Vegeta and replied, I am willing to transform into a Super Saiyan, but I have a small condition. What condition? Very simple. You must follow my lead and learn. Learn? Yes. Son Gohan spoke, his expression suddenly turning grave. In order to prevent the destruction of the world, Vegeta, chant after me. In order to prevent the destruction of the world. Vegeta's voice was stiff. In order to protect the peace of the universe. In order to protect the peace of the universe. Vegeta's face flushed crimson. It was his first time reciting such a shameful line. But for the sake of the Super Saiyan, he endured. Embodying love and true evil. Embodying love and true evil. Charming and delightful heroes. Charming and delightful heroes. I, Son Gohan. I, Son Gohan. Vegeta, you should say. I, Vegeta. I, Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Seeing this, Son Goku couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kakarot. Vegeta shot an infuriated glare at Kakarot. We are the rocket team traversing the galaxy. We are the rocket team traversing the galaxy. A white hole. A bright tomorrow awaits us. A white hole. A bright tomorrow awaits us. That's how it is, meow. That's how it is, meow. Is that enough? Vegeta's face had turned an intense shade of red. If Raditz and the others were alive to hear the lines he just recited, they would surely die laughing. Enough. Son Gohan, can you transform into a Super Saiyan for me now? Son Gohan nodded. Huh. With a mighty shout, a golden aura enveloped Son Gohan. His hair standing upright in golden spikes, his eyes transforming to a light green. This was indeed the Super Saiyan. Is this truly the Super Saiyan? Vegeta gasped in astonishment. Son Gohan's aura was now hundreds of times more potent than that of Frieza moments before. At this moment, he finally understood why Son Gohan had remained so calm earlier. The two were simply not on the same level. Noticing this, Son Gohan immediately reverted to his normal state. Then, Dad, shall we return? Son Goku nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan promptly shrank his shadow battle axe to the size of his palm, and, with a swift instant transmission, brought Goku and Piccolo along with him. Kakarot, Son Gohan. I will train harder and surpass both of you. Vegeta clenched his fists, speaking resolutely to himself. Earth. At this moment, Son Goku and the others had already returned to the forest where the Namekians had gathered. Krillin approached them, asking, Goku, how did it go on Namek? Frieza has been defeated by Gohan. Defeated. A nearby Namekian rushed over upon hearing this. Son Gohan, you truly defeated Frieza? Indeed. Son Goku affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, the Namekians immediately surrounded Son Gohan. Son Gohan, you are indeed impressive. Yes, he defeated Frieza at just 6 years old. He will surely grow even stronger. Not a big deal. Son Gohan laughed, scratching his head. Many younger Namekians gathered around, drawn by the excitement. This also includes Tion from the original Dragon Ball. So, Goku, did you fight against Frieza? Goku nodded. That guy's strength is incredibly formidable. Had it not been for Gohan, I fear I would have perished at his hands. Is that so? What a pity that my strength is too feeble. Otherwise, I would genuinely like to see what that fellow looks like. Upon hearing this, Gohan chuckled awkwardly. If Krillin were aware that his counterpart in the original story was killed by Frieza's self-detonation, he would likely refrain from such remarks. Additionally, I encountered Vegeta on Namek. Vegeta? Indeed. For some inexplicable reason, that fellow suddenly appeared on Namek. Did he fight against you? No, and moreover, he is not a match for us. That is true. After conversing for a while, Gohan went to meet the Grand Elder. Gohan, you've arrived. Gohan nodded. Grand Elder, I have eradicated Frieza, but he has numerous subordinates. I fear they may seek vengeance against you, so it would be prudent for you to use your Dragon Balls to relocate your planet. Very well. The Grand Elder agreed. Then, Grand Elder, gather all the Namekians. I will use instant transmission to transport you back. Thank you for your assistance. Shortly thereafter, all the Namekians assembled. Utilizing the clone he left on Namek, Gohan executed instant transmission, bringing them back to Namek. We have returned. Upon returning to Namek, all the Namekians appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Witnessing this, Gohan executed instant transmission back to Earth. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. The news of Frieza's demise had been reported to his father, King Cold, by Frieza's subordinates. However, King Cold found it implausible that Frieza could fall to a Saiyan, prompting him to dispatch his men to Namek. Chapter 32, The Smartphone. On Earth, atop the Korin Tower, Goku and Piccolo were engaged in a fierce spar in the sky. Meanwhile, Gohan, feeling somewhat bored from daily training, sat cross-legged on the grass alone. Suddenly, an idea struck Gohan, and he retrieved an ancient mirror from the system. This was none other than the Mirror of Heaven. Upon its unveiling, 3 figures swiftly materialized within the mirror. One of them was short with blue skin, donning a small round hat, none other than Pilaf, the antagonist from the first part of Dragon Ball. The other 2 were his subordinates, Shu and Mai. At that moment, the trio was constructing a battle robot. Although Pilaf had yet to succeed in gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, he remained undeterred in his ambition to dominate and fulfill his dreams. Upon seeing the 3, Gohan instinctively touched the surface of the Mirror of Heaven, and in an instant, he was transported before Pilaf and his companions. Startled by Gohan's sudden appearance, Pilaf exclaimed, "Who are you?" Gohan smiled and replied, "My name is Gohan." Gohan. That name sounds quite familiar. Indeed. His name bears a striking resemblance to that of the legendary Sun Wukong, Ashu remarked, stroking his chin. Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this name, their expressions immediately shifted to one of dread. For Sun Wukong was indeed the nightmare that haunted them all. Had it not been for him, they would have long since gathered the Dragon Balls and ruled the entire world. Do you know my father? Your father. The trio staggered back in alarm at this revelation. Indeed, Gohan said, stepping forward to the robot the 3 had constructed. Is this the robot you made? Yes. What purpose does this robot serve? Oh, nothing in particular. Just for fun. Pilaf chuckled awkwardly. Yes, just for fun. Xiao echoed. Is that so? Could you assist me in crafting a mobile phone? A mobile phone? Yes. Gohan declared as he picked up a sheet of paper and sketched a smartphone. The Dragon Ball anime was conceived in the late 80s and early 90s. Thus, Akira Toriyama's understanding of mobile phones was limited to those of his era. Consequently, the Dragon Ball Earth lacked smartphones until the later series, Dragon Ball Super. What is this phone? Why are there no buttons? It is called a smartphone. A smartphone? Yes, it is operated via a touchscreen, eliminating the need for buttons. A touchscreen? Gohan nodded. By the way, I have been chatting with you for quite some time, and still do not know your names. My name is Pilaf. I am Xiao, as in the dance. I am Ashu, as in repairing air conditioners. Pilaf, Ashu, sister Xiao. Wait. Why do you refer to Xiao as sister, but call us by our names? Pilaf's displeasure was evident. Gohan glanced at the 2. You are about my height. I assumed you were children too. What did you say? Pilaf's irritation flared. Calm down, King Pilaf. Ashu and Xiao hurriedly restrained him. It's all right, King Pilaf. He is merely a child, so do not take offense. Indeed. Pilaf huffed in response, falling silent. Now, Pilaf and Ashu, let us continue our discussion about mobile phones. Mobile phones. Yes, in addition to touchscreen functionality, I wish to share other features of this phone. Other features? Yes, this phone includes Bluetooth, location tracking, and internet connectivity. Gohan elaborated on the myriad applications of smartphones. Initially, Pilaf had intended to concoct a rudimentary phone to placate Gohan. However, upon realizing the vast potential of the smartphone market, he felt a stir of ambition. The only dilemma was that they had never created such a device before, which might prove time-consuming. If he managed to produce this phone, we could promote it extensively and develop a plethora of mobile applications. We can assist in making the phone, but how will we address the issue of mobile networks? Fear not, I shall enlist Aunt Bulma's help for that. Bulma, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation? Xiao inquired. Indeed. Well then, I shall take my leave. Pilaf nodded eagerly, wishing for Gohan to depart. In an instant, Gohan vanished. He disappeared. Asu exclaimed, while Xiao nodded in agreement. But, King Pilaf, are we truly going to assist that little brat in creating a smartphone? Pilaf affirmed with a nod. Are we not searching for the Dragon Balls instead? Asu inquired. Certainly not. Pilaf replied, tapping Asu on the head. If we can successfully produce a smartphone, as that little brat suggested, we could amass a considerable fortune to fund our quest for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence in West City, she lounged leisurely in a chair in her backyard, perusing a newspaper when a figure suddenly appeared before her. Gohan. Aunt Bulma. Upon hearing Gohan's voice, Bulma peered over the newspaper. Gohan, what brings you here today? Gohan smiled and replied, Aunt Bulma, I would like your assistance in increasing the gravity in my training room to 500 times. 500 times. Bulma gasped. But Gohan, I just helped you raise it to 300 times not long ago. That's all right, Aunt Bulma. I've fully acclimated to 300 times now. Bulma, slightly puzzled, asked, by the way, didn't your mother want you to focus on your studies? Has she stopped insisting on that? Gohan chuckled awkwardly. You really know how to hit the nail on the head. No, I actually have a doppelganger at home studying in my place. A doppelganger? Yes, Gohan said, plucking a strand of his hair and transforming it into his double. 2 Gohans. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Gohan chuckled. Aunt Bulma, the other one is my doppelganger. So, Gohan, can this doppelganger do anything for you? It can, but it has one flaw. What flaw? It doesn't require food, drink, or other bodily functions like we do. Bulma was speechless. Is that really a flaw? That sounds more like an advantage. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that if Gohan's doppelganger was being fed by Chi-Chi while studying, it would be easily discovered. Chapter 33, Super Saiyan 2. So Gohan, if you let your doppelganger study for you, won't you be completely oblivious to what you're learning? Gohan smiled and replied, as long as the doppelganger returns to being a strand of hair, I can access the memories of that day. That's impressive. Gohan, could you teach me this doppelganger technique? I can, but it requires energy. Aunt Bulma, since you haven't practiced martial arts, you might need to start training first. I see, perhaps I'll pass on that. Aunt Bulma, you must keep the doppelganger technique a secret. Understood. Bulma nodded. As for the gravity room, can we address that? I'm taking a break today. I'll assist you with it tomorrow. All right. Gohan nodded. Aunt Bulma, I shall take my leave. Very well. Bulma nodded. Upon witnessing this, Gohan instantaneously transported himself back to the Kaioken mountain. Gohan, Piccolo exclaimed, soaring over from a distance. Where have you been? I went to Aunt Bulma's. I asked her to enhance the gravity in the gravity chamber. Piccolo, upon hearing this, refrained from further inquiries. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. After dedicating her time, Bulma finally elevated the gravity in Gohan's chamber to 500 times that of Earth. All right, Gohan, I've upgraded the gravity chamber to 500 times. Gohan nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. However, increasing the gravity becomes increasingly challenging, so you must utilize this 500 times gravity for an extended period. I understand. Aunt Bulma, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yes. Bulma nodded affirmatively. With that, Gohan transported himself back to the Kaioken mountain. In the vast universe, on a desolate planet, a solitary figure was performing single-finger push-ups. This man was none other than Vegeta. 9999, 10,000. Vegeta declared, exerting force on his right index finger, propelling himself off the ground. No, relying solely on this training. Even if I trained my entire life, I could never catch up to Kakarot and the others. With determination, Vegeta turned his gaze towards his spaceship. A moment later, he departed the planet aboard his spacecraft. 2 months swiftly elapsed. With the gravity chamber now capable of reaching 500 times, Gohan found himself augmenting his battle power by 10 million each day. His base battle power had now reached an astonishing 2 billion. At this moment, Gohan stood on a grassy field atop Kaioken Mountain, while Goku and Piccolo observed from a distance. Suddenly, Gohan clenched his fists, emanating an overwhelmingly formidable aura. Boom! A golden blaze erupted around him, his hair transforming into a golden hue, standing upright, and his eyes turning a light green. This was the Super Saiyan transformation. As Gohan transformed, Krillin, who was on Earth, sensed the immense energy but assumed Gohan was merely training, thus he did not pay it much heed. Just then, Gohan clenched his fists once more, unleashing an even more powerful aura that surged upward. The ground of Kaioken Mountain trembled violently under the influence of Gohan's energy. The grass beneath his feet was swept up, forming a vortex. Such overwhelming energy. At this moment, Krillin, who sensed Gohan's aura again, displayed a look of astonishment. With a thunderous roar, Gohan's energy skyrocketed, the golden flame around him igniting like a blaze, his hair standing even more erect, and as he released energy, lightning crackled around him. This was the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Boom. Upon completing his transformation, Son Gohan immediately released the energy that had gathered around his body. Is this the transformation that surpasses the Super Saiyan? Piccolo inquired, glancing at Gohan. Indeed. Son Gohan nodded affirmatively. I have named this transformation Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan confirmed, returning to his normal state. Just then, Son Goku and the others suddenly sensed a powerful energy approaching Earth from beyond. That energy belonged to Vegeta. Vegeta? Piccolo nodded. It seems to be his energy. But why has he suddenly come to Earth? I don't know. Piccolo shook his head. Should we go take a look? Absolutely. With that, the three of them swiftly flew towards the location where Vegeta's spaceship was about to land. A short while later, Vegeta's spaceship touched down on Earth. He emerged from the craft and soared toward Goku and the others. Long time no see, Vegeta. Goku greeted him with a warm smile. Vegeta merely scoffed, remaining silent. Noticing this, Goku paid it no mind. Vegeta, why have you suddenly come to Earth? Are you here to challenge me? No, I have come to train on Earth. Training on Earth? So, does that mean you will be residing here? Indeed. Vegeta nodded. Where will you stay then? I don't know. Kakarot. Have you already mastered the Super Saiyan form? Yes. Goku nodded. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists. Had he known, he would have come to train on Earth much sooner. So, Kakarot, could you share how you achieved the Super Saiyan transformation in such a short time? How did I train? Goku pondered for a moment. I trained in the gravity room alongside Gohan and the others. The gravity room? Yes, it was created by Bulma, and it can increase gravity up to 500 times. 500 times gravity. Where is this gravity room now? Goku pointed towards the nearby gravity room. That is the gravity room. Kakarot, where is Bulma now? Bulma is in West City. Can you take me to find her? I can. But what do you need her for? I want her to help me build a gravity room. All right, I will take you. But you must promise me that you will not harm Bulma. Fine, I promise. Vegeta readily agreed without hesitation. He was solely focused on becoming stronger to surpass Goku and the others. Goku then led Vegeta to Bulma's home, with Gohan and Piccolo following closely behind. Chapter 34. The smartphone is ready. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she was leisurely reclining on a beach chair, perusing the latest fashion magazine. Suddenly, four figures descended from the sky. These four were Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, and Vegeta. Goku! Bulma exclaimed. Bulma nodded in acknowledgement. Goku, who is he? This is Vegeta. Vegeta. Bulma gasped in surprise. Is he the Saiyan who intends to invade our Earth? Indeed. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully upon hearing this. Then why have you brought him here? He seeks your assistance in constructing a gravity chamber. A gravity chamber? Bulma's anger surged instantly. Goku, I am not your family's laborer. I am under no obligation to assist you for free. Bulma, it is Vegeta who requested your help with the chamber, not us. Does it make a difference? I refuse to do it. How infuriating. Vegeta felt a surge of indignation. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, when had he ever been so humiliated? What do you intend to do? Bulma's heart raced as she observed Vegeta's furious expression. Vegeta, sensing her unease, swiftly suppressed his anger. Phew. Bulma exhaled in relief. By the way, Bulma, Vegeta possesses a spaceship. Perhaps you could persuade him to give it to you? A spaceship. Bulma's interest piqued immediately. Yes. Gohan chimed in. Bulma turned to Vegeta. If you can help me with the gravity chamber, I shall grant you that spaceship. It's a deal. Then, Bulma, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave, Goku said. All right. Goku promptly led Gohan and the others back to their home on West City. Only Vegeta remained in Bulma's yard. As he lingered, Bulma grew anxious about her earlier words. With Goku and the others present, she had felt safe, but now, alone as a fragile woman, how could she possibly be a match for him? He wouldn't dare do anything reckless, would he? Bulma pondered silently. Just then, Vegeta suddenly addressed her, inferior Earthwoman. How long will it take to complete the gravity chamber? Bulma, incensed, retorted, I am not an inferior Earthwoman. My name is Bulma. Do you understand? She emphatically pointed her finger at Vegeta's chest. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. And if you dare act improperly towards me, I will summon Goku and the others back immediately. Humph. Vegeta snorted. I care not what you are called. I simply wish to know how long it will take to complete the gravity chamber. Bulma huffed in response. If you desire my assistance in constructing the gravity chamber, you shall treat me with respect. Otherwise, even if you threaten my life, I will not help you. Vegeta, seething, grimaced. Bulma, is it acceptable if I call you Bulma? That is more like it. It will take approximately 2 weeks to build a new gravity chamber. Additionally, bring your spaceship to my home. I intend to convert it into the gravity chamber. Understood. Vegeta declared before soaring into the sky. Thus, Vegeta settled on Earth. After 2 weeks, the gravity chamber was completed, and Vegeta began his training. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Pilaf and his gang, after 6 months of diligent research, had finally brought to life the smartphone that Son Gohan had described. The prolonged duration was attributed to the design schematics and a lack of materials and funds. At this moment, they were rejoicing over the completion of their smartphone. King Pilaf, we have succeeded. Pilaf nodded in acknowledgement. Next, we simply need to establish a factory to mass-produce these smartphones and reap substantial profits. King Pilaf, should we inform Son Gohan about our achievement? Upon hearing this, Pilaf promptly tapped Asu on the head. Are you foolish? This is the fruit of our tireless efforts. Why would we share it with Son Gohan? Asu, covering his head with his hand, replied, King Pilaf, could you refrain from hitting my head all the time? If I don't strike your thick skull, will you ever come to your senses? At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the trio. It was none other than Son Gohan. Son Gohan. The three were taken aback at his sudden appearance. Son Gohan surveyed the surroundings and asked, Pilaf, when did you change your workplace without informing me? Internally, Pilaf mused. I changed to this place precisely to avoid you. Despite his thoughts, he maintained a cheerful facade. We were so engrossed in our research that we forgot to tell you. Oh, has the phone been completed? We're almost there. Pilaf replied with a grin. Is that so? May I see the almost finished smartphone? Well, Pilaf, feeling a bit guilty, nevertheless handed the phone to Son Gohan. Here. Son Gohan activated the smartphone and noted its responsive touchscreen and smooth operation. Pilaf, this phone seems quite good. Are there any issues? The speaker isn't optimal. I wish to make further improvements. That's all right. I'll take it to Aunt Bulma for her assistance in enhancing it. But Bulma, this is the result of our relentless research. Don't worry, Pilaf. I'm merely showing it to Aunt Bulma. You are still the creators of this phone. Fine, but you must return it to me. Of course. With that, Son Gohan executed an instant transmission and vanished. Asu exclaimed. He disappeared again. King Pilaf, do you think Gohan will return the phone? Asked Xiaowu. I have no idea. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she was strolling in her yard when a figure suddenly materialized in the air. It was Son Gohan. Gohan, Bulma greeted him with a nod as he descended gracefully. Gohan, what brings you here today? Aunt Bulma, I have something to show you. Son Gohan said, producing the smartphone. What is this? This is a smartphone. A smartphone? Son Gohan proceeded to activate it, revealing its touchscreen capabilities. Indeed, he affirmed with a nod. Where did you acquire this phone, Gohan? Chapter 35, Mass Production of Smartphones. I had someone assist me in creating it. Created it? Who aided you? His name is Pilaf. Pilaf? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Yet, if he can produce such a phone, he must possess considerable skill. Indeed, Gohan nodded. Where is he now? He is at a house on the outskirts of West City. The outskirts of West City? Gohan nodded again. So, Gohan, you're not merely showing me this phone, are you? Gohan smiled and replied, of course not. I wish for Aunt Bulma to assist in mass producing this phone. Are you implying that you want me to help produce this phone? Gohan nodded affirmatively. Bulma pondered for a moment and said, I could help. But why do you wish to produce this phone? Isn't it obvious? It's to make money. Make money? Yes. With money, my mother wouldn't have to worry about finances. And perhaps I wouldn't be pressured into becoming a scholar. I see. I can arrange for someone to help you manufacture the phone. But you must bring Pilaf to me so I can understand the components and materials involved. Alright. Also, since this phone will be produced through my connections, if it turns a profit, I expect half. Understood. Gohan chuckled awkwardly. Aunt Bulma, I shall go fetch Pilaf now. Very well. In a flash, Gohan teleported to the house on the outskirts of West City. Gohan. He nodded in acknowledgement. Pilaf, Asu, Xiaowu, I have discussed with Aunt Bulma, and she will assist in manufacturing the phone. If it sells, you three will each receive 25%. 25%? On what grounds? We three are the ones who created this phone. Why should we only receive 25%? Pilaf exclaimed indignantly. Do you have the funds to run a factory? Gohan inquired. Pilaf fell silent at that remark. Moreover, Aunt Bulma's company is a large enterprise. With her help and promotion, our phone is certain to sell remarkably. Even 25% would amount to billions. Billions. The trio fantasized about their lives after acquiring wealth, even drooling at the thought. Ahem. After a moment of daydreaming, Pilaf cleared his throat and, adopting a serious expression, addressed Gohan. Gohan, I apologize for my earlier thoughts. It was entirely my mistake. Gohan smiled. It's all right. So, Gohan, when can the factory commence operations? Pilaf was eager to witness the mass production of the phones he had a hand in creating, dreaming of becoming a renowned entrepreneur surrounded by beautiful companions daily. I came to find you for this reason. You sought me? Yes. Aunt Bulma wishes to know the materials and components for producing this phone, so she wants to meet you. Meet me? Upon hearing this, Pilaf's expression shifted to one of profound anxiety. He had once captured Sun Wukong and Bulma, so it was highly probable that she still recognized him. If Bulma were to identify him, he would risk losing 25% of his potential. Contemplating this, Pilaf immediately feigned illness to decline a meeting with Bulma, subsequently conveying the design schematics, materials, and components of the smartphone to Gohan. With no other option, Gohan took the designs and the detailed drawings of the materials and components that Pilaf had sketched and made his way back to Bulma's residence. Gohan, where is Pilaf? Bulma inquired. Aunt Bulma, he is feeling unwell and could not come. However, he entrusted me with the smartphone design schematics. Gohan replied, handing a substantial stack of papers to her. I see. Bulma exclaimed, promptly accepting the drawings and examining them closely. So, Aunt Bulma, how long will it take to mass produce this phone? Some components are unavailable in West City and must be sourced from elsewhere, so it will likely require about a week. She responded. Understood. Gohan nodded. By the way, Aunt Bulma, is Vegeta training in the gravity chamber? Indeed, that fellow spends all his time training. Except for eating and sleeping. He's just like your father. Bulma chuckled. Really? Gohan said, pulling a disc from his pocket and offering it to Bulma. Aunt Bulma, this is for you. Gohan, what is this? Bulma asked, puzzled. This is a video of Vegeta on Namek. Gohan replied with a smile. A video of Vegeta? Really? Just open it on your computer and you'll see. Gohan said cheerfully. Bulma, intrigued, went inside and connected the disc to her computer. As she opened the file, she was met with footage of Vegeta on the Namekian planet, attempting to recite lines from Team Rocket alongside Gohan. Upon witnessing the video, Bulma couldn't help but burst into laughter, even replaying it several times. Who would have imagined that the typically aloof Saiyan prince would share such lines with Gohan? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of West City, Ash and Mai were perplexed by Pilaf's earlier decision to avoid meeting Bulma. King Pilaf, why didn't you go to see Bulma? Ash asked. You two are fools. We once captured that woman, and if she discovers that this phone is our creation, we might lose that 25%. Pilaf retorted. Not give it. Ash and Mai's previous fantasies instantly evaporated at his words. What should we do, King Pilaf? Are we to abandon that 25%? Ash queried. Absolutely not. I was caught off guard by Gohan's unexpected visit this time. But next time, the three of us can disguise ourselves so that she won't recognize us. Pilaf declared confidently. Indeed, King Pilaf. It's only natural, or how could I be your leader? He added with a smirk. King Pilaf, do you know how to apply makeup? Mai asked. Pilaf turned to Mai. Well, you are a woman, so you should certainly know how to do so. Upon hearing Bulma's mother call him for dinner, Vegeta immediately ceased his training and exited the gravity chamber. As he stepped into the yard, he was greeted by Bulma, who wore a radiant smile. With a disdainful grunt, he continued on his path. At that moment, Bulma unexpectedly recited a phrase from Team Rocket: to protect the world from devastation, to unite all peoples within our nation. Hearing this, Vegeta momentarily halted his stride. Bulma, with a playful grin, remarked, "This phrase is quite familiar to you, isn't it?" Vegeta, gritting his teeth in irritation, retorted, "Bulma, who told you that?" "Guess," she replied. Chapter 36, The Driving Test. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed. "I needn't guess. It must have been that brat Gohan." "Exactly. And he even sent me a video." "A video?" Vegeta inquired, his anger flaring. "The one of you on Namek." Fuming, he snapped. "How dare that guy record a video of me?" "Bulma, where's that video now?" "What for? Do you want to delete it? Even if you erase it, Gohan will surely have a backup." Vegeta, seething, declared, "Bulma, you cannot show that video to anyone else, do you understand? Or else, I shall end you." "But my mom has already seen it," she protested. "I meant from this point onward." Vegeta shouted. "All right, I was just joking with you. Why so serious?" Bulma smiled. Vegeta huffed and turned away, silently vowing that once he surpassed Gohan in strength, he would deliver a thorough beating to him. At the Capsule Corp, Son Goku's residence, Son Gohan was enjoying his lunch when he suddenly felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed. "What's wrong, Gohan?" Chi-Chi inquired with concern. "I'm fine, Mom," he replied, though his mind wandered to whether Vegeta was cursing him. The following day, after a day of training with Goku and Piccolo, as usual, they removed their sweat-soaked clothing for Chi-Chi to wash. Upon seeing the discarded garments, Chi-Chi's expression darkened as she looked at the two of them. "Goku, all you do is train. You have no idea how hard I work for this family. Do you know that this morning, while grocery shopping, I was chased by a wild boar and nearly lost my life?" "But Chi-Chi, you can fight, can't you?" Goku replied. "My hands were full. How could I use my martial arts?" "All right, Chi-Chi, I know you work hard. Tomorrow, I will catch that wild boar for you to vent your frustrations." Goku exclaimed. "Is that the point?" Chi-Chi questioned. "Then what is the point?" "Goku, you should get your driver's license." "A driver's license?" "Yes. Once you have your license, you can drive me to West City. A couple next door has the husband drive his wife for groceries. And Piccolo, you should come along too." "Me?" Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. "Why am I getting dragged into this?" "Of course. You eat at my house every day. Shouldn't you join us?" Piccolo could only respond with silence. "I merely consumed a bit of water. In any case, both of you must obtain your driving licenses starting tomorrow." "Chi-Chi, does our home not possess the Nimbus? You could ride the Nimbus to fetch groceries. I have a fear of heights and find it uncomfortable to ride Nimbus. By the way, you could use Gohan's axe to take you shopping." "Gohan's axe?" "Indeed, that axe can change in size and also provides protection in times of danger." "Is such an axe truly available?" Son Wukong nodded. "Even so, I refuse to ride it." "Why not?" "Go ask Piccolo if he would venture out on an axe." "You would?" Piccolo nodded. "Piccolo is not a typical person. Regardless, I absolutely will not embark on an outing upon an axe. You two must attend driving school, or I shall cease cooking for you." "Well, fine then." Son Wukong reluctantly agreed. Chi-Chi then turned and walked into Gohan's room. "Mother." Chi-Chi nodded. "Gohan, I heard from Wukong that you possess an axe that can change size, correct? Are you referring to the Shadow Battle Axe?" "The Shadow Battle Axe?" "Yes. Might you lend me that Shadow Battle Axe?" "I can, but what do you intend to do with it?" "To hunt wild boar." Upon hearing this, Gohan broke into a cold sweat. He then retrieved the Shadow Battle Axe from the system. "Is this the Shadow Battle Axe?" Chi-Chi observed that the axe was no larger than her thumb, and she felt some doubt about its ability to fell a wild boar. Gohan nodded. "Shadow Battle Axe. Grow larger." No sooner had he spoken than the axe expanded considerably. Chi-Chi gasped in astonishment. "This axe truly can change in size." Gohan nodded. "From today onward, the Shadow Battle Axe shall accompany my mother, assisting in her protection, but it must not harm anyone and must obey her commands." Upon hearing this, the Shadow Battle Axe nodded as if it were a sentient being. Chi-Chi was astonished. "Gohan, does this axe truly understand human speech?" "Indeed." Gohan nodded. "So, Gohan, where did you acquire this axe?" "I found it." "Where did you find it?" "On Steamed Bun Mountain." The following day, Chi-Chi set out with the Shadow Battle Axe. And on her return journey, she encountered the wild boar from the previous day once more. At that moment, the wild boar was glaring fiercely at Chi-Chi. Seeing this, she composed herself and directed her gaze at the floating Shadow Battle Axe. "Shadow Battle Axe, fell that wild boar for today's meal." Upon receiving her command, the Shadow Battle Axe emitted a brilliant white light and swiftly decapitated the wild boar. Chi-Chi smiled slightly, placing the freshly slain boar atop the enlarged Shadow Battle Axe. The axe, witnessing this, felt a profound sense of irony. It was meant to be a weapon of slaughter, yet it had now transformed into a mere transport. What manner of master had it encountered? Time swiftly passed, and a week flew by. The production line for smartphones had been established and commenced mass production. On Steamed Bun Mountain, at Gohan's residence, Gohan had inadvertently revealed to son Wukong about their morning battle, arousing Chi-Chi's suspicion. In recent days, son Wukong has been diligently studying at home. Currently, he sits in his room, boredom etched upon his face, idly spinning a pencil in his hand. Suddenly, a series of knocks resound from the door. "Wukong, I'm coming in." Upon hearing the knocking, he straightens up and gazes at the examination papers laid out on his desk. The door swings open, revealing Chi-Chi, who enters carrying a platter of fresh apples, placing it on the table beside him. "Wukong, you've been working hard. Why not have an apple?" Chi-Chi offers, extending one of the apples towards him. "Oh, Mama, I'm really not in the mood to eat right now," son Wukong replies, mimicking the demeanor of his doppelganger. "Just one, Wukong." "All right then." He concedes, accepting the apple and taking a bite. "Perhaps I have been overly concerned," Chi-Chi muses silently, her smile unwavering as she gazes at him. "Well then, Wukong, continue your studies, and I'll step out for now." "Okay, Mama." With that, Chi-Chi exits his room. During this period, son Wukong's doppelganger has hardly touched water or fruit, prompting Chi-Chi's subtle test with the apple today. As she leaves, Wukong lets out a sigh of relief. Chi-Chi has been employing various methods to assess him over the past few days. Fortunately, his telepathy allows him insight into her thoughts. It seems that relying on the doppelganger is not a sustainable solution. It is time to have an earnest conversation with her. Son Wukong contemplates internally. "By the way, system, do you have the art of war?" "Master, I am a system, not a library." "I see. What do you need the art of war for?" "Oh, nothing much." Chapter 37, The Confrontation. Time swiftly passes, and a month has flown by. Thanks to the promotion by the Universal Capsule Corporation, smartphones have become the latest trend among the youth. During this month, son Wukong has collaborated with Pilaf and the others to develop several applications reminiscent of those from his previous life, such as WeChat and free novel platforms. Since the smartphones have only recently been released for sale, son Wukong and Pilaf have yet to receive their earnings from the sales. However, their developments have already generated substantial income. Many affluent individuals, recognizing the vast potential, have sought to purchase these applications from son Wukong, but he has consistently declined. Pilaf's creations are based on popular applications from his past life, and he is acutely aware of their value, making it unlikely that he would part with them lightly. Inside a restaurant in West City, son Wukong and Pilaf are celebrating the profits garnered over the past month. "Pilaf, this is fantastic. We've been raking in hundreds of thousands daily," exclaimed Xiaowu. "Hundreds of thousands? Just wait until our smartphones are ubiquitous across the globe. Millions daily will soon be commonplace." Pilaf responds with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, with such wealth, we shall be able to gather the Dragon Balls." Son Wukong interjects, "Dragon Balls?" "No, he means glass marbles. Asu has a penchant for collecting them." "Is that so?" "Indeed, Gohan, we have yet to express our gratitude. Without your assistance, we could never have amassed such wealth," exclaimed Pilaf, promptly raising his glass filled with juice. Ash and Mai, upon witnessing this, followed suit and lifted their glasses. "Cheers," Pilaf declared, downing his drink in one swift motion. Gohan and his companions mirrored the action, consuming their juice in unison. Subsequently, the trio immersed themselves in the development of software and the newly established company. So engrossed were they in their endeavors that they completely forgot about gathering the Dragon Balls. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Gohan's power significantly increased, reaching an astounding battle strength of 4.5 billion in his normal state. At that moment, Gohan sat anxiously in his living room, contemplating how to disclose the existence of his company to Chi-Chi. "Gohan, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" she inquired. "Mother, I have actually started a company." "A company? Gohan, you must be jesting. You are only 7 years old. How could you possibly run a company?" Just then, a series of knocks resonated from the door. "Wait a moment, I shall answer it," Chi-Chi said, rushing to open the door. Upon opening the door, Chi-Chi was greeted by 2 impeccably dressed gentlemen, each carrying a black briefcase. "Good day, may I inquire who you are?" "Hello, we are employees of Mr. Sun's company, and we have come at his behest today." "Mr. Sun?" Chi-Chi exclaimed, turning to Gohan with an incredulous expression. "You mean to say that the Mr. Sun you refer to as Gohan?" "Indeed." One of the men nodded. Chi-Chi, still in disbelief, pinched her left arm to ascertain reality. "Ouch, this is not a dream. You mentioned that Gohan summoned you. What is it that he requested?" "Mr. Sun asked us to bring money." "Money?" "Yes," the man replied, placing the briefcase down and opening it to reveal a substantial amount of cash. "My goodness, that is a lot of money. This amounts to 50 million, he stated. 50 million. Chi-Chi gasped, raising her right hand to pinch her face. "Ouch, it appears this is real. Is all of this money Gohan's?" "Yes," the man affirmed. Chi-Chi then turned to Gohan, her expression filled with concern. "Gohan, what on earth is going on? You haven't used the Dragon Balls, have you?" "No, mother. I merely collaborated with someone to produce a few mobile phones and develop some software, which yielded a profit." "A profit? 50 million is merely a profit now? But Gohan, aren't you supposed to be studying every day?" Chi-Chi fixed her gaze upon him. I only sought assistance during my free time to create the phones. Oh, is that so? You certainly seem to have ample free time. Chi-Chi smiled. Now, mother, concerning this 50 million, Chi-Chi interjected with a huff. Gohan, while our family may not be affluent, we have never resorted to theft or deceit. Therefore, unless you clarify the source of this money, I shall absolutely refuse to accept it. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong sighed and retrieved his phone from his pocket to call Bulma. Before long, the call connected. Gohan, what is it? Aunt Bulma. My mother doesn't believe I've started a company, so I wanted to discuss it with her. I see. Please hand the phone to Chi-Chi. Gohan promptly passed the phone to Chi-Chi. It's me, Bulma. Bulma. Regarding Gohan's company, it is indeed authentic. The latest smartphone from the Capsule Corporation was developed by Gohan and his friends. A smartphone. Chi-Chi glanced at the device in her hand. Recently, West City had seen an influx of smartphones, but they were quite expensive, thus she had not purchased one. Little did she know that this smartphone was the brainchild of Gohan and his companions. However, considering Gohan was merely a 7-year-old child, it seemed implausible that he possessed the capacity to create a phone. It felt somewhat off. Gohan, tell me honestly, did you really develop this phone with your friends? No, I merely shared the functionalities of smartphones with my friend. He and his associates are responsible for the research and development. Your friends? Yes, they are all adults. After hearing my ideas, they greatly appreciated them and subsequently created the smartphone. Is that so? Chi-Chi felt a mix of skepticism and curiosity. In the company, after my friend developed the smartphone, I collaborated with Aunt Bulma to produce a large quantity of phones, and then my friends and I established a company. Chi-Chi remained somewhat unconvinced. Gohan, please don't deceive me. Be cautious of those unfamiliar friends. I want tea. Mom, you needn't worry. Indeed, Chi-Chi. Gohan is exceptionally bright and capable. I have visited his company, and everything is entirely legal and compliant. Really? Chi-Chi felt a little more at ease upon hearing this. So, Mom, do you believe me now? Chi-Chi huffed softly. Gohan, even if you have truly started a company, you must not trust strangers indiscriminately. Understood. Gohan nodded. Then, Mom, may I not study so much? The books and exercises Chi-Chi assigned were far more extensive than those of his peers. You may study less, but you still need to study. All right. Gohan nodded again. As long as Chi-Chi did not impose too strictly, his doppelganger could manage effortlessly. And so, Mom, what about this 50 million? Cough. Chi-Chi cleared her throat and looked at Gohan with a serious expression. Gohan, you are still a child. I will temporarily take care of this money for you. The man standing beside them chuckled lightly. Although Gohan was a child, he represented the lifelong aspiration of these workers. Well, President's son, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Gohan nodded. The two men promptly departed from Sun Wukong's home. Gohan, you may return to your room to study. Oh, Gohan responded and walked back to his room. 50 million. Upon witnessing the scene, Chi-Chi immediately began counting the money in the boxes with a gleam of avarice in her eyes. With such a fortune, I could purchase a home in West City and ensure Gohan receives a proper education in the city. In the vastness of the universe, where the planet Namek once resided, a spaceship akin to Frieza's lingered in the cosmic expanse. This vessel belonged to King Cold, Frieza's father. At that moment, King Cold stood in the control room of the spaceship, gazing out into the abyss of space. Suddenly, one of the crew members reported to him, trembling with trepidation. Your Majesty, the planet Namek has vanished. Vanished? He echoed, eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, the staff member stammered. Our observations indicate that Namek did not explode, as there is no debris typical of a planetary destruction. I suspect it may have been transported elsewhere by the Dragon Balls of Namek. Elsewhere? King Cold mused. His intrigue piqued. And what of the Saiyan who vanquished Frieza? Reports suggest he is on Earth. Then we shall set course for Earth, commanded King Cold. Time swiftly passed, and a week had elapsed. Since Gohan's revelation, his life had greatly improved, and Chi-Chi had become notably gentler towards both him and Goku. At that moment, Gohan and his companions were training atop the lookout when they suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful energy. This energy is incredible, Piccolo remarked, his expression growing serious. Moreover, it bears a striking resemblance to Frieza's energy, Goku observed. Indeed, Piccolo nodded. But wasn't Frieza supposed to have been defeated by Gohan? I'm not certain. Goku replied, shaking his head. Piccolo proposed, let us investigate. Agreed. Goku affirmed, leading the way toward the location where King Cold was about to descend. Simultaneously, on Earth, Krillin and his friends also detected King Cold's aura. What an immense power. Could it be that another formidable foe is approaching Earth? Indeed. Master Roshi nodded. Then you should go and see. Krillin responded, departing from Kame House. Meanwhile, Goku and Piccolo had arrived at a mountain outside West City. The trio gazed skyward and spotted a disc-like spaceship. This vessel was none other than King Cold's spaceship, which had breached the atmosphere and was preparing to land on Earth. Just like Frieza's ship, Piccolo remarked gravely. Indeed, Goku agreed. At that moment, Vegeta appeared in the distance, flying toward them. With a thud, he landed beside Goku. Vegeta. He nodded in acknowledgement, casting his gaze upon the descending spaceship of King Cold. Boom. A minute later, King Cold's spaceship successfully touched down on the ground. At this juncture, Krillin and the others arrived as well. Krillin. Uncle Krillin. It's been a while, Goku, Gohan. The two nodded in response. Wukong, who exactly are these intruders? I do not know, Son Wukong replied, shaking his head. However, their spacecraft bears an uncanny resemblance to Frieza's, and their energy feels similar to Frieza, the very being you were unable to defeat. That was true before. But now I possess absolute confidence in my ability to triumph over him. Is that so? Krillin, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just then, the spacecraft of King Cold opened, revealing a multitude of soldiers clad in Saiyan battle attire, neatly arranged in 2 rows, with heavy footsteps resonating. A figure strikingly similar to Frieza's first form emerged from the vessel. This man was none other than King Cold, Frieza's father. Who is this individual? Why does he resemble Frieza so closely? Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He had previously believed that Frieza had not been slain by Son Gohan. I have encountered King Cold. At that moment, the soldiers flanking him bowed respectfully to King Cold. King Cold nodded. Cold. Vegeta immediately recognized the name of King Cold. Suddenly, King Cold turned his gaze toward them. I ask you, which one of you is Son Gohan? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan stepped forward. Are you Son Gohan? Yes. Son Gohan affirmed with a nod. Did my son Frieza perish at your hands? Frieza's father. Vegeta and the others gasped in astonishment. It was I who killed him. King Cold's expression turned frigid upon hearing this. He had harbored a glimmer of hope for Frieza's survival, but now that Son Gohan had confirmed his demise, that hope was extinguished. Kill them. King Cold commanded his soldiers. Yes, King Cold. The soldiers responded in unison. Immediately, they armed themselves and charged at Son Gohan and his companions. Swish, swish, swish. In response, Son Gohan and Krillin swiftly clapped their hands forward, unleashing a torrent of golden energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. With resounding explosions, Son Gohan and his allies obliterated the soldiers. What a bunch of useless fools. King Cold observed the fallen bodies with a cold demeanor and took a few steps forward. You do possess some skill. Had you not slain Frieza, I might have considered recruiting you as my subordinate. Son Gohan scoffed, propelling himself swiftly towards King Cold and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ah! King Cold screamed, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Chapter 39, The Bewildered Trunks. Clutching his stomach with both hands, King Cold gazed at Son Gohan with a look of sheer terror. Although it was merely a single blow, it inflicted excruciating pain. Son Gohan, with a cold snort, struck King Cold with his right fist, sending him soaring into the air. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he clasped his hands together and proclaimed, Kamehameha. A deep blue wave of energy coalesced from Gohan's palms, hurtling towards King Cold. No. King Cold bellowed, filled with regret for his decision to venture to Earth. Boom. The Kamehameha struck King Cold, erupting in a brilliant explosion in the sky. An immense storm materialized, instantly shredding King Cold's form to pieces. After a moment, as the explosion dissipated, black dust began to fall from the sky, only to vanish without a trace as a gust of wind blew by. Has it been vanquished? Krillin gazed blankly at the sky. The formidable energy of King Cold had been effortlessly obliterated by Gohan, who hadn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, Goku nodded. Vegeta, standing beside Goku, clenched his teeth. The more powerful Gohan became, the greater the challenge for him to catch up. Resolving this, Vegeta shot into the sky, unwilling to waste any more time. He needed to return to his training and become stronger than anyone else. Krillin was taken aback. Why did Vegeta leave without a word? I suppose he was inspired by Gohan, Yamcha remarked. Speaking of which, Vegeta is also a Saiyan. Do you think he will become as strong as Goku and the others? Absolutely. Goku asserted with unwavering conviction. Just then, Gohan descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before Piccolo and the others. Gohan, you were truly impressive. You dispatched such a powerful foe in an instant. Krillin exclaimed joyfully. Thank you. Gohan replied with a nod. After a brief chat with Krillin, Goku and the others returned to their respective training grounds. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On King Kai's planet, King Kai lounged leisurely in a chair, sipping freshly brewed tea. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, startling him so much that he spat out the tea he had just sipped. The newcomer was none other than Goku. King Kai, are you all right? Cough, cough. King Kai gasped, clearing his throat. Goku, what brings you to my planet so unexpectedly? Goku smiled and replied, King Kai, I've come here to train. Train? Really? My planet is not your personal gym. King Kai exclaimed, a look of disbelief on his face. I understand, King Kai. I just wish to train here for a while. Very well. King Kai relented, his heart softening. By the way, Goku, was that instant transmission you just performed? Yes. Goku nodded. Did Gohan teach you that? Indeed. It took me nearly a year to master. Does Gohan know you are here to train? Understood. He instructed me to return home after my daily training. Time swiftly passed, and 4 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this tranquil period, Sun Wukong's family acquired a residence in West City and settled in. With newfound wealth, Chi-Chi, in addition to her daily chores of washing and cooking for Gohan and the others, took to inviting Bulma for shopping excursions whenever time permitted. On a mountain outside West City, a peculiar yellow machine resembling a rocket suddenly materialized. This contraption was none other than the time machine from the Dragon Ball universe. Upon its arrival, it descended gracefully from the sky. A young man with purple hair and a long sword strapped to his back emerged from the time machine. This individual was none other than Trunks from the future. After exiting, Trunks promptly stowed the time machine into a capsule and soared ahead. Moments later, he arrived at the site where King Cold's spaceship had landed 4 months prior. However, the area was desolate, devoid of any signs of life. As Trunks surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of doubt arose within him. How strange. According to my mother, Frieza and his cohorts should have already arrived on Earth. Yet where are they? Could it be that traveling back in time has altered the past? Or is it possible that this isn't even 20 years ago? Perhaps I should wait and see. With that thought, Trunks seated himself upon a larger rock. After 10 minutes of waiting without sight of Frieza, he stood up and made his way toward West City. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she reclined in a chair in her backyard, her face adorned with a white facial mask. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing gracefully on the grass of the courtyard. It was Trunks. Upon seeing him, Bulma instinctively rose from her chair. Hello. I mean no harm. I come from the future in search of Mr. Son Goku. Goku? Bulma's apprehension began to wane upon hearing this. May I inquire what year and day it is? What year? What day? Bulma replied, a look of confusion crossing her face. Yet she relayed the current date to Trunks, sensing that he posed no threat. Today is August 3rd, 764. August 3rd. Yes, why? Nothing. Trunks shook his head, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It appears I have indeed traveled back 20 years. But the history here seems to diverge from what I know. At that moment, Bulma removed her facial mask and asked, who are you? Why are you wearing clothing emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo? I cannot disclose that just yet. The only thing I can tell you is that I hail from the future and have a matter of great importance to discuss with Mr. Goku. Future? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I would appreciate your discretion regarding this matter. Very well, but what is it that you wish to discuss with Goku? I sincerely apologize, but this is a conversation I can only have with Mr. Goku. Is that so? Then may I inquire about something? What is it? Are you familiar with Frieza? Yes. I am. Why do you ask? Has he come to Earth? Earth? Was he not defeated by Gohan on Namek? He was indeed vanquished by Gohan. Trunks gasped in astonishment. Frieza, was he not defeated by Mr. Goku? No, it was Gohan who brought about his demise. What on earth is happening? This is completely at odds with the history I know. At odds? Indeed. Trunks nodded. Chapter 40. The encounter between Trunks and Son Goku. Do you know where Mr. Goku is currently? I don't seem to sense his energy on Earth. Goku. Bulma pondered for a moment. I heard from Gohan that he is training with King Kai. King Kai? Yes. Bulma nodded. And what of Vegeta? Having traveled back in time, Trunks naturally yearned to meet his biological father. In the future, Vegeta perished when Trunks was quite young, and thus Trunks had only seen photographs of him, never the man himself. Vegeta? He is currently training in the gravity chamber. Do you need to see him for something? No. I was merely curious. Bulma, upon hearing this, felt a mix of belief and skepticism. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance. It was none other than Vegeta. Father, Trunks thought to himself. Vegeta, Bulma exclaimed in surprise. How could the prince of all Saiyans appear so unexpectedly at this time? Vegeta ignored Bulma and turned his gaze upon Trunks. Who are you? How is it that you possess the aura of a Saiyan? A Saiyan? Bulma gasped. Trunks was indeed a Saiyan. I hail from the future. Yet I cannot disclose my identity just yet. From the future? Vegeta pondered silently. Could this be Kakarot's son? No, that cannot be. Kakarot's hair is black, as is Gohan's. Miss Bulma, do you know where Gohan is? I wish to meet him. I'm not certain. He might be at home, or perhaps at the Capsule Corp training grounds. I see. Then I shall first seek him out at his home. Do you know the location of his residence? Bulma inquired. Isn't it on the training grounds? It used to be, but he recently purchased a house in West City, so he now resides there. Living in West City. Trunks was taken aback. This was entirely different from what his mother had told him about the future. Very well. I shall assist you by calling Gohan to inquire about his whereabouts. Oh, splendid. Trunks nodded. Seeing this, Bulma promptly retrieved her smartphone and dialed Gohan's number. Moments later, the call connected. Aunt Bulma, where are you, Gohan? There's someone here who wishes to meet you. I'm at West City. All right, I understand. Bulma replied before ending the call. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta lost interest and returned to the gravity chamber to continue his training. His brief emergence from the chamber was solely prompted by the Saiyan aura emanating from Trunks. To his knowledge, aside from himself and Goku, there were no other Saiyans in the universe, which piqued his curiosity about Trunks. However, upon learning that Trunks was not a pure-blooded Saiyan and hailed from the future, his interest waned. Gohan is at West City. Understood. I shall take my leave then. Bulma nodded in agreement. With that, Trunks promptly departed from Bulma's residence. At West City, Gohan was seated cross-legged on a patch of grass, engaged in his training. Although Gohan possessed considerable strength, his control over it was lacking. In the Dragon Ball Super movie, during the Super Android Saga, Vegeta had remarked that their power was nearly on par with Jiren's, but their mastery of it fell short in comparison. This sentiment was echoed by Whis. Moments later, a figure descended from the sky. It was Trunks. Trunks. Gohan immediately recognized him and thought to himself, "Who are you?" Piccolo asked sternly, directing his gaze at Trunks. "Hello. I come from the future, and I am here to seek Gohan." From the future? Trunks nodded, casting a glance at Gohan, who was seated on the ground, quietly contemplating. Is this truly the Gohan I knew as a child? Just as those thoughts crossed his mind, Gohan stood up. "You were looking for me?" "Yes. I heard from Bulma that you defeated Frieza." Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. "What do you need from me?" "Actually, I was searching for your father, Mr. Goku. However, since I learned from Bulma that he is training with King Kai, I came to find you to inquire when he might return. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with him. Father should be back by tonight, but if you need to speak with him urgently, I can summon him right now. That would be greatly appreciated." Gohan nodded. Then in a flash of instant transmission, he arrived at King Kai's planet. "Where did he go?" Trunks exclaimed in surprise. "That was instant transmission," Piccolo explained. "Instant transmission?" "Yes," Piccolo confirmed. As soon as those words were spoken, Gohan reappeared, accompanied by another figure, Goku. "Mr. Goku," Trunks exclaimed excitedly. "You know me?" Goku asked. "Yes," Trunks nodded. "I come from the future, and as for my name, I prefer to keep it confidential for now. Mr. Goku, may I have a moment of your time for a private conversation?" "Of course," Goku replied, and Trunks immediately led him away to converse in solitude. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly followed suit. With a soft whoosh, the two arrived at a location over 1,000 miles away from where Son Gohan and the others were. Sun Wukong glanced at Piccolo, who was at a considerable distance from them, and remarked, "Now you can speak, right?" "Indeed, my name is Trunks, hailing from the future. 20 years hence." Trunks replied, "Yes, I hesitated to reveal my name earlier because Gohan was present." "Why is that?" Sun Wukong inquired. Just then, the keen-eared Piccolo was eavesdropping on their conversation. "It is because I fear that uttering my name might alter history. However, it seems that this timeline has already changed." "Changed?" Sun Wukong responded, his expression one of confusion. "Trunks, what do you mean by that? I come from the future, so I am aware of the events of the past. Yet, everything occurring here is entirely different from the history I know." "Entirely different?" "Indeed. According to what my mother told me, 20 years ago, you defeated Frieza on Namek. Yet, in this timeline, my mother claims it was Gohan who vanquished Frieza." "Your mother?" "My mother is Bulma." "Bulma?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "Bulma isn't even married yet, and she already has such a grown son in 20 years. Chapter 41, The Androids. "Yes. So who is your father?" "Yamcha." "No. My father is Vegeta." "Vegeta? Are you saying that Vegeta and Bulma are together?" Sun Wukong was taken aback. "Yes." Trunks nodded. "I see. I previously thought Bulma would marry Yamcha. Not at all. Yamcha is far too fickle, so my mother broke up with him. Eventually, she found herself drawn to my lonely father, although they never formally married." Trunks blushed as he spoke. "I see. So, why have you come from the future to find me?" 3 years from now, 2 extraordinarily powerful androids will emerge on Earth, possessing infinite stamina. "Infinite stamina?" "Yes. This means their endurance is unending." "Unending?" "Indeed," Trunks affirmed. "These 2 were created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, whom you previously defeated." "The Red Ribbon Army?" "Yes. After the Red Ribbon Army was dismantled, Dr. Gero continued his research on androids and subsequently created the 2 I just mentioned. However, he was also killed by the very androids he created." "Killed by his own creations?" "Yes. Those androids are nothing short of killing machines, plunging our future world into a hellish nightmare." Trunks spoke with rising anger. "Thus, I have come from the future in hopes that you, Mr. Sun Wukong, will defeat these 2 and thereby alter the tragic fate of our world." "Very well." Sun Wukong nodded. "But Trunks, why not seek out Gohan?" "Gohan?" Trunks asked. "Gohan's current power far surpasses my own. Gohan's strength exceeds yours." "Indeed, what of it?" "Nothing. But in our future world, Gohan only masters Super Saiyan after your demise." "After my death? So I perish at the hands of those 2 androids." "No, Mr. Goku, you did not battle them. Rather, you succumbed to a viral heart disease." "A viral heart disease?" "Yes, it is an ailment that cannot be treated in this era, yet in 20 years, with advancements in medicine, someone will develop a cure for it." "A cure?" Trunks remarked, retrieving a vial from his clothing. "This is the special medicine I brought from the future. If you take it, you shall be cured of the viral heart disease." Trunks promptly handed the medicine to Goku. "Is that so? I am truly grateful." Goku accepted the vial. "It's nothing. By the way, Mr. Goku, I almost forgot to inform you. 3 years from now, those 2 androids will appear on a small island 9 kilometers south of West City at around 10 o'clock on May 12th. May 12th at 10 o'clock. "Yes." Trunks nodded. By the way, Mr. Goku, are you aware of Frieza's father, King Cold? Yes, what about him? According to the original timeline, he should have brought Frieza to Earth today to seek vengeance against you. Yet I have not seen him. Frieza? Wasn't he eliminated by Gohan on Namek? No. According to the original history, you let Frieza escape on Namek, and later, he was rescued by his father, King Cold, and together they came to Earth to exact revenge. Mr. Goku, could you recount the events that transpired in your world? Certainly. Goku nodded. Thus, he began recounting his encounters with Bulma. After a considerable time, Goku finished narrating his growth experiences. What you have shared, Mr. Goku, aligns closely with what I know. However, everything changed when my father invaded Earth. Changed. Trunks nodded, glancing at Gohan in the distance. So, Mr. Goku, shall we proceed? Oh, very well. With that, the two swiftly flew to where Gohan and the others were situated. Father. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan, might you engage in battle with me? At that moment, Trunks suddenly addressed Gohan. Battle? Indeed. As Trunks spoke, he clenched his fists tightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan. Piccolo gasped. Though he knew Trunks was Vegeta's son, he was astonished that Trunks could also transform into a Super Saiyan. With Trunks' transformation, the Z fighters on Earth soon sensed his energy. Such a formidable aura. This is the energy of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, who was training in the gravity room, immediately lost focus upon sensing Trunks' energy. Is that the little brat from earlier? Vegeta remarked as he left the gravity room. On Mount Pozu, upon transforming, Trunks immediately retracted his golden aura and addressed Gohan. I have become a Super Saiyan. Will you transform into a Super Saiyan and battle me? Gohan inquired. Do you truly wish to fight me? Indeed. Trunks affirmed with a nod. In that case, you may attack me. Trunks was taken aback. Aren't you going to transform into a Super Saiyan? Gohan responded confidently. I can defeat you without transforming. Is that so? Then prepare for my attack. Trunks declared, drawing his sword from behind him. With a loud shout, Trunks swung his sword with the swiftness of lightning. Gohan raised his index finger, effortlessly blocking the incoming strike. Startled, Trunks quickly lifted his sword again, launching another rapid assault. Clang, clang, clang. Every one of Trunks' attacks was thwarted by Gohan's single finger. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Trunks sheathed his sword and reverted to his normal state. Impressive. I never anticipated that your strength would surpass that of Mr. Goku. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Well, it's getting late. I should be heading back. Until we meet again. Trunks bid farewell to the trio. All right, Goku replied, and Trunks took to the skies, flying away. Just as Trunks departed, Vegeta appeared from the distant sky, descending rapidly. Vegeta, Goku called out. Vegeta scoffed. Kakarot, did a purple-haired fellow just come by here? Yes, but he has already left. Goku confirmed. Did he transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta pressed. Indeed, Goku nodded. Where has he gone now? Back home. To the future? Vegeta queried. What business did he have with you from the future? At a loss for words, and having forgotten much of what Trunks had just said, Goku hesitated. Allow me to explain, Piccolo interjected. Chapter 42, bringing Trunks to the main timeline. Piccolo. Goku turned to him. Our Namekian hearing is exceptionally acute, so I inadvertently overheard your conversation. Rest assured, I shall not divulge anything inappropriate. Very well, Piccolo replied, and proceeded to recount Trunks' earlier statements, omitting any details regarding his identity. Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed across Vegeta's face. Fascinating. Kakarot, when those two androids arrive in 3 years, do not intervene. I alone will handle them both. You alone? Goku expressed skepticism. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. Kakarot, while my strength may not match yours now, in 3 years, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Is that so? Goku replied with a faint smile. Vegeta, seeing this, promptly turned and departed. Shortly after Vegeta's departure, Krillin and his companions arrived, inquiring about the recent events. Goku recounted the occurrences to them, prompting Krillin and the others to express their determination to train diligently, for none wished to face death. In the future timeline, Trunks had returned to his own time aboard the time machine. Upon surveying his surroundings and finding them unchanged, he promptly returned to his home in the future. Bulma, upon seeing Trunks, immediately displayed a glimmer of joy and asked, Did you return to the past? Yes, Trunks affirmed with a nod. Did you meet Goku? I did. And I also encountered Dad, Mom, Gohan, and Uncle Piccolo. You met Vegeta. Trunks nodded in confirmation. Mom, the past I returned to is different from the one you described. Different? Yes, I'm not sure if it's because I traveled to the past. Could you tell me more? Sure. Trunks agreed. Then recounted the events he learned from Goku to Bulma. Trunks, the Gohan you mentioned is not the same as the one I know. Indeed, Trunks nodded again. Having been trained by Goku, he was well acquainted with Gohan. Could it be that the time machine transported me to a different timeline? I think that's unlikely. But what does this mean? Might there be something amiss with Gohan? Gohan, do you think he could be a reincarnation? Reincarnation? ISNT that how it's often portrayed in novels? Trunks let out a dry laugh, uncertain of how to respond. Mom, if the past changes, can we truly alter our future? I think it might not be possible, Bulma mused after a moment of silence. I initially believed that altering the past would change the future, but from your journey, it seems we may need to bring the past Goku to our future world. Trunks nodded in agreement, but realized that due to insufficient energy in the time machine, he would have to wait 3 years before he could return to seek out Goku and the others. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, upon learning about the androids, everyone began to train rigorously. In the future timeline, Trunks was in a desolate city, gathering energy sources to power the time machine. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind him, pulling him into an invisible ripple. When Trunks regained his senses, he found himself atop a grand mountain, confronted by a hooded figure. On seeing the man, Trunks adopted a stance of vigilance and demanded, "Who are you? Where's this place?" The man did not respond but instead leaped into the sky. Trunks, determined, pursued him. The man then descended rapidly, landing within a forest. Upon Trunks' descent, he found himself in a forest. Yet the figure of the man he had been pursuing had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, Trunks scanned his surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of the man, he relinquished his search. "Where's this place? I seem to have never encountered it before," he pondered, when suddenly he sensed the familiar energy of Vegeta and the others. "This energy, it belongs to my father. Could it be that I have returned to the past?" On Bowsy Mountain, the black-clad man Trunks had been chasing stood before a grand tree. In his presence stood a child, none other than Gohan. However, this was not the true Gohan, but rather a projection conjured by him. Suddenly, a white mist enveloped the black-clad figure, and as it dissipated, the man's visage transformed into that of Gohan. The reason for Gohan's transformation was to conceal the existence of the celestial mirror, a remarkable artifact that allowed one to traverse time and glimpse into the lives of the Omni King, making it an exceedingly powerful treasure. Naturally, Gohan wished to keep such a possession hidden from prying eyes, for a man without guilt may still suffer for possessing a treasure. This celestial mirror is indeed formidable. It even summoned future Trunks, the system remarked. Of course, Gohan replied with a smile. Is it not convenient for thievery as well? The system retorted with disdain. I was merely jesting. Do you take it seriously? However, Gohan continued. But why did you bring Trunks from the future? I wish to take him as my disciple. Gohan declared. Take him as your disciple? But how old are you? The system questioned incredulously. Gohan scoffed lightly. Though my body is small, my mental age far surpasses that of Trunks. Besides, is it not said that a master is defined by skill? My abilities exceed Trunks. So why should I not teach him martial arts? All right, you have a point. The system conceded. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks, upon realizing he might have returned to the past, hurried home. It's you, Bulma exclaimed, instantly recognizing him. Since Trunks could not reveal his true name to Bulma for fear of jeopardizing his own existence, he had previously withheld this information. It appears I truly have returned 20 years into the past. But why did that man bring me here? Trunks thought to himself as he acknowledged Bulma's recognition. Chapter 43, Teaching Trunks the Kaioken. Did you not return to the future? Trunks nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I did. But due to certain circumstances, I have returned, Miss Bulma. You may call me Little Trunks. Little Trunks? Bulma echoed. Yes. Trunks confirmed with a nod. However, Miss Bulma, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he departed swiftly. At this moment, Son Gohan had arrived at a grassy field to train when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. This individual was none other than Trunks. Soon, Trunks landed before Son Gohan. Upon hearing his name, Trunks paused for a moment, quickly recalling that he had revealed his true identity to Goku. With this thought, Trunks nodded and inquired, Where is Mr. Goku? My father is currently training with Lord Kai. Training with Lord Kai again? Yes, Son Gohan affirmed. Trunks, didn't you return home? What brings you back? Some events occurred, prompting my return. I see. Should I call my father over? I think it's not necessary for now. Not necessary? Indeed. For the energy to activate the time machine has been depleted, so I may need to stay here for a while. Ah, I understand. Yes. Trunks nodded. How long do you expect to stay? I'm unsure. I will return once I gather enough energy for the time machine. Trunks, could you share what has transpired in the future? Certainly. Trunks nodded and began recounting the events that took place in the future timeline to Son Gohan. Trunks, have you considered defeating those 2 androids on your own? On my own? Yes. I have thought about it, but their power is overwhelmingly strong. I am simply no match for them. But you can train. My father couldn't even defeat Raditz before. Trunks nodded. Indeed, I have that intention. By the way, Gohan, do you usually train here? No. I primarily train in the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber? Trunks pondered, stroking his chin. How about we train together from now on? Together? Upon hearing this, Trunks immediately recalled the future Son Gohan. Yes. After a moment of contemplation, Trunks nodded in agreement. The following day, Goku and the others learned that Trunks would be training in their timeline. On the mountain of Bowsy, Son Gohan and Trunks were currently training under 300 times the normal gravity in the gravity chamber. Since Son Gohan did not allow Trunks to transform into a Super Saiyan during training, Trunks found it exceedingly difficult, even to stand. With a light chuckle, Son Gohan effortlessly performed one-handed push-ups. Damn it, Trunks gritted his teeth, struggling immensely to complete regular push-ups. Son Gohan remarked with a smile, Trunks, at this rate, you won't stand a chance against those two androids. I know, Trunks replied, hastening his push-up pace. The morning swiftly passed, and soon it was noon. Exhausted from the training, Trunks had collapsed, his stomach grumbling incessantly. Why don't you come to my house for lunch? Initially wishing to decline, Trunks' stomach betrayed him with its growl, leaving him with no choice but to accept. In the afternoon, upon awakening from his afternoon slumber, Trunks found himself on a grassy knoll alongside Gohan. Gohan, aren't you supposed to be training in the gravity chamber this afternoon? Gohan nodded in affirmation. This afternoon, I shall teach you the technique of instant transmission. Instant transmission? Is that the same technique that Mr. Goku used to travel to King Kai? Trunks inquired. Indeed. Gohan confirmed with a nod. Once you master this ability, should you encounter an opponent beyond your capacity to defeat, you can use it to escape. Is that so? Trunks pondered, though he felt a twinge of unease about the concept. Gohan nodded again and began instructing Trunks on how to harness his ki. Mastery of ki was paramount for learning instant transmission. After imparting this knowledge, Gohan decided to teach Trunks the Kaioken technique. Initially, he intended to teach Trunks the 20-fold Kaioken, but realizing the complexity of that technique compared to the standard Kaioken, he opted instead for the latter. Following this, Trunks devoted his days to training, focusing on both instant transmission and the Kaioken. Time swiftly passed, and a year elapsed. Under Gohan's tutelage, Trunks had successfully mastered both techniques. However, having spent an extended period in the main timeline, Trunks harbored concerns for his mother in the future. Unfortunately, due to the energy of the time machine still being insufficiently gathered, he could do little more than wait. Upon learning of Trunks' worries regarding Bulma, Gohan immediately offered words of comfort. Fear not, Trunks. Aunt Bulma will surely be safe. Trunks nodded appreciatively. Just then, a voice echoed in Gohan's ear. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your combat power has reached 100 billion. As a reward, you receive the basic Ultra Instinct, the Seed of the Universe, the Angel's Staff containing the Traversing Cube, Invisibility Technique, and 999 Senza Beans. As the announcement concluded, Gohan felt a surge of knowledge regarding Ultra Instinct and the Invisibility Technique flood his mind. Now, please continue to strive in your training. What's wrong, Gohan? Trunks asked, noticing Gohan's sudden distraction. Nothing at all, Gohan replied. Let us continue our training. Very well. Trunks nodded. 2 days swiftly passed. In West City, at Goku's residence, Gohan was engaged with his computer, checking on the progress of androids 17 and 18, created by Dr. Gero. To his surprise, he discovered that they were nearing completion. Almost finished? Gohan murmured to himself, suddenly recalling Dr. Gero's earlier statement that androids 17 and 18 had indeed awakened long ago, but had been deemed disobedient and thus reconditioned. A short while later, Gohan noticed the newly initiated android 19, prompting him to modify the commands within Dr. Gero's supercomputer. He altered the directives from ordering androids to obey Dr. Gero's commands to instead follow Gohan's orders to eliminate Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero could scarcely have imagined that the androids he meticulously crafted would ultimately seek his demise. Chapter 44, The Third Ascension of the Super Saiyan. Upon altering the command, Gohan promptly exited Dr. Gero's supercomputer. In a secluded villa within West City, a girl with twin ponytails was engrossed in playing the latest mobile game, Sheep Go. This girl was none other than Biddy Lee. Moments later, Biddy Lee faced defeat in a challenging level, her frustration mounting as she yearned to confront the game's creator with a fierce reprimand. For the past few days, she had been immersed in Sheep Go, initially brimming with confidence that she could conquer the second level. However, she was taken aback by the game's unexpected difficulty. Not only were the images erratic, but it also cunningly lured her into traps. In the afternoon, after a brief training session with Trunks, Gohan suddenly found himself on a patch of grass atop the Buns Mountain. What do you intend to do, Gohan? Trunks inquired. I wish to attempt a new transformation. A new transformation? Gohan nodded in affirmation, clenching his fists with determination. Huh. With a powerful shout, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. What immense energy! Trunks exclaimed, startled. Although he had witnessed Gohan's transformation during their training months prior, the current display of power was unparalleled. Huh. At that moment, Gohan tightened his fists, an overwhelming aura radiating from him as his strength soared. ZZZZ boom. With an astonishing surge of energy, Gohan ascended to Super Saiyan 2, leaving Trunks in awe. Gohan, is this what you refer to as Super Saiyan 2? Gohan nodded once more. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence in West City, Vegeta, who was training in the gravity chamber, felt Gohan's formidable energy, his expression morphing into one of sheer astonishment. Angered, he gritted his teeth and exited the gravity chamber. On came House, Krillin, engaged in his own training, also sensed Gohan's powerful energy. What formidable power! Even if I trained my entire life, I doubt I could ever achieve such strength. And Gohan, that kid is merely 8 years old and already so formidable, he lamented to himself. In that moment, He comprehended the profound significance of birthright and talent. Some individuals are born at the pinnacle of the pyramid, while others toil their entire lives, yet cannot even reach the second tier. On North Kai's planet, North Kai and Goku also felt Gohan's immense power. Although Gohan had merely transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his base combat prowess had already reached an astounding 100 billion. Thus, upon achieving Super Saiyan 2, his battle power soared to an incredible trillion. It is noteworthy that in the original Dragon Ball series, Goku's first transformation into Super Saiyan 3 only yielded a battle power of 900 billion. This implies that Gohan's current transformation into Super Saiyan 2 has already reached the level of Majin Buu. North Kai, Goku. Do you think those two androids that will appear in 2 years will be a match for Gohan? No, but I would like to engage with them. North Kai nodded in agreement. In the Kaioshin realm, the immense energy radiating from Son Gohan was palpable, reaching even the East Kaioshin and Kibito, who were present in that celestial domain. What an astonishing power, and it emanates from the distant planet Earth. Kibito exclaimed in astonishment. The East Kaioshin nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Moreover, this overwhelming energy belongs to an 8-year-old Saiyan. A Saiyan? A Saiyan? I thought the Saiyan race was annihilated by Frieza? Perhaps. There are still a few survivors left. On Earth, Son Gohan, after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, did not cease his ascent, but continued to elevate his power further. Can he truly enhance it beyond this? Trunks gasped in disbelief. The transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was already astounding, yet Gohan's energy surged even higher. Boom. At that moment, the very ground of Earth trembled violently, and the clouds that had been leisurely drifting began to race across the sky. Ah! Son Gohan roared. His golden hair cascading down to his waist, his eyebrows vanishing, and his brow closely aligning with his eye sockets. Within his previously singular light, green irises, deep blue pupils emerged, and the golden aura enveloping him transformed into radiant light, solidifying. This was the third level of Super Saiyan. Bang! Upon completing his transformation, Son Gohan immediately unleashed the energy that had gathered around him. Trunks, witnessing Gohan's Super Saiyan 3 form, was left speechless in awe. Gohan, is this the new transformation you spoke of? Gohan nodded affirmatively. I have named this new transformation Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. No sooner had he spoken than a figure appeared beside them. It was none other than Son Goku. Dad. Goku nodded and looked at Gohan. Gohan, is this the new transformation you have mastered? Gohan nodded again. It is called Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Just then, Vegeta and Piccolo arrived. Upon seeing Gohan, their faces reflected sheer astonishment. Gohan, is this your new Super Saiyan transformation? Tien asked. Gohan affirmed. This is Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. He had yet to master even the Super Saiyan form, while Gohan had already attained Super Saiyan 3. Fortunately, Goku's power did not surpass his own by much. Otherwise, he feared he would lose all confidence in his training. With this thought, Vegeta promptly turned and walked away. Vegeta. Krillin was taken aback. Don't mind him. He must be struggling to accept that Gohan is so much stronger than him. So he has gone off to train. Is that so? In truth, Krillin's heart, much like Vegeta's, could not accept that Gohan surpassed him by such a significant margin. However, as Gohan's elder, he felt compelled to exhibit strength. Just then, Gohan let out a soft sigh and reverted to his normal state. After a lengthy absence, Krillin and the others engaged in conversation with Goku for a while before taking their leave. Once Krillin and the others departed, only Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Trunks remained atop the lookout. Gohan, it has been far too long since we last fought together. Shall we engage in a battle today? Goku proposed. Absolutely. Gohan nodded in agreement. With that, the two immediately soared into the sky. Shall we begin? Goku inquired. Gohan affirmed with a nod. Seizing the moment, Goku unleashed a powerful shout and charged at Gohan. Whoosh. The rush was swift. Within moments, Goku was before Gohan, his fists striking like lightning. Yet Gohan adeptly evaded each assault. Gritting his teeth, Goku committed all his strength into a forward punch. Gohan sidestepped gracefully, delivering a forceful knee strike to Goku's abdomen. Goku let out a loud cry, spitting out saliva in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan clenched his right fist tightly and landed a heavy blow on Goku's face, sending Goku hurtling backwards. Goku quickly regained his composure mid-air, wiping the blood from his face, and tightened his fists. Huh! With a resounding shout, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh! After transforming, Goku's figure flickered and he swiftly approached Gohan, launching a series of powerful punches. Bam! The clash of their fists echoed as Gohan raised his arms to counter Goku's strikes. Soon, the sky was filled with the sound of their fierce combat. Huh! After exchanging blows for a while, Goku suddenly shouted and unleashed a powerful kick. Gohan evaded, grasping Goku's right leg and flinging him outward, Goku's body following suit. Ah! Goku exclaimed as he quickly halted midair. At that moment, Gohan appeared behind him, executing a flying kick that sent Goku crashing to the ground. A tremendous explosion erupted as the earth was engulfed in flying dust. Just then, a figure materialized behind Gohan, launching a powerful punch forward. It was none other than Goku himself. Instant transmission, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. In an instant, Goku's right fist passed through Gohan's body. Not good. Goku seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly turned around, only to see a small fist barreling towards him. The distance was far too close, and Goku was propelled backwards, crashing into the mountains behind him. Piccolo, witnessing this, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Initially, he harbored the desire to engage in combat with Gohan. However, given the present circumstances, it seemed likely that should he truly battle Gohan, he would be swiftly vanquished. After a brief moment, as the dust settled on the ground, Goku, gasping for breath, gradually rose from the mountains. Gohan, you have become exceedingly powerful. I find myself unable to match you even in my Super Saiyan form. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Father, perhaps you could team up with Trunks and Uncle Piccolo? Team up? Are you suggesting that the three of us join forces against you? Indeed. Gohan affirmed with a nod. Piccolo, Trunks. Goku turned to his companions. I have no objections. Trunks responded, his expression serious. Neither do I. Although Piccolo was somewhat reluctant to confront Gohan, he could not reveal his hesitation to Goku and the others. Very well, then we shall all engage together. Yes. Trunks nodded in agreement. With that, the trio ascended into the sky. Soon, they found themselves before Gohan, launching powerful punches toward him. Swish, swoosh, bang, bang, bang. As Gohan deftly evaded their strikes, he retaliated against the three. Bang. Moments later, Gohan clenched his right fist tightly, delivering a blow that sent Piccolo soaring. Observing this, Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan to combat Gohan. After a lengthy struggle, Gohan, in his base form, triumphed over the three. This defeat illuminated the stark disparity in strength between them and Gohan. Looks like we've lost, Gohan. Trunks admitted. Do not fret, Trunks. With diligent training, you too can grow to be as formidable as I. Understood. Trunks nodded. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Gohan, as was his routine, trained with Trunks atop the lookout. Ding. System upgrade successful. The system has introduced a feature where walking enhances combat power. Walking? Indeed, Master. This means you can now augment your combat power simply by walking. What about sleeping? That, I'm afraid, is not possible. Then how much combat power can I gain from walking? Under normal gravity, each step you take increases your combat power by 10. In 100 times gravity chamber, it would be 100, and in 500 times, it multiplies accordingly. Can I run? Of course. Running would also be based on your step count. Furthermore, if you perform a single finger push-up, your combat power will increase by 20. 20. That's double what it was before. If I train under 800 times gravity, a single finger push-up would yield an increase of approximately 1,600 combat power. If I do 10,000, that would be 16 million. Indeed, Master. It seems I must enlist Bulma's assistance to upgrade the gravity chamber. What is the matter, Gohan? Trunks inquired, noticing Gohan's momentary daze. Nothing at all. I simply feel that the gravity in this chamber is too light. It needs to be enhanced. Trunks remained silent, pondering the implications. The gravity chamber set to 500 times Earth's gravity is indeed too light for Gohan, yet it feels exceedingly burdensome to him. The following morning, Gohan arrived at Bulma's residence bright and early, seeking her assistance in upgrading the gravity chamber. Upon hearing his request, Bulma wore a reluctant expression. Gohan, you wish for me to enhance the gravity chamber again? Yes, Aunt Bulma, I implore you. Gohan replied earnestly, though Bulma was somewhat unwilling to assist him. The sight of Gohan's earnest plea softened her heart, leading her to acquiesce. Very well, but this time I will elevate the chamber to 800 times gravity. You must not come to me for 5 years. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. Gohan exclaimed with a smile. Now, may I have the gravity chamber? Without hesitation, Gohan handed over the universal capsule containing the chamber. How long will it take for you to upgrade it to 800 times? He inquired. I'm not certain, but I will call you once it's done. Bulma assured him. Gohan nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your help, Aunt Bulma. With that, he promptly departed from her home. Just then, a tremendous explosion erupted from Vegeta's gravity chamber. Here we go again. Bulma sighed, glancing in the direction of Vegeta's training. Ever since Vegeta learned about the androids, he had been obsessively training in the gravity chamber, often causing significant explosions. On several occasions, he nearly obliterated himself. Chapter 46. The Basics of Ultra Instinct. On the Bowsy Mountain, Trunks was diligently training when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Gohan. Gohan, you're back. Trunks exclaimed. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, how long do you think it will take for the gravity chamber to be upgraded to 800 times? Trunks asked. I'm not sure, but she said she would call me once it's ready. I see. How about I take you to train with my father? Uncle Goku? Gohan nodded, placing his left hand on Trunks' shoulder. In an instant, he teleported them to King Kai's planet. Gohan, Trunks. Upon seeing the two, Goku immediately halted his training. Gohan nodded in greeting. At that moment, King Kai, Bubbles, approached them. Are you the King Kai? Gohan inquired, as it was his first visit to King Kai's planet. Indeed. I am the King Kai, he replied, scratching an itch. Gohan and Trunks exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of King Kai's actions. Ahem. King Kai cleared his throat, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. Gohan, Trunks, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Well, Trunks hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, Gohan interjected, King Kai, we have come here to train. Train, King Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Son Gohan can now defeat him with a mere finger, yet he has come here to train. Indeed. Lord Kai, Son Gohan replied with a smile. Gohan, why have you brought Trunks to train here instead of on Earth? Son Goku inquired. Well, the North Kai shares the same curiosity, he thought to himself. I took the gravity chamber to enhance it for Aunt Bulma. You took the gravity chamber for an upgrade? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Son Goku then turned to the North Kai. So, Lord Kai, would it be possible for Gohan and the others to train here as well? The North Kai hesitated, contemplating the chaos Saiyans could unleash. Son Goku alone had nearly destroyed his planet multiple times. If Gohan and Trunks trained here, it would likely be catastrophic. Just then, Son Goku smiled and addressed the North Kai. Please allow Gohan and the others to train here for a while. Once Bulma finishes upgrading the gravity chamber, they will return. Very well, the North Kai reluctantly agreed. Thank you, Lord Kai. Trunks expressed his gratitude to the North Kai, who nodded slightly, hoping that Gohan and Trunks would not wreak havoc on his planet as Son Goku had. However, this hope seemed rather unrealistic. Thus, Gohan and Trunks remained on North Kai's planet to train. As time passed, 2 weeks swiftly elapsed. After this period, Bulma finally upgraded Gohan's gravity chamber to 800 times. At that moment, Gohan stood in the backyard of Bulma's house. Alright, Gohan, I have increased the gravity to 800 times. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. No problem. If there's nothing else, I suppose I shall take my leave? Okay, Bulma nodded. Seeing this, Gohan instantly teleported back to the Capsule Corporation. Gohan, you're back. Trunks exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Gohan's return. Gohan nodded and activated the capsule in his hand, tossing it to the ground. With a resounding boom, a house materialized before them. This house was indeed the gravity chamber. Shall we go inside? Certainly. The two quickly entered the refurbished gravity chamber. It seems Aunt Bulma has renovated the chamber. Indeed. Now, shall we begin our training at 500 times gravity? Yes. Trunks agreed. Gohan promptly adjusted the gravity to 500 times. As the immense pressure enveloped them, Trunks found it difficult to breathe. Are you alright, Trunks? I'm fine. Trunks replied, clenching his fists and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Once transformed, he immediately felt a surge of relief in his body. At this moment, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and an extraordinary aura emanated from his entire being. The ground of the gravity chamber immediately began to tremble violently. Trunks was taken aback. At that moment, Sun Wukong's hair transformed into a striking purple, standing upright. His eyebrows vanished, and his brow closely conformed to his eye sockets, while the pupils of his eyes turned purple as well. This was the rudimentary form of Ultra Instinct. Unlike Beerus' divine technique, Sun Wukong's rudimentary Ultra Instinct could be wielded even by mortals devoid of divine energy. Although its power did not equate to that of the true Ultra Instinct, it was nonetheless formidable. Moreover, Sun Wukong's rudimentary Ultra Instinct could, much like a god of destruction, obliterate everything in existence. However, employing such a technique could deplete a considerable amount of stamina. What is this? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation. This is called Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. Trunks repeated, astonished. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. Trunks, can I also transform like this? Sun Wukong smiled and replied, you can. But you must first cultivate to the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. The 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Trunks, upon hearing this, promptly despaired. He had yet to master even the 2nd level of Super Saiyan, let alone the 3rd. Then, Wukong, which is more powerful. Ultra Instinct or the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Ultra Instinct is not merely a transformation, it is a divine technique. A divine technique? Yes, it can be layered upon the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, but such an endeavor is unnecessary. The transformation into the 3rd level of Super Saiyan is immensely draining. And if one were to layer this state upon it, one might find oneself bereft of stamina before long. I see. So if it's not layered, which is more powerful? Ultra Instinct. In the state of Ultra Instinct, it can unleash all the power within you. I understand, but alas, my current strength is too feeble. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to witness just how powerful this Ultra Instinct truly is. Sun Wukong smiled quietly in response, remaining silent. Chapter 47. I protect the present. You guard the future. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai also sensed the powerful aura emanating from Sun Wukong's rudimentary Ultra Instinct. What is happening? Why does Gohan's aura resemble that of Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong, who was in the midst of training, immediately approached upon hearing this. Lord Kai. Who is Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus is the god of destruction responsible for annihilating planets. A god of destruction? Yes. The North Kai nodded. My planet was not always so small. It became this diminutive due to inadvertently offending Lord Beerus. Oh, is he very powerful? Indeed. Even Frieza would not dare to act audaciously in his presence. Really? Where is he now? Lord Beerus is currently in slumber. Slumber? How long will he remain asleep? I have no idea. At the very least, I would need to sleep for several decades. The North Kai replied, speechless. Indeed, Lord Beerus has quite the capacity for slumber. A few decades is trivial for a god, whose lifespan is exceedingly lengthy. Do you have any idea how old Lord Beerus is now? How old? Son Goku inquired with curiosity. At least 1 or 200 million years. 1 or 200 million years. Indeed, while you Saiyans typically live just over a century. That's merely a fraction of Lord Beerus's age. Son Goku chuckled. Then, where's Lord Beerus now, Kai? I shan't tell you. Must you be so secretive, Kai? Son Goku pleaded with a charming smile. Regardless, even if I did tell you, you wouldn't know. That place is exceedingly distant, and even with your instant transmission, you could not reach it. In the 7th universe, at the realm of the god of destruction, a tall figure with bluish-green skin, long white hair, and purple eyes was holding a staff, gazing towards the northern galaxy of the universe. This individual was none other than Whis, the angel of the 7th universe. Just moments ago, he had sensed the energy emanating from Gohan as he practiced the basic Ultra Instinct technique. Although the aura Gohan exuded was vastly different from the destructive energy of a true god of destruction, the fact that a human could emit a similar energy piqued Whis' curiosity. Gohan, after observing the northern galaxy for a while, Whis gradually withdrew his gaze, murmuring Gohan's name. Time flew by, and before long, a year had passed. During this time, Trunks had finally gathered the energy needed for the time machine. In West City, at Son Goku's home, Trunks was bidding farewell to Goku and the others as he prepared to return. Gohan, I truly appreciate your help over these past 2 years. Without you, my strength wouldn't have improved so rapidly. It was nothing. Trunks, as you return to the future to confront Android 17 and Android 18, do not forget to continue your training. I will protect the present, and you will safeguard the future. I understand, Gohan. Trunks nodded earnestly, recalling the memory of Gohan's tragic fate in the future timeline. Uncle Goku, everyone, I shall take my leave, Trunks said as he bid farewell to the group. Krillin and the others nodded in response. Trunks, the future rests in your hands. Krillin encouraged. Yes, Uncle Krillin. With that, Trunks boarded the time machine, tears welling in his eyes as he waved goodbye to everyone. With a whoosh, the time machine activated, swiftly transporting Trunks back to the future. The Earth of the future remained as it had been, filled with ruins. As Trunks disembarked from the time machine, he hurried home, where he found the future version of Bulma waiting for him. Trunks, future Bulma exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed to embrace him tightly. Mom, Trunks responded, and upon hearing this, Bulma gradually loosened her grip. Trunks, where have you been these past 2 years? Upon hearing this, Trunks promptly recounted to future Bulma the events of his journey to the past. The man in black? Yes, mother. It is thanks to this enigmatic figure that I was able to train in the past. My strength has now surpassed that of Android 17 and Android 18. Future Bulma nodded in understanding. Then, I shall go and eliminate Android 17 and Android 18. Very well, but do exercise caution. Trunks nodded resolutely and swiftly departed from their home in search of the androids. The man in black. After Trunks left, future Bulma murmured to herself. Just before Trunks vanished, she had encountered the mysterious man he spoke of. He had assured her that Trunks was unharmed, merely taken to a place for training, and instructed her not to reveal his existence to Trunks. In a future timeline, amidst the ruins of a once thriving city, a man and woman were mercilessly slaughtering the survivors. These two were none other than Android 17 and Android 18 from the future. Amidst the cacophony of terrified screams, one human after another fell victim to their wrath. Suddenly, a figure emerged, the very Trunks they had anticipated. Trunks. Upon seeing him, Android 17's face twisted into a cold smirk. Long time no see, Trunks. I thought you had lost your courage to confront us and would spend your life hiding. Humph. Trunks scoffed. I am here today to avenge my father, Gohan, and all the innocent lives you have ruthlessly taken. Eliminate us? Android 17 erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. After 2 years apart, you've begun to tell jokes, Trunks. Trunks' expression hardened at this taunt. Whether it is a joke or not, you will soon find out. With that, he clenched his hands, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He swiftly unsheathed his sword and charged at them. Android 17, fists clenched, reciprocated the assault. In a flash, Trunks vanished, reappearing behind Android 17. Look out! Android 18 cried out, alarmed, as she warned her companion. What? Android 17 turned swiftly, only to find Trunks' right hand gathering a golden energy wave aimed directly at him. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Android 17 was obliterated. 17. Android 18 gasped in horror. In a matter of moments, Android 17 had been defeated by Trunks. Trunks regarded her with an icy gaze. Now it is your turn. Chapter 48. The Seed of the Universe. Android 18's face reflected sheer terror. What is happening? How could your power have increased so dramatically? I have returned to the past. Training under Gohan's guidance for 2 years. Gohan, son Gohan. Trunks nodded and swiftly charged towards Android 18. Startled, Android 18 quickly raised her hand to unleash an energy wave at Trunks. Whoosh. Trunks' figure flickered, and he rapidly appeared before Android 18, piercing her body with his sword. Gush. Android 18 let out a piercing scream, blood gushing from her mouth. At that moment, Trunks withdrew his sword with his right hand and, with his left, concentrated a golden energy wave, directing it at Android 18. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, Android 18 was obliterated. Trunks gazed at the vanquished Android 18. Memories flooding back of the words spoken by Gohan when he returned to the future. I protect the present, you protect the future. Gohan. Trunks looked up at the sky, seemingly seeing both past and future versions of Gohan before him. Gohan, I will surely safeguard the future. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On a deserted island in the southern part of West City, there lay a research facility spanning hundreds of square meters, hidden from view. This was Dr. Gero's laboratory. Android 17 and Android 18 had been completed just yesterday. However, Dr. Gero hesitated to activate them, fearing he might lose control once they awoke. At that moment, the two lay quietly in their respective sleep chambers. Observing them, Dr. Gero wrestled with the decision of whether to activate them now. After a long deliberation, he finally steeled his resolve and pressed the switch on the sleep chamber. As the chamber opened, both androids slowly opened their eyes and climbed out. Dr. Gero. Upon seeing him, Android 18's face twisted with intense hatred. If it weren't for Dr. Gero, she would never have been transformed into an android. You are Android 18. Dr. Gero noted the ominous change in her expression and felt a surge of anxiety. Indeed, I am Dr. Gero, the one who created you both, so you must obey me. Hearing this, Android 18 scoffed dismissively. You old fool, not only did you capture us, but you also transformed us into androids. And now you expect us to follow your commands. Indeed, is it proving difficult to control them? Dr. Gero pondered silently as Android 18 clenched her fists and charged at him. In response, he hastily pressed the emergency stop button, rendering both Android 17 and Android 18 immobile. Phew. Dr. Gero sighed in relief. It appears that transforming humans into obedient artificial beings is not as straightforward as I had envisioned. In West City, at Sun Wukong's residence, Son Gohan found himself rather bored, listening to Pilaf report on the current state of their company. Gohan, our company is now among the top 10 in West City. The top 10? Pilaf exclaimed. Indeed. However, several companies have recently begun to imitate us. No matter, we simply need to focus on our own excellence. Pilaf nodded in agreement. Then, Gohan, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Son Gohan nodded. With that, Pilaf promptly exited Gohan's home. Once Pilaf departed, Son Gohan suddenly recalled the cosmic seed stored in his inventory. The cosmic seed is a crystal from Dragon Ball Heroes, utilized to create new universes. Once fully charged with energy, it can grow into a cosmic tree, thereby birthing a new universe. Furthermore, the cosmic seed grants certain superpowers and the ability to fuse with others. With this thought, Son Gohan swiftly retrieved the cosmic seed from the system. A multicolored cube soon materialized in his hand. System, how do I utilize this cosmic seed? Replying to the master, the cosmic seed is currently inactive and requires energy for activation. Energy? It must absorb energy generated from the collision of two forces in battle to activate. Battle? Without hesitation, Son Gohan sought out Piccolo. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Piccolo's training grounds, eager to spar. You wish to fight me? Piccolo inquired. Son Gohan nodded. Rest assured, Uncle Piccolo. I want to exert my full strength. Very well. Although reluctant, Piccolo acquiesced. Then, Uncle Piccolo, shall we begin? Gohan asked, descending to a distance from Piccolo. All right. Piccolo nodded. As Gohan took his stance, he charged towards Piccolo. In no time, they were engaged in combat. However, due to Gohan's overwhelming strength, Piccolo found himself mostly on the defensive. Boom. Moments later, Gohan knocked Piccolo to the ground. Glancing at the cosmic seed in his palm, he noticed it flicker. System, has it activated? Yes, master. The cosmic seed has currently collected 0.01 of energy. 0.01. This is the energy generated from the recent skirmish with Piccolo. If you manage to fully charge the cosmic seed, it can evolve into the cosmic tree, or the energy can be infused into your body, granting you unparalleled strength. Oh, but there are currently no worthy opponents on Earth. Then the master may seek battles in other universes or timelines. Other universes. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan stroked his chin thoughtfully and suddenly recalled Hit from Universe 6. However, given his current strength, he doubted he could rival Hit. System, if I observe their battle, can the seed of the universe absorb the energy generated from their conflict? Indeed, master, replied the system. Without hesitation, Son Gohan produced the celestial mirror and ventured into the realm of the underworld. At that moment, Frieza and King Cold stood arrogantly before a throng of minions. Chapter 49, Ragus. Son Gohan. Frieza's expression shifted to one of surprise upon the sudden appearance of Son Gohan. With a smile, Son Gohan greeted, "Long time no see, Frieza." Frieza, seething with anger, clenched his fists tightly. Shortly thereafter, he burst into laughter. "How is it that you have come here? Have you perished?" "Not at all. I merely found myself bored today and thought I would pay you both a visit." "Both?" King Cold realized Son Gohan was referring to himself. "Frieza, this fool is far too arrogant. I suggest we join forces and teach him a lesson." "Very well, father," Frieza replied, commanding his minions to charge at Son Gohan. In a flash, Son Gohan dispatched the minions effortlessly. Frieza sneered and lunged at Son Gohan. King Cold followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. Son Gohan clenched his fists, engaging in a fierce battle with the two. Observing their combined strength holding its own against him, Frieza could not suppress a faint smile. Suddenly, Son Gohan vanished, reappearing behind them. Before they could react, he sent them both flying into a pool of blood with a powerful punch and kick. "I may have been too harsh," Son Gohan remarked, glancing at the two submerged in the blood pool. Initially, he intended to prolong their fight, but Frieza's smile had provoked him to act swiftly. Afterward, Son Gohan checked the energy collected by the seed of the universe. 003. Did I only gain an increase of 002 from defeating them? Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan promptly departed the underworld and returned to Earth. Once back, he once again utilized the celestial mirror, revealing a planet resembling glass. This planet, known as Glass Star, belonged to the Glass Clan. The Glass Clan possessed the remarkable abilities of glass manipulation and generation, resulting in their rigorous upbringing and formidable combat prowess. Consequently, many sought to capture members of the Glass Clan to train them as warriors. However, they fiercely resisted such attempts. Ragus, from Dragon Ball Heroes, is a member of this clan. Nevertheless, Glass Star is not a planet of the primary timeline but exists in a different realm. Upon witnessing the dire state of Glass Star, Son Gohan swiftly employed the celestial mirror to arrive on the planet. He aimed to rescue Ragus and invite her to join his ranks. Upon arriving on Glass Star, Son Gohan immediately spotted a tall and imposing figure attempting to capture a girl with blue skin and twin ponytails. This girl belonged to the Glass Clan. "Stop!" Son Gohan shouted fiercely at the man. The man turned to face Son Gohan, demanding, "Who are you? How did you come to be on Glass Star?" "You need not know, for you shall soon meet your demise at my hands." The man boasted arrogantly. Unfazed, he quickly gathered a wave of energy in his right hand and unleashed it towards Son Gohan, who remained motionless. Boom! The energy wave struck Son Gohan. The man sneered, his expression one of disdain. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his chin. Bang! The man was sent hurtling into the air like a projectile. Immediately, a purple energy of destruction emanated from Son Gohan's right hand and struck the airborne man. With a resounding explosion, the man was obliterated. However, the tremendous blast attracted other invaders on the planet. Son Gohan glanced at the girl, and sensing the absence of any other members of the Glass Clan, he swiftly teleported to her side, bringing her back to Earth in the main timeline. Looking around in confusion, the girl asked, "Who are you? Where's this?" "My name is Son Gohan, and this is Earth." "Earth?" she echoed. "What is your name?" "Ragusa." Ragusa replied, her eyes narrowing suspiciously at Son Gohan. Son Gohan smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I am not a villain." Ragusa remained skeptical, stating, "A bad person wouldn't have it written all over their face. Do you wish to seek revenge?" Ragusa nodded. "If I can help you achieve that, how would you express your gratitude?" "Anything you ask of me, as long as I can do it. You shall become my disciple." "Become your disciple?" Ragusa remarked, glancing at Son Gohan, who was only slightly taller than her. "Yes, and as my disciple, you must assist with chores and complete your assignments." "All right. As long as you allow me to exact my revenge, I will become your disciple." Son Gohan smiled in satisfaction at her response. "Moreover, regarding your background, you must not disclose it to anyone. If anyone inquires, simply say you have always lived on Earth." "Okay." Ragusa nodded. "By the way, can you fly?" "Yes," Ragusa exclaimed, lifting off the ground. "Can you create glass?" Upon hearing this, Ragusa conjured a palm-sized diamond-shaped piece of glass. "So small," Son Gohan remarked. "This is the largest I can currently create." "That's all right. With diligent practice, you will surely be able to produce larger pieces in the future." Ragusa nodded in agreement. At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from her stomach. "Are you hungry? Let me take you out to eat." Ragusa nodded eagerly. Upon seeing this, Son Gohan immediately took Ragusa back to his home. Once they arrived, Chi-Chi, noticing the newcomer, gazed at Ragusa with curiosity and inquired, "Gohan, who is she?" "Mom. Her name is Ragusa. She is a new friend of mine." "A friend?" "Yes, Mom. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Could you prepare something to eat?" "Oh, certainly," Chi-Chi exclaimed, dashing into the kitchen to prepare a meal for Son Gohan. After some time, she returned with a feast and announced, "All right, Gohan, Ragusa, the food is ready. You may eat now." Son Gohan and Ragusa immediately began to indulge. Upon tasting the chicken leg prepared by Chi-Chi, Ragusa's face lit up with surprise. Auntie, this chicken leg is truly delicious. Is it? If you like it, feel free to eat more. Chi-Chi replied, her face beaming with joy. Indeed. Ragusa nodded eagerly. Once the meal concluded, Son Gohan took Ragusa to the gravity chamber at the Baozi Mountain for training. Chapter 50, 1000 times gravity. What is this place, Gohan? Ragusa asked. Call me Master. Oh, Master, what is this place? This is the gravity chamber, the location where you will train in the future. The gravity chamber? Yes. Here I can increase the gravity to a maximum of 800 times. 800 times. Son Gohan nodded and elevated the chamber's gravity to 10 times. Instantly, a heavy force pressed down upon them. How heavy? Son Gohan chuckled lightly. 10 times gravity is still considered light. I usually train under 800 times. 800 times. Ragusa gasped in astonishment. The 10 times gravity was already making it difficult for her to breathe. She wondered how she would survive under 800 times. Indeed. Therefore, you must train diligently so that you can soon endure the gravity of 800 times. Ragusa nodded uncertainly. Noticing her hesitation, Son Gohan promptly retrieved the cosmic seed. System, can this cosmic seed apply gravity to a person? Yes, Master. Can it apply gravity to oneself? Certainly, Master. You just need to let the cosmic seed hover above your head to apply gravity to you. Following this, Son Gohan commanded the colorful cube to float above him. Immediately, a radiant spectrum of light emanated from the cosmic seed, enveloping Son Gohan. Master, what is this? Ragusa asked, gazing at the luminous glow of the cosmic seed. This increases gravity, so be careful not to touch it. Increases gravity. Ragusa exclaimed, startled. She had just contemplated reaching for the light emitted by the cosmic seed. 100 times gravity. Son Gohan stated, observing the cosmic seed. As soon as he spoke, the cosmic seed applied 100 times gravity to him. With the existing 10 times gravity in the chamber, this resulted in an overwhelming 1000 times gravity. How heavy? Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Transformations have occurred, and the result is quite striking. Ragus was taken aback. Upon his metamorphosis, Son Gohan immediately felt a significant relief. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired of the system. System, I commanded the seed of the universe to increase the gravity by 100 times. Yet why does it seem to exert a force greater than 800 times? Master, have you forgotten? You have activated a 10-fold gravity. Thus, 100 times, that is 1,000-fold. I see. So if I were to command the seed of the universe to impose a 100-fold gravity under 800 times, would that not result in 80,000 times? Master, you are overthinking it. Not only must you consider if your gravity chamber can withstand 80,000 times, but the seed of the universe cannot simultaneously endure 800 times while applying 100 times. That is true. So, what is the maximum gravity the seed of the universe can exert? 1,000 times, under normal conditions. However, if you gather sufficient energy, it can be elevated to 1,500 times. Son Gohan fell silent upon hearing this. He had only increased his energy by 002 after defeating Frieza and his son. To amass the energy of the seed of the universe, he would likely need to achieve Super Saiyan 4 and engage in combat with others. At that moment, Ragus approached and asked, Master, what transformation is this? Son Gohan smiled and replied, this is called Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2? Then why do you refer to this transformation as Super Saiyan 2 and not just Super Saiyan 1? Because this is the second transformation of a Super Saiyan. Then, Master, what does Super Saiyan 1 look like? That is simply called Super Saiyan, not Super Saiyan 1. As Son Gohan spoke, he reverted his transformation back to Super Saiyan. This is Super Saiyan. Ragus nodded in understanding. Then, Ragus, you may commence your training. Understood, Master. As evening approached, after concluding a day of rigorous training, Son Gohan bid farewell to Ragus and prepared to return home for dinner. Master, are you going home? Son Gohan nodded. There is food in the refrigerator. Feel free to prepare whatever you desire. Master, I am afraid. Afraid of what? I fear those people from earlier may come looking for me. Could you possibly stay here overnight? Son Gohan scratched his head, pondering her request. Ragus, you need not fear. This place is very secure. Master. Ragus looked at him with a sorrowful expression. Very well, I shall leave a clone here with you. A clone? Son Gohan nodded, plucking a hair from his head and transforming it into a clone of himself. 2 masters. Son Gohan chuckled. Not 2 masters, but a clone. How impressive, Master. Could you teach me this technique? Son Gohan smiled. Let us first see you conquer 100 times gravity. Ragus huffed defiantly. Tomorrow, I shall train under 100 times gravity. Son Gohan laughed. The cows on the ground will almost be blown away by you. Ragus blushed at his remark. Then, Master, is this clone exceptionally powerful? No, he only requires a mere fraction of my strength. Just a fraction. Ragus displayed an expression of profound disappointment upon hearing this. Indeed, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he possesses a battle power of several tens of millions. Several tens of millions? Master, are you truly that formidable? Son Gohan appears to be of a similar age to her, yet his strength surpasses hers by such a significant margin. Furthermore, she finds herself lacking even 1,000th of Son Gohan's power. Son Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Legas nodded in response. Observing this, Son Gohan executed a swift instant transmission, returning to his home. Once Son Gohan had departed, Legas immediately turned her gaze towards Son Gohan's doppelganger. Master, I cannot cook. Do you possess culinary skills? No. Oh. As time swiftly passed, a year had elapsed. After a year of rigorous training, Legas had managed to cultivate her abilities under 50 times the normal gravity. At that moment, Legas stood in an area filled with glass. Glass. With a sharp exclamation, a diamond-shaped piece of glass, roughly the same size as Legas herself, materialized on the ground. With so much glass, one could easily establish a glass factory, couldn't one? Son Gohan remarked as he surveyed the glass congregating around Legas. Master, look. The glass I've gathered this time is significantly larger than before. Chapter 51, The Birth of Trunks. Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. So, Master, when will you teach me the technique of creating doppelgangers? Ahem. Son Gohan cleared his throat. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until you have conquered 100 times the gravity before we discuss that. Legas, feeling slightly indignant, retorted, Master, I will eventually overcome 100 times the gravity. Please teach me first. I shall indeed teach you, but only after you have mastered 100 times the gravity. Wretched Master. Legas couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. What did you say? Oh no, I forgot that Master can read minds. Legas's expression shifted immediately. Nothing, Master. I said nothing. At the lab of Dr. Gero, due to the insubordination of Android 17 and Android 18, Dr. Gero hastened the creation of Android 19 and even transformed himself into an android. He stood nervously before the sleeping chamber of Android 19, observing the android within. Since embarking on his research into androids, he had successfully created 19 of them. If one includes himself, that totals 20. Androids 1 through 7 were failures, while Android 8, although successfully created, proved to be benevolent and ultimately befriended Son Goku. Androids 9 through 12 also failed, while Androids 13 through 15 are presently under development at another facility, managed by a supercomputer. Although Androids 16, 17, and 18 were successfully created, none obey his commands, and Androids 17 and 18 even plotted to kill him. This implies that, aside from the androids still in production, 13, 14, and 15, none of the androids Dr. Gero successfully created are compliant with his directives. Thus, he felt an unusual tension towards the newly created android, number 19. After a prolonged observation of the android, Dr. Gero finally decided to activate it. As the sleeping chamber opened, number 19 swiftly opened its eyes. Dr. Gero. The android gazed expressionlessly at Dr. Gero before promptly emerging from the chamber. Have I succeeded? Dr. Gero, noticing no abnormalities, quickly approached. At that moment, number 19's figure flickered, and it suddenly launched an attack on Dr. Gero. Startled, Dr. Gero had barely any time to react before being struck down by a powerful punch from the android. You, Dr. Gero seethed with anger as he looked at number 19 before him. He had believed he was finally creating an obedient android, only to discover yet another failure. Unfazed by his words, number 19 raised its fist once more and struck at Dr. Gero. Observing this, Dr. Gero hastily attempted to flee. Number 19 immediately pursued him. Once outside, Dr. Gero swiftly retrieved the emergency stop button, bringing the android to a halt. Phew. Seeing number 19 freeze, Dr. Gero exhaled in relief, then stormed back to the research facility. Curse it. Where did I go wrong? Why do none of the androids I create obey me? Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, in West City, at Son Goku's home, Goku and Goten were seated on the living room sofa, enjoying fruits when Chi-Chi suddenly emerged from the kitchen. Goku, Goten, I heard from Bulma that the World Martial Arts Tournament is being held tomorrow. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed, it has been a long time since we last held it after our marriage. How about you two participate in the tournament tomorrow? Participate in the tournament? Yes. I heard the champion receives a substantial prize. Oh Chi-Chi, isn't Goten's earnings sufficient? What do you know? One can never have too much money. But Chi-Chi, there aren't any formidable opponents left in the tournament now. No formidable opponents? You wouldn't be suggesting that Krillin and the others join, would you? Regardless, you two must participate in the tournament tomorrow. Alright then. Goku reluctantly agreed after hearing this. Goten, seeing this, nodded in acquiescence as well. Afterward, Goku immediately went to find Krillin and the others, inquiring if they would join the World Martial Arts Tournament. Initially, Krillin and the others were reluctant to participate, but out of respect for Goku, they ultimately consented. In the afternoon, at a hospital in West City, a baby with a tuft of purple hair was born. This infant was none other than Trunks. Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief were currently beaming with joy as they gazed upon their newly born grandson. Bulla. The child is indeed adorable. He is a boy indeed. Mrs. Brief nodded in affirmation. Bulla, have you chosen a name for this child? If not, I have a few suggestions that might serve as inspiration, Dr. Brief inquired. No need, father. I have already decided on a name. The child shall be named Trunks. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulla declined Dr. Brief's kind offer. Dr. Brief was known for his whimsical nature, and she certainly did not wish for him to bestow an absurd name upon her son. Trunks, Dr. Brief remarked, immediately turning to look at the infant. Bulla, while Trunks is a fine name, I believe the name Brawla possesses a certain charm as well. Father, Bulla exclaimed, casting an indignant glare at Dr. Brief. All right, I understand. The name will be Trunks. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Goku's family arrived early at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. As Chi-Chi gazed upon the familiar surroundings of the tournament, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. It was here that she and Goku had announced their marriage years ago. Goku, do you remember? It was right here that you promised to marry me, and then we had Goten. Indeed, Goku replied with a smile and a nod. Just then, a green figure descended from the sky. It was Piccolo. Piccolo. Goku greeted him with a cheerful smile. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. What an inconvenient moment for him to appear. Chi-Chi thought to herself, feeling a twinge of annoyance as Piccolo interrupted their reminiscence. Chapter 52, Battle against Videl. Goten, have you registered yet? Not yet. Goten shook his head. Is that so? Then let us go register now. All right. Goten agreed, and together they proceeded to the registration area. Due to the large number of participants, they waited in line for quite some time before it was their turn. Name? Goku. Age? 29 years. Where do you reside? West City. Good, next. Name? Goten. Age? 10 years. Only 10? The staff member inquired. Yes. According to the regulations of the World Martial Arts Tournament, you can only compete in the junior division. Junior division? Yes. This is a new rule. Anyone under the age of 15 must compete in the junior division. Goten felt a wave of frustration. Despite being the strongest among them, he was relegated to the junior division. Well, Goten, why not participate in the junior division then? Goku suggested with a smile. Goten nodded and stepped aside. Although participating in the junior group competition was somewhat tedious, he was merely there to pass the time. Since the number of contestants in the junior group was limited, Gohan quickly completed his registration. Suddenly, he spotted several familiar figures approaching. They were Krillin and his friends. Krillin, he exclaimed. It's been a while, Gohan. Krillin replied with a smile. Just then, Goku and Chi-Chi arrived from a distance. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu. Goku greeted them with a nod. Have you just arrived? Yes. Goku, have you registered? We have. Is that so? Then let's finish our registrations first, and we can chat afterward. All right, Goku agreed with a nod. After a short while, Krillin and the others completed their registration and rejoined Goku and the others. At that moment, the venue suddenly announced the commencement of the junior group competition. Junior group? Krillin recalled that there hadn't been such a category in previous tournaments. Goku nodded in affirmation. This is a new addition to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Anyone under the age of 15 can only compete in the junior group. If it's under 15, then go on. Goku nodded again. So, Dad, is Uncle Piccolo going to participate? Goku acknowledged. Gohan, you must give it your all and strive for the championship in the junior group. Chi-Chi urged. Gohan chuckled nervously and nodded. The championship of the junior group? If it weren't for his age, he could easily claim the title in the adult group. Soon after, Gohan entered the arena for the junior group competition. Facing off against only children, he effortlessly advanced to the finals. The opponent joining him in the final match was a little girl, none other than Mr. Satan's daughter, Videl. At just 10 years old, Videl was nearly Gohan's height. Ladies and gentlemen, after a morning of competition, we have finally reached the finals of the junior group. Featuring 10-year-old contestant Gohan and contestant Videl, the announcer proclaimed. Despite their young age, both of their fathers are formidable martial artists, especially Gohan's father, Goku, who was the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament. Mr. Satan, watching from the audience, couldn't help but feel anxious for Videl. The son of the champion, huh? Upon hearing this, Videl immediately became intrigued by Gohan. Now, who will you support? The host asked the audience. Gohan. Videl. The spectators cheered in response. All right. I hereby declare the finals of the junior group competition officially begin. Videl shouted enthusiastically and charged toward Gohan. He stood still, contemplating. System. How many moves do you think it would take to defeat her? The system replied, somewhat exasperated. Master, that is entirely up to your discretion. As the scene unfolded, Videl found herself face to face with Son Gohan. With a swift kick of her right leg, she aimed to strike at him. Son Gohan, however, deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. Gritting her teeth, Videl unleashed a flurry of punches, fast as the wind, directed at Son Gohan. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. As she continued to attack, Son Gohan kept count of her blows while skillfully dodging each one. Upon reaching the 10th strike, he thrust his right fist forward with great force, generating a powerful gust that sent Videl flying off the stage. The host and the audience were momentarily stunned. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet it concluded so swiftly. Despite their disappointment, they understood, for both combatants were merely children. Ouch! Bidalai exclaimed as she landed but quickly rose to her feet, brushing off her backside. Bidalai has fallen from the stage. Son Gohan wins. Congratulations to Son Gohan for claiming the championship and a prize of 1 million for the youth category. The host announced to the audience. Wonderful. Gohan won. Chi-Chi exclaimed, rising from her seat in excitement. Krillin and the others chuckled awkwardly, knowing that with Son Gohan's prowess, winning not only the youth category, but even the adult category would have been effortless. Piccolo, Gohan's match has concluded. It's almost time for us to compete, Krillin remarked, to which Piccolo nodded in agreement. They then departed from the audience section. On the stage, after his victory, Son Gohan quickly jumped down and approached Bidalai, asking, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, but how did you manage to defeat me so easily?" Bidalai inquired. "That was my fighting spirit," he replied. "Fighting spirit? To put it simply, it's the powerful wind generated when I throw a punch." "You can't be serious. Are you trying to fool me?" Bidalai questioned skeptically. Gohan chuckled lightly. "Believe it or not." With a huff, Bidalai responded, "Your name is Son Gohan, right? The next time we meet, I won't lose to you again." "Alright," Gohan replied with a smile, which only fueled Bidalai's irritation. "What are you smiling about, Son Gohan?" She snapped. "Nothing. I'm just happy to have won the championship," he said. Bidalai, hearing this, chose not to press further. Chapter 53. Deception, it's all a trick. At that moment, Mr. Satan made his way from the audience to the stage. "Dad," Bidalai exclaimed. Mr. Satan nodded. "Bidalai, though you didn't win the championship this time, don't be discouraged. I believe in you. Next time, you will surely triumph." Bidalai nodded in agreement. "Dad, your match is coming up soon, so you must do your best." Mr. Satan smiled. "Rest assured, I will bring home a championship for you to see." "Yes," Bidalai affirmed. As Mr. Satan spoke, he glanced around and noticed that Son Gohan, who had been standing there moments ago, had mysteriously vanished. Shortly thereafter, the adult category competition commenced. Sun Wukong and his companions effortlessly advanced to the top 8, while Mr. Satan, fortunate enough to avoid a clash with them, also secured a place among the elite. In the first match of the quarterfinals, Mr. Satan faced off against Spopovich and, after a strenuous battle, managed to clinch victory. The second match saw Tianjin Fan take on Yamcha, where Tianjin Fan easily triumphed. The third match featured Sun Wukong against Jiaozi, with Sun Wukong defeating Jiaozi with remarkable ease. In the fourth quarterfinal, Piccolo confronted Krillin, decisively overcoming him and advancing to the semifinals. During the first semifinal, Piccolo went up against Mr. Satan, who, as anticipated, fell to Piccolo. Upon witnessing Mr. Satan's defeat, Videl felt a twinge of surprise, yet she quickly reconciled herself to the reality that competitions inevitably yield winners and losers. After Piccolo's victory, Sun Wukong faced Tianjin Fan and, unsurprisingly, emerged victorious. Thus, Sun Wukong and Piccolo advanced to the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, after an afternoon filled with exhilarating matches, we have arrived at the grand finale. Now, let us welcome competitors Sun Wukong and Piccolo to the stage. The host, feeling a surge of excitement, reflected on the 11 years since he last witnessed a match featuring Sun Wukong. He recalled the most thrilling moments of his past were those involving Sun Wukong and his peers. "Isn't Sun Wukong the father of Son Gohan?" Videl inquired of Mr. Satan beside her. Mr. Satan nodded in affirmation. Upon realizing this, Videl eagerly scanned the arena, hopeful that Son Gohan would also be present to witness the spectacle. "What are you looking for, Videl?" Mr. Satan asked. "I'm searching for Son Gohan," she replied. "Son Gohan, isn't that the boy who just defeated you?" Mr. Satan remarked, his protective instincts igniting. With his wife deceased, he and his daughter were all each other had, and he was reluctant to see her swept away by another boy at such a young age. "Dad, what are you talking about?" "I'm just trying to see if that guy is here," Videl insisted. After a thorough search, she found no sign of Son Gohan. It wasn't he present. Rather, the vastness of the arena and the throngs of spectators made it difficult for her to spot him, especially given his shorter stature. Feeling a slight disappointment at not finding Son Gohan, Videl regretted not asking for his address earlier, thinking it would have been nice to challenge him to a sparring match someday. Meanwhile, on the competition stage, the battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo commenced. The speed of their movements rendered them nearly invisible to the audience, leaving the host in a state of bewilderment. Although he could not discern their actions, he could certainly sense the fierce winds generated by their combat and the thunderous sounds of their fists colliding. "Dad, what is happening? I can't see them at all," Videl exclaimed. "Illusion, it is all but an illusion." "An illusion?" "Indeed. The two of them must have secretly prepared a piece of fabric that matched the color of the arena bricks." "Fabric?" "Yes, while we were distracted. They discreetly lifted that fabric to conceal their bodies, thus achieving the effect of vanishing from our sight." "Is it truly so?" After hearing this, Bidalai felt a flicker of doubt in her heart. Whoosh! At that very moment, the figures of the two appeared simultaneously in midair. "They are in the sky!" An audience member exclaimed excitedly to those around him. "In the sky?" Upon hearing this, Bidalai also looked up towards the heavens. Father, what is happening now? Projection. They must have employed projection techniques, or perhaps they utilized fishing lines to hoist themselves aloft. How else could ordinary people possibly fly in the sky? Illusion. It is all but an illusion, Mr. Satan said, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. In truth, even he did not believe his own words. Yet, in order to maintain his formidable image before his daughter, he had no choice but to assert such claims. He could not simply admit ignorance, for that would surely shatter his powerful image in Bidalai's eyes. Projection? Fishing lines? Bidalai glanced at the heights several hundred meters above the competition stage. It was nearly impossible for a projection to reach such altitudes. As for fishing lines, that was even more implausible, for if they were indeed suspended by fishing lines, they would require an aircraft. The noise of a plane is quite substantial. Even at several hundred meters above the ground, they should have heard some sound of jet engines. However, from the moment she arrived, she had not heard a single sound of a jet plane. Bang! Just then, Bick was struck down from the sky like a projectile. Thud! As Bick's body was about to hit the ground, he performed a flip, landing firmly on the competition stage. Instantly, the surface of the stage cracked open like a spider's web. Whoosh! At that moment, Sun Wukong teleported and suddenly appeared behind Bick. Sensing a shift, Bick moved a few steps forward, yet was still sent flying out of the competition stage by Sun Wukong's right fist. Bick is disqualified. Sun Wukong emerges victorious. Congratulations to Sun Wukong for once again claiming the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament, along with a prize of 1 million. The host immediately announced to the audience below, 1 million. Hearing this, Chi-Chi instantly leaped from her seat in excitement. Upon hearing the news, Sun Wukong flew down to the stage. Bick, are you alright? I'm fine. Bick brushed off the dust from his clothes. Really? Then let us find Gohan and the others. I will treat you all to a meal. Bick was speechless. I am a Namekian. I need only water. No worries, even if you do not eat. You can still join everyone for a chat. Very well then. After listening to the conversation, Piccolo initially intended to decline, but upon considering Gohan, he acquiesced. Chapter 54, The Encounter at the Restaurant. Seeing Piccolo agree, Goku immediately led him to meet Krillin and the others. As dusk had already settled, Goku guided Krillin and the others to a nearby restaurant for a meal. This establishment was the very same where Master Roshi had treated Goku and the others during Goku's first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin, do you remember this restaurant? Goku inquired. Of course. This is the place where Master Roshi treated us. You devoured his prize money in one sitting. Krillin replied with a chuckle. Indeed. It's a pity Master Roshi isn't here with you this time. Goku remarked with a hint of nostalgia. All right, Goku. What dishes would you like? I'll place the order. Chi-Chi offered. Upon hearing this, Goku immediately rattled off a plethora of dish names. Just then, a father and daughter entered the restaurant. This duo was none other than Mr. Satan and Biddy. Biddy, what would you like to eat? Mr. Satan inquired. Biddy, intending to express her preferences, suddenly spotted Gohan seated with Piccolo and the others. She also noticed that all the finalists were gathered with Gohan. Such a remarkable background. Dad, isn't that the Piccolo who defeated you? Piccolo. Mr. Satan followed Biddy's gaze and indeed saw Piccolo, along with Krillin and the others. Gohan. Although Biddy claimed not to like Gohan, Mr. Satan couldn't shake the concern that Gohan might win her over. Biddy nodded and made her way toward Gohan. Biddy, Mr. Satan immediately rushed after her. Biddy. Gohan noticed her approaching and spoke up. Krillin, upon hearing Gohan, followed his gaze toward Biddy. Gohan, do you know this girl? Gohan nodded. She is the runner-up in the junior division. Runner-up? So that means you defeated her? Yes, Gohan confirmed with a nod. At that moment, Biddy had reached Gohan. It's nice to see you again, Gohan. Gohan nodded in response. As soon as the words left her lips, Mr. Satan stepped beside Biddy. Biddy, what are you doing here? Just as Biddy was about to respond, Goku interjected. Hey, aren't you the one who was defeated by Piccolo? I am not that guy. My name is Mr. Satan. He retorted angrily. My apologies. I just momentarily forgot your name. Goku chuckled. Mr. Satan snorted in irritation, still miffed by Goku's earlier remark. Excuse me, sir, you must be Gohan's father? Biddy suddenly asked Gohan. Goku nodded. And sir, where is your home? Where is your home? Upon the utterance of those words, a flicker of astonishment crossed the faces of Chi-Chi and her companions. To their surprise, Bidalai had approached specifically to inquire about the address of son Gohan. Have today's youth matured so swiftly? Bidalai, Mr. Satan, upon hearing this, directed a sharp reprimand towards Bidalai, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It is typically the boys who ask girls for their addresses. Yet his daughter boldly inquired about son Gohan's whereabouts. Though Bidalai was still quite young and lacked understanding of such matters, a sense of shame still lingered within her. What is the matter, Dad? Mr. Satan found himself at a loss for words. Son Goku, however, gave it no further thought and promptly divulged his home address. We reside in West City. Thank you, Uncle. You're Bidalai, correct? Bidalai nodded in affirmation. What do you wish to know our address for? Nearby, Krillin and the others looked on, utterly speechless. Although Son Goku was nearing 30, his mind remained as innocent as ever, revealing their address without a second thought. I wish to seek out Son Gohan for a friendly sparring session. A sparring session? Indeed. I lost to Son Gohan in today's junior tournament, and I aim to defeat him in our next encounter. Defeat Gohan. Krillin and the others regarded Beerus with peculiar expressions. At present, Son Gohan's strength surpassed that of any among them. The notion that Beerus, who lacked even her father's prowess, would audaciously declare her intention to best Son Gohan was astonishing. Well, at that moment, Mr. Satan suddenly grasped Beerus' hand. All right, Beerus, it's time for us to order. As Beerus was led away, Son Goku and the others promptly took their seats, awaiting the arrival of their meal. Shortly thereafter, a server brought forth an array of dishes to the table. So, Chi-Chi, may we begin our feast? Son Goku, whose stomach had been growling in hunger, gazed at the roasted pig on the table. Yes, Chi-Chi nodded. Upon hearing her response, Son Goku swiftly reached for the food, diving into the meal. The noise of his eating soon attracted the attention of other patrons in the restaurant, including Mr. Satan and his daughter. Once Son Goku began, Son Gohan and the others followed suit. Though Son Gohan's dining manners were somewhat more refined than Son Goku's, he still consumed his food at an extraordinary pace. Mr. Satan and the others watched in astonishment. Are they even human? Boss, we've run out of food. Just then, Son Goku called out to the proprietor of the establishment. The owner, upon hearing this, hurried over to collect the empty plates and bring more dishes. Burp. After a considerable time, Son Goku let out a resounding belch, while the owner and servers were visibly exhausted. The sheer volume of food consumed by Son Goku and his companions had been overwhelming, as they had just devoured a staggering 6 tables worth of dishes. Moreover, due to their rapid eating speed, the staff had to balance the tasks of serving new dishes while collecting the empty plates. Boss, it's time to settle the bill. Chi-Chi shouted towards the owner. Very well, please hold on for just a moment. The proprietor, upon picking up the lengthy bill that had fallen to the ground, began to tally the expenses. Were they truly monsters? Mr. Satan, who had been dining with Beerus, couldn't help but scoff inwardly at the scene. After a considerable amount of time, the proprietor completed the calculations and presented the extensive bill to Kiki. Dear guests, your total expenditure amounts to 1,300,000. Such a staggering sum. Is there any possibility of a discount? Kiki inquired. Unfortunately not, dear guest. However, I can offer you a concession of 10,000. The proprietor replied, shaking his head. Very well, Kiki responded, promptly handing over her card to the proprietor. In an instant, half of her bonus had vanished. Chapter 55, Vegeta challenges Son Goku. Son Goku chuckled, but there's still half of your bonus left. Kiki, uninterested in Goku's nonchalant attitude towards money, chose to ignore him. After settling the bill, Goku and his companions departed from the restaurant. As the hour was growing late, Krillin and the others decided to spend the night at Goku's home. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Today marked the arrival of the day when the androids would make their appearance. Early in the morning, Krillin and his friends arrived in West City, prepared to join Son Goku in the search for the androids. However, unbeknownst to them, Dr. Gero had no intention of showing up due to his lack of control over Android 19. Although he was confident in his current abilities, he was not keen on risking his life alone, as one only has one life to live. As the clock approached 10, Goku and his companions reached the location indicated by Trunks. Yet, due to the plethora of small islands in the vicinity, they could not ascertain where androids 17 and 18 might appear, necessitating a division of their efforts. Goku, there are simply too many islands here. I believe it would be prudent for us to split up, Krillin suggested. If any one of us locates those 2 androids, we must elevate our energy to the maximum to signal the others, and then you can swiftly come to our aid. Agreed. Goku nodded. However, for safety's sake, let us pair up. Krillin, you and Yamcha team up, Tien and Kaiatsu form another pair, and as for me, I'll go alone with Piccolo and Gohan. Understood. Krillin affirmed. With that, the 7 of them took to the skies, heading towards the small islands in search of the androids. After a considerable search of all the islands, they reconvened. Goku, did you all fail to find the androids? Indeed, Goku replied with a nod. Could it be that Trunks' arrival has altered the course of history, preventing the creation of those 2 androids? Yamcha speculated. Who knows? Krillin shook his head. Even if those 2 androids were never created, Dr. Gero would likely devise other androids to exact revenge on Goku. True, Yamcha nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure soared toward them from a distance. It was none other than Vegeta. Vegeta. As the words left his lips, Vegeta immediately positioned himself before Goku. Kakarot, where are those 2 androids? Goku, scratching the back of his head, replied, we have no idea where they are. No idea? Vegeta's tone was incredulous. Indeed, they have not appeared as Trunks reported. They haven't shown up? Goku nodded. In that case, how about we engage in battle? Vegeta suggested with a smile. Battle with me? Precisely. In truth, I am more eager to defeat you than those androids. Goku glanced at Gohan beside him. All right, Upon hearing Goku's agreement, a faint smile graced Vegeta's face. He then led Goku to a deserted island, where Gohan and the others followed at a distance. Kakarot, how do you find this place for our duel? It's decent. Vegeta chuckled in response. Kakarot, I have awaited this day for a long time. You've awaited this day for long. Indeed, Kakarot. As a Saiyan, I have been a prodigy since birth. Prior to encountering you and Gohan, I held absolute confidence in my strength. However, after coming to Earth and losing to your inferior warrior's son, I felt I had utterly lost my dignity and pride, striving to prove I am superior to you. Is that so? Goku replied with a mild smile. Unlike Vegeta, he did not dwell on such matters. In his heart, a loss was simply a loss, just as a victory was a victory. Seeing the smile on Goku's face, Vegeta could not help but grit his teeth. He loathed that smile, for it seemed to mock him, implying that he could never surpass Goku. Then let us commence, Kakarot. All right, Goku declared, assuming a combative stance. With a light laugh, Vegeta charged at him. Goku clenched his fists and dashed towards Vegeta in response. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Soon, the two found themselves face to face, engaged in an intense battle. The ground was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust. Bang! With a powerful punch, Goku was knocked to the ground. Seizing the moment, Vegeta raised his right foot and stomped down forcefully towards Goku. Goku rolled aside, pushing off the ground with his right hand to regain his footing. Vegeta let out a cold huff, suddenly tightening his hands. Huh! With a fierce shout, an overwhelming aura emanated from Vegeta. Upon sensing this energy, Krillin and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Suddenly, the very ground of the island began to tremble violently, with clouds of sand and debris soaring into the air. Could it be? Krillin gasped. Before he could finish, Vegeta's hair transformed into a golden hue, his eyes shifted to a light green, and a golden aura enveloped his entire being. This was the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Is it truly the Super Saiyan? Krillin remarked. Upon hearing this, Piccolo clenched his teeth, feeling a surge of indignation. Not long ago, he and Goku were nearly equals in strength, but now, with Goku and the others mastering the Super Saiyan form, he found himself significantly outpaced. Although not a Saiyan himself, Piccolo had diligently trained over the past 3 years. A Super Saiyan indeed, Goku exclaimed, clenching his fists and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta snorted derisively and, like a flash of lightning, charged at Goku. Goku met him with a fist raised. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. As the sounds of their fierce battle erupted, the two engaged in a flurry of blows on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Huh! With a mighty shout, Vegeta tightened his right fist and sent Goku flying. Goku planted his feet firmly on the ground, gasping for breath. Piccolo noticed something was amiss with Goku and felt a flicker of concern. What is happening? Goku clearly hasn't exerted himself that much. Why is he panting so heavily? Chapter 56, The Search for Dr. Gero. Kakarot. At this moment, Vegeta also noticed Goku's unusual state and halted his assault. Could it be the viral heart disease Trunks mentioned? Gohan inquired. Viral heart disease. All eyes turned to Gohan. But didn't Trunks give Goku the medicine? Krillin asked. Yet Dad has always been healthy, so he never took it. Trunks. Vegeta quickly recalled his newborn son. They not only shared the same name, but also bore identical hair color. Could it be? Suddenly, Goku writhed on the ground in pain, reverting to his normal state. Goku, Krillin, and the others rushed over to him. Vegeta, with a cold snort, returned to his usual form. You lot, why aren't you taking Kakarot back to get treated? Are you waiting to see him perish? Oh right. Krillin snapped to attention. Then I'll take Dad back. Gohan offered. Piccolo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Gohan's ability to instant transmission would indeed expedite their return. What if the androids appear while we're gone? Yamcha questioned. Despite their numbers, Yamcha believed that only Goku and Gohan could defeat the androids. Vegeta, hearing this, erupted in anger. Without Kakarot and Gohan, do you not count on me? I have completely surpassed Kakarot now. Seeing Vegeta's furious expression, Yamcha instinctively took a step back. Although Vegeta was no longer an enemy, Yamcha still felt a twinge of fear. Uncle Yamcha, why not come back with me? Gohan suggested. All right. Upon hearing this, Yamcha cast a glance at Krillin and remarked, though returning with Gohan might be somewhat humiliating. He and Krillin stood no chance against the androids. It was better to return with Gohan. Preserving one's life took precedence. Humph. Vegeta, upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully, his contempt for Yamcha growing deeper. Observing this, Gohan executed a quick instant transmission, bringing Yamcha and Goku back to his home. At that moment, Chi-Chi was preparing lunch, and upon hearing Goku's pained cries, she rushed out of the house. Goku, Chi-Chi called out, then immediately turned to Gohan. What has happened to your father? Dad has suffered a heart attack. Gohan replied. A heart attack? Is that the illness that the boy from the future mentioned? Chi-Chi inquired, to which Gohan nodded. Then, where is the medicine for this ailment? It's inside the house. I'll fetch it right away. Chi-Chi exclaimed, dashing back inside to retrieve the medication. Meanwhile, after Goku and the others departed, Vegeta promptly questioned Krillin about the androids. Hey, Bald head. What did that guy mean when he said the androids would appear? My name is Krillin, not bald head. Krillin retorted, feeling a surge of indignation. Why was he being referred to in such a manner? It was one thing to call him bald, but to add little in front was an obvious mockery of his stature. All right, Krillin, what did that fellow mean about the androids? Vegeta pressed. You should be aware that the two androids Trunks spoke of were created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, who was defeated by Goku, right? Yes, I know that, and what of it? Since the androids were created to exact revenge on Goku, I suspect that even if androids 17 and 18 do not appear today, they will inevitably manifest in the future. Vegeta smirked. Are you implying that those two androids have yet to be created? I cannot say for certain. However, I am convinced that Dr. Gero will not abandon his quest for vengeance against Goku. Dr. Gero, do you have a way to locate him? Krillin asked. What do you need Dr. Gero for? Isn't it obvious? I intend to inquire whether he has finished creating the androids, so I can personally defeat them. Personally defeat them? Indeed. Over the past 3 years, I have been training relentlessly to surpass Kakarot and those two androids. I had thought today would be the day I finally vanquished Kakarot and the androids. But halfway through our battle, Kakarot suddenly suffered a heart attack, and the androids did not appear as Trunks had indicated. Vegeta's frustration grew with every word. He simply wished to reclaim his dignity, yet it seemed an insurmountable challenge. There is a way to find Dr. Gero, but it would require the power of the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls. Indeed, we need only make a wish to the Eternal Dragon, and we should be able to ascertain the whereabouts of Dr. Gero. However, is it not somewhat extravagant to use the Dragon Balls for such a pursuit? Perhaps we should simply wait for the androids to reveal themselves? After all, with Gohan's strength, he could undoubtedly vanquish those androids. Vegeta let out a scoff. I must find Dr. Gero at once. Where are the Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls are scattered across the Earth, and we can only locate them using Bulma's Dragon Radar. Bulma. Just then, a jet aircraft descended from the sky. Once it landed, Yajirobe emerged, carrying Bulma, who held Trunks in her arms. Bulma. Krillin greeted her. Bulma nodded in acknowledgement. Krillin, where are Goku and the others? Goku suffered a heart attack, and Gohan and Yamcha took him back. A heart attack? Didn't that boy from the future give him medicine? Surely he must have taken it. Krillin nodded solemnly. Bulma, what brings you here so suddenly? I was merely curious about what the androids created by Dr. Gero look like. Krillin chuckled awkwardly at that. While they were terrified of the androids, Bulma seemed completely unafraid and intrigued by their appearance. One had to admit, Bulma possessed remarkable bravery. At that moment, Vegeta, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Bulma, where is the Dragon Radar? I left it at home. Why do you ask? Vegeta intended to use the Dragon Balls to locate Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero? What do you need him for? Krillin inquired. Today, the androids have not appeared, so Vegeta wants to find Dr. Gero and inquire about their whereabouts. Chapter 57, Locating Dr. Gero. The androids haven't shown up? Indeed, Krillin affirmed. Perhaps it is because history has been altered. I see. If you truly wish to know Dr. Gero's whereabouts, it is not necessary to use the Dragon Balls, for I know precisely where he is. You know? Krillin and the others were taken aback. Yes, Bulma confirmed. Then why did you not tell us sooner? Krillin, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, but you never asked me. Besides, Vegeta insisted on personally defeating those androids. So I held my tongue. What does that have to do with Vegeta? Krillin questioned. It is significant. At that time, I saw Vegeta training recklessly. So I suggested he find Dr. Gero and eliminate him before the androids were even created. But he refused, insisting that he wanted to defeat Dr. Gero himself. Bulma huffed in frustration. Is that so? Krillin smiled awkwardly in response. That does sound like Vegeta's style. Vegeta scoffed again. Then, Bulma, where exactly is Dr. Gero now? Bulma promptly revealed the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Boom. Upon learning the location, Vegeta immediately soared towards Dr. Gero's lab. Bulma, how did you come to know the whereabouts of Dr. Gero's laboratory? Krillin inquired, gazing at the retreating figure of Vegeta. It's primarily thanks to Gohan's company. Bulma replied. Gohan's company? Really? Indeed. An employee from Gohan's company stumbled upon Dr. Gero's lab while on a business trip. A business trip? In mobile phones and software promotion. I see. Bulma nodded. So, Piccolo, should we also go and take a look? Krillin asked. Yes, Piccolo affirmed. I will accompany you as well, said Tien Shinhan. With that, the four of them promptly departed from the small island. Inside Dr. Gero's laboratory, he was currently examining the brain of Android 19. Suddenly, he noticed that the commands within Android 19's brain had been altered. Eliminate Dr. Gero, obey Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Upon seeing the directive, Dr. Gero was immediately engulfed in fury. He finally comprehended why Android 19 had been disobedient and sought to kill him. It was all orchestrated by Son Gohan. At that moment, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed outside the lab. Dr. Gero quickly became alert. Just then, the laboratory door was blown open with a resounding crash. Dr. Gero, startled, peered towards the entrance and beheld a proud silhouette standing outside. It was Vegeta. Vegeta. The sight of him elicited a flicker of panic on Dr. Gero's face. He was not particularly afraid of Vegeta, but all the androids he had created were unresponsive to his commands, leaving him hesitant to activate them. If Vegeta were to destroy his laboratory, all his years of effort would be in vain. Vegeta scoffed. So, you are Dr. Gero? I am not Dr. Gero. I am Android 20, created by Dr. Gero. Oh. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. And where is Dr. Gero? Unknown. Dr. Gero shook his head. Do you know the whereabouts of androids 17 and 18? Dr. Gero gasped, his mind racing with thoughts. How did Vegeta know about androids 17 and 18? Did Son Gohan inform him? Hey, I'm talking to you. Vegeta pressed, noticing Dr. Gero's silence. Unknown, Dr. Gero reiterated, shaking his head once more. What about what is behind you? Vegeta glanced at the sleeping pod behind Dr. Gero. He was not foolish enough to be misled by Dr. Gero. This, Dr. Gero stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. At that instant, four figures suddenly descended from outside the laboratory. They were Krillin and his companions. Krillin. Dr. Gero noted that Goku and Gohan were not with him, causing a wave of suspicion to rise within him. At that moment, Vegeta circled around Dr. Gero, eager to ascertain whether the sleeping pod contained androids 17 and 18. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Dr. Gero immediately raised his hands to seize Vegeta, for he could not allow the prince to activate androids 17 and 18. The moment those androids were activated, his adversaries would multiply beyond just Vegeta and his companions. Sensing the impending attack, Vegeta swiftly turned and evaded Gero's advance, chuckling. Well, since you're also an android, I suppose I shall entertain myself with you. However, he thought to himself, no, I cannot engage him here. Hearing this, Dr. Gero contemplated. Very well, how about we take our battle outside? Agreed, you may choose the location. Vegeta replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gero immediately soared towards the exterior of the research facility. Krillin and the others promptly made way for him. Did Vegeta just refer to him as an android? Krillin inquired as soon as Gero exited the lab. Indeed, Piccolo nodded in affirmation. He must be referring to an android that Dr. Gero has created. Then, Piccolo, should we not go and witness their battle? Yes, Piccolo agreed. With that, the four of them hastened to follow the two combatants. Seeing that Krillin and the others were in pursuit, Dr. Gero felt a sense of relief wash over him. Initially, he had harbored concerns that they might infiltrate the lab and activate androids 17 and 18. However, it seemed fortune favored his side. After a brief flight, Dr. Gero and Vegeta landed on a nearby small island. Krillin and the others followed suit and landed on the same isle. Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? Vegeta surveyed the surroundings and remarked. Dr. Gero scoffed. Whose grave this may be is yet to be determined. Oh, it appears you possess a great deal of confidence. But those who are overly confident often meet a more tragic fate. Dr. Gero sneered. Vegeta, are you speaking of yourself? Who I am referring to will soon be revealed. Vegeta exclaimed, clenching his fists and transforming into a Super Saiyan. What is this? Dr. Gero gasped in astonishment. In all the data he had collected, there was no mention of the Super Saiyan transformation. Vegeta smirked and declared, this is known as a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Chapter 58, The Elimination of Dr. Gero. Vegeta nodded. Now let us commence this battle officially. With gritted teeth, Dr. Gero charged rapidly towards Vegeta. Vegeta chuckled lightly, clenched his fists, and rushed forth to meet him. In no time, the two were locked in a fierce exchange, their fists clashing with the ferocity of a tempest. Wherever they fought, the surrounding boulders were reduced to rubble. With a resounding impact, Vegeta's right fist crashed into Dr. Gero's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Gritting his teeth, Dr. Gero quickly stabilized himself against the ground. At that moment, Vegeta appeared before him, launching a powerful side kick aimed at his face. Dr. Gero let out a piercing scream as he was abruptly propelled 1,000 meters away. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta swiftly clasped his hands together and unleashed a golden energy wave towards Dr. Gero. Startled, Dr. Gero hastily raised his hands to absorb Vegeta's attack. What? Krillin gasped in astonishment. Vegeta, too, displayed a hint of surprise upon witnessing their reactions. Observing their shocked expressions, Dr. Gero could not suppress a smug smile, exclaiming, Vegeta, thank you for the energy you just provided. Absorbing energy, are we? Vegeta retorted. Indeed, Vegeta. Thus, your energy attacks are ineffective against me. Is that so? Vegeta chuckled, a crafty plan forming in his mind. Witnessing Vegeta's newfound confidence, Dr. Gero's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Although he had absorbed Vegeta's energy wave, he had not gained the upper hand in their previous skirmish. Just as Dr. Gero contemplated this, Vegeta charged at him once more. Hearing the rush of Vegeta's approach, Dr. Gero snapped back to reality and met him head-on. Swish, bang, bang, bang. Their fists and feet collided with the swiftness of lightning. Moments later, Vegeta clenched his right fist tightly and struck Dr. Gero squarely in the abdomen. Dr. Gero screamed in agony, expelling a mouthful of bitterness. At that moment, Vegeta raised his right leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Dr. Gero flying. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Dr. Gero collided heavily against the mountain behind him, sending a massive plume of dust swirling into the air. After a brief interval, as the dust began to settle, Dr. Gero emerged from the rubble, gasping for breath and looking utterly disheveled. The impact of Vegeta's previous strike had significantly weakened Dr. Gero's energy. Vegeta chuckled lightly and began to approach him slowly. Gritting his teeth, Dr. Gero felt a twinge of fear towards Vegeta. The recent battle had made it abundantly clear that his chances of defeating Vegeta were slim. His only hope of overcoming Vegeta lay in absorbing his energy, reverting him to a more vulnerable state. Yet, this carried considerable risk, as he could not guarantee that he would successfully absorb Vegeta's energy. Thus, his most prudent course of action was to flee. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. Resolving this in his mind, Dr. Gero's gaze shifted towards Krillin and the others. Although fleeing was his best option, escaping Vegeta's clutches would not be a simple task. He resolved to take Krillin and the others hostage as a means to escape Vegeta's grasp. What's wrong? Where's your bravado from earlier? Vegeta taunted, relishing Dr. Gero's evident fear. Humph. Dr. Gero scoffed. Do not become too complacent, Vegeta. While your energy waves are ineffective against me, I can still wield energy waves myself. Thus, the outcome of our confrontation remains uncertain. Energy waves. Haha. Upon hearing this, Vegeta could not contain his laughter. Even without the use of the Kamehameha, I can still obliterate you. In response, Dr. Gero immediately concentrated a tremendous amount of energy in his hands and unleashed it toward Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. The ground around Vegeta erupted in massive clouds of dust. As he deftly dodged the onslaught, he closed the distance toward Dr. Gero. Damn it, Dr. Gero exclaimed as he witnessed his energy blasts miss Vegeta, prompting him to urge Krillin and the others to charge in. Just then, Vegeta suddenly appeared before him, executing a powerful high kick aimed squarely at Dr. Gero's chin. With a pained scream, Dr. Gero was sent flying several meters into the ground. At that moment, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches, striking fiercely at Dr. Gero's abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. With each successive blow from Vegeta, Dr. Gero emitted cries of anguish. Huh. In a decisive moment, Vegeta clenched his right fist tightly, delivering a punch that pierced through Dr. Gero's body. As Dr. Gero realized his own body had been penetrated, a look of sheer terror washed over his face. Regret surged within him for having engaged with Vegeta. Had he known the Saiyan's strength was so formidable, he would have never dared confront him. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, withdrawing his hand from Dr. Gero's body. Although Dr. Gero's body was now breached, it had long ceased to be human, and thus a faint essence still lingered. Vegeta. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth and suddenly grasped Vegeta's form, attempting to siphon the energy from him. Vegeta chuckled coldly. Even now, you wish to absorb my energy? Very well, I shall grant you your desire. As he spoke, Vegeta concentrated a surge of energy in his right hand and unleashed it upon Dr. Gero. With a shriek of agony, Dr. Gero's body was obliterated into fragments. After Dr. Gero's demise, Vegeta lowered his hands, examining the energy absorption device he had discovered. A smirk crept across his face. So it was indeed a device for siphoning energy. With that, Vegeta promptly reverted to his normal state. Though Dr. Gero was not particularly strong, having recently battled Son Goku, and then having his energy partially drained by Dr. Gero, Vegeta found his own stamina considerably diminished. After dispatching Dr. Gero, he cast a glance at Krillin and the others, then soared back toward Dr. Gero's laboratory. Is Vegeta heading back to Dr. Gero's lab? Krillin inquired. It appears so, Piccolo nodded, also making his way toward the laboratory. Seeing this, Krillin and the others promptly followed suit. Inside the Gero Research Institute, Vegeta had returned and beheld androids 17, 18, and 19 within their sleep chambers. Ah, 3 androids, Vegeta remarked, glancing at their respective numbers. At that moment, Krillin and the others arrived. Chapter 59, Vegeta and Android 17. Vegeta, what do you intend to do? Krillin asked. Need I even say it? Of course, I will awaken them, Vegeta declared with a laugh. However, upon realizing that Goku and the others were absent, the smile on Vegeta's face vanished instantly. Even in the absence of Kakarot, I alone can vanquish them. There are no ifs. By the way, do you happen to have a Senzu bean to spare? Upon hearing this, Krillin promptly retrieved a Senzu bean from his attire and tossed it to Vegeta. With his right hand, Vegeta caught the bean and consumed it. His wounds and stamina were swiftly restored. Piccolo, do you think Vegeta will be alright? Krillin inquired. I don't know, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. Just then, Vegeta smashed open the capsules containing androids 17 and 18. As the capsules opened, the 2 androids quickly awakened and gazed at Vegeta standing before them. Vegeta chuckled lightly. You too have awakened. Was it you who opened the capsule? Android 18 asked. Indeed, but do not mistake my actions for kindness. I merely intend to defeat you and then annihilate you. Oh, Android 17 replied nonchalantly, surveying the surroundings. Where is Dr. Jero? Has he been eliminated by you? I have not seen Dr. Jero, but I did eliminate an android known as Android 20. Android 20? What does he look like? An old man with a white beard. A white-bearded old man. Android 17 pondered for a moment. Could it be that Dr. Jero has transformed himself into an android? Based on your description, it seems likely. Android 17 responded. Is that so? No wonder he was so weak. Vegeta chuckled. Although you awakened us with the intent to defeat us, I must express my gratitude, Vegeta, for had it not been for you, we might have remained in slumber for an eternity. Additionally, thank you for eliminating Dr. Jero. As a token of our appreciation, we shall refrain from killing you. Refrain from killing me? Vegeta scoffed. Do you truly believe you could defeat me? Android 17, uninterested in arguing, asked, where is Goku? Why didn't he come with you? Vegeta grunted. Kakarot is preoccupied with other matters, but my strength has now surpassed his. Is that so? In that case, shall we engage in battle? Very well. At that moment, Android 18 glanced at the sleeping capsule of Android 19 beside her. Initially, she intended to open it, but upon witnessing Android 19's frightening appearance, she abandoned the idea. What's the matter, 18? There is another android here. I suspect he is one of Dr. Jero's latest creations. However, he is simply too hideous. I think I'll leave him be. Android 17 nodded in agreement. Just then, Android 18 suddenly spotted another sleeping capsule that was situated at a distance from them. The sleep chamber before them belonged to Android 16. Android 18 approached and, through the glass of the chamber, quickly discerned the features of Android 16. While not conventionally handsome, Android 16 possessed a certain appeal that surpassed that of Android 19. After a moment's contemplation, Android 18 activated the chamber, and Android 16 soon awakened and stepped out. Another android. Krillin gasped in surprise. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and took to the skies. Glancing at Android 16, Android 17 followed suit and soared into the air. What is your name? Android 18 inquired of Android 16. I am Android 16, he replied. Were you also created to eliminate Goku? Indeed, Android 16 nodded. Shall we depart? Very well, he affirmed again. Seeing this, Android 18 promptly led Android 16 away from the research facility. Once outside, Android 18 concentrated a wave of energy in her right hand and obliterated Dr. Jero's lab. Piccolo, should we return to seek Gohan? Krillin, feeling apprehensive at the sudden increase in their adversaries, suggested. Although Vegeta was formidable, he worried that the three opponents might overwhelm him. All right, Piccolo nodded. Krillin, you should go find Gohan. Me? Yes, Piccolo confirmed. Understood, Krillin said, turning to leave. Have they fled? Android 18 remarked. Perhaps they are seeking reinforcements. Android 17 chuckled. Are you referring to Goku? Indeed, Android 17 nodded. Now let us begin, Vegeta declared resolutely, directing his gaze at Android 17. After a moment's pause, Android 17 nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed a mighty shout, transforming into a Super Saiyan. What is this? Android 17's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. His records contain no mention of Super Saiyans. This is known as a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? I see. No wonder you are so confident. Vegeta, dismissing further dialogue, charged directly at Android 17. Android 17 stood unmoving, and soon, Vegeta reached him, unleashing a flurry of punches as swift as lightning. The ground around them was soon shrouded in clouds of dust. With a resounding impact, Vegeta's right fist struck Android 17's face, sending him sprawling hundreds of meters away. In a fit of anger, Android 17 lunged towards Vegeta with great speed. Originally, he merely intended to engage in a playful spar with Vegeta. However, he soon discovered that Vegeta's strength exceeded his expectations, prompting him to take the match more seriously. With a swift motion, the Android 17 appeared before Vegeta, launching a relentless flurry of punches and kicks that forced Vegeta to retreat. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta swiftly extended both arms forward, seizing the dual fists of Android 17. Chapter 60. All of you, come at once. Huh. Android 17 grunted, exerting force to push forward. Vegeta, undeterred, mirrored the action with equal vigor. The ground beneath them shattered under the pressure of their feet. Boom. After a brief stalemate, both combatants unleashed their strength simultaneously, propelling each other backward. Panting heavily, they locked eyes, each scrutinizing the other. Android 18, observing from the sidelines, scoffed, a hint of irritation bubbling within her. 17. Haven't you had enough of this fight yet? Isn't it about time for my turn? With a chuckle, Android 17 replied, not so fast, 18. The battle has only just begun. Then hurry up. All right, he responded with a nod. Vegeta, witnessing their disdainful attitude towards him, felt a surge of anger rising within. Huh. With a mighty cry, he launched himself at Android 17 like a bolt of lightning. Caught off guard, Android 17 quickly raised his hands to counter Vegeta's advance. Whoosh. Bang. 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 The two fighters exchanged blows at remarkable speed, their fists colliding with immense force. With a decisive grip, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch that sent Android 17 reeling. Before Android 17 could regain his composure, Vegeta closed the distance, channeling a golden energy wave in his right hand and directing it towards Android 17. Instinctively, Android 17 raised his arms in defense. Boom! Vegeta's energy wave, blazing like fire, surged forth, enveloping Android 17 in a brilliant golden aura that produced a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Android 17 maintained his defensive stance. Yet the majority of his attire had been charred beyond recognition. Seeing his beloved clothing in tatters ignited a fierce anger within Android 17. That was my favorite outfit. How dare you ruin it? He exclaimed, charging at Vegeta with newfound speed. In an instant, Android 17 was upon Vegeta, his fist striking with lightning speed. Fueled by rage, his strength and velocity surpassed that of before. Vegeta skillfully evaded while engaging in combat with Android 17. Just then, the impatient Android 18, tired of waiting, soared towards the two fighters. Soon, Android 18 approached Android 17, joining forces to assault Vegeta. I do not require your assistance. I can handle him alone, Android 17 remarked, a flicker of displeasure igniting within him at Android 18's sudden intervention. Android 18 scoffed, I am not here to aid you. It's merely that you've lingered in battle for too long, and now it is my turn. At that moment, two figures materialized, Gohan and Krillin. Gohan, Piccolo exclaimed. Gohan nodded, directing his gaze towards Androids 17 and 18. You two are ganging up on him. Is that not a tad unfair? Upon hearing this, Android 18 ceased her assault and turned to Gohan. If you deem it unfair, then I shall direct my attacks towards you. With that, she charged at Gohan. Gohan chuckled lightly, remaining steadfast in his position. Swiftly, Android 18 reached Gohan, her fist striking like lightning. However, Gohan merely swayed, effortlessly evading her onslaught. How infuriating! Android 18 seethed, launching a powerful punch. Gohan raised his right hand, effortlessly blocking it. Taken aback, Android 18 swiftly lifted her right leg to kick him. Yet, Gohan vanished, reappearing several hundred meters behind her. With a yawn, Gohan remarked, I think it would be best if you all attack together. Perhaps then the battle might last a little longer. Son Gohan. Android 18's hands clenched in anger. How could she be belittled by a mere child? Android 16's expression shifted slightly at Gohan's words, yet he remained inactive. Meanwhile, Android 17, who was engaged in combat with Vegeta, took notice and promptly sent Vegeta flying. Weakened from the earlier skirmish, Vegeta was no match for Android 17 now. Gohan. Vegeta felt all eyes upon Gohan, and a surge of frustration coursed through him. He recognized that Gohan's power far surpassed his own, yet he yearned to prove that he was stronger than Goku and the androids. With this thought, Vegeta summoned all his strength and charged at Android 17. Android 17 merely scoffed, evading Vegeta's attack and maneuvering behind him. Startled, Vegeta quickly turned around, only for Android 17 to deliver a decisive blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Vegeta, Krillin gasped, a shadow of worry crossing his face. Though he harbored no fondness for Vegeta, he recognized him as Bulma's husband. If Vegeta were to perish, he would find it exceedingly difficult to face Bulma. As Krillin anticipated that Android 17 would strike down Vegeta, Android 17 unexpectedly soared towards Android 18. With a swift motion, he landed beside her. Gohan, observing from a distance, smiled at Android 16 and inquired, will you not join them in battling me? Android 16 shook his head, replying, no, even if I engaged alongside them. I would not stand a chance against you. I was created to eliminate Goku. Gohan chuckled, you truly are an amusing fellow. Upon hearing this, Android 16 immediately scanned his surroundings, as if everything unfolding was of no concern to him. Without hesitation, Gohan beckoned to Androids 17 and 18 with a mere flick of his fingers. Enraged by Gohan's provocation, Android 17 charged at him furiously, followed closely by Android 18. In no time, they confronted Gohan, launching their attacks. Gohan, with his hands placed behind his back, effortlessly evaded all their strikes. Chapter 61, Videl comes knocking. Android 17, taken aback, found it hard to believe that their combined assault could not even graze Gohan. At that moment, Gohan's figure materialized behind Android 17, delivering a swift blow that rendered him unconscious. 17, exclaimed Android 18, startled as she swiftly turned to retaliate with a powerful kick. Gohan, however, vanished and reappeared before her, emitting an astonishing aura towards her. With a cry, Android 18 stumbled backward several steps. Do you wish to continue fighting? Gohan inquired. Clenching her teeth, Android 18 responded. I cannot defeat you, but I implore you to spare 17. Gohan, smiling, replied, did I ever claim I would kill you? You want to kill us? Are you not concerned that we might eliminate Goku? Gohan yawned at this. If you possess the capability, then by all means, proceed. Are you truly going to let us go? Android 18 asked. Gohan. Piccolo shouted at him. Indeed, did you not refrain from killing Vegeta? At that moment, Android 16 approached and hoisted the unconscious Android 17. Let us depart, 18. Android 18 was momentarily taken aback. You are quick to leave yet reluctant to fight. By the way, how old are you, Android 18? Gohan suddenly asked. How old? Yes. Your designation is 18. Does that not mean you are 18 years old? Humph. Android 18 scoffed. Then, if he is called 16, does that imply he is 16 years old? Well, and you should never inquire about a woman's age. Why? You will understand when you grow up. Grow up. Upon finishing his words, Android 18 immediately departed alongside Android 16. At that moment, Piccolo and the others soared in from the distance. Gohan, why did you let them go? Piccolo inquired. Because I believe they are not as heartless as Trunks described. Gohan responded, casting his gaze toward the fallen Vegeta. Krillin, do you have any senzu beans? Yes. Krillin replied, swiftly flying to Vegeta's side and feeding him a senzu bean. After consuming it, Vegeta soon regained consciousness and asked, what about Android 17 and 18? They've already left. Left? How infuriating. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's heart surged with rage. He had intended to defeat Android 17 and 18 to prove his strength, but instead, he was bested by Android 17, leaving him utterly humiliated. So, Krillin, shall we return? Indeed. Krillin nodded. With that, he and the others ascended into the sky, leaving Vegeta standing alone on the ground. Vegeta. Krillin turned back to glance at him. Piccolo remarked. It's fine. Let him cool off for a moment. Krillin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after being brought to a small riverbank, Android 17 was revived by Android 16, who offered him water. Where's Gohan? Android 17 inquired as he surveyed his surroundings. He is not here, replied Android 16. Not here? That's right. After defeating you and Android 18, he let us go. 18. Android 17 immediately turned his gaze toward Android 18, who was leaning against a nearby tree with her arms crossed. Did he knock you out as well? No. Android 18 replied flatly. No. Just you? Android 17 was taken aback. Gohan only knocked you out. What? Are you disappointed that I wasn't knocked out? Android 18's icy gaze fixed on Android 17. No. I was just curious. Android 17 hastily shook his head. So, 18, where shall we go next? I don't know. Let us explore the nearby town for now. All right. Android 17 nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. After a prolonged struggle against a viral heart disease, Goku finally began to recover. Throughout these 3 days, Chi-Chi had been by his side, tending to him tirelessly. Chi-Chi. Goku gazed at her as she lay on his blanket, feeling a surge of emotion within. Upon hearing his voice, Chi-Chi immediately awoke. Goku. Goku gave a slight nod. Goku, are you feeling better? I should be almost fully recovered. Goku stated as he climbed out of bed. You've truly worked hard these past few days. It's nothing. It's my duty as a wife. What about Gohan? He's in the living room. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately walked toward the room's exit. Father. He nodded. Gohan, have you found the androids? Yes. We have. And have you eliminated them? No. Why not? Are they stronger than you? It seems they are different from the androids Trunks described, so I let them go. I see. Just then, the sound of a doorbell rang out from inside the house. Gohan opened the door to see a girl with twin ponytails standing there. This girl was none other than Biddy Lee. Biddy Lee. She chuckled lightly. Gohan, is this really your home? At that moment, Sun Wukong also approached from the living room. You're not. Hello, uncle. My name is Biddy Lee. We met at the restaurant last time. Oh, I remember now. What brings you here? Biddy Lee smiled. I came to find Gohan. Gohan. Yes, I wish to spar with him. I see. Sun Wukong looked at Gohan. Well, Gohan, since Biddy Lee has come to see you, why not have a spar with her? All right. Gohan nodded. Thank you, uncle. Biddy Lee said cheerfully, turning her gaze back to Gohan. So, Gohan, how about we spar in your yard? Gohan observed Biddy Lee's cheerful demeanor and suddenly felt as though he had encountered a spirited girl. Sure. Though Gohan had little interest in sparring, he couldn't refuse since Biddy Lee had come all this way. Chapter 62. Biddy Lee seeks training from Gohan. Upon hearing this, Biddy Lee immediately grabbed Gohan's arm and led him to the yard. Once they arrived in the yard, Biddy Lee positioned herself several meters in front of Gohan, striking a fighting pose. So, Gohan, shall we begin? Sure. Gohan nodded. Huh. Biddy Lee shouted, charging toward Gohan. In no time, she was before him, her fists flying like the wind as she attacked. Gohan moved his body, effortlessly dodging Biddy Lee's strikes. To an ordinary person, her attacks might seem swift, but to him, they were as slow as a snail. Darn it. Realizing her attacks were ineffective, Biddy Lee raised her right leg to kick Gohan. Gohan stepped back, evading her assault once more. Biddy Lee, you cannot defeat me. I advise you to concede. Gohan, don't get too cocky. I will become stronger and defeat you. Oh, do you have anything else to say? Actually, I have one more question. What is it? Gohan, during the final match of the World Martial Arts Tournament, your father appeared in the sky. Was that an illusion? An illusion? Gohan replied, looking bemused. It was likely that her father, the one who often deceived people, had told her that. Indeed, for how could an ordinary person fly in the sky? As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Wukong ascended into the air, soaring gracefully through the sky. Upon witnessing this, Biddy Lee was momentarily taken aback. What had happened to science and Newton's laws? Was she caught in a dream? Ouch. Biddy Lee pinched her cheek gently and soon felt a twinge of pain, though she dared not pinch too hard. Whoosh. Thud. At that moment, Sun Wukong descended from the sky, landing right before her. Sun Wukong, you can fly too? She exclaimed. Indeed. Not only I, but Uncle Krillin and the others can fly as well. Who is Uncle Krillin? Biddy Lee inquired. The one in the restaurant, roughly my height, who is bald. Oh, so. Sun Wukong, how do you fly? Simply put, we harness the energy within us to soar. Energy within us? Sun Wukong nodded and raised his right hand, revealing a golden energy in his palm. This is the energy, he declared, quickly dispersing it. Oh, Sun Wukong, could you teach me how to fly? Not possible. Why not? There's no time. Don't be like that, Sun Wukong. After all, we are friends. Friends? When did we become friends? Right now? Biddy Lee smiled. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Ragusi. Master. Ragusi. Ragusi nodded, turning to Biddy Lee. Master, who is she? Her name is Biddy Lee, the runner-up of the youth division in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Ragusi smiled. I am Ragusi, Sun Wukong's disciple. Sun Wukong's disciple. Biddy Lee exclaimed in surprise. Sun Wukong was merely 10 years old and had already taken on a disciple. Indeed, my master is formidable, unmatched on the entire planet. Ragusi began, but was abruptly silenced by Sun Wukong covering her mouth. Unmatched on the entire planet? What do you mean? Nothing. Sun Wukong chuckled. Upon hearing this, a hint of skepticism crossed Biddy Lee's face. Then, Sun Wukong, since she has become your disciple, why not let me become your disciple as well? Become my disciple? Yes. Since you are so powerful, there's no harm in my becoming your disciple. At this, Ragusi's expression darkened. If Sun Wukong took on another disciple, he would have less time to teach her. Well, Sun Wukong hesitated. If you don't agree, I'll come to your house every day? All right then. Ragusi's face immediately puffed up in annoyance. Had she known, she would not have come to West City to find Sun Wukong today. Then, Sun Wukong, can you teach me how to fly in the sky? Sun Wukong glanced at her and said, what should I call you? Master. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled faintly. Then, Master, can you teach me how to fly in the sky now? Ragusi, why don't you teach her the flying technique? Me? Ragusi was taken aback. Yes. Is there a problem? No, none at all. After hearing this, Ragusi had no choice but to teach Biddy Lee the art of levitation. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan strode back into the house with a certain elegance. Another capable errand runner had joined their ranks. Ragusi, how old are you this year? 9. What's wrong with that? Oh, I was merely curious. So, how long have you been apprenticed to Son Gohan? It's been a year. A whole year already? Biddy Lee exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Do not be deceived by my master's youth. His strength is remarkably formidable. Biddy Lee nodded in agreement. Although she was unaware of the exact measure of strength Ragusi referred to, it was undoubtedly superior to her own. Then, Biddy Lee, do you know what ki is? I don't know. Biddy Lee shook her head. In a city located in the southern part of Earth, a golden-haired, blue-eyed woman and a dashing young man adorned with a red scarf strolled along the street. These two were none other than androids 17 and 18. Following closely behind them was a tall figure, android 16. Since their defeat at the hands of Son Gohan, they had taken to wandering the cities of Earth, indulging in the purchase of stylish clothing and smartphones. The funds for their shopping spree had been acquired from notorious gangs. At this moment, both were laden with numerous garments. 18. The technology on Earth is truly convenient. We can purchase anything with just a smartphone. Indeed. Android 18 nodded. So, what are your plans moving forward? With Dr. Gero now deceased, they found themselves no longer beholden to anyone, free to live according to their own desires. I haven't quite figured that out yet. Do you intend to seek out a battle with Son Goku? Do you think you can defeat Son Gohan? Son Goku's strength may not necessarily rival that of Son Gohan. Not interested. Let's see if you can first surpass Son Gohan. Android 17 scoffed. Once I grow stronger, I will certainly defeat that fellow. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had elapsed. After 3 days of training under Ragusi's guidance, Biddy Lee was now capable of levitating her body. Chapter 63. What sister? That is your master's wife. In West City, at Son Goku's residence, Biddy Lee was practicing the art of levitation in the courtyard. After a prolonged session, she felt somewhat fatigued and seated herself on a chair. Moments later, a manifestation of Son Gohan, who was reading at home, emerged. Master. Biddy Lee called out loudly to the manifestation. Son Gohan's manifestation nodded and approached her. Biddy Lee, how is your training progressing? I can now fly in the sky. Really? By the way, Master, why do you not attend school but instead have a tutor at home? Because having a tutor avoids the myriad of rules found in school. I see. So, how are you faring in your studies? Not too bad. Master, yesterday the school tasked us with creating a slogan for traffic safety. Could you help me come up with one? There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Driving without caution brings tears to loved ones, Son Gohan's manifestation replied. Driving without adherence to regulations brings tears to loved ones. Master, your slogan is truly commendable. May I inquire if you possess any particular phrases that resonate with you? Oh, indeed. If I desire to possess, heaven shall not deny. If I wish for absence, heaven shall not permit. Master, what a powerful sentiment. And you, Biddy Lee, do you have any favorite sayings? Certainly. One of my preferred adages is, humility fosters progress, while arrogance leads to decline. Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. It was unexpected that such a young girl like Biddy Lee possessed such profound insight into martial arts. Alas, she remains but a mere earthling, destined to reach a pinnacle akin to Krillin at most. Time swiftly passed, and a month elapsed in the blink of an eye. According to the timeline of Dragon Ball, Cell should have already made his appearance on Earth. However, due to Sun Wukong's guidance of the future Trunks in his training, the future Cell was thwarted from eliminating Trunks and seizing the time machine, ultimately meeting his demise at Trunks' hands. On Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, Biddy Lee had mastered the art of flight after a month of diligent practice. Having taken Sun Wukong as her mentor, he was compelled to arrange a rigorous training regimen for her. At that moment, she was engaged in push-ups while bearing a purple turtle shell borrowed from Master Roshi. Weighing a hefty 20 kilograms, 99-100, Biddy Lee exclaimed, releasing a long breath. Through this period of training, she finally comprehended why she was no match for Sun Wukong. His daily regimen was exponentially more arduous than hers. If she could surpass him, it would indeed be a miracle. Behind a distant tree, an observer was silently watching this scene unfold. It was Android 17. Since his defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong, he had harbored a sense of discontent, yearning for a rematch. Thus, he had stealthily come to Bowsy Mountain to assess Sun Wukong's progress. Who was this little girl? Could she possibly be Sun Wukong's disciple? Android 17 pondered inwardly. At that moment, a figure soared toward them from afar. It was Regis. Regis. Biddy Lee greeted him warmly. Regis nodded in acknowledgement. How goes your training? Not too bad. Biddy Lee replied. Who is this fellow? Android 17 mused. Regardless, my foremost priority is to train and grow stronger. With this thought, Android 17 promptly departed Bowsy Mountain. Meanwhile, in a milk tea shop in West City, a golden-haired woman was engrossed in her phone while sipping on her drink. This was Android 18. Due to Android 16's preference for solitude, he had parted ways with her a week prior. 18. Upon hearing her name called, Android 18 turned to see Android 17 approaching her. 17. He acknowledged with a nod. On the 18th, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, was diligently training atop the Bowsy Mountain, and it appeared that he had taken on 2 female disciples. Female disciples? Indeed. I refrained from confirming this, fearing discovery. Upon hearing this, Android 18 took a sip of her bubble tea, and then, what more is there? I simply wish to know where he is, so I can defeat him once I become stronger. 18. Would you join me in training to vanquish Gohan? I'm not interested. It would be more beneficial for you to exert yourself alone. In response to this, Android 17 let out a disdainful snort and turned away. Gohan. After witnessing Android 17's departure, Android 18 promptly slurped her bubble tea. Subsequently, she rose and exited the tea shop. At Bowsy Mountain, within the gravity chamber, Gohan was currently training under a gravity of 1,000 times that of Earth. Suddenly, Regis entered and announced, Master, there is a lady outside looking for you. A lady? Upon hearing this, Gohan hurried out and recognized a familiar figure. It was Android 18. 18. She nodded in acknowledgement. How did you come here? Are you unsatisfied with your defeat last time and seeking another battle? Gohan, I am not here to challenge you today, but rather to ask you for a favor. A favor? Yes, 17 has been quite disgruntled about our last battle. He wishes to fight you again once he becomes stronger. I hope that when he challenges you again, you might show him some mercy. All right, Gohan nodded. Do you have anything else to discuss? No, that's all. By the way, don't you and Android 17 have explosive devices implanted within you? Android 18 was taken aback. How do you know this? I am omniscient. Would you like me to ask Bulma to help remove the explosive device from your body? Thank you for your kindness, but that won't be necessary. Android 18 shook her head. What if I use the Dragon Balls to remove the explosive device? No need. She reiterated. Can you tell me how old you are now? Android 18 smiled and replied, I will tell you the next time we meet. With that, she turned and gracefully flew away. Master, who is that lady? What lady? That is your master's wife. Master's wife. Regis was momentarily stunned. Master, do you have a preference for someone so mature? Why not? Also, this matter must remain a secret. Otherwise, I will expel you from the dojo. Chapter 64. Activating androids 13, 14, and 15. Understood, Master. Gohan then glanced at Videl, who was training in the distance. Time flew by, and half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, everything remained tranquil. After 6 months of training, Regis finally began to train under a gravity of 100 times. Meanwhile, Videl also made significant progress during this time. However, her advancement was limited due to her academic commitments. Master, I have now overcome a gravity 100 times stronger. You should be able to teach me the technique of creating clones now, right? In the gravity chamber atop Bowsy Mountain, Ragusi was tugging at Gohan's hands as she spoke. Indeed, I can teach you. But you must promise me that once you learn it, you shall not teach it to anyone else. Not even to Beerus. Gohan nodded. Very well, Master, I promise you. Upon hearing this, Gohan immediately began instructing Rigusi in the art of cloning. Do I really have to pull out a hair? Rigusi inquired, glancing at her long locks that cascaded down to her waist. Yes. If you are unwilling, you need not learn. No, I want to learn. It's just one hair. After all, I have over 3,000. How do you know you have over 3,000? Doesn't the book say 3,000 strands of troubles? That book also claims that there are golden houses within its pages and beautiful maidens as well. Do you believe that too? Is there not? Of course not. Gohan replied, rendered speechless. Then if there isn't, there isn't. Master, I have now plucked a hair. Please teach me how to transform it into my clone. All right. Gohan nodded. The morning passed swiftly, and Gohan had imparted the essentials of the cloning technique to Rigusi. Now, it was solely up to her to grasp and master the art. It's getting late. I should return home for dinner. Okay, Master. Once I have mastered the cloning technique, can you teach me instant teleportation? Let us discuss that once you have learned the cloning technique. Understood, Master. I will certainly put in the effort. With that, Gohan executed a swift teleportation and returned home. In the afternoon, after awakening from his nap, Gohan opened his computer to check on the 3 androids at Dr. Gero's other research facility. Although Dr. Gero had been eliminated, the supercomputer at the alternate site continued its operations unabated. Currently, androids 13, 14, and 15 were nearing completion. However, Gohan had altered their original directives, reprogramming them to obey his commands and protect the Earth. Dr. Gero could never have anticipated that the androids designed to eliminate Goku would instead become defenders of the planet. The appearances of the 3 androids closely resembled their counterparts from the Dragon Ball movies. Android 13 was a robust man with white hair. Android 14 was a tall figure with pale skin and a long braid, while Android 15 was a small individual with purple skin. Are they nearly complete? As soon as the words left his mouth, the computer screen displayed the word completed. Is it done? Gohan exclaimed, retrieving the heavenly mirror to transport himself to Dr. Gero's other research facility. At that moment, androids 13, 14, and 15 lay quietly within their sleep pods. After a brief glance at the trio, Gohan pressed the button to open the pods. The 3 androids quickly awakened and emerged from their chambers. Gohan, they exclaimed in unison, greeting him. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Son Gohan, what brings you here? Inquired Android 13. Nothing much. I merely came to activate you all. I see. Moreover, the Earth is currently peaceful. The 3 of you can engage in some benevolent deeds here. All right. Android 13 nodded. Son Gohan gazed at the villainous visage of Android 13, feeling a twinge of discomfort at his compliance. He was now a hero, not a villain. Silently affirming this to himself, he departed from the research facility. After Gohan's exit, the trio quickly followed suit, leaving the laboratory behind. In the blink of 2 days, time passed swiftly. Despite 2 days of training, Regis was still unable to master the technique to transform his hair into his duplicates. Although the technique of duplication was not particularly formidable, mastering it proved to be quite challenging. Son Gohan's effortless mastery was entirely attributed to the system. In West City, at Son Goku's home, he was practicing in the yard when he suddenly noticed a plethora of dark energy swirling in the cerulean sky. What is that? Just as he pondered, the voice of King Kai echoed in his ears. Goku, there's grave news. A tremendous amount of death energy has been unleashed upon your planet. Death energy? Indeed. This death energy poses a severe threat to both humans and flora. Your planet can only endure for a maximum of 100 days. If you fail to resolve this within that time frame, all life on Earth will perish. King Kai, do you know the source of this death energy? Not at the moment, but I will investigate it for you. Thank you, King Kai. Of course. King Kai affirmed. Death energy. Son Goku exclaimed, and promptly rushed inside to find Son Gohan. With Kiki now expecting their second child, he needed to devise a solution to counter the death energy to protect the unborn. Upon entering, Goku swiftly relayed the situation regarding the death energy to Gohan. Death energy. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, do you have any means to quickly neutralize the death energy? I'll give it a try. Son Gohan replied, stepping outside to retrieve the celestial mirror from the system. Through the mirror, he quickly arrived at the source of the death energy. At that moment, 2 figures materialized before Son Gohan. They were none other than Frieza and King Cold. However, they were not their physical forms, merely fragments of their souls. Get lost. Upon seeing the 2 obstructing his path, Son Gohan shouted, emanating an astonishing aura that instantly caused their specters to vanish. Boom. After their disappearance, Son Gohan concentrated energy into his right hand and obliterated the device, releasing the death energy. He then proceeded to the next location, dismantling all other devices responsible for the death energy. Once all were destroyed, the death energy in the sky diminished significantly, yet remnants still lingered in the air. Chapter 65. The Demon Through Light Killing Cannon. Outside Earth. At this moment, a small asteroid is approaching Earth. This asteroid, known as the Dark Planet, is composed of a multitude of discarded machinery. The creator of this celestial body is a Zenkai named Dr. Reiki. Dr. Reiki was initially the foremost scientist on the planet Zenkai, and as the Saiyans annihilated his people, he completed the construction of the Hachik, a device designed to amplify vengeful energy. He had intended to escape Zenkai with the device, but was ultimately slain by the Saiyans. Subsequently, he was resurrected by his own creation, which set him on a path of vengeance against the Saiyans. The deadly energy enveloping Earth is a result of his missile launch, which deployed a device meant to unleash this lethal force upon the planet. At this moment, Dr. Reiki has learned that the deadly energy device he deployed has been destroyed. How infuriating. I never anticipated that those Saiyans would act so swiftly, demolishing my device on Earth so quickly, he exclaimed, clenching his fists in rage. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before Dr. Reiki. It was Gohan. Saiyan. Dr. Reiki gasped. He was astonished that Gohan had found him so quickly. You are responsible for the deadly energy on Earth, aren't you? Gohan asked coldly. Upon hearing this, Dr. Reiki burst into laughter. Indeed, I aim to use that energy to eradicate you wretched Saiyans. If it weren't for you vile Saiyan monkeys, my people would not have been exterminated. I seek vengeance for the Zenkai. Is that so? Gohan replied, channeling golden energy into his right hand and launching it at Dr. Reiki. Startled, Dr. Reiki swiftly conjured a green protective shield before him. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, Dr. Reiki and his protective barrier were reduced to ashes. Soon, a thick cloud of smoke arose from the ground. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a dark mist was drawn into the vengeful energy amplifier, which contained Dr. Reiki's vengeful spirit. At that moment, Gohan sensed an overwhelming aura. With a crash, the glass of the energy amplifier shattered, and a towering figure emerged from the broken glass. His skin a deep red, adorned with blue gems on his hands, feet, head, and chest. This figure was Hachik, a being evolved from the accumulated hatred of the Zenkai. Whoosh! Hachik charged towards Gohan. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang! Gohan clenched his fists and engaged in combat with Hachik. Due to Hachik's remarkably resilient physique, Gohan's attacks inflicted minimal damage. Bang! Gohan delivered a powerful punch, sending Hachik flying, and swiftly retrieved 3 strands of hair from his clothing, transforming them into his duplicates. Huh! With a resounding shout, 3 doppelgangers simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans and charged at Hachiyak, engaging him in a fierce battle. Seizing the moment, Gohan placed his index fingers on his forehead, gathering energy. After a brief moment, he completed his energy accumulation and directed his voice towards the doppelgangers. Seize him. Upon hearing this, the 3 doppelgangers immediately restrained Hachiyak by his hands and feet. Magical convergence light cannon. At this moment, Gohan shouted and thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a potent energy beam encircled by spiraling energy rings. Hachiyak, attempting to break free from Gohan's doppelgangers, found their strength insurmountable, rendering him unable to escape. Boom. Just then, Gohan's magical convergence light cannon pierced through Hachiyak's body, propelling him like a meteor out of the dark planet. Hachiyak's body shattered upon being pierced, exploding into fragments at the spot. Boom. With Hachiyak's demise, the dark planet initiated its self-destruction. Witnessing this, Gohan swiftly utilized the celestial mirror to transport his doppelgangers back to Earth. Rumbling. Shortly after Gohan's departure, the dark planet erupted in the cosmos. Upon returning to Earth, Gohan immediately borrowed Bulma's dragon radar to search for Dragon Balls, summoning Shinran to eradicate the malevolent energy that permeated the skies. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Gohan's younger brother, Goten, was born on this day. Thanks to Gohan's angelic staff, Chi-Chi experienced little pain during the childbirth. In West City, at Goku's home, Bulma was visiting to see the newly born Goten with Trunks. Upon hearing that Chi-Chi had not suffered much during childbirth, a smile illuminated her face as she turned to Gohan. Gohan, where did your mother say you got that staff? Why didn't you help me when I was giving birth? Aunt Bulma, this staff was given to me by a kind old man in my dreams. Bulma listened with a mix of belief and skepticism. Next time, you must help me when I have a baby. Of course. Gohan nodded. Trunks, this is your little brother. Goten, little brother? At just 2 years old, Trunks did not grasp the meaning of Bulma's words, merely responding with a simple mm. Bulma nodded. You must take good care of your brother. By the way, Aunt Bulma, how is Uncle Vegeta doing lately? What else? He is still training every day, claiming he will defeat you and Goku. I see. After a brief conversation with Chi-Chi, Bulma took Trunks and departed. Goten. Gohan glanced at his brother and suddenly noticed that he had wet his pants. Dad, Goten wet himself. Hurry and help me change him. All right. I'll get some pants to change him. Time passed swiftly, and in just a month, Goten had begun to take his first steps. Due to her household chores and cooking responsibilities, Chi-Chi found herself with little time to care for the child, thus entrusting this duty to Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, occupied with his training, delegated the task to Biddy Lee. This was a classic case of preparing soldiers for a moment of need. At this juncture, Biddy Lee was most valuable, albeit under a specific condition. Sun Wukong had to teach her the Kamehameha technique. On Earth, atop the Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong sat on a patch of grass, evaluating his combat power. Name, Sun Wukong. Age, 11. Gender, male. Combat power, 70 billion. Just 30 billion short. Chapter 66. Combat power of 100 billion. Divine Fishing Rod. According to the system's assessment of combat power, it was inconceivable for Sun Wukong to reach 70 billion so swiftly. However, being a Saiyan bestowed upon him a remarkable potential, enabling rapid advancement in his training. Just as he pondered this, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Android 17. Sun Wukong. Android 17 nodded. I am here to challenge you today. A challenge? Sun Wukong inquired. Indeed. Although I was defeated by you previously, my training has significantly enhanced my strength. This time, I shall not lose. What is wrong with this guy? Sun Wukong mused inwardly. In the original Dragon Ball series, while Android 17 was competitive, he was not so overly eager. Consider the stark contrast between future Android 17 and the present one. The former was ruthless, while the latter was not. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face. All right. Upon hearing this, Android 17 roared and charged at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong moved effortlessly, evading Android 17's attack. Curse it! Android 17 exclaimed in frustration, launching a full-force punch. Sun Wukong deftly sidestepped, avoiding the strike yet again. Android 17, realizing this, retreated, gathering a substantial amount of energy in his hands to unleash upon Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Sun Wukong swiftly dodged all of Android 17's energy waves. Gritting his teeth, Android 17 prepared to charge at Sun Wukong once more. However, he suddenly heard Sun Wukong's voice behind him. You've lost. Turning around, Android 17 saw Sun Wukong with his right hand raised towards him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Android 17's forehead. Why don't you attack me? Sun Wukong lowered his hand and replied. Because I promised 18 that I would show you mercy. 18? Did she come looking for you? Yes. When was that? About a year ago. A year ago, could it be then? Android 17 concluded, promptly turning to leave. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan glanced at the tail that had sprouted behind him. After his training reached the third level of Super Saiyan, he found himself at a crossroads with three distinct paths. The first was to continue mastering the transformations of Super Saiyan, ultimately achieving Super Saiyan 4. The second was to pursue the divine route, mastering the transformation of Super Saiyan God. And the third, akin to the original narrative, was to tread the enigmatic path of Beast Gohan, thereby harnessing the form of Beast Gohan. Beast Gohan is a new transformation that emerges from Gohan's fury, distinct from Super Saiyan 4 in that it does not necessitate the tail to transcend his limitations. Moreover, Gohan's mystical state can only be attained with the assistance of the Elder Kai, who remains sealed within the Kai sword. Thus, to master Beast Gohan, he must first liberate the Elder Kai. However, Gohan was not in haste to master Beast Gohan, nor was he urgent about rescuing the Elder Kai. As time swiftly passed, a year elapsed. After a year of rigorous training, Gohan finally elevated his combat power to 100 billion. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your combat power has reached 100 billion. You are rewarded with the Self-Extreme Technique, a divine fishing rod capable of reeling in skills, combat power, and various treasures, along with godly instantaneous movement, Flash Technique, and 999 senzu beans. As the words echoed in his mind, a multitude of memories flooded Gohan's consciousness. A divine fishing rod. Indeed, Master. Can it be used for fishing anywhere? Yes, Master. Upon hearing this, Gohan promptly retrieved the divine fishing rod and settled by the waterfall of the Baozi Mountain to engage in fishing. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have fished up 100 combat power. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have fished up 999 combat power. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have fished up a 100-fold solar flare. Just as the announcement concluded, memories of the 100-fold solar flare surged within Gohan. Though the divine fishing rod was remarkable, it still paled in comparison to his own training speed. Well, Master, it is imperative that you continue to train diligently. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have fished up 10 spirit tree fruits. Spirit tree fruits. Initially planning to reel in his line, Gohan immediately lowered his raised hand upon hearing this. After a considerable time, Gohan managed to catch 10 senzu beans, but nothing more. Perhaps it's time to reel in the line. As Gohan spoke, he pulled the line, and suddenly a large fish was drawn from the waterfall. This fishing rod truly can catch fish, Gohan exclaimed, bringing the fish back to Ragus. Master, where did you catch this fish? From the waterfall up in the mountains. I didn't catch it. I fished it. Oh, what made you suddenly want to go fishing today? Is it not permissible for me to enjoy such activities? No. Master, you are remarkably astute. Whatever you undertake is extraordinary. Cease the flattery. How is your technique of creating clones progressing? Master, I can now conjure 2 clones. 2. Indeed. How many can you create? Over 3,000. By the way, I have some fruits here. Would you care to have some? Fruits? Gohan said, retrieving 2 spirit tree fruits from his clothing. Master, what are these fruits? I have never seen them before. This is known as the spirit tree fruit, which can enhance your strength when consumed. Is that so, Master? Shall I wash this fruit now? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. He was uncertain whether Ragyus was disapproving of him placing the spirit tree fruit in his clothing, or if she was simply particular. Well then, Ragyus, I shall take my leave. Very well, Master. Upon receiving this, Son Gohan instantly teleported back to his home. Master. In the courtyard of Sun Wukong's home, Videl, who was watching over Son Goten, felt a surge of joy upon seeing Son Gohan return. At last, she could return without having to care for Son Goten. Son Gohan nodded and presented 2 spirit tree fruits to Videl. Videl, this is the spirit tree fruit. Consuming it will augment your strength. Augment my strength. Videl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly accepted the 2 fruits. Her hard work had finally yielded some reward. Brother. At that moment, Son Goten, who stood nearby, suddenly spoke. Although he was still very young, he was able to articulate words. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately picked him up. Chapter 67, Father and Daughter Duel. So, Gohan, shall I take my leave? Oh, very well. Son Gohan nodded. Upon returning home, Videl washed the spirit tree fruits given to her by Son Gohan and began to eat. Crunch. After taking a few bites, she suddenly felt a surge of formidable power within her. It seems my strength has truly increased. Videl exclaimed as she glanced at the other spirit tree fruit in her hand. If one fruit can enhance me so much, how much more could I gain from consuming the other? With this thought, Videl hastened to finish the second spirit tree fruit. Afterwards, she reclined on the sofa, reflecting on her encounter with Son Gohan. Before meeting him, she had believed her father to be exceptionally powerful. Yet, after encountering Son Gohan, it was as if she had glimpsed an entirely new world, where everything was so astonishing. The following day, after breakfast, Son Gohan returned to the waterfall on Baozi Mountain to fish once more. While fishing may not be as swift as training, it allowed him to acquire certain skills and treasures. Thus, Son Gohan was eager to continue fishing to see if he could reel in something valuable. The day passed swiftly, and before he knew it, evening had fallen. Today, Son Gohan had caught a diamond crown, over 20, in a small spacecraft. Darn it. I refuse to believe I cannot catch something worthwhile. Thus, Son Gohan continued fishing for 3 more days, yet still had no fortune. Master, fishing relies on luck. I believe your training is of greater importance now. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have fished up the Earth's Dragon Ball, which grants 1 wish per year. The system was at a loss for words. What a wretched fishing rod. Just as it intended to advise Son Gohan to focus on training, he ended up catching a Dragon Ball. Indeed, system, you are correct. Fishing does indeed require a degree of luck. As Son Wukong gazed at the shimmering Dragon Ball nestled within his inventory, he pondered aloud, system, does this Dragon Ball require a summoning of the eternal dragon akin to the ones on Earth? Not at all, the system replied. Simply utter your wish, and I shall grant it. Oh, so you essentially become the eternal dragon yourself? Son Wukong remarked. Indeed, Master. Would you care to make a wish? The system responded with a hint of sarcasm. No, thank you. Son Wukong retorted. With that, the system chose to ignore him. Noticing the silence, Son Wukong promptly returned home. The following day, Son Wukong resumed his training. In West City, at Mr. Satan's martial arts dojo, Biddy, frustrated by her father's disapproval of her training with Son Wukong, issued a challenge to him. Although Mr. Satan was initially reluctant to accept, he realized that a refusal would hinder his ability to persuade Biddy to abandon her martial pursuits with Son Wukong. Thus he reluctantly acquiesced. Despite agreeing to the challenge, Mr. Satan felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. The two stood in a training room, a space Mr. Satan typically utilized for practice. Concerned about the possibility of defeat, he ensured it was just the two of them in the room. Father, shall we commence? Biddy inquired. All right. Mr. Satan nodded. In an instant, Biddy darted forward, deftly causing Mr. Satan to stumble. Ouch! He exclaimed, but quickly stifled his cry, unwilling to show weakness before Biddy. You've lost, Father, she declared triumphantly. Not at all. Father merely underestimated you. Shall we engage once more? Very well, but you must not resort to trickery. Biddy, do you think your father is such a person? Biddy fell silent at this. Ahem. Mr. Satan coughed lightly. Now, Biddy, let us begin. Yes, she affirmed with a nod. With a fierce shout, Mr. Satan lunged toward Biddy. Just as he was about to reach her, Biddy swiftly maneuvered beneath him and executed a shoulder throw, sending Mr. Satan crashing to the ground. Ouch! He cried out, unable to suppress his pain. Then, he found himself gazing into Biddy's bright, clear eyes, which made his face flush with embarrassment. The humiliation of defeat stung sharply. Father, enough. Biddy, I concede. I promise not to obstruct your training with Son Wukong any longer, but you must keep my defeat a secret. All right, Father. Biddy nodded eagerly. By the way, Biddy, could you inquire if Son Wukong is still accepting disciples? Accepting disciples? Yes. I wish to learn martial arts from him as well. But Father, if that happens, wouldn't I become your senior disciple? Mr. Satan fell silent, momentarily caught off guard by this revelation. Then, will you still seek to become his disciple? Not anymore. Mr. Satan shook his head. His initial impulse to pursue the idea quickly dissipated upon hearing Biddy's words. Biddy nodded in understanding. Father, although you cannot take Gohan as your master, I shall still guide you in your training. Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan felt a surge of anger, but then reconsidered. Having Videl instruct him in his training did not imply a master-disciple relationship, and she surely could not be deemed an unfilial daughter. How about it, father? Mr. Satan cleared his throat. So, Videl, how did Gohan teach you to train? Gohan, at first, had me carry a 20-pound turtle shell. A turtle shell? Mr. Satan immediately envisioned himself crawling under the weight of such a shell. Videl shared all that Gohan had imparted to her regarding her training. Once she finished, Mr. Satan looked at Videl with utmost seriousness and said, Videl, I implore you to keep the details of how Gohan taught you to train a secret. Understood, father. Videl nodded. Well then, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Mr. Satan nodded in agreement. Time passed swiftly, and a month had gone by. As Goten had grown, Videl no longer needed to assist him daily. At that moment, Videl stood upon a grassy expanse on the Chaos planet, gazing enviously at the clones conjured by Ragus. Ragus, your technique of creating clones is truly impressive. Might you teach me as well? Certainly, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? You must promise not to inform our master about my teaching you this technique. Not tell our master? Why not? Because I have promised him not to teach others. I see. But why then do you wish to teach me? Ragus smiled and replied, our master possesses much knowledge, yet is somewhat reluctant to impart it to me. Thus, we can learn different things from him. You teach me, and I teach you. I understand, but won't that be improper? What is the worry? We are his only disciples. If he does not teach us, whom will he teach? Videl nodded in agreement. So, Ragus, what have you learned from our master? The Solar Fist, Kamehameha, the Clone Technique, the Afterimage Technique, and the Drunken Fist. And you? I have only learned the Kamehameha for now. He told me to focus on perfecting it before he teaches me more advanced techniques. Our master said the same to me initially, and it took quite a while before he taught me the Clone Technique. What about the others? The rest were quite simple. I mastered them in just a few days. Now, I wish to learn our master's instant transmission. I fear it will be quite some time before I am granted that knowledge. No worries, Videl. When the master teaches you martial arts, be sure not to mention your desire to learn the Clone Technique or instant transmission. All right, I understand. In the other world, within the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Gohan sat on the floor, fishing. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught 1888 battle power. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught 20 sins of beans. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught 1999 battle power. Indeed, fishing here doubles the rewards. Listening to the continuous notifications from the system, Gohan stifled a yawn and remarked, Ding. Congratulations, Master, on catching the King of Worlds sword. Indeed, Master, but it is not the one that seals the old King of Worlds. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have also caught an ordinary longevity peach, which can extend your life by 10 years. A longevity peach, is that not an item from the realm of cultivation? Precisely. Master. Now, system, can this divine fishing rod catch a potion that increases height by 5 centimeters? I believe that is rather unlikely. However, do you not possess a Dragon Ball? No, I was merely inquiring. After fishing for half a day, Son Gohan left the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Though half a day had passed inside, only mere minutes had elapsed outside. In the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. Son Goten was now 3 years old, and he no longer required any assistance, spending his days playing with Trunks. Over the course of a year, Son Gohan's combat power had surged, yet he still found himself distanced from his modest goal of 1 trillion. At this moment, Son Gohan was teaching Son Goten to train atop the sacred land of the Kais. Puff, puff, puff. Son Goten expelled several white spirits from his mouth, transforming them into replicas of himself. This technique is known as the Gum Spirit. Count off. After releasing all the Gum Spirits, he declared, 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. Number 1. Your target is that large rock ahead. Yes. The number 1 Gum Spirit responded, charging towards the massive stone. With a resounding boom, the rock was instantly obliterated. Number 2. Your target is the pond ahead. Yes. The number 2 Gum Spirit exclaimed, darting towards the water. With another colossal explosion, a towering wave surged from the sea, accompanied by a multitude of fish. So many fish, brother, can we eat fish today? Son Goten remarked, gazing at the fish that had been blown into the air. Son Gohan chuckled in response. The fate of these fish was indeed tragic. They were either caught by him or blown up by Son Goten. Number 3 and 4. Your targets are the wild boars ahead. Yes. The 2 Gum Spirits immediately charged at the 2 wild boars that had suddenly appeared. Boom, boom. With 2 tremendous blasts, the wild boars were left in a state of disarray. Goten, let us refrain from blowing up the wild boars. Oh, then should we gather the fish and take them home? Certainly. Son Gohan nodded. Upon returning home, Son Gohan and Son Goten presented the explosive fish to Chi-Chi. Gohan, where did you procure these fish? We blew them up. Blew them up? Yes, after all, Goten is a Saiyan. That is true. But you must keep an eye on Goten. Do not let him harm anyone. Understood. Son Gohan nodded. Just then, a voice from the system rang in his ears. Ding. System upgrade complete. Master S training has doubled once again. Doubled? This means that Master can now increase his combat power by 60 with a single one-handed push-up. And under a gravity of 1,000 times, that would be 60,000. So if it is 10,000 a day, that amounts to 600 million. 20,000 to 1,200,000,000. And in a month, 360 billion. Indeed, Master. In 3 months, 1 trillion. And in a year, 4 trillion. We are soaring. Indeed, my Master. Thus you must double your efforts in training. There remain 9 years until Beerus awakens. And I estimate that I could cultivate my battle power to approximately 4 trillion. The amplification of Super Saiyan 4 ranges from 8,000 to 20,000 times, which would render my battle power around 80 quadrillion. The unit following billion is trillion, the unit following trillion is quadrillion, and the unit succeeding quadrillion is quintillion. 1 trillion equals 1 quadrillion, 1 quadrillion equals 1 quintillion, and 1 quintillion equals 1 sextillion. Beyond sextillion follow septillion, octillion, nonillion, decillion, and so forth, each unit differing by a factor of 10,000. In the afternoon, Gohan, having taken a brief nap, arrived at the gravity training grounds atop the Supreme Kai's planet. Master, what brings you here so early today? Ragusi inquired with curiosity. Ordinarily, Gohan would not arrive until 2 o'clock, yet today he appeared at 1:30. Oh, nothing in particular. I simply felt a sudden urge to train. At 2 in the afternoon, Bidalai also made her way to the Supreme Kai's planet for training. A year had passed, and her strength had significantly increased. After consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might, her battle power had reached over 1,500, though still far from Ragusi's level. She had grown quite formidable. Bidalai, you're here, Gohan greeted, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Master has been acting a bit strange today, arriving at 1:30. 1:30? Indeed. He usually comes at 2. Perhaps it was due to not training in the morning. By the way, Bidalai, has Master taught you any powerful techniques recently? Not really, Bidalai replied, shaking her head. Gohan desired to impart some advanced techniques to her, yet her current battle power was too low. Even if he were to teach her, she would struggle to grasp them. Time swiftly passed, and 10 months flew by. After a decade of diligent training, Gohan's battle power had attained 500 billion. Chapter 69, The Old Supreme Kai. On the Supreme Kai's planet, Gohan stood upon a grassy expanse, instructing Goten in the 20-fold, injury-free Kaioken technique. Although the 20-fold Kaioken was more challenging to master than the standard Kaioken, Goten, being his younger brother, was certainly worthy of his teachings. Kaioken, with a light exclamation. A fiery red aura enveloped Goten. Excellent, Goten, just like that. At that moment, Ragusi and Bidalai soared in from the distance. Ragusi, Bidalai, Gohan called out. Ragusi smiled and nodded. Master, what technique is this? Might you teach me as well? Ragusi, you ought not to fixate on learning formidable techniques. You should devote more time to training. Then why do you know so many techniques, Master? I haven't learned them. They are all of my own creation. Ragusi regarded him with skepticism. All right, I shall teach you some. Thank you, Master. Ragusi beamed. Oh, had I known, I would not have taken on a disciple, truly. Teaching them has left me starving. Gohan sighed. Master, I promise I won't let you starve. I will gather wild fruits for you. Is that all you can offer, wild fruits? Master, what would you like to eat? I will buy it for you. That sounds much better. Master, could you also teach me? Bidalai chuckled. Having spent considerable time with Ragusi, Bidalai had become as cunning as her. This is perhaps the essence of the adage. One who stays close to vermilion gets stained red. One who stays near ink gets stained black. Very well, but you must first enhance your strength. Enhance my strength? Indeed, from today onward, you shall train in the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber? Bidalai gasped. The immense gravity, there was something she could scarcely endure. You need not train alongside us. Simply begin with 10 times the gravity. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Bidalai immediately sighed in relief. However, upon further reflection, 10 times the gravity did not seem trivial either. In the afternoon, after awakening from his midday slumber, Son Gohan retrieved the heavenly mirror from the system and arrived in the Kaioshin realm. His combat power had now reached an astounding 500 billion, prompting him to contemplate the path he wished to pursue. His decision was clear. He aspired to master Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, and Beast Gohan. Just as Ultraman Dyna possesses 3 forms, why should he not be able to command 3 transformations as well? Super Saiyan 4 requires the presence of a full moon. Super Saiyan God necessitates training to reach the realm of divinity, and for Beast Gohan, Son Gohan would need the assistance of the old Kaioshin to unlock the potential within him, transforming into the enigmatic Gohan. The first 2 were relatively straightforward, while the latter was somewhat more complicated. Nevertheless, should the old Kaioshin manage to awaken his inner potential, Gohan could subsequently master the first two transformations, potentially augmenting his strength significantly. Upon his arrival, the East Kaishin and Jebet, who were present in the Kaishin realm, quickly took notice of him. Son Gohan. The East Kaishin had been slightly attentive to Gohan due to the significant commotion caused by his transformation into Super Saiyan 3rd stage. You recognize me? The East Kaishin nodded. How did you come here? Instant transmission. Instant transmission. Jebet exclaimed in astonishment. How can you perform instant transmission and to arrive in our Kaishin realm? It was taught to me by the Kaishin of another universe. Another universe? Are there other universes with Kaishins? I am not entirely certain. I see. So, Son Gohan. What brings you here? Jebet inquired. I am here to draw the Kaishin sword. The Kaishin sword. Indeed. Do you wish to stop me? The Kaishin sword is a treasure of our Kaishin realm. Upon hearing this, Jebet immediately sought to intervene, but was halted by the East Kaishin. Jebet. If he wishes to pull the Kaishin sword, let him do so. But, Lord Kaishin, that is a treasure of our realm. It is said that whoever can draw the Kaishin sword will gain the power of the universe. The power of the universe. Son Gohan chuckled lightly. Swiftly soaring to a stone pillar above a pool of water, where he beheld the Kaishin sword embedded within it. The sword was nearly buried in the earth, with only the hilt protruding. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan made a forceful attempt to draw the Kaishin sword. The entire stone pillar began to shake violently, causing the surface of the water in the pond to churn furiously. Upon witnessing this, East Kai and Jebet widened their eyes, silently praying that Gohan would refrain from drawing the Kai sword. Just then, Gohan let out a sudden, resounding shout as he pulled the sword from its sheath. At that moment, the ground beneath him rapidly fractured and collapsed. With the sword firmly in his hands, Gohan soared swiftly into the air. He has drawn it. Jebet exclaimed in astonishment. East Kai nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, Gohan landed before the two. Mighty Kai, unless there is something else. I shall take this sword with me. Take it? Jebet gasped. You intend to carry it away? Indeed. Is there a problem? After all, you cannot wield it, can you? Very well. East Kai consented. Seeing this, Gohan executed a quick teleportation back to Earth. Mighty Kai, why did you allow him to take the Kai sword? Jebet asked. Do you believe I could have stopped him? East Kai replied. Upon hearing this, Jebet fell silent. Neither he nor East Kai were capable of drawing the Kai sword, while Gohan had done so effortlessly. It was indeed a remarkable circumstance. Back on Earth, Gohan retrieved the Kai sword from the system and placed it on the ground. He then gripped the sword that sealed the old Kai and forcefully struck downwards. With a thunderous sound, the sword collided with the Kai sword, causing the ground to sink and a massive cloud of dust to rise. It hasn't broken, Gohan observed, lifting the Kai sword once more to deliver another powerful strike. With a resounding clang, a fierce whirlwind erupted from the Kai sword, causing the one on the ground to sink further, igniting sparks of fire. As Gohan intended to retract his sword, he suddenly noticed that the blade in his hand had shattered. Simultaneously, the Kai sword on the ground was also severed. Success! After a moment, as the dust settled, an elderly man clad in Kai attire appeared, none other than the old Kai himself. Chapter 70, Super Saiyan 4. Upon seeing the old Kai, Gohan's face beamed with a grin. Noticing Gohan's mischievous expression, the old Kai's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Were you the one who drew the Kai sword and freed me? He inquired. Is there anyone else here aside from myself? What is your name? My name is Gohan. Gohan. The old Kai echoed. So, you knew I was sealed within this sword all along? Yes. And your motive for freeing me is not without purpose, is it? Gohan nodded. What do you wish for me to assist you with? I seek your help to unlock the potential within me and elevate it to its utmost peak. The old Kai gasped in surprise. How do you know that I possess the potential to unleash the latent power within me? I am omniscient. The old Kai, upon hearing this, was filled with disbelief. Then will you assist me in unlocking my inner potential? The old Kai glanced at the severed Kai swords on the ground and nodded emphatically. Yes, yes. However, it may take a full day to draw out your inner potential. Excellent. As he spoke, Gohan settled onto the grassy ground nearby. Does this fellow somehow anticipate my next actions? The old Kai pondered silently. Are we not commencing yet? Shall we begin then? By the way, is this place Earth? Indeed. Subsequently, under the old Kai's direction, Gohan placed his hands in front of him. The old Kai circled around Gohan, reciting incantations that Gohan could not comprehend. As enhancing one's potential required a full day, Gohan found himself growing drowsy after sitting for half the time. Nevertheless, in pursuit of greater strength, he persevered. Meanwhile, he had already left a clone at home. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the afternoon of the following day. Is it not yet finished? Gohan remarked, glancing at the sky. Just a little longer. It will be ready soon. The old Kai replied while engrossed in a comic. Upon hearing this, Gohan immediately opened his character panel to check. Name, Gohan. Age, 14. Gender, male. Battle power, 800 billion. Mysterious state. Capable of sustaining 300 trillion battle power without transforming into a Super Saiyan. 800 billion. Gohan was astounded upon seeing his battle power. After years of training, he had only managed to reach 500 billion. Yet the old Kai had increased it by 300 billion in just one day. His potential was indeed more terrifying than he had imagined. In the original Dragon Ball series, Gohan's initial battle power was 80 billion, but after the enhancement by the old Kai, it reached 2 trillion. However, this 2 trillion was in a non-transformed state. Once he transformed, he could not maintain such an immense battle power. In simpler terms, it represented a pinnacle of power without transformation. Alright, Gohan, I have completed your enhancement. Gohan nodded and rose from the ground. May I take my leave now? Of course, would you like me to see you off? No. I can return on my own. The old Kai waved his hands dismissively. Is that so? The old Kai nodded, and, with a flash of instant movement, returned to the Kai realm. Gohan chuckled lightly, retrieved the Zeno's mirror, and took a nap in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. In the Kai realm, ever since Gohan had taken the Kai sword, East Kai and Kibito had been closely monitoring the situation on Earth. Lord Kai, who is that elderly gentleman in the Kai uniform? Could he be a Kai from another universe? I do not know. No sooner had these words left his lips than a figure appeared behind the two. The individual before them was indeed the old Kaishin. Who do you believe to be the Kaishin of another universe? Upon hearing this, the two immediately turned in fright. Who are you? I am the Kaishin from approximately 15 generations prior, declared the old Kaishin. The Kaishin from over 100 generations ago. The two gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the current Kaishins seemed to be increasingly inept. I had thought that it would be a certain generation as Kaishin who would draw the Kaishin sword. Yet, not only did you fail to extract it, but you also allowed a mere human to carry it away. Fortunately, that human was not malevolent. Otherwise, I would have perished at his hands. I apologize. The East Kaishin's face flushed with shame upon hearing this. The old Kaishin let out a cold snort and settled down upon the grass nearby. Mighty ancestor, how did you end up within the Kaishin sword? Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Son Gohan, after a period of rigorous training, had significantly enhanced his strength. Tonight was a full moon, and thus, he resolved to attempt transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 under its luminescence. As night fell, a resplendent full moon hung in the sky. Son Gohan stood in an open space atop the lookout, gazing skyward. Bang, bang, bang. Upon seeing the full moon, his heart raced. Suddenly, his eyes turned crimson, and an abundance of hair sprouted across his body. He grew taller and larger, transforming into a golden giant ape. Ah! Son Gohan roared mightily, forcefully stomping the ground. Master! At that moment, the system spoke to him. Hearing the system's voice calmed Son Gohan momentarily. Yet he continued to roar at the heavens. Master! If you do not awaken soon, the title of the strongest in the universe will be snatched away by someone else. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan halted his roar and fixed his gaze intently ahead. Ah! Suddenly, he reached skyward with both hands, emanating a tremendous red aura. Boom! At that instant, several golden lightning bolts struck from the sky. Son Gohan firmly planted his feet on the ground, radiating an astonishing energy. Gradually, his body began to shrink, reverting to his human form. Moments later, a figure emerged, covered in red fur except for his head, chest, palms, and soles, with golden eyes and red eyelids and sockets. Clad in yellow pants. This was Son Gohan, having successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. After the transformation, his stature was significantly greater than before, and his physique had expanded considerably. In the Kaishin realm, the East Kaishin and others, sensing Son Gohan's formidable aura, wore expressions of disbelief. Is this fellow a monster? His power now surpasses anything we could have imagined. Jebbit quivered slightly. This is incredible, gritted the East Kaishin. This is not the most crucial aspect. What truly matters is that he is only 14 years old. Saiyans have a lifespan exceeding 100 years, and I find it hard to fathom how powerful he will become in the future. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis has also sensed Gohan's energy. Gohan, Whis murmurs, lost in thought. On Earth, Goku and the others have sensed Gohan's energy and are hastening towards the Baozi Mountain. Have we succeeded? Gohan clenches his fists, feeling the power coursing through his body. At that moment, two figures appear before him, Goku and Goten. Dad, is that you, Gohan? Goku exclaims, astonished at his son's transformation. The Super Saiyan 4 form allows the childlike Gohan to take on an adult appearance. Gohan nods affirmatively. And what transformation is this? This is Super Saiyan 4. Just then, two figures descend from the sky, Vegeta and Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan calls out, surprising Piccolo. Is that you, Gohan? Piccolo asks. And Gohan nods once more. Vegeta, upon witnessing Gohan in his Super Saiyan 4 form, is immediately filled with frustration. Gohan, what kind of transformation is this? This is Super Saiyan 4, my latest mastery. Vegeta clenches his fists tightly. To this day, he has yet to master even Super Saiyan 2. While Gohan has already attained Super Saiyan 4, it is truly infuriating to see someone surpass him so effortlessly. Thankfully, Goku's strength is comparable, which brings him a modicum of comfort. Master, Gohan. At that moment, Raditz and Krillin arrive as well. Gohan nods in acknowledgement. Is that you, Gohan? Krillin, noticing Gohan's height, inquires. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Is this your new transformation? Your hair is remarkably abundant. Yes. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation is achieved through the transformation into a great ape under the full moon. Vegeta interjects, a transformation post-great ape? Indeed. But to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4, one must possess formidable strength. Gohan explains. I see. Vegeta responds, and Gohan nods. So, Gohan, how did you discover this transformation? Goku asks. The typical Super Saiyan transformations build upon the humanoid form, and he had never considered transforming from the great ape form. This was merely a sudden inspiration. I understand. Goku replies, not pondering further. After all, Gohan has already experienced an abundance of extraordinary occurrences. Vegeta huffs and suddenly ascends into the sky, departing from Bowsy Mountain. The others are accustomed to this behavior, but only Trunks gazes after Vegeta in confusion. Upon returning home, Vegeta, feeling provoked by Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, immediately retreated to the gravity chamber for training. The following day, after enjoying breakfast, Gohan prepared to head to the lookout for further training, only to find Trunks had arrived early at his home. Trunks! Exclaimed Goten, his heart brimming with joy as he approached his friend. Trunks nodded, casting a glance at Gohan and inquiring, Gohan, may I join you in your training? Of course. I would like to ask you to take me on as your disciple. To be my disciple? Why? Because I wish to become as strong as you. Is that so? Have you mentioned this to your father? Tell my father? Indeed. While Uncle Vegeta may not be as strong as I am, his combat experience surpasses mine and would undoubtedly benefit you if he were to mentor you. Trunks hesitated at this suggestion. Vegeta had always been strict with him, and he lacked the skills of instant transmission and Kaioken. Gohan chuckled, Trunks, I think it would be wise for you to seek your father's opinion before returning to me for mentorship. Trunks nodded in agreement. With that, Gohan executed an instant transmission, transporting Goten to the lookout. Master, the ever-enthusiastic Videl, who had arrived at the lookout earlier, beamed as she approached Gohan and Goten. Master, Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Last night, Videl had been occupied with her homework and missed Gohan's transformation. However, she had heard from Lapis early that morning about the events of the previous night. Master, I heard from Lapis that you transformed into Super Saiyan for last night. Although she had not witnessed the transformation herself, Lapis' description had piqued her curiosity, especially regarding the sight of Gohan's defined abdominal muscles. Gohan nodded again. Then, Master, could you transform into Super Saiyan 4 for me to see? That is not possible. Gohan shook his head. Why not? Videl replied, disappointment etched across her face. Had she known, she would have foregone her homework last night. For no particular reason. If I simply transform into Super Saiyan 4 at your request, it would undermine my authority as your master. Master, please, just transform for me? Videl pleaded, adopting a more charming demeanor. Goten, why don't you persuade your brother to transform into Super Saiyan 4 for Sister Videl? Very well. At this, Videl felt a twinge of jealousy. Her request had been denied, yet Goten's plea was met with immediate compliance. Still, despite her envy, she eagerly anticipated witnessing Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Suddenly, Gohan clenched his fists, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Wow, you look incredible. As Bidalai witnessed son Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan 4, a flicker of emotion stirred within her. At that moment, Ragus, who was training in the gravity room, sensed Gohan's overwhelming energy and swiftly emerged from the chamber. Master, Gohan nodded, reverting to his normal state. All right, Bidalai, you should focus on your training now. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks had returned home, feeling hesitant about whether to confide in Vegeta regarding his desire to take Gohan as his mentor. Chapter 72, Vegeto. What is wrong, Trunks? Bulma inquired, noticing her son lost in thought in the yard. And nothing, Mom. Trunks quickly snapped back to reality, deciding to postpone the conversation for another day. Oh, Bulma replied, sensing his uncertainty. In the afternoon, Gohan instructed Goten and the others to train independently while he utilized the instant transmission to arrive at the battlefield, where Vegeto would confront Kid Buu 3 years hence. Due to his invisibility technique, Vegeto and Kid Buu remained blissfully unaware of his presence. Gohan's purpose for this visit was twofold: to demonstrate his mastery of Super Saiyan 4 and to gather energy from the Universe Seed. As the king of the Dragon Ball realm, Vegeto's prowess was undeniable, but his flamboyant demeanor was undisputedly the most remarkable. As a Dragon Ball enthusiast transported into this universe, Gohan naturally yearned to witness this legendary king. On King Kai's planet, East Kai was anxiously observing the emergence of Vegeto. On Earth, Vegeto was stretching his limbs, exhilarated. Wow, this is even more incredible than I imagined. Upon hearing this, Kid Buu dissipated the energy sphere he was forming. It seems you are afraid too, Vegeto remarked, sweeping his hand forward, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Kid Buu, caught off guard, received a cut across his face. What's the matter? You have nothing to fear. Kid Buu scoffed, quickly healing his wound. Since you are the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, I shall call you Vegeto. I was just concerned about how this would turn out, but it seems things are going quite well. Let us continue the fight. Kid Buu responded, I see. But do you really think that your fusion will grant you victory over me? Vegeto, grinning, waved at Kid Buu provocatively. Enraged by the taunt, Kid Buu charged at Vegeto with fury. Just as Kid Buu was about to reach Vegeto, Vegeto executed a leap, soaring behind Kid Buu, swiftly turning to deliver a flying kick with his right leg. At that moment, Kid Buu pivoted, and Vegeto's foot struck him squarely in the face. Ah! With a piercing scream, Majin Buu was forced to spit out a considerable amount of saliva as his head plummeted downward. Bang! Vegeto delivered a powerful kick to Majin Buu's body, causing him to descend rapidly. Just as Majin Buu was nearing the ground, he clenched his fists, halting his descent mid-air, and then charged swiftly towards Vegeto. In no time, Majin Buu reached Vegeto, unleashing a flurry of punches aimed squarely at his face. Boom, boom, boom. Majin Buu relentlessly battered Vegeto's visage. Subsequently, he swiftly maneuvered behind Vegeto and delivered a fierce kick to his back. With a resounding explosion, a thick cloud of dust erupted from the ground. Majin Buu gathered a massive energy wave in his hands and hurled it downward. With another thunderous boom, the energy wave detonated upon impact, creating a deep pit in the earth. Vegeto stood within the crater, smiling as he gazed up at the sky where Majin Buu hovered. Incensed by this sight, Majin Buu gritted his teeth in frustration. Observing the battle, Gohan couldn't help but exclaim, "A king is indeed a king. Even these lines are sufficient for me to learn. System, are you recording this?" "Recording in progress, master." That last hit truly stung. Vegeto remarked, rubbing his shoulder. "Is that so? However, I intentionally held back on that strike." Majin Buu, hearing this, feigned innocence. "Ah," he exclaimed, extending his hands downward in an attempt to grasp Vegeto. Vegeto leaped forward, charging at Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu flicked his antennae forward, ensnaring Vegeto's right leg. Startled, Vegeto found himself spun around by Majin Buu, who then hurled him violently toward the ground. Boom. Vegeto's body crashed heavily into a nearby mountain, sending a plume of dust and debris into the air. "What is this? You're not going to die from such a slight force, are you?" Majin Buu mused, a hint of pride swelling within him. No sooner had he spoken than beams of golden light erupted from the ground, obliterating the massive boulder that had fallen atop Vegeto. Vegeto reappeared, brushing off his shoulders. "Well, I think I've warmed up sufficiently." Majin Buu snorted, a glimmer of anticipation crossing his face. Though Vegeto's strength was formidable and irked him, he, like Goku and the others, relished the thrill of battle. Yet, in any confrontation, he could only accept victory, as his pride would not allow anyone to surpass him. "Apologies. I was still getting accustomed to this body, but rest assured, I shall engage you earnestly now." "That is splendid. If you were to perish so easily, it would be a grave disappointment to my expectations." Majin Buu chuckled. "The real spectacle is about to commence," Vegeto declared confidently. With that, the two warriors immediately assumed their fighting stances. Boom. Vegeto forcefully propelled himself into the sky. Whoosh. As Vegeto soared to a modest height, his figure suddenly flickered into existence before Majin Buu. Startled, Majin Buu barely had time to react before a colossal fist struck him. Bam! Vegeto's right fist landed heavily on Buu's face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of saliva, his head snapping to the left. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeto unleashed a barrage of punches at Buu's face. Bam bam bam. As Buu's face absorbed the blows, his body was forced backward. Bam! In that instant, Vegeto propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Buu flying away. Whoosh! Vegeto gathered a concentrated wave of blue energy in his hands and directed it toward the airborne Majin Buu. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the energy wave detonated in the sky, radiating an incredibly brilliant light. Thick smoke billowed into the air, and from within, Buu's body plummeted, his arm and lower body obliterated, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. "Good heavens!" Buu exclaimed in fury. The Elder Kaishin was indeed correct. The power after fusion is overwhelmingly immense. Chapter 73, Broly and Reg. Upon hearing this, Buu immediately began to restore his form. "That's more like it." Vegeto chuckled. Subsequently, the two engaged in battle, mirroring the original narrative. Gohan, needing to gather energy, departed this timeline upon witnessing Vegeto absorbed by Majin Buu, returning to the primary timeline. This time, the universe seed had amassed a mere 0.5 of the energy. This indicated that even beings of Majin Buu's caliber could only produce 0.5 of energy. It seemed evident that to expedite the collection of energy for the universe seed, they would need to witness battles of Super Saiyan 4 caliber. Gohan mused, with Broly immediately coming to mind. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, possessed formidable combat prowess from birth. In the Dragon Ball Super film, despite minimal training, Broly effortlessly overpowered Goku and Vegeta. Though a decade remained until Broly's emergence in the Dragon Ball films, no one could guarantee that the current Broly lacked Super Saiyan 4 level strength. However, as dusk approached, Gohan realized that if he were to seek out Broly, he would have to do so the following day. The next morning, Gohan, under the pretense of having matters to attend to, instructed Goten and the others to train independently. In a distant universe, on a planet marked by harsh living conditions, a boy of 13 or 14 traversed the tempestuous terrain. This was none other than Gohan. The planet, known as Planet Vampa, was the very place of Broly's exile. It seems Broly's immense power may indeed be influenced by the environment of this planet, Gohan observed. Surveying his surroundings, he then produced the all-seeing mirror. Through its depths, Gohan beheld a figure resembling Vegeta. The man is named Reg, a character from the Dragon Ball fanfiction Dragon Ball New Era, and is the elder brother of Vegeta. From the moment of his birth, he possessed a formidable battle power of 50,000. King Vegeta, fearing that Reg would pose a threat to his reign as he matured, exiled him to Planet Bumpy. The Reg that Gohan encounters is the one from this timeline, while the Reg from Dragon Ball New Era appears after its conclusion. With an age difference of at least 20 years between the two, although Reg is young, he possesses an incredibly potent Saiyan lineage, akin to Broly, which explains how he can transform into Super Saiyan 5 without undergoing rigorous training. Initially, Gohan intended to battle Broly alone, but upon reflection, he deemed it wiser to seek assistance engaging Broly's uncertain strength. Broly's father, Paragus, harbors intense resentment towards King Vegeta, as it was his actions that led to their decades-long confinement on Planet Bumpy. This prompted Gohan to consider Reg, Vegeta's elder brother. At first, Gohan was uncertain whether Reg existed in this world, given that he is merely a character from fan fiction. Fortunately, he possesses the Celestial Mirror, which allows him to locate individuals of interest. If the mirror fails to find someone, it indicates that the person does not exist in this world. Gohan pondered who might be the stronger of the two. Gazing into the mirror, he utilized an invisibility technique to cloak his presence and reached out toward Reg within the reflection. Unaware of what was transpiring, Reg was suddenly transported to Planet Bumpy. Once he realized his surroundings, he looked around in confusion. Just moments ago, he had been enjoying the scenery, and now he found himself in this tempestuous environment. After a brief contemplation, he took to the skies, discovering that the conditions here were not only harsh, but also inhabited by numerous terrifying creatures. Fortunately, these beings posed no threat to him. As he flew, Reg soon spotted a tall, muscular man engaged in combat with a swarm of spider-like creatures, each roughly the size of a rabbit. This man was Broly. Upon noticing Broly's tail, Reg descended swiftly. At that moment, Broly concluded his battle and turned his gaze toward the descending figure. Who are you? Greetings, my name is Reg. Could you kindly inform me of this place? This is Planet Bumpy, Broly replied. Isn't that a planet with an extremely inhospitable environment? Broly nodded in affirmation. And what is your name? How did you come to be on this planet? I'm Broly. Just as Broly was about to elaborate, a distant shout interrupted him. Broly. Reg turned in the direction of the voice and beheld a middle-aged man with a slight limp. This man was none other than Broly's father, Paragus. Upon beholding the appearance of Reg, Paragus mistakenly identified him as Vegeta. Vegeta. Reg had been exiled to Planet Bumpy long before Vegeta's birth. Thus he remained unaware of the existence of a brother. However, the similarity between Vegeta's name and that of King Vegeta led Reg to ponder whether Paragus had confused him with the king himself. Shortly thereafter, Paragus approached Broly. Father. Paragus nodded and turned to Reg, inquiring, Broly, who is this person? He claims to be Reg, someone I just encountered. Reg. Paragus exclaimed in surprise. As a former subordinate of King Vegeta, Paragus had heard of Reg. Reg was the first son of King Vegeta, but for reasons unknown. The king had sent him to the desolate planet Bumpy. Although devoid of human life, the planet's living conditions were quite acceptable. Moreover, King Vegeta had also banished a female Saiyan to that planet, allowing Reg to establish a lineage. This female Saiyan was none other than Reg's wife, Sapari. You know of me? Reg observed the astonishment on Paragus's face. Paragus nodded in acknowledgement. I was once a subordinate of your father. Is that so? Then how did you both end up here? This is all thanks to your father. Paragus retorted angrily. Thanks to my father? Indeed. When Broly was born, his combat power reached 10,000. Your father, King Vegeta, fearing that Broly would become a threat as he matured, exiled him to this planet. I, too, am trapped here with Broly in an effort to save him. 10,000 combat power. Paragus nodded. Chapter 74, Broly and Reg. Reg, while I am unaware of the reasons behind your father's exile of you to Planet Bumpy, now that fate has brought us together, you shall not leave today? Reg scoffed coldly. What, do you intend to attack me? To be frank, King Vegeta banished me to Planet Bumpy because my combat power reached 50,000 at birth. 50,000. Paragus gasped in disbelief, his skepticism evident. Why do you doubt me? Paragus let out a disdainful huff. Even if your combat power was truly 50,000 at birth, Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan. Reg burst into laughter upon hearing this. Do you think I am not one as well? You too are a Super Saiyan. Indeed, if Broly, with merely 10,000 combat power at birth, can be a Super Saiyan, Why can't I? Paragus' expression shifted dramatically at this revelation. Just then, Reg smirked slightly. Broly possesses remarkable strength. Should you choose to serve under me, I will spare your lives. Spare us? Paragus' heart surged with fury at these words. In the past, he served King Vegeta with unwavering dedication, yet ultimately, due to his son Broly's superior fighting prowess, Broly was exiled to this planet. Now, King Vegeta's son, Reg, demands their allegiance once more, to which he could not possibly acquiesce. Are you unwilling? Reg's icy gaze bore into Paragus. Indeed, since the moment your father, King Vegeta, cast Broly away to planet Vampa, I could no longer serve your family. Paragus declared, immediately calling out to Broly. Broly, eliminate him. Father. Broly hesitated, uncertainty gnawing at him. Reg chuckled lightly, clenching his fist and launching an attack at Broly. Boom. Broly raised his arms defensively, stumbling back a few paces. Observing this, Paragus swiftly retreated to the side. Both combatants were immensely powerful. A single punch from either could obliterate him. If he did not distance himself further, it would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Have they begun to fight? Gohan, who had been observing the trio through the crystal ball, immediately utilized its power to position himself at a safe distance from Paragus upon witnessing the clash, remaining in a state of invisibility. Gohan was unnoticed by Paragus and the others. As he beheld Paragus, memories of the scene from the Dragon Ball movie, where Frieza killed Paragus, flooded his mind. It was precisely due to Paragus' death that Broly lost control completely. Thus, upon seeing Paragus, Gohan wrestled with a fleeting desire to end his life, yet suppressed this thought. Reminding himself of his righteous path, his gaze shifted to Reg and Broly, who were now locked in a serious standoff. Reg, having discerned the truth from his earlier test, had come to believe Paragus' words. Though he had merely thrown a simple punch moments ago, its power was sufficient to annihilate a high-ranking warrior. Suddenly, a smile graced Reg's face. How intriguing. Since my birth, I have yet to engage in combat, and I did not expect that upon departing planet Bimp, I would encounter a Super Saiyan. Huh. As he spoke, Reg clenched his hands tightly, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Paragus gasped in astonishment. He had witnessed Broly transform into a Super Saiyan before, but that had occurred during Broly's uncontrollable state. Yet here was Reg, managing to maintain control even in his Super Saiyan form. However, it seemed that Reg's transformation differed from Broly's. While Broly's hair turned golden, his aura radiated a green hue. Boom. Just as Paragus pondered this difference, Reg charged at Broly, fists and feet moving like lightning in a flurry of attacks. Swish. Bang. 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 Broly, caught off guard and unprepared, was relentlessly pushed back by Reg's onslaught. Broly. Paragus felt a surge of concern rising within him. Bang. At that moment, Reg clenched his right fist with great force and struck Broly, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. With a swift motion, Reg gathered a golden energy wave in both hands and hurled it towards Broly. Observing this, Broly immediately raised his arms. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed as the energy wave detonated upon impact with the ground, sending a vast cloud of dust and thick smoke billowing into the air. Broly, Paragus shouted. Suddenly, from within the smoke, a roar akin to that of a wild beast pierced through. A green aura surged forth, dispersing the surrounding haze. Reg was taken aback. At that moment, a massive pit formed in the ground, and Broly charged toward Reg with blinding speed. Before Reg could react, Broly's right fist struck him with tremendous force, causing him to spit out a mouthful of bile. Broly let out a fierce roar and rapidly unleashed a flurry of punches towards Reg's face. Bang, bang, bang. Broly landed over 10 punches on Reg. Well done, Broly, Paragus exclaimed with delight. Just then, Broly clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a heavy blow to Reg's abdomen. Reg screamed in agony as he was sent flying backwards, crashing into a mountain behind him. Well done, Broly. A so-called genius with a battle power of 50,000 at birth is nothing impressive. Reg seethed. At that moment, Reg clenched his fists, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. The mountain behind him crumbled under the influence of Reg's energy. What? Paragus' expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Just then, Reg transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Gohan, who was hidden, felt a jolt of surprise. Although he was aware of Reg's formidable talent, he had not anticipated it to be so extraordinary. Reg was, at most, only 40 years old. At this age, without any prior training, to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was nothing short of genius among geniuses. What is this? Paragus exclaimed in astonishment. This is known as Super Saiyan 4. Reg replied. Indeed, I have just transformed into a Super Saiyan to test Broly's strength. But I did not expect his power to exceed my expectations. However, it is only slightly beyond my anticipation. If you reconsider your stance now, I may spare your lives. Chapter 75, The Legendary Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Paragus clenched his teeth tightly. Reg, do not be too complacent. Broly has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. You have a point, Reg said, glancing at Broly. The Super Saiyan has always been a legend among us Saiyans, and I too wish to see which of the two legendary Super Saiyans is superior. Paragus then turned to Broly. Broly, unleash your full power, otherwise we may both perish at his hands. I understand, father. Broly nodded. Reg's cold laughter echoed as he swiftly positioned himself before Broly, launching a barrage of punches and kicks with the speed of light. The air crackled with each strike. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Broly barely had a moment to register Reg's movements before he found himself on the receiving end of the relentless assault. With a resounding thud, Reg delivered a powerful blow to Broly's abdomen, eliciting a pained scream as the Saiyan expelled a mouthful of bile. In a decisive moment, Reg raised his right foot, sending Broly hurtling through the air, crashing violently into a nearby mountain. The ground around the mountain erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. Reg let out a dismissive snort, channeling a golden energy wave in his right hand, aimed directly at the mountain. With a deafening explosion, the mountain was obliterated, sending plumes of dust and smoke spiraling into the air. As the dust settled, a massive crater emerged, revealing Broly, who gasped for breath, seething with rage within the depths of the pit. Reg, with a mocking grin, prepared to press his attack anew. Suddenly, Broly clenched his fists, unleashing a formidable aura that reverberated through the ground, causing it to tremble violently beneath him. The earth shattered beneath Broly's feet, radiating a vibrant green energy. Reg's expression shifted to one of surprise as he beheld the emerald flames enveloping Broly. In that moment, Broly's muscles swelled, his eyes gleaming with golden pupils, and his hair stood on end. He had transformed into his great ape form, a manifestation of the immense power stored within his humanoid shape. Broly ceased to amplify his energy. This was the pinnacle of his controllable might, a form not of a Super Saiyan as Reg had anticipated. Reg felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for a clash against a Super Saiyan, but it seemed Broly had opted for a different route. Did he underestimate me? With that thought igniting his frustration, Reg charged at Broly. The latter, fists clenched, met him head-on. Whoosh. Bang bang bang. The two warriors collided, engaging in a fierce battle that stirred the ground into a frenzy of dust. As they exchanged blows, boulders shattered under their might. In a pivotal moment, Reg tightened his right fist and sent Broly soaring hundreds of meters away with a single punch. Broly, however, dug his feet into the ground, stabilizing himself before charging at Reg like a ferocious beast. Reg, with a derisive laugh, unleashed a torrent of energy waves towards Broly. In response, Broly shouted defiantly, evading while propelling himself forward at full speed. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves unleashed by Reg crashed around Broly, causing a series of explosions that enveloped the ground in a thick cloud of smoke. In that moment, Broly surged towards Reg, his fists and feet moving with the speed of light in a fierce assault. Reg clenched his fists and retaliated against Broly. Soon, the two were engaged in a fierce battle on the ground once more. Boom. With a powerful strike, Reg's right fist sent Broly hurtling into the mountains behind him. Broly! Paragus exclaimed, a wave of anxiety washing over him. At that moment, Reg raised his right hand, gathering a massive energy wave to launch at Broly. Broly! Paragus shouted urgently. Broly's face reflected a flicker of fear as he beheld the incoming energy wave. With a tremendous crash, the mountain crumbled under the force of the energy wave, propelling Broly away. Broly! Paragus cried out. Just as the energy wave was about to explode, Broly's mind ignited with a primal roar, as if jolted by some unseen force. Bang! An overwhelming aura radiated from Broly's body, his hair and brows turning golden, his pupils vanishing as he lost all rationality. This was the legendary Super Saiyan. Has he finally transformed? Reg observed, his eyes narrowing slightly. In that instant, Broly unleashed a mighty roar, his aura dissipating the energy wave entirely. Reg scoffed, instantly appearing before Broly. Broly, now in a state of frenzy, launched a punch toward the suddenly appearing Reg. Reg mirrored the action, his fists colliding with Broly's in a fierce exchange. Whoosh. Boom. 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 As thunderous sounds erupted, the two figures clashed in the sky. The air was filled with golden and green circles, manifestations of their clashing powers. Whoosh. Bang. 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 With Broly's loss of control, he felt no pain, allowing him to retaliate vigorously with each of Reg's strikes. Damn it. Reg, observing the uncontrollable Broly, soared into the sky, unleashing a barrage of energy waves like arrows aimed at Broly. After his transformation, Broly's strength had risen to match Reg's, and with his reckless fighting style, even if Reg emerged victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Broly, dodging the incoming energy waves while charging at Reg, retaliated by firing energy blasts with his right hand. Whoosh. Boom. 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 With tremendous explosions echoing in the sky, their energy waves clashed, filling the atmosphere with thick smoke. Reg gritted his teeth, halting his energy wave assault, and charged towards Broly. Whoosh. Boom. 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 Bang. 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 Chapter 76, The Conclusion. Soon, the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Broly proved to be remarkably formidable, possessing strength that rivaled that of Super Saiyan Blue despite being in his 30s. Fortunately, I was astute enough to have Reg test the waters first. Gohan mused to himself. Boom. At that moment, Reg clenched his right fist with great force, delivering a punch that sent Broly crashing down to the ground. With a resounding impact, Broly plummeted like a comet, forcibly striking the earth. A massive cloud of dust erupted from the ground. Huffing heavily, Reg gazed wearily at Broly, who lay on the ground. Meanwhile, Gohan opened his right hand to inspect the energy of the cosmic seed, discovering that he had nearly collected 5% of it. If one battle yielded 5%, then after witnessing 20 such skirmishes, he would be able to fully gather the energy of the cosmic seed. Moments later, as the dust settled, a sizable crater was revealed, with Broly gasping for breath at its bottom. With a mighty roar, Broly launched himself toward Reg in the sky. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two quickly resumed their intense battle in the air. Observing this, Gohan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although Broly was currently formidable, he seemed to be showing signs of fatigue. In the Dragon Ball movie, the uncontrollable Broly had effortlessly overwhelmed Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, even defeating Golden Frieza after an hour-long confrontation. If the Broly now matched his movie counterpart in strength, he should still possess considerable stamina. This suggested that Broly's current power might not be as overwhelming as it appeared. Boom. Just as Gohan pondered these thoughts, the two clasped each other's hands, exerting their strength against one another in the sky. As they struggled for dominance, their bodies began to descend. Bang! Just as they were about to touch down, Broly exerted his strength, propelling Reg away. Reg forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet and charged at Broly. Broly let out a thunderous roar, swinging his right fist with all his might toward Reg. Reg tightly clenched his right fist, meeting Broly's blow. With a colossal crash, the ground around them trembled violently. Their right fists radiated an incredibly powerful aura, which spread outward. Bang! After a moment of stalemate, both fighters simultaneously exerted their strength, forcing each other back. Huffing, Reg took deep breaths, preparing to charge at Broly once more. At that moment, his body unexpectedly reverted to its normal state. What? Reg was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would be so drained after battling Broly. He had reverted back. Paragus observed this with a slight smile. Reg's transformation returning to its original state indicated that he was now too fatigued to continue fighting Broly. In this confrontation, Broly emerged victorious. How infuriating! Reg gritted his teeth and charged toward Broly. With a powerful swing, Broly struck Reg down to the ground, and he immediately fell unconscious. Broly glanced at the unconscious Reg, and his body abruptly returned to its normal state, succumbing to unconsciousness. A stalemate, perhaps. Paragus, observing the two fallen figures, immediately soared towards Reg. With a swift motion, he landed before Reg, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through him, and he too fell into unconsciousness. Gohan, witnessing Paragus's incapacitation, swiftly retrieved the celestial mirror from the system, transporting Reg back to the planet Benbi. He then returned to planet Wampa to awaken the unconscious Broly. With the planet teeming with monstrous creatures, Gohan knew that if he did not revive Broly, the latter could easily become prey. On planet Benbi, after a period of unconsciousness, Reg regained consciousness. He found Sapali seated beside his bed. "You're awake," she exclaimed. Reg nodded. "Is this planet Benbi?" "Yes, what is the matter?" "By the way, Reg, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" "I was taken to planet Wampa today." "Planet Wampa? Isn't that a planet with an extremely harsh environment?" "Indeed. I encountered a Super Saiyan named Broly there." "A Super Saiyan?" Sapali gasped. While Super Saiyans were not uncommon on planet Benbi, they were a rarity on other worlds. It is worth noting that before Reg's birth, the Super Saiyan was merely a legend among the Saiyans. It was only after Reg's arrival on planet Benbi that Sapali first beheld the fabled Super Saiyan. Due to Reg's identity and appearance, Sapali quickly fell in love with him and bore many children, all of whom, upon reaching a certain age, could transform into Super Saiyans. Reg nodded in affirmation. "Moreover, he is unlike any Super Saiyan I have encountered. Yes, his aura is green, and he possesses but one transformation. Green. How formidable is he? Incredibly strong. Even my Super Saiyan 4 was bested by him." "What? Even your Super Saiyan 4? Reg nodded. Broly was born with a battle power of 10,000. Which is precisely why King Vegeta exiled him to planet Wampa. "So how did you return from that planet?" "I am unsure. After being defeated by Broly, I lost consciousness. And upon awakening, I found myself here." "I see. Indeed, I suspect I may have been set up." "Set up?" Reg nodded. "The intent must have been to pit me against Broly." "Pit you against him? What could he possibly gain from such a scheme?" "I have no idea. However, if I discover who orchestrated this, I shall not spare him." Sapali nodded in agreement. On Earth, Gohan returned home, feeling quite elated as he guided Goten in his training. Meanwhile, he contemplated the next energy collection endeavor for the cosmic seed. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks, after a day of hesitation, resolved to approach Vegeta and express his desire to take Gohan as his mentor. At that moment, Vegeta was engrossed in training within the gravity chamber. Trunks opened the door to the gravity chamber and walked inside. Vegeta glanced at Trunks briefly before resuming his training. "Dad, what's wrong?" Trunks inquired. Vegeta continued performing one-finger push-ups. "I want to take Goten's brother as my master," Trunks exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Vegeta halted his exercise, his expression darkening. "Oh, really?" Trunks replied nervously. "If you wish to train, why not train with me?" Vegeta asked, his tone somewhat menacing. It was one thing for his son not to train alongside him, but to seek Gohan as a mentor was infuriating. "Well, Dad, mainly I don't want to lose to Goten," Trunks admitted. "You don't want to lose to Goten?" Vegeta repeated incredulously. "Yes, Dad. Gohan is currently teaching Goten the 20-fold and Scathed Kaioken technique. If I don't work hard, I might not even be able to defeat Goten in the future." 20-fold and Scathed Kaioken? Vegeta echoed, astonished. "Indeed, Dad. Goten told me that this technique can be utilized even in Super Saiyan form." Used in Super Saiyan form. Vegeta was taken aback. If the 20-fold and Scathed Kaioken could be employed in Super Saiyan state, it would unleash a combat power 20 times that of a Super Saiyan. Trunks nodded affirmatively. "Dad, Gohan can also use instant transmission and the multiplication technique. Can you do those?" Trunks asked. Vegeta shot Trunks a furious glare. No. He was dismayed to realize that Trunks was implying he possessed no formidable skills. Seeing his father's reaction, Trunks quickly added, "Dad, I'm sorry. If you disagree, I want to take Gohan as my master." Vegeta's expression softened slightly. "You may take Gohan as your master, but I have one condition." "What condition, Dad?" Trunks inquired. "You must not lose to Goten," Vegeta declared. His desire for Trunks to surpass even the younger Goten was paramount. "All right, Dad. I'll go find Goten now." Trunks replied eagerly. "Very well," Vegeta affirmed with a nod. Trunks, filled with excitement, swiftly exited the gravity chamber. On Mount Payaz, Goten and Lazuli were diligently practicing the 20-fold and Scathed Kaioken technique. However, they were still mastering the basic Kaioken, far from fully grasping the advanced version. As they trained, a figure soared toward them from the distance. It was Trunks. "Trunks!" Goten exclaimed, as Trunks landed swiftly on the grass before them. "Goten, where's your brother?" Trunks asked. "My brother is currently training in the gravity chamber," Goten replied. "Is that so? What brings you here, Trunks?" "My dad has agreed to let me take Gohan as my master," Trunks declared. "Really? That is wonderful," Goten responded, his face lighting up. "Then I'll go find Gohan now and return shortly," Trunks said, nodding. "Okay," Goten replied enthusiastically. After Trunks spoke, he immediately soared towards the distant gravity chamber. "Will there be another junior disciple?" Regis remarked, observing Trunks as he flew away. "Junior disciple? That implies a student who shares the same master as me, but entered the discipline later." "I see. So, Regis, does that make me your junior disciple?" "No. Gohan is your older brother. He teaches you martial arts because you are his sibling." "I understand." Inside the gravity chamber, Son Gohan was performing one-handed push-ups when the door abruptly swung open. Gohan turned to glance back and spotted Trunks. "Trunks." Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother Gohan, Dad has agreed to let me become your student." With a swift motion, Gohan pushed himself off the ground and rose to his feet. Indeed, as Trunks prepared to step into the gravity chamber, Gohan stopped him. "Trunks, don't come in. The gravity here is 800 times. 800 times? Trunks trembled at the thought and quickly withdrew his raised foot. His father usually trained under 500 times gravity, and that was while transformed into a Super Saiyan. The fact that Gohan could train without transformation under 800 times gravity astounded him. Observing this, Gohan promptly returned the gravity chamber to normal levels and approached Trunks. "Trunks, do you truly wish to become my disciple?" Trunks nodded earnestly. "Then, you should go outside and train with Goten." "All right, Brother Gohan. Could you teach me the multiplication technique?" "First, train with Goten. Afterward, I will have Regis instruct you." "Okay, Brother Gohan. Or should I say Master?" "It's fine. You may call me Brother Gohan." Although Trunks had no blood relation to Gohan, Gohan regarded him as a younger brother in his heart. "Very well, Master Gohan. I shall take my leave now." Gohan nodded in affirmation. In the evening, after a day of training, Trunks returned home. Not long after he sat down, Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber. "Dad." Trunks greeted Vegeta. Vegeta nodded and approached Trunks. "How was your training today, Trunks?" "It was bearable." "Is that so? Would you like to train with your father for a while?" "Train with you, Dad?" "Yes. Do you not wish to?" No. I'm just a bit fatigued from training." "Perhaps I could train with you tomorrow instead?" Vegeta, with a cold gaze, replied. "But didn't you say earlier that you didn't want to lose to Goten?" Without waiting for Trunks' consent, he whisked him away to the gravity chamber. "Dad." Trunks silently shed tears at this turn of events. Earlier, he had thought that Vegeta was a reasonable father, but he realized he had been mistaken. In the days that followed, Trunks not only trained with Gohan, but also endured Vegeta's rigorous training regimen upon returning home. The situation has reached an extreme level of competition. Time has swiftly passed, and 5 months have gone by in the blink of an eye. After extensive training, Son Gohan has finally elevated his combat prowess to an astonishing trillion. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your combat power has reached 1 trillion. Rewards include the Ultimate Instinct Technique, which encompasses the externalization of the Ultimate Instinct, Time Prison, the ability to distort energy in space. The Super Dragon Balls, usable only once a year, and 999 senzu beans. The Super Dragon Balls. Son Gohan was taken aback. He had initially planned to travel to Universe 6 to collect the Super Dragon Balls, but unexpectedly, the system granted him the Super Dragon Balls directly. Yes, Master. Son Gohan inquired, if my power were to reach 10 trillion, would I be rewarded with the erasure of the Omni King? You will naturally discover that once you attain 10 trillion, the Super Dragon Balls can grant wishes, correct? Indeed, Master. Do you have a wish? I wish for Earth's defenses to become cosmic level, but solely underground, not on the surface. Understood, Master. Your wish has been granted. Granted already? Chapter 78, Son Gohan vs. Hit. Yes, Master. Why not give it a try? Try what? I certainly do not wish to blow up the Earth. As he spoke, Son Gohan promptly retrieved the heavenly mirror from the system to locate Hit in Universe 6. He had long desired to battle Hit, and now armed with the ultimate instinct, he was eager to test his strength against him. Through the heavenly mirror, Son Gohan spotted a man with purple skin, clad in a black coat, sitting at a bar, sipping a drink. This man was indeed Hit. Upon seeing Hit, Son Gohan immediately transported himself to the bar where Hit was located. As Hit noticed the sudden appearance of Son Gohan, a flicker of caution surged within him. As the foremost assassin of Universe 6, Hit possessed an acute sense of danger. You are Hit, correct? Son Gohan approached him and inquired. Hit, upon hearing this, set down his glass of red wine. I am. What brings you to me? I seek to engage you in battle. Son Gohan declared. Battle? Indeed, a battle. I apologize, but as an assassin, I have no interest in matters beyond my assignments. What if I were to hire you for a duel? And the remuneration? I haven't brought it with me. I can provide it next time. Then let us discuss it when you have it. Is that so? In that case, I must take my leave. As Son Gohan spoke, he immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Hit was startled. Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly and charged at Hit. Hit swiftly rose from his seat, evading the attack. Son Gohan continued his assault with powerful punches. In an instant, Hit vanished from the bar. Son Gohan, seeing this, pursued him relentlessly. Moments later, Hit led Son Gohan to an uninhabited mountain, where he finally halted. Have you reconsidered and decided to fight me? Son Gohan surveyed the surroundings and remarked. No, I simply wish to avoid unnecessary troubles. Hit replied. Regardless, I am thrilled that you are willing to engage in battle with me. Upon hearing the words, Hit immediately activated his time skip ability and charged towards Son Gohan. With both hands clenched into fists, Son Gohan struck forward, unleashing a crimson light that swiftly transported his fists directly before Hit. This remarkable feat was a manifestation of Son Gohan's newly acquired ability, energy distortion in space. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Son Gohan's fists, Hit was struck squarely in the face, causing him to stagger backward several paces. Wiping the blood from his face, Hit's expression turned grave. Son Gohan smiled, preparing to employ the energy distortion ability once more to assault Hit. In a blink, Hit reappeared before Son Gohan, launching an attack. Son Gohan raised his arms in defense, only to be propelled backward by the force of the blow. At that moment, Hit activated his time skip again and lunged towards Son Gohan. Observing this, Son Gohan also initiated his time skip. Bang! Son Gohan's right fist struck forcefully against Hit's abdomen, eliciting a loud cry of pain as Hit doubled over, clutching his midsection. Time skip. Who are you exactly? How can you also wield the time skip ability? Hit inquired, regarding Son Gohan with a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. My name is Son Gohan, and as for how I can perform the time skip, that remains a secret. Son Gohan replied. Despite the pain in his abdomen, Hit lowered his hands. Son Gohan, your time skip surpasses mine by 0.2 seconds, does it not? Hit continued, to which Son Gohan nodded in affirmation. He had indeed enhanced his time skip to leap ahead by 0.3 seconds, while Hit's current ability only allowed for a 0.1 second jump. Seeing this, a purple aura enveloped Hit, and his expression turned serious. In response, Son Gohan clenched his fists, igniting his entire being with a fiery red aura. Kaioken, he declared, and the ground trembled violently in the wake of his words. Startled yet undeterred, Hit charged at Son Gohan. Tenfold Kaioken, Son Gohan shouted, transforming into a streak of red light that in an instant arrived before Hit. Bang! His right fist connected with Hit's abdomen, sending him flying away. Boom! Hit's body hurtled like a projectile, crashing into the mountain behind him, which erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. Huh! Son Gohan bellowed, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards the mountain. Swish! Boom! 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 The onslaught of energy waves quickly obliterated the mountain. Just then, a shadow materialized behind Son Gohan, It was Hit. Son Gohan shifted forward and turned to face Hit, who suddenly vanished, reappearing to Son Gohan's left. As Son Gohan prepared to strike, Hit flickered again, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Son Gohan's abdomen. Bang! Just as Hit's fist was about to make contact. Son Gohan's right hand shot out, intercepting Hit's punch. You are not the only one who can utilize time skip, he declared. After hearing this, Hit retracted his right fist and retreated several hundred meters. Just then, Son Gohan clenched his fists, and a towering red aura enveloped him. Boom. The ground for tens of thousands of miles immediately trembled violently. 20 times the Kaioken, Son Gohan bellowed, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he charged towards Hit. Startled, Hit's body was soon surrounded by a violet aura, meeting Gohan head-on. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves face to face. Their speed akin to lightning as they engaged in fierce combat amidst the skies. Due to the astonishing velocity of their strikes, they were both landing blows on each other. With a resounding shout, Son Gohan clenched his right fist with formidable strength, delivering a powerful punch that sent Hit plummeting from the air to the ground. With a thunderous crash, Hit's body fell like a projectile, crashing heavily onto the earth. A massive cloud of dust was immediately kicked up. Gasping for breath, Son Gohan dissipated the energy of the Kaioken. As the dust settled, a deep pit, several meters in depth, emerged on the ground. Hit stood in the pit, panting heavily, looking somewhat weary. I concede. Son Gohan was taken aback. Hit had voluntarily admitted defeat. After uttering his words, Hit's figure vanished from the spot. Son Gohan glanced around and, confirming that Hit had indeed departed, immediately retrieved the universe seed from within his clothing to examine it. The energy of the universe seed had now accumulated to 10%. This indicated that his battle with Hit had likely gathered around 5% of energy. 90% still remained. Chapter 79, Unveiling Biddy's Potential. Son Gohan stored the universe seed away. Initially, he believed he would need to employ Ultra Instinct to contend with Hit. However, he did not expect Hit to be weaker than anticipated. In the current space-time he inhabited, aside from the gods of destruction and angels, only Jiren, Toppo, Broly, and Reg were formidable opponents. Since Jiren, Toppo, and Meru's had connections, Son Gohan had no intentions of battling them. As for Reg and Broly, they were worth considering. Nevertheless, even if he engaged them in combat, he could at most elevate the energy of the universe seed to 20%. After some contemplation, Son Gohan decided to return to training, believing that once his strength was sufficiently formidable, everything would naturally fall into place. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Biddy was now 15 years old, having developed early as most girls do, and she now resembled her animated counterpart in beauty. At that moment, she was on the grassy expanse of Baozi Mountain, attempting to lift the god's sword from the ground. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to grasp the sword. Standing nearby, Son Goten and Trunks could not help but laugh. Sister Biddy, you cannot possibly lift the god sword. Biddy scoffed, her expression one of defiance. What is so remarkable about this? Once I grow stronger, I too shall be able to lift the king's sword. Upon hearing this, Son Goten strained and managed to raise the king's sword. However, this particular sword is not the one from the king's realm, but rather one that Son Gohan had casually fished out during his leisure time. He had caught over 10 of them, and so he gifted one to each of his friends. As for Baidili, although Son Gohan wished to present her with a sword as well, she was unable to lift it even slightly, so he refrained from doing so. After lifting the king's sword, Son Goten immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Baidili let out a huff and proceeded toward the gravity chamber where Son Gohan was training. Sister Baidili, Son Goten called out to her. It seemed as though she did not hear him and continued forward. Soon, Baidili reached the entrance of the gravity chamber and forcefully opened the door. Spotting Son Gohan and Regis engaged in their training. Baidili, Regis called out to her. Baidili nodded and shouted to the training Son Gohan, Master. Son Gohan turned to Baidili and inquired, Is there something you need? Master, do you have any spirit tree fruits left? She asked. I do, but not many. Son Gohan replied, glancing at the 30 spirit tree fruits in his possession. Then, Master, could you give me one? I wish to become stronger than I am now. Regis chimed in, I want one too. Cough cough. Son Gohan cleared his throat. Actually, if you want to grow stronger, consuming spirit tree fruits isn't the only way. No spirit tree fruits? Then, Master, what other methods do you have to help us enhance our strength? Regis inquired. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan adjusted the gravity in the chamber back to normal. Follow me. Yes, Master. The two responded eagerly, promptly following Son Gohan out of the gravity chamber. Once outside, Son Gohan quickly flew before Son Goten and the others. Brother, Gohan. Son Goten greeted, and Son Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Goten, Trunks, do you wish to become stronger than you are now? Of course. Do you have a way for Goten and me to become stronger in an instant? Son Goten replied eagerly. Son Gohan nodded. Whoosh. Thud. At that moment, Regis and Baidili landed beside Son Gohan. Everyone, place your hands on my back. I will take you to Namek. Namek? Bai Li questioned. Yes, Son Gohan affirmed. Upon hearing this, Bai Li and the others immediately placed their hands on Son Gohan's back. With that, Son Gohan executed an instant transmission, transporting the four of them to a village on Namek. This village belonged to the Namekian people. Wow, so many Piccolo uncles! Son Goten and Trunks exclaimed, startled by the numerous Namekians surrounding them. Though Bai Li and Ragus did not speak, they too were taken aback by the sheer number of Namekians. Only Son Gohan remained composed. It's you, Gohan. Upon their arrival, several Namekians immediately recognized Son Gohan. Years have passed, and although Son Gohan's height and hairstyle have undergone some changes, his facial features remain largely the same. Son Gohan nodded. Who are these individuals? Nelu inquired. These two are my disciples, and he is my brother, Son Goten, while this is Trunks. Oh, and what brings you here? I wish to meet the newly appointed Grand Elder to request his assistance. Very well, I shall fetch the Grand Elder immediately. Son Gohan nodded in response. Brother, where are we? Son Goten asked. We are on Namek, the homeland of Uncle Piccolo. I see. No wonder there are so many people resembling Uncle Piccolo. Shortly thereafter, the new Grand Elder arrived. Upon seeing Son Gohan, he greeted him warmly. It has been a long time, Gohan. Indeed, it has. What brings you here? Well, these are my disciples, and I would like to ask you to help unlock their latent potential. Unlock potential, you say? The Grand Elder's forehead immediately glistened with a bead of cold sweat. Is there a problem? Not exactly. It's just that although I have succeeded to the position of Grand Elder, I lack the capability to unlock potential like the previous Grand Elder could. You cannot. Indeed. The former Grand Elder was the oldest among all Namekians, and his ability required time to master. I do not possess such a capability at present. I understand. However, while I may not be able to assist in unlocking their potential, the Dragon Balls of Namek can. The Dragon Balls. Would that not be too much trouble for you? Not at all. You saved our Namek, so a mere wish from the Dragon Balls is of little consequence. Then, in that case, I extend my gratitude on their behalf. The Grand Elder nodded. Soon after, Nelu and the others produced the Dragon Balls of Namek and summoned the Eternal Dragon, Purunga. State your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled. But only 3 wishes may be granted. Purunga, my wish is to help these 4 unlock their latent potential. The Grand Elder gestured towards Son Goten and the others. Understood. Purunga replied, his eyes flashing red as the latent potential within the 4 was awakened. Instantly, they felt their strength surge remarkably. Your wish has been granted. Do you have any other wishes? Not at this time, the Grand Elder responded. Very well, until we meet again. With that, Purunga transformed back into the Dragon Balls of Namek. Chapter 80. The Supreme Kai of the East arrives on Earth. Master, has our potential truly been unlocked? Li asked. Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Then, Grand Elder, shall we return? Oh, certainly. The Grand Elder affirmed. Observing this, Son Gohan performed an instant transmission, bringing the 4 of them back to Earth. Upon returning, the 4 were filled with joy, having experienced a significant increase in power without the need for training. Then, Li, shall I continue my training? Son Gohan remarked, casting a glance at Li. Indeed. Li nodded in affirmation. The following morning, as Ragus had mastered the 20-fold Kaioken without injury, he was to impart the technique of instant transmission, not directly himself, but through his clone. Given that instant transmission imposes no significant constraints on one's power, Li was also able to learn alongside him. At that moment, Son Gohan's clone stood upon a grassy expanse, instructing the 4 students. To master instant transmission, the foremost task is to cultivate the ability to sense ki. So let us commence with that. Li inquired, sensing ki? Indeed. You might try to sense your father's ki first, and then attempt to reach out to more distant energies. All right, I shall give it a try. Li responded, focusing intently. Due to the abundance of ki on Earth, it took her a while to locate Mr. Satan's energy. I found it. Son Gohan's clone nodded approvingly. Now, endeavor to sense ki from a greater distance and determine how far you can reach. Ragus, you too. Understood. The 4 nodded in unison. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 6 months had elapsed. During this interval, Son Gohan had grown considerably taller, now nearly matching the height of the Kid Buu version of himself. At this moment, Son Gohan's clone was atop the Korin Tower, instructing Son Goten and the others in instant transmission. After 6 months of training, Son Goten and the others had begun to grasp instant transmission, albeit with inconsistent success. Their imprecise sensing of ki often led to mishaps in their teleportation. Therefore, while they practiced, Son Gohan's clone accompanied them to prevent any unforeseen incidents. As Son Gohan's clone instructed them, 2 figures suddenly materialized atop the Korin Tower. These 2 were none other than East Kaishin and Kibito. Lord Kaishin. Son Gohan's clone greeted them with a composed demeanor. It has been a long time, Son Gohan. East Kaishin replied, feigning calmness. Brother, do you know them? Son Goten inquired. He is Lord Kaishin. Lord Kaishin? Even higher in rank than the Kaishins. Is that so? And the other? That is his attendant. Attendant? So, he is merely a subordinate? Kibito's face flushed at this remark. Quite close. Now tell me, what brings you to Earth today? Son Gohan's clone inquired, directing his gaze towards the two visitors. Son Gohan, it is a matter of urgency. A tremendously dangerous individual has arrived on your planet. A tremendously dangerous individual? Indeed, he goes by the name of Babidi, a sorcerer of formidable power. A sorcerer? Biddy interjected. Yes, long ago, when humanity first learned to walk. There were 5 Kaioshins in the universe, the 4 cardinal Kaioshins and the Grand Kaioshin, who oversaw them all. In the beginning, the universe lay in a state of tranquility, until one fateful day, a malevolent sorcerer named Babidi conjured a creature known as Majin Buu, driven by his ambition to dominate the cosmos. Babidi unleashed Majin Buu upon various planets, wreaking havoc. Majin Buu possessed immense power, obliterating countless celestial bodies in mere days. The valiant South Kaioshin, upon learning of this calamity, immediately rushed to confront him, only to be absorbed by the monstrous Buu. Subsequently, the North Kaioshin, upon hearing of the dire circumstances, engaged in battle with Majin Buu, but tragically met his demise at the hands of the fiend. Upon receiving this news, the West Kaioshin joined me in the fight against Majin Buu. However, due to Buu's overwhelming strength, the West Kaioshin perished while attempting to protect me. Ultimately, the Grand Kaioshin intervened, initially gaining the upper hand. Yet, realizing he could not match the Grand Kaioshin's prowess, Majin Buu resorted to absorbing him as well. Hearing this, Gohan's doppelganger stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why didn't the 5 Kaioshins confront him together? He inquired. We had not anticipated the magnitude of Majin Buu's power. The East Kaioshin replied, gritting his teeth. And what transpired thereafter? Ragusa asked. Later, for reasons unknown, Babidi sealed Majin Buu and imprisoned him on your planet, Earth. Earth? Indeed. I took advantage of Majin Buu's confinement to locate Babidi's lair and eradicate him. I initially believed the ordeal had concluded, but recently, a terrifying development has arisen. A terrifying development? Goten interjected. Babidi had a son named Babidi, who, like his father, was an evil sorcerer capable of unsealing Majin Buu. Not long ago, Babidi arrived on Earth. Fearing he might resurrect Majin Buu, I sought out Gohan. Master. Ragusa and Videl immediately turned their gaze toward Gohan's doppelganger. So, Master, shall we seek out Babidi? No need. If Majin Buu truly reemerges, I shall take action. The East Kaioshin hesitated. Gohan, I acknowledge your strength. But Majin Buu is not as straightforward as you perceive. All right, I understand. When Majin Buu appears, I will personally deal with him. No, Gohan. Majin Buu is genuinely more formidable than you anticipate. You must believe me. Fine, fine. I'll assist you in dealing with that fiend when I find the time. Gohan's doppelganger replied impatiently. Observing this exchange, the East Kaioshin refrained from further comments and departed with Jebbet. In the realm of the Kaioshins, the old Kaioshin sat leisurely on the grass. 2 figures suddenly emerged, East Kaioshin and Jebbet. How did it go? The old Kaioshin inquired, glancing at them. He didn't agree. He merely mentioned he would help us deal with Majin Buu when he has the time. The East Kaioshin responded, lowering his head. I see. It seems he is merely brushing you off. However, there is no need for you to be overly concerned. Son Gohan's strength is formidable. That Majin Buu you mentioned may indeed not stand a chance against him. Chapter 81. The Search for Babidi. Ancestor, is Son Gohan truly that powerful? Certainly. On the day he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, did you not sense the immense aura he emanated? I did feel it, yet Son Gohan's aura has always been substantial. I was unaware that his strength had reached such heights. Well, you need not worry about matters on Earth. With Son Gohan present, the planet should encounter no significant troubles. On Earth, after the Supreme Kai of the East departed, Son Goten and Trunks expressed great interest in the Babidi and Majin Buu that the Supreme Kai had just mentioned. Brother, should we not seek out this Babidi? Son Goten proposed. Oh, are you intrigued by this Babidi, Goten? Yes, brother. Son Goten nodded eagerly. Very well. But we must wait until you have mastered instant transmission. Upon hearing this, Son Goten felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Additionally, I wish to impart a new technique to you. A new technique? Son Goten and Trunks' eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. What is it, brother? This technique is known as fusion. Fusion? In simple terms, it involves 2 individuals of comparable strength merging into one, resulting in a significantly more powerful being. I see. But will the 2 remain fused indefinitely? Trunks inquired. No, the fusion lasts only 30 minutes. After that, the 2 will automatically separate. Would you like to learn it, Bulla? Upon hearing this, Bulla and Lapis exchanged glances and shook their heads. I think we shall pass. Bulla did not shy away from the idea of merging with Lapis. However, the disparity in their powers might lead to a regression in strength post-fusion. Very well. As Son Gohan's doppelganger spoke, he began instructing Son Goten and Trunks on the fusion technique. Bulla and Lapis, driven by curiosity, observed how Son Gohan's doppelganger guided Son Goten and Trunks through the fusion dance. As Son Gohan's doppelganger demonstrated the fusion steps, Bola felt a wave of embarrassment at the poses required for the fusion. Time flew by, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. After extensive training, Son Goten and Trunks finally mastered instant transmission. Son Gohan had promised to take them to find Babidi once they had acquired this skill. On Earth, in a desolate mountain range, Son Gohan was leading Son Goten and Trunks towards a white structure. This white edifice was, in fact, an elevator to Babidi's spaceship. Brother, is this it? Son Goten asked, gazing at the elevator door before him. Indeed, inside Babidi's spaceship, Babidi was observing Son Gohan and the others through a crystal ball. Beside Babidi stood a tall man clad in blue attire. This individual was none other than the king of the demon realm, Beerus. Who are these intruders? How did they manage to find their way here? I do not know, Beerus replied, shaking his head. However, within their bodies, it seems there lies an immense power. If we could harness their energy, it might just facilitate the early resurrection of Majin Buu. Is that so? In my opinion, it would be wise to lure him in and then seize the energy from these few. A splendid idea, Babidi remarked with a sinister smile upon hearing this. As they spoke, Gohan had already brought Videl and the others up to the 3rd level of the spaceship via the elevator. They entered on their own. Isn't that splendid? It saves me the trouble of bringing them in. Babidi nodded. Then I shall contact Pui to deal with them. Indeed. Dubron nodded in agreement. On the 3rd level of Babidi's spaceship, Goten and Trunks were surveying their surroundings. Brother, is Babidi really hiding here? There isn't a soul in sight. No sooner had he spoken than a great door swung open, revealing a man clad entirely in black, save for his head and white armor. This man was none other than Pui, as mentioned by Babidi. Upon Pui's emergence, Goten and Trunks quickly directed their attention toward him. Who are you? Pui smiled and replied, My name is Pui, a servant of Lord Babidi. Lord Babidi? Goten inquired. Yes. And who might you be to dare intrude upon Lord Babidi's domain? I am Son Goten. Goten responded innocently. Pui snorted derisively. I care not who you are. Now that you are here, you shall not escape. Goten immediately looked to Trunks beside him. Trunks, how about I handle this guy? No, let us decide through rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to take him on. Very well. With that, the two began their game. Rock, paper, scissors. Pui, witnessing this, was filled with fury. They treated him as though he were invisible. In his irritation, Pui prepared to strike when he suddenly heard Goten's jubilant voice. I won. This time, you go first. Trunks feigned calmness, but internally wondered how he had lost. Goten nodded, turning his gaze to Pui. Then I shall be your opponent. Pui scoffed. You little brat, you will soon regret this battle with me. Why? Goten asked with innocence. Because I shall kill you. Pui replied coldly. Oh, never mind. I shan't waste words with you any longer. I shall kill you now. With that, Pui clenched his fist and charged at Goten. In no time, he was before Goten, launching a flurry of punches like a tempest. Goten deftly dodged all of Pui's attacks with ease. How infuriating! Pui growled, unleashing a powerful right punch. Bang! Goten raised his left hand effortlessly to block Pui's strike. Is this all the strength you possess? Upon hearing this, Pui retracted his fist and stepped back. Through the crystal ball, Babidi observed the fierce battle between two individuals and immediately turned to Beerus, inquiring, Beerus, what advantages does Pei possess in this fight? I believe it must be his home planet, the high-gravity world, correct? Beerus nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing this, Babidi swiftly employed his magic, transforming the environment around them into a high-gravity planet. The gravity here seems to have intensified, exclaimed Bidalai as she surveyed her surroundings. Pei chuckled softly, picking up a stone from the ground. This is indeed a high-gravity planet, my birthplace, where the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Chapter 82, The Clash. Hearing this, Sun Wutian turned to glance back and asked, Brother, may I eliminate him? Indeed. Sun Wufan nodded. You scoundrel. Pei seethed, charging rapidly towards Sun Wutian. In an instant, Sun Wutian vanished from sight, reappearing behind Pei, unleashing a golden energy blast towards him. Ah! Pei cried out in anguish as his body disintegrated into ashes. Pei. Babidi's eyes widened in shock. Sun Wutian is still so young, yet his power is astounding. Beerus, however, wore a disdainful expression. Pei is utterly useless, having been defeated so swiftly. On the 3rd floor of Babidi's spaceship, Sun Wutian, feeling a sense of elation, turned to Sun Wufan, exclaiming, Brother, I have vanquished him. Despite Pei's feeble strength, it was Sun Wutian's first encounter with an extraterrestrial being, and he was filled with excitement. Sun Wufan nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Wutian, shall we explore the next floor? Certainly. With that, Sun Wufan led the 4 companions to the next level. The elevator ascended rapidly, and soon the 5 arrived at the 2nd floor. They surveyed their surroundings and noticed it was devoid of any presence. Brother Wufan, it appears this level is deserted. Just as the words left his lips, an automatic door on the 2nd floor slid open. A creature with green skin, resembling a mantis, emerged from within. This being was named Yego, one of Babbidi's minions captured from the cosmos. As Yego approached, saliva dripped from his mouth. "Trunks, look! A giant mantis has appeared," exclaimed Wutian. "What do you mean, mantis?" "That is clearly a monster," retorted Trunks. "Mantis? What is that?" Yego interjected, intrigued by their conversation. "A mantis is simply an insect," Trunks replied. "What? You two dare to compare me to an insect? You wretched little brats, I'll devour you both." Trunks chuckled lightly. "Monster, don't think your size intimidates me. Just wait until I make you cry and beg for mercy. You insolent little wretch, your arrogance is insufferable," Yego declared, leaping towards Trunks. With a mighty shout, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging at Yego. Light. Upon observing the radiant golden light emanating from Trunks, Yego immediately opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. Instantly, a formidable force surged from Yego's mouth, drawing in the Super Saiyan energy that enveloped Trunks, causing him to revert to his normal state. "What?" Trunks exclaimed, halting in his tracks as he witnessed his transformation. At that moment, Yego grinned triumphantly at Trunks, exclaiming, "That light you just had was truly delectable." "Light? Are you implying that you enjoy consuming light?" Trunks inquired. "Indeed. So, would you care to transform once more?" Yego chuckled. "Very well," Trunks replied, transforming back into his Super Saiyan form. "You foolish boy, you truly transformed again. In that case, I shall not hold back," Yego declared, once more opening his mouth to absorb Trunks' Super Saiyan energy. Before long, Trunks found himself reverting to his original state yet again. Once more, Trunks shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan once again. Yego let out a hearty laugh as he absorbed Trunks' Super Saiyan energy for the third time. With Yego's belly already brimming with Super Saiyan energy, it now glowed radiantly. Suddenly, Yego's abdomen swelled, appearing to reach its capacity for energy absorption. Upon witnessing this, Trunks bellowed, forcefully channeling his Super Saiyan energy into Yego's mouth. With a resounding explosion, Yego's body detonated at the spot. The Babbidi's spaceship trembled violently from the impact of the explosion. After a brief moment, a massive hole was blasted into the second level of the spaceship. "That scoundrel Yego has exploded due to overconsumption of energy." Babbidi fumed as he observed Yego's self-detonation through the crystal ball. The colossal egg containing the sealed Majin Buu resided within the spaceship. The recent explosion posed a risk of awakening Majin Buu, which would spell trouble. Although Babbidi desired Majin Buu's revival, he wished for it to occur only after he had amassed enough energy. He was uncertain whether, after all this time, Majin Buu could indeed be resurrected. A single misstep leading to a failed resurrection would lead to his profound regret. Contemplating this, Babbidi glanced at the egg sealing Majin Buu. Once assured that the seal was intact, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Dabura, what shall we do now? It seems it is time for me to take the stage. No matter how strong they may be, they cannot possibly surpass me, the king of the demon realm." Dabura replied confidently. Babbidi nodded. "Then I entrust everything to you." "Understood," Dabura affirmed. In the second level of Babbidi's spaceship, following Yego's demise, Gohan and the others swiftly ascended through the gaping hole to the first level. Armed with the experience of their previous encounters, Goten and the others refrained from speaking, instead choosing to wait silently for their adversaries to emerge. A moment later, a blue figure emerged from an automatic door. It was Dabura. "You've arrived, but since both of us have fought before, who shall step up this time?" Son Goten inquired, glancing at Dabura. Upon hearing this, Trunks immediately turned his gaze towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan looked at Ragus. "Ragus, how about you battle him?" Although Ragus was not a Saiyan, her strength was formidable, and she was considerably older than Goten and the others. "Very well, master." Ragus nodded. The reason Son Gohan had brought them to confront Babbidi was not solely for a battle. He aimed to provide them with valuable training. Despite their considerable power, Ragus and the others seldom engaged in combat. Thus, this presented an excellent opportunity. Dabura snorted disdainfully. "You underestimate me, allowing a mere girl to face me? Do you truly believe you are formidable? Allow me to clarify. I am Dabura, the king of the demon realm." "Oh, I've never heard of you," Ragus retorted. And Dabura's irritation flared. "Glass." At that moment, Ragus exclaimed, and a multitude of diamond-shaped glass shards swiftly materialized around her. Dabura was taken aback. In an instant, the glass shards surrounding Ragus launched like a hail of arrows toward him. Chapter 83. The Resurrection of Majin Buu. Dabura swiftly sidestepped to evade the onslaught. The glass shards soon littered the ground around him. Observing this, Babbidi immediately cast a spell, transforming their surroundings into a mountainous landscape encircling a pristine lake. As Ragus noticed the sudden change in the environment, her concentration wavered slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Dabura conjured a massive blade in his right hand and charged at Ragus. "Glass Dragon!" Ragus shouted, and a dragon composed of glass materialized behind her, its body several times larger than hers, adorned with a pair of wings. Dabura was startled, yet he raised his blade and swung it toward Ragus. Ragus extended her arms and made a sweeping gesture toward Dabura. Unbeknownst to Dabura, the glass dragon mimicked her movement, unfurling its wings and powerfully striking toward him. A tempest akin to a tornado surged forth from the dragon's wings, sweeping toward Dabura. Realizing the impending danger, Dabura halted, raising his arms to shield himself from the fierce wind. Huh! At that moment, Ragus shouted, and the glass dragon unleashed a barrage of shards directed at Dabura. Startled, Dabura lifted his blade to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. A multitude of glass shards were deflected by Dabura's blade, yet a few still managed to slice through, leaving him with several cuts. Damn it! Dabura bellowed in rage, his figure flashing behind Ragus as he raised his blade for a powerful strike against the glass dragon. Bang! With a single slash, a significant portion of the glass dragon's back was cleaved away. As Ragusi pivoted her body, her right hand directed a wave of energy towards the lower left wing of the glass dragon. Bang! Dabura, caught off guard by Ragusi's unexpected assault from that flank, was struck by the energy wave on his right foot, letting out a pained cry. Upon witnessing this, Ragusi prepared to command the glass dragon to turn. But in a moment of desperation, Dabura spat out a mouthful of saliva at the dragon. Bang! The saliva splattered against the glass dragon, and in an instant, it transformed into a stone dragon, visibly heavier and beyond Ragusi's control, crashing heavily to the ground. With a tremendous roar, dust and debris were thrown into the air. The glass dragon has turned to stone, exclaimed Trunks in terror. Indeed, Gohan nodded. It was due to the saliva Dabura just spat. Saliva? Yes, shouted Videl from the sidelines, immediately urging Ragusi, be careful. You mustn't let him spit on you. Saliva. Ragusi, upon hearing this, fixed a serious gaze upon Dabura, with a disdainful grunt. Dabura charged swiftly towards Ragusi. Glass. Ragusi commanded, summoning a multitude of glass shards that surged towards Dabura in an offensive. As Dabura dodged, he swung his large blade, shattering the incoming glass. In the blink of an eye, Dabura found himself before Ragusi, raising his sword to strike. Whoosh. Just then, Ragusi executed a swift instant transmission, appearing behind Dabura as his blade missed its target. Where did she go? Dabura gasped in surprise. Before he could react, Ragusi thrust her right leg upward, delivering a powerful kick to his body. Bang! With a resounding impact, Dabura was sent flying like a projectile. Seizing the opportunity, Ragusi unleashed the amassed glass shards towards him. Soon, a barrage of glass struck Dabura's body, causing him to scream in agony, resembling a porcupine. Observing this, Ragusi swiftly brought her hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced beneath her hands, aimed directly at Dabura. Boom! With a colossal explosion, the Kamehameha erupted in the sky, creating an immense tempest. Dabura. Babidi, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety within him. Dabura was his formidable lieutenant. Should he be defeated, Babidi knew he would stand no chance against them. After a moment, as the smoke began to clear from the sky, Dabura's figure was nowhere to be found. Has he been eliminated? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Gohan nodded. The Glass Clan is indeed formidable. Master. At that moment, Ragusi descended from the sky, landing beside Gohan, who acknowledged her with a nod. In the control room, Babidi's expression turned frantic upon witnessing the demise of Dabura. Panic seized him. This is disastrous. If even Dabura has been vanquished, I am surely doomed once they discover my whereabouts. As he spoke, he glanced at the enormous egg that sealed Majin Buu. Logically, Majin Buu required a full accumulation of energy for his resurrection, yet the current circumstances afforded no opportunity for such a gathering. Even in a state of incomplete energy, Majin Buu could potentially break free from his confinement. Yet Babidi worried that if he failed to gather the requisite energy, Buu's resurrection might falter due to prolonged sealing. However, if he did not release Buu, his own demise would ensure that no one remained to unlock the seal. Contemplating this, Babidi resolved decisively. Very well, I shall release Majin Buu. Otherwise, when those individuals arrive, I will truly be without an escape. On the first floor of Babidi's spaceship, following Dabura's defeat, Gohan immediately led Goten and the others to confront Babidi, in a bid to buy himself more time for the unsealing of Majin Buu. Babidi commanded his soldiers to engage in battle with Gohan and his companions. However, due to the overwhelming strength of Gohan and his allies, within mere seconds, all of Babidi's soldiers were defeated. Just as Gohan and the others were about to storm into Babidi's control room, the colossal egg sealing Majin Buu burst open, revealing nothing but a swirling mass of pink energy. What is the meaning of this? Why is there nothing inside? Babidi felt an overwhelming sense of despair upon seeing the emptiness within the egg. At that moment, Gohan and his comrades burst in. Are you Babidi? Goten inquired. Babidi, gritting his teeth in response, retorted, Who exactly are you? Chapter 84, Majin Buu. Who? Just as Goten was about to answer, he noticed a swirling pink aura above, gradually taking the shape of a figure. What a powerful energy! Trunks exclaimed through clenched teeth. What? Babidi quickly looked up and beheld a rotund figure with pink skin, bare upper body, white pants, and dark brown shoes, adorned with wristbands, sturdy hands, and a plump visage. This figure was none other than Majin Buu. As Majin Buu emerged, the Dragon Ball warriors on Earth and the East Kaishin in the Kaishin realm sensed his formidable energy. What an immense power! Could it be that an exceptionally formidable being has appeared on Earth? Tien Shinhan remarked, gazing towards Majin Buu's direction. In the Kaishin realm, the East Kaishin trembled in fear upon sensing Majin Buu's energy. Majin Buu has been resurrected. Majin Buu? Indeed. The East Kaishin nodded. There is no mistaking it. This is undoubtedly the energy of Majin Buu. Oh, upon hearing this, the old Kai immediately produced a crystal ball to observe the situation on Earth. Through the orb, he beheld Son Gohan and his companions confronting Majin Buu. Is that the Majin Buu you mentioned? The East Kai inquired as he approached and gazed at the image within the crystal. Indeed, that is Majin Buu, and Son Gohan and Babidi are also present. The old Kai affirmed. It appeared that Son Gohan had sought out Babidi, who had unleashed the seal on Majin Buu. How infuriating! Had I and Kibito devised a plan to thwart Babidi, we could have prevented the resurrection of Majin Buu. No matter. Since Son Gohan has brought Goten and the others to confront Majin Buu, he must possess a means to contend with him. The East Kai remained skeptical. On Earth, Babidi rejoiced upon discovering that Majin Buu was alive. Boom. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu descended from the air, deliberately stomping his feet against the ground. The entire spaceship trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The immense shockwave sent Babidi sprawling to the floor. Ha ha. Majin Buu laughed heartily at the sight of the fallen Babidi. You insolent fiend, Babidi exclaimed, rising from the ground with his hands. Majin Buu, I am your master, Babidi. Should you dare to disrespect me again, I shall seal you away. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu swiftly altered his demeanor. I humbly greet you, Lord Babidi. Now that is more like it, Babidi declared, immediately employing his magic to transform their surroundings into a mountainous landscape. What place is this? Din inquired, surveying the area. I believe this should be a location on Earth. Son Gohan responded. Just then, a figure materialized before them. It was Goku. Uncle Goku. Din greeted him. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan, who is this individual? His energy feels exceptionally potent. This is Majin Buu, Gohan explained. According to the Supreme Kai, he was a formidable foe in times long past. Is that so? At that moment, Vegeta and Piccolo arrived. Uncle Piccolo, Din greeted, and Piccolo nodded in response. Gohan, what is happening? Who is this? Krillin asked. Uncle Krillin. It's nothing serious, just that a being named Majin Buu has been resurrected. Just that? Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words. The overwhelming presence of Majin Buu left him incredulous at Gohan's nonchalance. Indeed, they inhabit the same world, yet perceive it so differently, Vegeta remarked, casting a cold glance at Trunks. Trunks, how did you end up here? Father, Gohan brought us. Trunks replied, a hint of guilt evident in his tone. In truth, this time, Son Gohan led them to seek Babidi primarily due to the suggestion of both himself and Son Goten. If Vegeta were to discover that they intended to confront such a formidable foe, he would likely deliver a stern reprimand. Oh, is that so? Vegeta glanced at Son Gohan. At that moment, Babidi, standing before them, quickly grasped the reason behind Son Gohan and his companion's visit after overhearing their conversation. Are you the ones sent by the Supreme Kai? Not exactly. The Supreme Kai merely informed us of your connection to Majin Buu. Son Goten replied. Is that so? I would have thought that timid Supreme Kai had found himself such potent allies. Timid? Son Gohan interjected. Indeed, that fellow dared not confront my father while Majin Buu was still unsealed. It was only after Buu's sealing that he found the courage to act. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, the East Supreme Kai glared at Babidi with fury, although Babidi spoke the truth. To publicly label him as timid in front of so many was utterly disrespectful. Babidi, he exclaimed. Majin Buu, deal with these intruders. As you command, Lord Babidi. Majin Buu replied enthusiastically, bouncing towards Son Gohan and the others. Observing this, Son Gohan quickly turned to Krillin and Videl behind him. Videl, Lapis, and Uncle Krillin. Retreat at once. This foe possesses tremendous power. Understood. Krillin and the others immediately complied, eager not to hinder Son Gohan. Noticing this, Son Goku turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, do you intend to battle this creature? His strength is far from trivial. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Precisely because of his formidable power. I am eager to ascertain just how strong he truly is. Is that so? With a sudden determination, Vegeta clenched his fists, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Wow! Exclaimed Trunks. Witnessing the transformation. Upon seeing this, Majin Buu halted in his tracks. Huh! Vegeta tightened his fists once more, evolving into a Super Saiyan 2. Trunks cried out, Dad. Yet Majin Buu continued his advance. With a swift motion, Vegeta appeared before Majin Buu as fast as lightning, delivering a flurry of punches to the creature's face. Chapter 85, The Axe Approaches. Whoosh. Boom. Boom. Vegeta's fist struck Majin Buu's face with tremendous force, causing it to cave in almost instantly. Majin Buu. Babidi gasped, taken aback. He had not anticipated that the long-awaited Majin Buu would be so easily overwhelmed. Vegeta, with a disdainful grunt, swiftly raised his right leg, delivering a powerful kick towards Majin Buu. Bang! Majin Buu was sent flying like a projectile, crashing into a distant mountain. With a resounding explosion, the ground around the mountain erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air, resembling a mushroom cloud from an explosion, spreading outwards in all directions. After a brief moment, Majin Buu emerged from the mountains, his face still bearing the marks of the earlier battle, deeply indented. Vegeta, witnessing this, let out a disdainful snort, his expression one of utter contempt. At that moment, Majin Buu placed his index fingers over the two holes in his ears. With a sudden pop, his face instantly returned to its original form. Subsequently, his previously dented abdomen also regained its normal shape. Wonderful, Majin Buu. Babidi sighed with relief, his heart lightening at the sight of Majin Buu's recovery. Majin Buu was his lifeline. Should Majin Buu perish, he would be close behind in death. I am angry. Upon regaining his form, Majin Buu's eyes widened, and a torrent of white mist erupted from the holes atop his head. Boom. With that declaration, Majin Buu lunged toward Vegeta. In no time, he was before Vegeta, his fists aimed forcefully at Vegeta's face. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Due to the astonishing speed of Majin Buu's attacks, Vegeta barely had time to react before being pushed back repeatedly by the force of Buu's fists. Dad! Trunks shouted, attempting to rush toward Majin Buu. But he was halted by Gohan, who interjected, Trunks, if you wish to assist your father, you must fuse with Goten. Goten! Trunks exclaimed, turning to his side to look at Goten. Boom. At that moment, Majin Buu kicked Vegeta, sending him flying into the nearby mountains. Goten, let us fuse, Trunks urged, panic rising within him. All right. Goten nodded in agreement. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan flashed in front of Majin Buu. Majin Buu clenched his fists and charged at Gohan. Gohan vanished, reappearing high in the sky. Huh. Upon seeing this, Majin Buu immediately soared upward. At that instant, Gohan retrieved the Shadow Battle Axe from the system. Axe, come forth. Upon hearing this command, the Shadow Battle Axe transformed into a multitude of shadowy axes, launching themselves at Majin Buu. Upon witnessing the onslaught of axes, Majin Buu unleashed a barrage of energy waves to counter the incoming attack. Whoosh. Boom. 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 With each massive explosion, thick black smoke rapidly filled the sky. Fusion. At that moment, Trunks and Goten commenced their fusion. A brilliant white light enveloped them, and from it emerged a robust figure with hair resembling Vegeta's upright style. Purple on the sides and black in the center, adorned in the attire of a Metamorian. This individual was the fusion of Goten and Trunks, known as Gotenks. Fusion? Could it be that Goten and Trunks have combined? Krillin remarked in astonishment. Indeed, Videl affirmed with a nod. Their fusion is called Gotenks. In the sky, as Majin Buu unleashed his energy waves, the Shadow Battle Axe absorbed the energy, rendering Buu's attacks ineffective. Instead, his body suffered several cuts from the axes. However, those were merely superficial injuries. The fiend Majin Buu quickly restored them. On the ground, Vegeta had managed to rise from the rubble of the mountain. How infuriating! Vegeta cast a resentful glance at Majin Buu in the sky, astonished to discover that, apart from Goku and Gohan, there existed another being stronger than himself. At that moment, Gotenks instantaneously appeared beside Gohan. Brother Gohan, allow me to take on Majin Buu. All right, but do exercise caution. Gotenks nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Gohan teleported to Goku's side. Gohan, are you sure it's fine to leave Majin Buu to those two? I'm not certain, but it presents a splendid opportunity for training. Indeed, in the sky, Majin Buu, noticing that Gohan was not fighting him and had instead sent a young child to confront him, felt a flicker of surprise. Nevertheless, he did not underestimate Gotenks. Who are you? My name is Gotenks. Gotenks, you say? Very well, I shall witness the extent of your abilities. Gotenks let out a disdainful snort. You will soon find out. As he spoke, Gotenks clenched his fists tightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Are you ready? Majin Buu inquired. Ready. With that, Gotenks lunged at Majin Buu. In no time, he was before the fiend, launching a rapid series of punches. Whoosh. Bam. 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 Majin Buu raised his arms defensively, retreating under the onslaught. Bam. At that moment, Gotenks delivered a powerful punch, sending Majin Buu hurtling through the air. Majin Buu gripped the air with his hands, swiftly halting his descent. Is this all the strength you possess? How infuriating. Hearing this, Gotenks felt a surge of anger and charged towards Majin Buu once more. Whoosh. Just as Gotenks was about to reach him, Majin Buu's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Gotenks. Before Gotenks could react, Majin Buu leapt and delivered a swift kick to his back. Bam! With a thunderous sound, Gotenks was sent crashing to the ground like a meteor, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a moment, having landed headfirst and inhaled a considerable amount of dust, Gotenks rose from the ground and promptly spat out the grit. Well done, Majin Buu! Babidi exclaimed, cheering for Majin Buu. Shadow Axe, go and strike him down. Whoosh! Responding to Gohan's command, the Shadow Axe darted towards Babidi. Chapter 86. Gotenks vs. Majin Buu. Babidi, taken aback, urgently called out to Majin Buu. Majin Buu, come quickly to my aid. Majin Buu stood there, as if oblivious to the unfolding events. How infuriating. Babidi gritted his teeth, preparing to threaten Majin Buu. Just then, the shadow battle axe approached swiftly, ready to strike. Babidi raised his hands in front of him, quickly reciting a spell that conjured a protective shield. Whoosh. At that moment, the shadow battle axe swung forcefully, cleaving through Babidi and his shield with a diagonal strike. Babidi suddenly felt as if the world had split into two, and then he completely lost consciousness. Upon witnessing Babidi's lifeless body on the ground, a flicker of delight crossed Majin Buu's face. He had been pondering how to deal with the nuisance that was Babidi, only to be unexpectedly aided by Gotenks, who had resolved the issue for him. How infuriating. I am enraged. At that moment, Gotenks clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upward. Boom. The ground within a radius of several 100,000 miles trembled violently under Gotenks' energy, while the clouds that had been drifting slowly in the sky began to race across the heavens. With a mighty roar, Gotenks' hair lengthened to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow became closely aligned with his eye sockets. Deep blue pupils appeared within his previously singular light green irises, and the golden aura surrounding him transformed into radiant light and solidified. This was indeed the Super Saiyan 3rd level. Majin Buu, witnessing this transformation, displayed a glimmer of interest. The Super Saiyan 3rd level. Krillin and the others were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment. Noticing their expressions, Gotenks felt a surge of pride swell within him. So, Majin Buu, are you intimidated by my Super Saiyan 3rd level? Not at all. Majin Buu replied nonchalantly. What? Gotenks felt a surge of anger at these words. Is that so? Well then, I shall soon make you aware of my prowess. Gotenks declared, taking a deep breath and releasing several identical white ghostly figures. What is this? Krillin asked, momentarily perplexed. These are Gohan's gum ghosts. Goku explained. Gum ghosts. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Gohan. Gohan, feeling slightly embarrassed, hadn't anticipated that Gotenks would resort to this tactic at such a moment. This is a veritable scene of social embarrassment. Line up, all of you, and count off. Gotenks commanded the gum ghosts. Yes, all the gum ghosts replied in unison. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11. Krillin was once again taken aback. Goku, what is Gotenks planning to do? Goku chuckled. You'll find out soon enough. Oh, excellent. All of you gum ghosts, charge at Majin Buu. Yes, all the gum ghosts responded, immediately rushing toward Majin Buu. Majin Buu, seeing this, also charged at the gum ghosts. In no time, the gum spirit was but a few meters away from Majin Buu. With a confident grin, the gum spirit surged forward at full speed towards Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu clenched his right fist tightly and struck towards the gum spirit. Whoosh. Boom. The instant Majin Buu's fist made contact with the gum spirit, a radiant golden light emanated from the gum spirit's body, resulting in a massive explosion upon impact. Witnessing this, the other gum spirits charged into the billowing smoke of the explosion, one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a series of explosions erupted from within the smoke, giving rise to towering white mushroom clouds that ascended into the sky. Krillin and the others watched in wide-eyed astonishment, realizing the true potential of the gum spirits. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a considerable crater appeared on the ground, with Majin Buu's form obliterated into countless tiny fragments scattered across the earth. What? Majin Buu was vanquished so easily? I still have many techniques left to employ. Gotenks, believing that he had defeated Majin Buu, felt a swell of pride. Just then, the fragments of Majin Buu on the ground began to writhe like insects, ascending into the sky. Soon, all the fragments coalesced in the air, reconstituting the form of Majin Buu. Majin Buu had returned. In the Kaioshin realm, Jebat observed this with a look of sheer terror. Back on Earth, upon regaining his form, Majin Buu glared furiously at Gotenks. What the heck? I thought you were dead. Gotenks chuckled in response. I'm furious now, Majin Buu bellowed, as a torrent of white energy surged from the hole atop his head. With that, Majin Buu charged at Gotenks with incredible speed. Gotenks chuckled lightly and mirrored the charge towards Majin Buu. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In a flash, the two collided, engaging in a fierce aerial battle. Whoosh! Majin Buu swung his antenna forward like a lasso, ensnaring Gotenks by the neck. Seeing this, Gotenks opened his mouth and bit down hard on the antenna. Crack! With a sharp sound, Majin Buu's antenna was forcefully bitten. Majin Buu let out a pained scream, retracting his antenna immediately. Gotenks then thrust his right knee forward, delivering a powerful blow to Majin Buu's abdomen. Majin Buu cried out in agony, propelled backwards by the force of the strike. Gotenks lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Majin Buu, unleashing a flurry of punches. Unprepared for the onslaught, Majin Buu was battered mercilessly, stumbling backward. At that moment, Gotenks halted his assault, delivering a forceful kick to Majin Buu's body. Bam! Majin Buu was sent flying from the impact. Gotenks then brought his hands together, concentrating a golden energy wave, which he hurled towards Majin Buu. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, a wave of energy erupted in the sky, giving rise to a colossal storm enveloped in thick smoke. After a brief moment, as the dense smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, the figure of Majin Buu appeared. His face contorted with rage, suspended in midair. Gotenks chuckled lightly, his form flickering before Majin Buu, and he delivered a swift kick aimed at the creature's head. Chapter 87. The Malevolent Majin Buu. With a resounding thud, Majin Buu raised his right hand to block the strike. Gotenks shouted a battle cry, his fists moving with lightning speed as he unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Majin Buu. The creature raised both hands to parry Gotenks' furious punches while retreating. A moment later, Gotenks aimed a kick at Majin Buu's face. The creature howled in agony, spitting out a copious amount of saliva. Gotenks then brought both hands together and struck forcefully at Majin Buu's head. With a thunderous crash, Majin Buu was sent crashing to the ground like a projectile, displacing a cloud of dust and debris. Huh! Gotenks shouted triumphantly, releasing a torrent of energy waves directed at Majin Buu. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Amidst Gotenks' relentless assault, massive white mushroom clouds erupted from the ground. After a brief pause in his energy wave onslaught, Gotenks observed a vast crater where the dust began to settle. Above this immense pit hovered a pink aura, the remnants of Majin Buu, whose body had been reduced to dust. Swiftly, this pink essence morphed into the form of Majin Buu in the sky. Initially, following the energy wave attack, Majin Buu's body emerged charred and blackened, but after a moment, he fully restored himself. Is he unkillable? Piccolo queried, his expression grave. No, it's possible he wasn't entirely obliterated. Gohan replied, not entirely obliterated? Yes, there could be residual cells. Cells. Gohan, should you step in to finish him off? Let us not rush, let Gotenks battle him first. Very well, you insolent creature. Once Majin Buu completely recovered, his gaze fixated on Gotenks. A look of humiliation etched across his face. Majin Buu's fury intensified with each thought, as white gas began to emanate from the holes in his head. Are you angry? Gotenks smiled. Huh. Suddenly, Majin Buu bellowed, charging at Gotenks with full force. In no time, he was before Gotenks, launching a rapid series of punches. Whoosh. Slash, slash. Gotenks swiftly dodged to the sides, evading Majin Buu's assault. With a fierce shout, Majin Buu thrust his right knee towards Gotenks, who promptly retreated. At that moment, Majin Buu brought his hands together, concentrating a pink energy wave, which he hurled at Gotenks. With a resounding shout, Gotenks thrust his right foot forward, effortlessly redirecting Majin Buu's energy wave. Caught off guard by Gotenks' unexpected counter, Majin Buu was struck by the very energy wave he had unleashed. With a thunderous explosion, the energy detonated in the sky, obliterating Majin Buu's form into mere fragments. Observing this, Gotenks patiently awaited the restoration of Majin Buu's body. After a brief moment, as the dense smoke began to dissipate, it became evident that Majin Buu's silhouette was not among the remnants of the haze. Rather, he had stealthily positioned himself behind Gotenks. In a swift motion, Majin Buu executed a horizontal kick aimed at Gotenks. Just as the kick was about to connect, Gotenks vanished, reappearing behind Majin Buu. With a triumphant cry, Gotenks raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick reminiscent of a soccer strike towards Majin Buu. The impact sent Majin Buu hurtling forward, and seizing the moment, Gotenks swiftly brought his hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms, surging towards Majin Buu. The Kamehameha struck true, propelling Majin Buu a considerable distance. A colossal explosion reverberated through the air as the energy wave detonated, radiating an overwhelmingly brilliant light. In its wake, a massive storm erupted, sweeping across the surroundings. Witnessing this, Goku and the others shielded their eyes from the blinding brilliance. As the smoke gradually cleared, a cloud of pink mist emerged in the sky, revealing the remnants of Majin Buu's shattered form. Still not defeated? Tien Shinhan remarked, his expression grave. No sooner had he spoken than the pink mist began to coalesce once more into the shape of Majin Buu. Curse it! Majin Buu seethed, his fury directed at Gotenks. Despite Gotenks' youthful appearance, his power was overwhelmingly superior. Is even the Kamehameha wave insufficient to eradicate him? Gotenks replied nonchalantly, confident that with Gohan by his side, they would find a way to vanquish Majin Buu. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Majin Buu lunged at Gotenks. Gotenks clenched his fists and charged toward Majin Buu in response. In a flurry of strikes, the two clashed fiercely. However, Gotenks maintained the upper hand, quickly pushing Majin Buu back. Unexpectedly, Majin Buu flicked his antenna, unleashing a purple beam, the transformation ray capable of turning beings into chocolate. Gotenks evaded to the left, narrowly escaping the attack. Majin Buu, do you possess no other tricks? As Majin Buu observed the transformation beam dissipate into nothingness, a sense of despair enveloped him. His only remaining recourse lay in absorbing Gotenks, a method he despised above all others. Yet, confronted with his dire predicament, he found no alternatives. Just as Majin Buu reconciled himself to this notion, an insidious thought infiltrated his mind, attempting to seize control. The force of this malignant idea was overwhelming, causing Majin Buu to feel as though a tumultuous battle raged within his own brain. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, expelling a dark, swirling mist from his mouth. "What is happening?" Krillin exclaimed, startled. At that moment, the black mist began to coalesce in the sky, gradually taking on the form of Majin Buu. However, this incarnation bore a stark contrast, with blackened skin and a gaunt physique. Two Majin Buus. The East Supreme Kai, witnessing this spectacle from the Kaishin realm, was instantly taken aback. One Majin Buu was already a formidable challenge. Now, another had emerged. Chapter 88. Subduing Majin Buu. "Come now, you are a Supreme Kai. Must you always be in such a state of alarm?" The old Supreme Kai remarked, somewhat exasperated. "My apologies, revered ancestor. But I am genuinely concerned about the situation on Earth," the East Supreme Kai replied. "Worry about what? Have you not noticed how calm Gohan remains? As Supreme Kais, we must maintain our composure at all times." "I understand, revered ancestor." "Very well." The old Supreme Kai nodded slightly. On Earth, upon the emergence of the malevolent Majin Buu, the original Majin Buu glared at his counterpart with palpable hostility. Though they were both Majin Buu, only one could exist in this world. "How intriguing," Gotenks remarked, a playful glint in his eyes upon witnessing the second Majin Buu's arrival. "Though I am unaware of how you both came to be, I challenge you to unite and attack me." The two Majin Buus, disregarding his taunt, charged at one another instead. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Moments later, the two Buus were embroiled in a fierce aerial battle. "How dare you ignore me?" Gotenks shouted, infuriated by their disregard. He darted towards the two Majin Buus. Bang! In an instant, Gotenks reached the malevolent Majin Buu, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. He swiftly pivoted, launching an attack on the original Majin Buu. Bang! With a firm grip, Gotenks unleashed a punch that propelled Majin Buu away. "What say you now, Majin Buu? Do you dare continue to ignore me?" Piccolo and the others stood by, speechless. Although Gotenks displayed considerable strength, he still possessed the temperament of a child. "Gohan, perhaps it is best if you take over," Krillin suggested. Nodding in agreement, Gohan swiftly appeared beside Gotenks. "Gohan," Gotenks acknowledged with a nod. "Let today's battle conclude here. I shall handle them from this point onward." "Very well," Gotenks replied, albeit with reluctance, he acquiesced. With the appearance of Son Gohan, the countenance of the two Majin Buu immediately turned gravely serious. Although they had not engaged in much combat with Son Gohan, the aura he unconsciously radiated during battle was enough to convey that his strength was undeniably formidable. Upon realizing that the two Majin Buu were gazing at him, Son Gohan charged towards the evil Majin Buu. Whoosh! Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the evil Majin Buu was sent flying to the ground by a powerful kick from Son Gohan. The earth was instantly engulfed in a massive cloud of dust. "Incredible speed," Tian Shinhan exclaimed in astonishment. Observing this, the Majin Buu raised his right hand, intending to launch an attack on Son Gohan. Suddenly, a figure appeared, delivering a fierce kick. With a resounding crash, the Majin Buu was similarly slammed to the ground, causing another enormous cloud of dust to rise. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, Son Gohan had already arrived before the fallen evil Majin Buu. The evil Majin Buu gritted his teeth, staring intently at Son Gohan. "Majin Buu, I hope that in your next life, you can be reborn as a good person." Upon finishing his words, Son Gohan swiftly concentrated a golden energy in the palm of his right hand and unleashed it upon the evil Majin Buu. Bang! The golden energy ignited like a raging fire, engulfing the body of the evil Majin Buu in flames. With a piercing scream, the evil Majin Buu's essence was utterly annihilated. "Has he truly been eliminated?" The East Kai inquired softly of the old Kai. "I believe he has been," the old Kai replied. "Eliminated?" "Indeed." The old Kai nodded. "This Son Gohan is astonishingly powerful. He defeated a Majin Buu in an instant, and he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan," the old Kai affirmed. "That is why I told you from the beginning, there is no need to worry about Earth. Your concern should be for those unfortunate souls who might venture to Earth." "Unfortunate souls?" "Yes. With Gohan's current strength, he has very few rivals even across the entire universe." "Is that so?" Meanwhile, on Earth, Krillin and the others were watching Son Gohan in utter astonishment. Although they were aware of Son Gohan's strength, the swiftness with which he defeated the evil Majin Buu was astonishing. It barely took him a minute. After vanquishing the evil Majin Buu, Son Gohan immediately turned his gaze to the remaining Majin Buu. "Majin Buu, do you wish to meet the same fate as him, or do you prefer to reform? Or perhaps be sealed away once more?" "Sealed away?" The Majin Buu's expression shifted drastically at the words. Having only just escaped, he vehemently refused to be sealed again. However, recognizing Son Gohan's overwhelming power, he realized he was no match for him. After a moment's contemplation, the Majin Buu ultimately chose the path of redemption. I wish to reform. Krillin asked, Gohan, will you let him go? Yes, Uncle Krillin. But is this truly without consequence? This individual possesses remarkable strength, presently. You are the only one capable of restraining him. Fear not, Uncle Krillin. I shall guide him towards the righteous path. Very well then. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan promptly soared to the front of Majin Buu. Greetings, my name is Son Gohan. Son Gohan, gurgle. As Majin Buu spoke, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, indicating his hunger. Are you hungry? Allow me to take you to a meal first, and then we can discuss your reformation. A meal? Does it include candy and cake? Whatever you desire, we shall have it in abundance. Son Gohan replied with a smile. Vegeta, witnessing this, let out a scoff and turned to leave. Subsequently, Son Gohan escorted Majin Buu to West City for a meal. After their dining experience, Son Gohan imparted some rules to Majin Buu. Due to Chi-Chi's refusal to allow him to stay at home, Son Gohan arranged for Majin Buu to reside in another house he had purchased in West City. Curious about Majin Buu, Goten and Trunks accompanied Son Gohan to that residence. Goten and Trunks seemed to have forgotten their previous battle with Majin Buu, engaging him in lighthearted conversation and laughter. Since Majin Buu often became irate over trivial matters, Son Gohan encouraged him to remain in his new home and temper his temperament. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed. During this period, Majin Buu remained in Son Gohan's house, seldom venturing out. After 6 months of guidance, while Majin Buu's temper still flared, he had improved significantly compared to before. At this moment, under the leadership of Goten and Trunks, Majin Buu was heading to the marketplace in West City. Chapter 89, High School. Outside a cake shop in West City, Majin Buu was fixated on the cakes displayed within, drooling. Majin Buu, do you wish to eat cake? Goten inquired. Indeed. Majin Buu nodded earnestly. Then let us procure some cake at once. Agreed. With that, the three entered the shop. Welcome. What may I assist you in purchasing? A cheerful female clerk inquired. I wish to buy every cake in your establishment. Goten declared. Every single one. The clerk gasped in astonishment. Indeed. Is there a problem? Little boy, you cannot be serious. The clerk replied with a smile. I assure you. I am quite serious. Goten retorted, producing a golden card. Upon seeing this, the clerk immediately summoned the manager. Initially, the manager thought Goten was joking, but she was convinced once Goten paid for the entire stock of cakes. Young boy, who are your parents? The manager, intrigued, asked Goten about his lineage. My father is Son Goku, and my mother is Chi-Chi. Goten replied with a smile. Son Goku, Chi-Chi. The manager pondered and realized she had never heard of them. What about the young lad beside you? The manager turned to Trunks. My father is Vegeta, and my mother is Bulma. Bulma. The manager exclaimed in astonishment. Is your mother truly the current chairperson of the Universal Capsule Corporation? Trunks nodded affirmatively. The chairperson of the Universal Capsule Corporation. The female attendant nearby was equally astonished upon hearing this. At that moment, Majin Buu commenced feasting within the store. Given Majin Buu's prodigious appetite, it wasn't long before half of the store's cakes had vanished into his belly. The store manager and the female attendant were taken aback by this spectacle. Though the store was modest in size, half of the cakes still constituted a significant amount. After a considerable interval, Majin Buu devoured all the cakes in the establishment. Are you full now? Goten inquired. Not yet. I've only eaten to 4/10 full. Trunks was left speechless. If Majin Buu were to participate in a competitive eating contest, he would undoubtedly secure the championship. Let us depart, Trunks, Majin Buu. Oh, certainly. The two nodded in agreement and followed Goten out of the store. Manager, am I dreaming? Once the two had left, the female attendant stood there in a daze. The manager, upon hearing this, playfully pinched the attendant's cheek. Does that hurt? It does. The female attendant exclaimed loudly. In West City, at Goku's residence. As Gohan had reached the age of 17, it was time for him to attend high school. Thus, Chi-Chi wished for Gohan to enroll in a secondary institution. Initially, Chi-Chi was indifferent to whether Gohan pursued high school, but her neighbor, who lived next door, frequently boasted about her son's academic prowess, which ignited Chi-Chi's desire for Gohan to attend high school. Gohan, with no other recourse, reluctantly agreed to his mother's wishes, albeit by using his doppelganger to attend classes instead. In West City, at Orange Star High School. At this moment, Gohan's doppelganger was clad in the same Orange Star High School uniform as depicted in the original Dragon Ball series, accompanied by a group of exuberant young girls. Among them was Videl. Master, I never anticipated that you would attend school with me one day. I wonder how the teachers will react upon discovering that their student is the strongest man on earth. Upon hearing this, Gohan's doppelganger glanced at Videl. Videl, it seems I have not assigned you sufficient training recently, for you dare to jest with your master. Videl's expression shifted at his words. I apologize, master. I was merely joking. Please forgive my lightheartedness. Gohan's doppelganger snorted dismissively, remaining silent. Before long, the two arrived at their classroom. As Gohan was a new transfer student, the teacher provided a brief introduction. Classmate Gohan is exceptionally talented. He enrolled in our school with perfect scores in 3 subjects. Perfect scores in 3 subjects? That must mean his academic performance is outstanding, exclaimed a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl named Elisa, who was a close friend of Videl. Outstanding grades? That merely makes him a bookworm, remarked a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy seated not far from Elisa. His name was Sharp, a suitor of Videl. Not necessarily. Videl replied with a smile. Not necessarily? Videl, do you know him? Sharp inquired. Due to the understanding between Sun Wukong and Biddy Lee, she refrained from revealing that he was her mentor. Biddy Lee nodded and remarked, Sun Wukong is the champion of the youth category in the last World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon hearing this, Shapu immediately ceased to underestimate Sun Wukong. The World Martial Arts Tournament is renowned across the globe, and for Sun Wukong to have attained the championship in such a prestigious event is undoubtedly remarkable. So, does that mean Biddy Lee took your championship? Eliza inquired. Being good friends with Biddy Lee, Eliza was well aware of her participation in the tournament 7 years prior. Indeed, Biddy Lee confirmed. On the podium, after a brief introduction of Sun Wukong, the teacher addressed his doppelganger. Sun Wukong, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone? Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. I am 17 years old and I live in West City. The doppelganger replied. The teacher was taken aback. Is that all? Yes. Sun Wukong's doppelganger nodded. Very well then, Sun Wukong, please take a seat over there. Here, here. Eliza immediately shouted towards the doppelganger on stage. Sun Wukong, being handsome and exceptionally skilled in both academics and athletics, surely captivated Eliza's interest, despite her claims otherwise. Sun Wukong, you may sit wherever there are vacant spots below. All right. Teacher. Sun Wukong's doppelganger responded, and he took a seat beside Eliza. Hello, Sun Wukong. My name is Alif, and I am a good friend of Biddy Lee. I've heard from Biddy Lee that you two know each other? Sun Wukong's doppelganger nodded slightly. Are you very skilled in martial arts? Fairly so. Come now. Sun Wukong, you need not be so modest. Biddy Lee has told me that you are the champion of the youth category in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Shapu, sitting nearby, felt a pang of jealousy at Sun Wukong's popularity. In the afternoon, the first class was physical education, and thus Sun Wukong's doppelganger and Biddy Lee made their way to the school playground. Chapter 90, a challenge from Shapu. Seeing Biddy Lee closely following Sun Wukong's doppelganger only fueled Shapu's jealousy further. Determined to compete with him, he thought that while he might not excel academically, he could surely outperform him in sports. Just as Shapu contemplated this, the physical education teacher suddenly whistled for everyone to assemble. The students quickly lined up in an orderly fashion. Ah, we have a new student. The physical education teacher noted, observing Sun Wukong's doppelganger's unfamiliarity. Indeed, Mr. Liu. His name is Sun Wukong, and he is a transfer student who just joined today. A bespectacled student chimed in. Moreover, Sun Wukong is the champion of the youth category in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Shapu added. Is that so? Mr. Liu's face displayed a hint of astonishment. While the youth category championship is less challenging compared to the adult category, it is not an accolade easily earned. Sun Wukong's doppelganger remained silent. Very well. Today we shall, as is customary, commence by running 2 laps around the playground. Ah, yet again we must run. Some students, averse to physical exertion, immediately felt a twinge of resentment upon hearing this. What is so dreadful about running? I, for instance, run 20 laps every day. 20 laps. Upon hearing this, the complaining students dared not voice their grievances any longer. Just then, Shap, who stood behind Gohan's doppelganger, suddenly addressed him. Gohan, you are the champion of the youth division in the World Martial Arts Tournament. You must be quite swift, right? How about we have a race? A race? Indeed. Let us see who can complete these 2 laps first. All right. Gohan's doppelganger nodded in agreement. All right, everyone, when I blow my whistle, you shall commence your race. Mr. Liu announced. Understood. The crowd responded. Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu immediately blew his whistle. Shap, upon hearing it, surged forward with all his might. He intended to demonstrate to the entire class that his prowess was formidable as well. Soon, Shap found himself leading the pack. Shap, exclaimed Eliza and the others in surprise. They then turned to glance at Gohan's doppelganger, who was leisurely trotting along, seemingly indifferent to Shap's challenge or perhaps intentionally taking his time. In no time, Shap completed a lap. Observing that Gohan's doppelganger still lingered at the back of the group, a sense of irritation welled within him. He could not believe that someone who had secured the championship in the World Martial Arts Tournament could be so weak. Clearly, Gohan was merely dismissing him. Gohan, I care not whether you possess true strength or not. This time, victory is mine. Gohan, did you not just agree to race Shap? Eliza inquired. Slightly ahead of Gohan's doppelganger. Indeed. Then why are you running so slowly? Gohan's doppelganger replied with a smile. Since it is a competition, it is far more entertaining to prolong the contest. If one wins instantly, the opponent lacks that sense of struggle. Sense of struggle? Gohan's doppelganger nodded. And in an instant, he surged forward like a whirlwind. The ground was instantly kicked up in a cloud of dust. Fortunately, the track was made of rubber, otherwise, everyone would have been left choking on dirt. Due to the extraordinary speed of Gohan's doppelganger, many failed to catch sight of him. merely sensing a gust of wind rush past them. This included Shap. What? Shap looked ahead and discovered a figure already standing in front of him. It was none other than Gohan's doppelganger. Gohan! Shap exclaimed, incredulous. Just moments ago, he had clearly been ahead of Gohan's doppelganger by a lap. Yet now he had been overtaken in an instant. Gohan! Mr. Liu, witnessing this, was equally astonished. Though he regularly exercised, such speed was beyond his capabilities. Gohan was indeed remarkable. One could only wonder if he had a girlfriend. Eliza beheld as Gohan's doppelganger completed 2 laps ahead of the others. Immediately turning to Beerus with a starry-eyed expression. Beerus, upon hearing this, remained silent. Indeed, Gohan was remarkable, yet regrettably, her master was not. However, it seemed that on television, romances between masters and disciples were quite common. How vexing. After finishing his 2 laps, Sharp felt a surge of indignation. He had intended to impress Beerus today, but instead, he found himself outperformed by Gohan, suffering a humiliating defeat. Once the running concluded, it was time for free activities. Unwilling to accept his earlier loss to Gohan, Sharp issued another challenge to Gohan's doppelganger. Gohan, I concede in the race, but how about we compete in something else? Something else? Yes. Let us see who can throw the shot put farther. The shot put? Indeed. We shall compete to see who can throw the shot put the farthest. All right. Gohan's doppelganger nodded in agreement. Upon receiving Gohan's confirmation, Sharp promptly retrieved 2 identical shot puts from the equipment room. Gohan, will you throw first, or shall I? You throw first. Very well. As the 2 prepared to compete, many classmates rushed over to witness the event. Xiao who do you think will throw farther? I believe it will be Gohan. Didn't Sharp say he was the champion of the youth division in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Xiaoji, what about you? I think Sharp will win. Sharp? Really? Have you seen the muscles in his arms? Besides, Gohan's championship was 7 years ago. Just then, amidst their chatter, Sharp bellowed as he launched the shot put. Boom. The shot put struck the ground, and a classmate rushed to measure the distance. 7 meters. Sharp chuckled lightly and turned to Gohan's doppelganger. Gohan, it's your turn. Upon hearing this, Gohan's doppelganger swiftly picked up the shot put, tossing it lightly a few times. Gohan, have you never thrown a shot put before? If you're unsure, just throw it like I did. Can I throw it instead? Gohan's doppelganger inquired. Throw? Well, Sharp pondered for a moment. Gohan, it matters not whether you throw or put it, as long as you outdistance my throw. You shall claim victory. In response, Gohan's doppelganger tossed the shot put into the air as if it were a pebble. Observing this, Sharp erupted into laughter. Gohan, throwing it upwards won't get you far. Just then, a classmate shouted, the shot put has soared into the clouds. What? Sharp gasped, quickly looking up at the sky. However, the shot put had already pierced through the cloud cover, and he could not see it. Nothing. There's nothing up there. Sharp, I truly saw the shot put. Seeing that the classmate did not appear to be lying, Sharp peered skyward once more, yet still saw nothing. Gohan, it seems your shot put has vanished. Perhaps you should throw another one? Son Gohan's doppelganger chuckled softly and replied, no need. That lead ball will fall down shortly. Shortly? Are you implying that the lead ball is up in the sky? Indeed. Son Gohan's doppelganger nodded affirmatively. Very well. I shall wait and see if that lead ball has truly been thrown into the heavens. Moments later, a fiery sphere descended from the sky. The very lead ball that Son Gohan's doppelganger had just launched. A fireball! Sharp exclaimed in astonishment. After a brief moment, the lead ball plummeted to the ground like a meteorite, landing heavily on the grass of the playground. How far did it go? Son Gohan's doppelganger inquired of Sharp. Upon hearing this, Sharp immediately dashed over to check. 330 meters. At that moment, Teacher Liu came running from a distance. Son Gohan, may I take you as my mentor? Teacher Liu. At this proclamation, the onlooking classmates displayed expressions of sheer disbelief. A physical education teacher was actually requesting to be taught by a student. Son Gohan's doppelganger smiled and replied, Teacher Liu, you are my instructor. How could I possibly become your master? However, if you wish to become even stronger than you are now, I would be glad to offer you some guidance. Excellent. Teacher Liu nodded after a moment's contemplation. As long as Son Gohan could provide him with insights, he did not mind whether Son Gohan assumed the role of his master. Then, Son Gohan, will you mentor me? A sports enthusiast in the class asked eagerly. Of course. Son Gohan's doppelganger smiled. And what about me, Son Gohan? Could you guide me as well? Inquired a rather ordinary-looking girl from the class. This girl did not genuinely seek Son Gohan's instruction in martial arts. She merely wished to draw closer to him. Well, Son Gohan's doppelganger hesitated. Mentoring 1 or 2 individuals was manageable, but if he were to take on too many, it would consume an excessive amount of his time. What troubles you, Son Gohan? At that moment, Beerus stepped forward. Son Gohan has already promised to teach me martial arts, so he won't have time to instruct you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the girl reluctantly abandoned her plan to approach Son Gohan through mentorship. Beerus, Sharp looked on with a pained expression. If he could not discern the complexity of Beerus and Son Gohan's relationship, he would truly be irredeemably foolish. Beerus, Eliza, who had harbored some feelings for Son Gohan, resolved to interrogate Beerus thoroughly after witnessing this exchange. If Beerus also had affections for Son Gohan, she would have to relinquish her pursuit of him altogether. At Bowsy Mountain, in the gravity room, Son Gohan's physical self was currently training with Ragusus when the door to the gravity room suddenly swung open. A tall figure with bluish-green skin, long white curly hair, purple pupils and lips, and adorned with a large, light blue halo around his neck stood at the entrance. This individual was Whis. Upon seeing Whis, Son Gohan's expression shifted slightly in surprise, but he quickly rose from the floor of the gravity room. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your training. Greetings, my name is Whis. Servant to Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Whis. Indeed. May I enter? Whis inquired. Certainly. Son Gohan nodded. Upon witnessing this, Whis promptly entered the gravity chamber. As Ragusa observed Whis walking effortlessly within the chamber's 300 times gravity, a look of astonishment crossed her face. Greetings, your name is Son Gohan, is it not? Whis approached Son Gohan directly. Hearing this, Son Gohan nodded, feeling a surge of anxiety. It seemed he had done nothing to warrant Whis' interest. Son Gohan, I have come to inquire about the destructive energy. Destructive energy? Son Gohan echoed. Indeed, as it is a technique employed solely by the gods of destruction. I am eager to learn where you acquired it. An elderly man in a dream taught me. A man in a dream, Whis replied, his expression betraying skepticism. What did this elderly figure look like? He had white hair and a white beard, donned in a blue robe adorned with stars. Stars? Whis questioned, intrigued. Son Gohan nodded in affirmation. Whis stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, Son Gohan, would you consider becoming a god of destruction? A god of destruction? What is that? The god of destruction is tasked with the annihilation of planets, holding a position equivalent to that of the Kais. Equivalent? Indeed. However, the Kais typically avoid provoking the gods of destruction. And how does the god of destruction compare to Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus is the current god of destruction. Then you already have a god of destruction? Yes, that is why I am here to ask if you would like to be the next god of destruction. If I agree, when would I assume that role? I cannot say for certain. It depends on when Lord Beerus chooses to abdicate, which could be in a few years, a few decades, or even thousands of years. Son Gohan was left speechless. If that is the case, why did you not approach me when Lord Beerus was ready to retire? I have come to Earth primarily to learn about destructive energy. However, if you are willing to become a god of destruction, I can guide you in your training after Lord Beerus awakens. Awaken? Yes. Lord Beerus is currently in slumber and will likely awaken in about 5 years. Is that so? Whis, do you know how to transform one's energy into divine energy? Transform into divine energy? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Transforming into divine energy is quite simple. First, you must elevate your internal energy, and then allow it to ascend to the realm of the divine. Ascend? Precisely. Unlike the Super Saiyan transformation, to ascend to the divine realm, you must first calm your mind. Calm my mind. Indeed. Whis affirmed. So, Son Gohan, do you wish to become the next god of destruction? Son Gohan smiled gently. Let's wait until Lord Beerus is ready to retire before we discuss that further. Very well. In that case, I shall take my leave. With that, Whis exited the gravity chamber. Before departing, he cast a glance at Ragusa. While he was familiar with most races in the universe, he had never encountered Ragusa before. However, Whis did not dwell on it. The vastness of the universe suggests that the newly emerged race of Lagus might not be an impossibility. Chapter 92, Love Letters. Calm down. As soon as Whis departed, Son Gohan promptly endeavored to follow Whis' advice, centering himself to transform. With a powerful shout, Son Gohan morphed into Super Saiyan 4. Master. Lagus was taken aback, uncertain of Son Gohan's intentions. No, wait. At that moment, Son Gohan reverted to his normal state, amplifying his internal energy and transmuting it into divine energy. After a brief interval, Son Gohan tightly clenched his hands, his hair shimmering into a brilliant crimson hue. His physique becoming leaner, enveloped in an aura reminiscent of solar flames. His eyes widened, revealing distinct pupils, his skin grew fairer, and his visage transformed into that of youthful adolescence. This was the transformation of the Super Saiyan God in the 7th universe. While making his way back to the God of Destruction realm, Whis sensed the aura of the Super Saiyan God and immediately halted in the cosmos. Utilizing his staff to observe the situation on Earth, through the crystal ball atop his staff, Whis soon beheld Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan God form. I wonder, when Lord Beerus awakens, to what extent Son Gohan's power will have developed. If his strength reaches that of Lord Beerus, then a splendid spectacle awaits. With that thought, Whis lowered his staff and continued his flight. On Earth, upon witnessing Son Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan God, Lagus's face lit up with a smile. Master, you've mastered a new transformation. Son Gohan nodded slightly. And what is this transformation? Why can I not sense your energy at all? This Super Saiyan God. To put it simply, it is the divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. Since mortals cannot perceive divine energy, that is why you cannot sense mine. Ah, I see. So, Master, Is this Super Saiyan God transformation more powerful than Super Saiyan 4? Not at all. It merely follows a different path from Super Saiyan 4. I see. But I still prefer Super Saiyan 4. Of course, I also admire your other transformations. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan sighed deeply and reverted to his normal state. The following morning, due to Son Gohan's impressive performance in physical education, Sharp had completely abandoned his thoughts of pursuing Videl. Eliza, unwilling to easily relinquish her pursuit of Son Gohan, took the opportunity during a break to draw Videl outside the classroom. Eliza, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Videl, I have something of utmost importance to ask you. Something of great importance? Indeed. Videl, do you have feelings for Son Gohan? Son Gohan. Videl's face instantly flushed. So it is true. No, I do not. Videl quickly waved her hands in denial. Is that so? Then I can pursue Son Gohan without worry. Pursue Son Gohan. Videl was taken aback. If Elisa were to be with Gohan, she would essentially become her own teacher's wife. Indeed, Gohan is a paragon of both intellect and martial prowess, handsome and hailing from a well-to-do family, making him the quintessential Prince Charming in the eyes of many girls. However, Elisa, Gohan possesses numerous flaws. Flaws? Elisa glanced at Biddy. Biddy, do you claim to know Gohan well? Upon hearing this, Biddy immediately realized her words had misspoken. No. Biddy, could it be that you harbor feelings for Gohan? Hence your statement? No. Is that so? Well, in that case, I shall pursue Gohan starting today. Ding ding ding. Just as Biddy was about to respond, the class bell rang. Class is starting. Biddy, shall we hasten back to the classroom? Oh, certainly. Biddy nodded. The morning passed swiftly, and before long, noon arrived. Biddy, preoccupied with thoughts of Elisa's intentions towards Gohan, had been closely observing Elisa's movements all morning. From her observations, Elisa had yet to take action. In the afternoon, although Elisa was chatting and laughing with Gohan's avatar, she still had not confessed her feelings. Noticing Biddy's persistent gaze upon him, Gohan's avatar sensed something amiss. Subsequently, he discreetly employed his mind-reading ability to discern Biddy's thoughts. Upon uncovering Biddy's feelings, Gohan's avatar could not help but chuckle. As evening approached, after tidying up his backpack, Gohan's avatar was about to leave when he saw Elisa placing a letter in his hand before swiftly turning away. Elisa, Biddy, seated nearby, crushed the pen in her grasp upon witnessing this. Gohan's avatar cast a glance at Biddy, tucked the letter into his backpack, and departed. Observing this, Biddy hurriedly packed her belongings and exited the classroom. Once home, Gohan's avatar opened the letter from Elisa. It was a love letter, filled with her declarations of affection for him. After reading it, Gohan's avatar promptly sought out the real Gohan at Mount Bowsy to deliver the letter. Gohan recalled his avatar and soon learned of all that had transpired that day. Master, what is this? As Ragusa was also present, she caught sight of the love letter being handed to Gohan. It's nothing, Gohan replied, placing the letter into the system's inventory. The system, upon noticing Gohan's action, expressed its disdain. Master, could you refrain from placing waste paper in the inventory? Waste paper? This is a love letter, brimming with sentimental value. It represents my youth. Do you understand youth? Oh, so you mean to say you'll be old at 100? Ahem. Gohan cleared his throat. For ordinary humans, 100 years indeed signifies old age, but your master is exceptionally formidable. Do you truly believe I could only live to be 100? Or do you merely wish to live to that age? No, what I meant was that your youth is enduring. Ah, so this is what you meant. Your awareness is commendable. When your dashing master ascends to become the supreme being of the universe, I shall bestow upon you the title of the second in the cosmos. Bah, I am the true first. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan felt no inclination to further argue with the system. Ragusa, it is getting late. I must return home. Ragusa nodded. Master, what was that letter about? It's nothing. Son Gohan replied, and with a flash of instant teleportation, he returned home. Chapter 93. Son Wukong vs. Vegeta. The following morning, Son Gohan's doppelganger arrived early at class, ready for the lessons. Hey, Son Gohan, did you read that letter from yesterday? Whispered Eliza, sitting beside him. I did. What have you concluded? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's doppelganger glanced at the eavesdropping Bidalai. Let us discuss this privately later, shall we? Later? You mean after class? Yes. Eliza nodded. Hearing this, Bidalai ceased her covert listening, though unease began to stir within her. The class passed swiftly, and soon the bell rang for recess. Son Gohan's doppelganger led Eliza outside the classroom. Pretending to go to the restroom, Bidalai hurried past them. Son Gohan's doppelganger observed her with a knowing smile. Could she have been discovered? At this thought, Bidalai felt a wave of panic. Bidalai? At that moment, Eliza noticed her. Eliza. Bidalai turned, casting a glance at her. Eliza nodded. What are you doing here, Bidalai? I'm going to the restroom. Bidalai replied, quickening her pace. Watching Bidalai's retreating figure, Eliza turned to Son Gohan's doppelganger. So what have you decided? Thank you for your interest, but you are not my type. Eliza immediately felt a pang of disappointment. Then what type do you prefer? Is it someone like Bidalai? I like someone skilled in martial arts, yet gentle and considerate. Son Gohan's doppelganger laughed. I see. Beerus fits the martial arts part, but as for gentle and considerate, I cannot say. So do you like her or not? Eliza, we should be heading to class soon. Son Gohan's doppelganger smiled. Come on, just tell me. I promise I won't tell Beerus. Son Gohan's doppelganger wore a skeptical expression. They are best friends. If he revealed anything, Eliza would surely spill the beans. With that thought, he promptly turned back towards the classroom. After a while, the class bell rang, and Eliza returned to the room. Seeing Eliza's demeanor, Beerus felt a secret sense of relief. 2 days swiftly passed. Today was the weekend, and thus Beerus had risen early to train at Bowsy Mountain. Beerus, Ragus greeted Beerus, who nodded in response. Beerus, my master received a letter a few days ago, but I have no idea what it contains, nor has he allowed me a glimpse. Upon hearing this, Beerus appeared to contemplate something. Indeed. Beerus, do you know what it might be? It is a love letter. Ragus exclaimed in surprise. Master has received quite a number of love letters in recent days. If that is the case, does it mean I might soon have a master mother? I am uncertain. But for now, Master has not yet responded to them. That's a relief. Speaking of which, a few years ago, a golden-haired sister came to see Master, claiming she was to be his wife. A golden-haired sister? Yes. She possesses the ability to dance through the void, and she is quite tall with an appealing figure. Is that so? Ragus nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. At Bowsy Mountain, Son Gohan stood upon a grassy expanse, assessing his battle power. Name, Son Gohan. Gender, male. Battle power, 21 million. With the World Martial Arts Tournament approaching in West City in just over 2 weeks, Beerus had applied for a leave of absence from school to participate in the event. At that moment, she stood on the grass, practicing the Kaioken technique. Kaioken. With a mighty shout, a crimson aura enveloped her. Twofold Kaioken. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. It was Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan called out. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan, where's your father? My father is currently on North Kai's planet. Still on North Kai's planet, is he? When will he return? I believe he should be back by evening. Evening? Can you bring him back now? I want to settle the score with him. Settle the score? 7 years ago, I was meant to fight Kakarot, but he suddenly suffered a heart attack, which interrupted our battle. Hence, I have returned today to face him. Let me ask my father, Son Gohan said. And in an instant, he teleported to North Kai's planet. Gohan, he acknowledged with a nod. Father, Uncle Vegeta wishes to challenge you to a duel. A duel? But I am still training, perhaps another day? This is something you need to address with him. Son Goku nodded and teleported back to Earth. Observing this, Son Gohan followed suit and returned to Earth. Kakarot. Son Goku nodded. Vegeta, regarding your desire to battle, Gohan has informed me. However, I am currently focused on my training. Shall we postpone it? Humph. Vegeta snorted. Training can be done at any time. This day is not to be squandered, Kakarot. I will determine a victor today. Very well. Son Goku replied after a moment's contemplation. You wish to fight? Upon hearing the two were about to engage, Beerus and the others immediately ceased their training. Huh. Vegeta clenched his hands tightly, an extraordinary aura emanating from his entire being as he ascended rapidly. Soon, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, striving to attain the second level of this transformation. With a crackling sound, he achieved his goal, enveloped in an astonishing force. Goku, with a mighty shout, also transformed into a Super Saiyan too. Vegeta chuckled. So, Kakarot, shall we begin? Absolutely. Goku nodded in agreement. In an instant, Vegeta charged towards Goku. Goku, firmly planted in place, readied himself. Suddenly, Vegeta's fist struck like lightning, launching a barrage of attacks towards Goku. As Goku deftly dodged, their fists collided, raising a cloud of dust around them. With a powerful thrust of his right fist, Vegeta sent Goku sprawling backward. Chapter 94, Encounter with Android 18. Huh, Goku shouted, swiftly darting in front of Vegeta, delivering a forceful kick. Vegeta blocked with his left hand, retreating a few steps. He quickly raised both fists, launching a counterattack against Goku. In a flash, Goku vanished into the air, only for Vegeta to follow suit. Both warriors ignited with a golden aura, surging towards each other. They collided midair, engaging in a fierce struggle. The speed of their movements was so rapid that Dilly could barely discern their battle. Suddenly, both combatants concentrated vast amounts of energy in their hands, unleashing powerful waves towards one another. The sky erupted with explosions and bursts of light. Huh, Vegeta roared, charging at Goku with full force. Goku, in response, accelerated towards Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, they confronted each other, the intensity of their combat escalating. With a thunderous impact, Goku's right fist struck Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a cry, enduring the pain as he retaliated with a punch to Goku's midsection. Goku also screamed, delivering a fierce blow to Vegeta's face. Yet, in the next moment, Vegeta's fist connected with Goku's face in turn. Their exchanges were nearly indistinguishable in power. After a brief skirmish, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending Goku crashing to the ground, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Breathing heavily, Vegeta gazed down at the earth. Huh. At that moment, a golden aura surged forth from the swirling sands, dispersing the dust surrounding them. Vegeta let out a light chuckle, instantly flashing to Goku's front and launching an attack. Goku raised his arms defensively, retreating as he did so. Bang! Vegeta clenched his right fist, delivering a powerful blow that sent Goku flying backward. Before Goku could react, Vegeta swiftly gathered a golden energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it toward him. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the energy wave detonated against the ground, creating a thick cloud of smoke. A smirk of triumph played at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Vegeta, swiftly raising a right foot to kick him. Boom! Vegeta was propelled forward by the kick, crashing into a massive mountain ahead of him. Dust and debris were instantly stirred up. Goku exhaled deeply upon witnessing this. Darn it! Vegeta growled in fury, quickly emerging from the mountain, his hands gathering a formidable amount of energy waves to assault Goku. This technique was none other than the renowned Prince's fighting style from the Dragon Ball universe. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Faced with Vegeta's barrage of energy waves, Goku adeptly dodged to the sides. With gritted teeth, Vegeta charged forward at full speed toward Goku. Soon, he reached Goku's front and launched another attack. Goku evaded while simultaneously engaging Vegeta in combat. Thud! With a sound like a tempest, their right knees collided with tremendous force. They then grasped each other's hands, struggling fiercely against the ground. Boom! The ground around them trembled under the impact of their combined energies. At this moment, Biddy Lee was left speechless, overwhelmed by the ferocity of their battle. Though she could not see the details of their confrontation, the violent sounds and the destruction of the earth were unmistakable. Thud! After a fierce standoff, both combatants exerted their strength simultaneously, pushing each other back. Exhausted from the exertion, they paused in place, panting heavily. Kakarot. After a moment, Vegeta suddenly smiled at Goku. This battle, though incredibly challenging, affirmed that his strength was now on par with Goku's, perhaps even surpassing it. Vegeta. Goku smiled in return, his expression reflecting mutual respect between rivals. Huh! With a mighty shout, they charged at each other once more, resuming their intense clash atop the Baozi Mountain. After a prolonged struggle, both warriors fell to the ground, utterly spent. Their energy depleted, they found it difficult even to stand. A draw? Biddy Lee exclaimed, her eyes wide. Gohan nodded and quickly flew up to feed them each a senzu bean. As they consumed the beans, their injuries and stamina were swiftly restored. Kakarot, our battle this time ended in a draw. Next time, when I train harder, I shall surely defeat you. Very well. Goku nodded. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta promptly turned and soared towards West City. Father. Goten dashed in front of Goku. Goku nodded and glanced at Gohan and Goten, saying so. Gohan, Goten, I shall return to the North Kai's planet for training. The two nodded in agreement. With that, Goku instantly teleported back to the North Kai's planet to continue his training. The North Kai, taken aback by Goku's sudden appearance, exclaimed, Goku, you just fought with Vegeta? And you want to even take a moment to rest before training again? Is there a problem, Lord Kai? Isn't Vegeta also back to train? Goku replied. The North Kai, rendered speechless, sighed, forget it. I simply cannot comprehend you Saiyans. It seems that beyond fighting and growing stronger, you have little else on your minds. But Lord Kai, there's also eating and sleeping, right? The North Kai was once again left speechless, feeling that conversation with them was truly futile. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 weeks had passed. Today marked the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Aside from Goten, Trunks, Bulla, and Rags, others were not participating in this tournament. Gohan merely came to enjoy the spectacle. Since the tournament was divided into junior and adult divisions, the younger Goten and Trunks were only eligible for the junior category. Once the four had registered, Gohan took them out for a stroll. Suddenly, Gohan spotted a very familiar figure. It was none other than Android 18. Android 18. Gohan called out to her. Gohan. Android 18, upon hearing her name, quickly noticed Gohan and his companions. Gohan nodded. Are you here to participate in this tournament? Android 18 affirmed with a nod. What about your father? Is he not participating? No. Are you going to compete in this tournament? Android 18 continued to inquire, knowing that if Gohan participated, her chances of winning would diminish. I'm not participating. I'm here to support my disciple in this tournament. Your disciple? Android 18 glanced at Rags and the others. Gohan nodded once more. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. All right. Gohan replied with a smile. After finishing her words, Android 18 proceeded onward. Rags watched her depart, remaining outwardly silent, but internally, a tempest of emotions surged. Previously, Rags thought Gohan's mention of wanting Android 18 to be his master's wife was a jest. Now, in this serendipitous encounter at the World Martial Arts Tournament, considering Gohan's recent demeanor towards Android 18, it seemed increasingly plausible that he might indeed have a chance to become her disciple. Before long, the junior division of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. As the adult competition was set to commence only after the conclusion of the junior category, Ragusa and her companions joined Gohan in witnessing the match of Goten and Trunks. Both Goten and Trunks displayed remarkable prowess, effortlessly advancing to the final round. Congratulations to competitors Goten and Trunks for reaching the finals. Now, let us invite the two contestants to the stage for this Junior Division Championship. With a swift motion, they leapt onto the competition platform. Do either of you have anything to say? The announcer inquired. Upon receiving a negative response from both, he declared, "Then I hereby announce the commencement of the match." The referee, observing their readiness, bellowed to the audience, "I now declare the finals of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament for the junior category officially open." Instantly, Goten and Trunks assumed their combat stances. With a fierce shout, Goten charged towards Trunks, who reciprocated the advance. The clash of their fists was instantaneous, and soon they found themselves locked in a fervent struggle. Their movements were so swift that the spectators could scarcely track their actions, even when visible. It was only during their brief pauses that they could be seen clearly. With a cacophony of thunderous sounds, the ground beneath them shattered with each step they took. Moments later, both combatants soared into the air, continuing their fierce exchange. Due to Gohan's prohibition on energy blasts, they were compelled to rely solely on their martial skills. After a prolonged exchange, Trunks clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow that sent Goten hurtling through the air. Swiftly, Trunks maneuvered behind Goten, bringing his fists down forcefully upon him. With a resounding impact, Goten plummeted like a meteor towards the arena floor. Just as Goten was about to crash onto the stage, he miraculously halted midair and gracefully executed the instant transmission technique, landing deftly on the platform. At that moment, Trunks descended from above, positioning himself before Goten. With a cheerful grin, Goten charged at Trunks once more. In a flurry of strikes, Goten quickly approached, while Trunks raised his arms to block the incoming assault and retreated. Suddenly, Trunks executed a sweeping maneuver, sending Goten crashing to the ground. Goten, propelling himself with his right hand, swiftly regained his footing on the ground. Trunks chuckled lightly and, with a powerful thrust of his right foot, surged towards Goten. In no time, he stood before Goten, relentlessly pushing him back. After retreating several meters, Goten suddenly halted, delivering a decisive punch to Trunks' face. In response to Goten's strike, Trunks quickly retaliated. As the spectators seated in the stands beheld the scene, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Was this truly merely a competition for the youth category? Just at that moment, with a resounding thud, the two competitors struck their right fists together with such force that a tremendous wave of energy radiated outward, sweeping across the arena. In the blink of an eye, they retracted their fists, and like lightning, their fists and feet clashed in a flurry of combat. After a prolonged exchange, Trunks seized the opportunity when Goten momentarily let his guard down, sending him tumbling from the stage. Gohan observed his younger brother's defeat with a sense of resigned acceptance. He had diligently imparted his knowledge to Goten, yet the latter's playful nature, compounded by Vegeta's rigorous training of Trunks, rendered Trunks marginally stronger. Nevertheless, Gohan bore no grievance towards the outcome, understanding that competitions inevitably yield both victors and vanquished. With the conclusion of the youth competition, the adult category was poised to commence shortly. Thus, Videl and Ragus, having witnessed the preceding match, swiftly prepared to enter the adult tournament. Unlike the original narrative, this contest did not involve punching machines. Instead, competitors would draw lots to determine matchups. Videl and Ragus effortlessly advanced through the preliminaries, securing their places among the top 8. Upon witnessing Videl's progression into the quarterfinals, Mr. Satan, who had not participated in this tournament, felt a surge of delight. At that moment, Ragus and Videl stood together, engaged in conversation. "Videl, that android 18 is the Master's wife," Ragus exclaimed. "Wife of the Master?" Videl gasped in surprise. "Indeed. I refrained from mentioning it while the Master was present, and your next opponent is her." Videl nodded slightly. "She seems exceptionally strong," Ragus affirmed. "It appears she can eliminate her foes with a single strike, so you must exercise caution." "Understood," Videl replied, her determination evident as she leapt swiftly onto the stage. "So, you are Gohan's disciple," Android 18 remarked, as she too ascended the arena. "Since both competitors have taken their positions, let the match commence," the referee announced. Glancing between the two, they nodded in agreement, prompting the referee to step away from the stage. Videl thought of Android 18, recalling Ragus's warning, and charged towards her opponent with fervor. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Chapter 96. Ragus vs. Android 18. Android 18 defended herself with both hands while retreating. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust, she sent Videl flying across the arena. Videl skillfully pressed her feet against the ground, quickly regaining her balance. Whoosh! In that instant, Android 18's figure appeared behind Videl. "Videl," Ragus called out, intending to warn her, but Android 18's right foot had already struck Videl's back. Bang! Videl was propelled into the air beyond the confines of the competition stage. However, thanks to her mastery of flight, She did not plummet but instead hovered in midair. This spectacle left many in the audience utterly astounded. She can fly? They gasped. As Beerus beheld that she had not fallen from the competition stage, she exhaled in relief. Swiftly, she turned and soared back onto the arena. Android 18 let out a light chuckle, her body darting like lightning as she charged towards Beerus. Beerus's expression hardened. And in an instant, she met the oncoming threat. Just as Android 18 was about to reach her, she vanished, reappearing behind Beerus. Startled, Beerus turned to face her assailant. But it was too late. Android 18 clenched her right fist and delivered a powerful blow, sending Beerus tumbling off the stage. Beerus was eliminated, and Android 18 emerged victorious. Seeing this, Ragusa rushed to assist Beerus. Are you alright? She inquired. I'm fine. However, that Android 18 is incredibly formidable. You must be cautious when you face her later. Understood. Ragusa nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the second match of the quarterfinals commenced, with Ragusa guiding Beerus to a side area to observe the contest. The two male competitors in this round were akin to Mr. Satan, thus offering little excitement. In the third match, Ragusa took to the stage, effortlessly defeating her opponent and advancing to the finals. The fourth match, much like the second, lacked intrigue. Ragusa and Android 18 did not encounter one another until the grand finale, where both entered the championship bout. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally arrived at the grand finals of this tournament. Let us welcome Ragusa and Android 18 to the stage. Upon hearing this, Ragusa and Android 18 swiftly leapt onto the competition platform. Esteemed audience, this tournament is markedly different from previous ones. Indeed, as you can see, both finalists are female competitors. Upon hearing this, Android 18 cast a displeased glance at the referee. Do you have any objections to female competitors? Not at all. It's simply rare for female fighters to reach the finals, so I wanted to highlight this. The referee clarified. Enough with the preamble. Announce the start of the match. Android 18 demanded. Yes. The referee nodded. All right, esteemed audience, I shall not delay any further. I hereby declare the grand finals of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. With that declaration, the referee swiftly exited the stage. Observing this, Android 18 immediately assumed a combat stance, eyeing Ragusa. In a flash, she lunged towards Ragusa. Unfazed, Ragusa reciprocated, and soon both competitors stood before each other, their fists and feet moving like the wind as they launched their attacks. They evaded and countered with agility, for Gohan had prohibited Ragusa from utilizing glass or energy blasts, leaving her to rely solely on her martial prowess to best Android 18. With a resounding impact, Ragusa tightened her right fist and delivered a decisive strike, pushing Android 18 back. Android 18 gritted her teeth and swiftly charged towards Ragus once more. Suddenly, Ragus's figure flickered and appeared behind Android 18. Startled, Android 18 quickly turned around, only to find a fist hurtling toward her. The punch landed squarely on her chin, causing her to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Ragus advanced rapidly, launching a series of attacks. With a flurry of strikes, Android 18 found herself retreating under the relentless onslaught. Just then, Ragus clenched her right fist with determination, delivering a powerful blow that sent Android 18 flying to the edge of the arena. Observing the situation, Ragus contemplated forming a glass attack against Android 18, but recalling Gohan's words, she promptly abandoned the idea. Android 18 glanced nervously at the arena's edge, a bead of cold sweat forming on her brow. She had initially underestimated Ragus, thinking her strength was merely a few times greater than that of Videl. Yet the disparity was shockingly vast. At that moment, Ragus charged at Android 18 again. Android 18 stomped hard on the ground and lunged back at Ragus. In no time, the two were once again face to face, engaged in a fierce battle. However, with Ragus's superior strength and speed, Android 18 quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Frustrated, Android 18 shot into the sky. Ragus, with a swift motion, followed suit. As they clashed in the air, the sound of their combat echoed like a tempest. Moments later, Ragus executed a flying kick, sending Android 18 hurtling out of the arena. Android 18 was eliminated, and Ragus emerged victorious, with a dusting of her clothes. Android 18 glanced at Gohan in the audience. Ragus was his pupil. Had it not been for her, the first place would have been hers. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce the champion of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament, our very own Ragus. The referee held the microphone toward Ragus. Ragus, do you have anything to say? I have nothing to say, except to inquire about the whereabouts of the 10 million prize money. The prize? You'll need to ask the staff, but I estimate it won't be available until tomorrow. I see. Then I won't be able to treat my master to dinner today. Master. May I ask who your master is? My master is Gohan. Gohan. The referee was taken aback. Are you referring to the champion of the previous tournament's youth division, Gohan? Ragus nodded affirmatively. Upon arriving to support Beerus at this grand assembly, Sharp and the others were taken aback by Ragusa's words. Son Gohan is the master of this tournament's champion. Indeed, Eliza nodded in agreement. While I was aware of Son Gohan's prowess, I did not anticipate he was this formidable. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, seated in the audience, was momentarily at a loss for words. Prior to the competition, he had explicitly asked Ragusa not to mention his name. However, now that she had won, she seemed to have completely forgotten. He was already quite renowned at school, and with Ragusa's revelation, it was likely that an influx of students would seek him out as their mentor. Nevertheless, it was too late to address Ragusa now. Even if he were to admonish her, it would serve no purpose. Didn't my master instruct me not to reveal his name? On the competition stage. Shortly after mentioning Son Gohan's name, Ragusa suddenly regained her memory. Promptly, she hurried off the stage, taking Beerus with her to find Son Gohan. Master, I am so sorry. I forgot I shouldn't say your name. Ragusa apologized to Son Gohan. It's quite alright. Just focus on your training when you return. Son Gohan replied with a smile. Focus on training? Indeed. Starting tomorrow, I shall double my training. No, master. I truly forgot in the moment. Beerus, please help me plead with him. Master, Ragusa may have genuinely forgotten just this once. Could you forgive her? Yes, yes. Ragusa nodded repeatedly. Then it shall be for half a month. Master. Ragusa gazed at Son Gohan with an innocent expression. Make it a month. Half a month, master. You just mentioned half a month. A gentleman's word is his bond. A gentleman's word is his bond. Beerus reminded. A gentleman's word is his bond. Ragusa smiled in agreement. Very well. Master, I have won a prize of 10 million. Once the prize arrives tomorrow, I shall treat you to a meal. Son Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. The following day, Ragusa returned to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, where she received the 10 million prize. 10 million, Ragusa exclaimed, gazing at the stack of money, her face lighting up with joy. Since her arrival on Earth, Son Gohan had provided for her every need. And this was the first time she had earned money of her own. She intended to use this sum to purchase several beautiful outfits and a mobile phone. After deciding how to allocate her funds, Ragusa quickly sought out Son Gohan and the others, and they enjoyed a lavish meal together at a restaurant. When it came time to settle the bill, she was taken aback by the staggering total of over 1 million. She and Beerus had not consumed much, which meant that Son Gohan, Trunks, and Son Goten had collectively eaten more than 1 million worth of food. With her 10 million prize, she realized it would only cover 10 meals for Son Gohan and his companions. Thankfully, she had not invited Son Goku to join, otherwise, she would have likely spent nearly 2 million on the meal. Despite her astonishment, Ragusa paid the bill. After dining, since Son Gohan and his friends lacked interest in shopping, they allowed Beerus to accompany Ragusa in her quest for new clothing. Upon their return home, Gohan and Goten found themselves in familiar surroundings. Once settled, Gohan retrieved the heavenly mirror from the system to observe the state of the world. The timelines of this universe and the Dragon Ball Super Universe were separated by over a decade. Consequently, Baby had emerged in this timeline and had taken possession of Vegeta's body. Through the black Dragon Balls collected by Goku across time, the planet Zuffer was created. The significant disparity in the timeline stemmed from Akira Toriyama's decision to conclude the Dragon Ball series after its finale. Subsequently, Toei Animation obtained authorization from Shueisha to produce a sequel to the Dragon Ball universe, which came to be known as Dragon Ball. Although the overarching narrative was not crafted by Toriyama himself, he did contribute to character designs and illustrations. Dragon Ball Super was produced long after the conclusion of Dragon Ball, resulting in a pronounced divergence in their timelines. Through the heavenly mirror, Gohan witnessed the alternate timelines Goku transforming into a golden great ape, driven by the energy emitted from Earth. Is it about to begin? Gohan thought, as he observed the devastation wrought by the alternate Goku. Without hesitation, he used the heavenly mirror to transport himself to the planet Zuffer in that timeline. Grandpa, exclaimed Xiao Fong, her face registering surprise at Gohan's sudden appearance. However, she quickly discerned that this Gohan was different from the Gohan of her timeline. Although the alternate Gohan was undeniably handsome, he appeared older, and their attire differed markedly. Boom. At that moment, the city constructed by Baby was once again ravaged by the out-of-control Goku from the alternate timeline. Noticing this, Xiao Fong rushed to intervene. Grandpa, it's me. Xiao Fong. Wake up, Grandpa, she shouted, attempting to rouse the alternate Goku. Yet, he remained oblivious, continuing his rampage. Grandpa, Xiao Fong cried out. Memories of her time with the alternate Goku flooding her mind, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She reached into her backpack and produced a family photograph. Look, Grandpa. This is you, and this is Grandma Chi-Chi, she said, holding the picture up to him. In response, the alternate Goku let out a fierce roar and charged towards her. Xiao Fong instinctively recoiled, and the photograph was inadvertently torn apart in the ensuing struggle, falling into the hands of the alternate Goku. That picture, he exclaimed, as the image in his grasp began to awaken dormant memories. Just then, a single tear fell from Xiao Fong's eye, landing on his finger. The alternate Goku curiously lifted his finger to taste the tear. In an instant, his memories surged forth, and he grasped at the sky, unleashing a powerful roar that sent ripples of energy throughout his body. Boom! Lightning struck down, and a cloud of dust was swiftly kicked up around him. Moments later, A striking figure emerged from the dissipating dust, a handsome man with red fur and clad in yellow pants, revealed to be the alternate Goku, who had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Why you are Grandpa? Xiaofang stammered in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the temporal son Wukong gazed at Xiaofang with a beaming smile. Indeed, it is my grandfather, exclaimed Xiaofang joyfully. So, grandfather, can you defeat baby now? I do not know, replied the temporal son Wukong, glancing at the mirror before him, which soon shattered into fragments. Chapter 98. Baby transforms into a giant ape. By the way, grandfather, I just saw someone who closely resembles my father. The temporal son Wukong immediately turned his attention to Son Gohan. Who are you? I am Son Gohan from another timeline. Another timeline? What brings you here? Nothing much. I merely came to observe the battle. Observing the battle? You wouldn't harm Xiaofang, would you? The temporal son Gohan, being under baby's control, remained wary of the sudden appearance of another Son Gohan. With a gentle smile, Son Gohan replied, if I had intended to harm Xiaofang, I could have easily done so when you lost control. Seeing the brightness in Son Gohan's eyes, which suggested he was not under any control, the temporal son Wukong relaxed his vigilance. Then, Xiaofang, you stay here while I handle baby. All right, grandfather. Xiaofang nodded in agreement. With that, the temporal son Wukong soared towards baby's location. Inside a towering building, baby was currently in a state of panic, contemplating his countermeasures. After successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 4, the aura of the temporal son Wukong was overwhelmingly powerful. In the body of Vegeta, which he currently controlled, baby realized he could not possibly contend with the temporal son Wukong. Damn it, what is happening? Isn't Vegeta a pure-blooded Saiyan? Why has he not been affected by the Blutz waves emitted by Earth, transforming into a giant ape? It must be due to the absence of his tail, Lord Baby, remarked the temporal Bulma, standing nearby. The tail. Indeed, Lord Baby. Although Vegeta currently lacks a tail, we can amplify the energy of the Blutz waves 1,000-fold and direct it towards Vegeta. I believe that even without a tail, he should be able to transform into a giant ape. 1,000-fold amplification. But will that not be dangerous? There is no time to consider risks, Lord Baby. This is the only way to defeat Son Wukong. Bang! As the words fell, the temporal son Wukong burst through the window, standing before baby. I've found you, baby. Son Wukong. Baby snarled, filled with rage at the sight of him. Regretting not having eliminated the temporal son Wukong earlier, he seethed with anger. You despicable Saiyan. The temporal Bulma, now influenced by baby's indoctrination, expressed her disdain towards the temporal son Wukong. Bulma, the temporal son Wukong, noticing her demeanor, quickly shifted his gaze back to baby. Baby, it is time for us to settle this. Upon hearing this, baby immediately turned and fled outside. Settle what? This is clearly beyond my capabilities. The temporal son Wukong chuckled lightly, swiftly positioning himself in front of baby. Damn it, I shall fight you. As baby spoke, he gathered energy waves in both hands and launched an attack towards the time-space son Goku before him. The time-space son Goku deftly evaded baby's energy waves, shifting left and right with ease. What? Baby exclaimed in surprise. Is this all you can do, baby? How infuriating. Gritting his teeth, baby raised his hands to the sky. All's Furlans, raise your hands and lend me your strength to eliminate this detestable Saiyan. Lord Baby. The Earthlings of Sphyrl immediately lifted their hands, channeling their energy to baby. Soon, a large dark energy sphere coalesced in baby's hands. This dark energy sphere was none other than the vengeful death ball that had nearly obliterated the time-space son Goku. Vengeful death ball, baby bellowed, hurling the sphere towards the time-space son Goku. Seeing this, the time-space son Goku chuckled, standing still in place. Just as the vengeful death ball was about to make contact, he suddenly shouted and kicked the sphere away, sending it flying out of Sphyrl. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the vengeful death ball detonated in the cosmos. How incredible, Grandpa! Xiaofang exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the spectacle. At that moment, Mr. Satan, standing nearby, noticed the gaze of Gohan directed towards him. Following Mr. Satan's line of sight, Xiaofang quickly spotted Gohan looking her way. Though this Gohan was not from her timeline, he was still akin to her father. My name is Xiaofang. May I ask how I should address you? She inquired of Gohan. At just 17 years of age, Gohan was only slightly older than Xiaofang, prompting her curiosity on what to call him. Gohan smiled and replied, You can call me brother. Brother. Xiaofang hesitated, finding it difficult to address him that way. His face resembled that of her father too closely. How old are you? 17. Gohan replied. 17-year-old father. Xiaofang thought to herself, if Gohan truly was only 17, calling him brother wouldn't be inappropriate. Moreover, she recalled that her parents had met when they were both 17. How did you arrive in our timeline? Did you come through a time machine like Trunks? No. Gohan shook his head. Then how did you come to our timeline? It's a secret. Gohan smiled. Seeing this, Xiaofang decided not to press further. Boom. At that moment, baby was forcefully knocked to the ground by the time-space son Goku. Dust quickly rose from the impact. Once the dust settled, the time-space son Goku landed in front of baby. Just then, Time-Space Bulma approached, piloting the completed Bohr's light device. Aiming it at Baby. Lord Baby, I'm here to assist you. No, Bulma. Baby attempted to protest, but Bulma had already pressed the launch button. A brilliant light emanated from the Bulma's light device, illuminating Baby. The Time-Space Son Goku was taken aback. Ah! Baby screamed in agony. His body transforming into the golden great ape, much like the Time-Space Son Goku had before. Upon his transformation, Baby immediately began wreaking havoc around him. Lord Baby. Time-Space Bulma observed this scene with growing terror on her face. Initially intending to assist Baby, she inadvertently triggered his uncontrollable fury. Witnessing this, Time-Space Son Goku, enraged, flew in front of Baby to restrain him. Chapter 99. Son Gohan takes action. With a whoosh, a fiery energy blast coalesced from Baby's mouth, aimed directly at the airborne Time-Space Son Goku. Startled, Time-Space Son Goku dodged hastily. Boom. The energy blast missed its target, exploding in the sky. At that moment, Time-Space Son Goku seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes widening. You haven't lost control. Haha. Baby laughed heartily. Indeed, Goku, I have not lost control. It was Vegeta who transformed into the gorilla, not I. How could I possibly lose control alongside him? Damn it. Time-Space Son Goku retorted angrily. Baby sneered. Well then, Goku. Didn't you say you wanted to settle things with me? Let us conclude this now. Alright. Time-Space Son Goku nodded. With a light chuckle, Baby suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Time-Space Son Goku. Watch out behind you, Grandpa? Xiaofeng shouted urgently. Huh. Baby roared, delivering a powerful punch forward. Time-Space Son Goku swiftly evaded the blow by moving forward. Baby snorted disdainfully, propelling himself forward at great speed. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Amidst the cacophony of violent sounds, the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Moments later, Baby seized Time-Space Son Goku with both hands, squeezing tightly. Time-Space Son Goku let out a pained cry. Haha, Goku, weren't you just feeling quite proud? Indeed. Time-Space Son Goku paused his cries, a faint smile gracing his face. What? Baby exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, Time-Space Son Goku unleashed a powerful roar, breaking free from Baby's grasp. Damn it, Baby seethed. He failed to recognize that Time-Space Son Goku had merely been toying with him. Observing this, Son Gohan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Earlier, he had regarded Vegito as a formidable figure, almost regal. But witnessing the battle between Time-Space Son Goku and Baby granted him a deeper understanding. Vegito was indeed a king. Yet Goku was no less adept at the art of performance. And since Vegito was the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, it was primarily Goku who controlled him. Thus, it seemed that the king had always been Goku. Just as Son Gohan contemplated this, Time-Space Son Goku seized Baby's right arm, forcefully slamming him down to the ground. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Baby's body was forcefully slammed to the ground, sending a plume of dust and debris soaring into the air like a column of water. Moments later, Baby rose from the earth and ascended into the skies above the city. The Time-Space Son Wukong chuckled and inquired, How do you fare, Baby? Baby scoffed. Son Wukong, do not revel too soon. Our contest has only just commenced. Is that so? The Time-Space Son Wukong darted forward, closing the distance between them rapidly. Before long, he stood before Baby, launching an attack. With a mighty shout, Baby responded with a simultaneous counterstrike. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Due to the diminutive stature and swiftness of the Time-Space Son Wukong, Baby found himself on the receiving end of most blows. With a resounding crash, Baby plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a towering cloud of dust hundreds of feet high. Once the dust settled, Baby lay in a massive crater, looking rather disheveled. Gritting his teeth, he quickly rose to his feet. Whoosh. The Time-Space Son Wukong flew before Baby again. Observing this, Baby raised his right index finger, unleashing a pink energy wave towards him. The Time-Space Son Wukong deftly dodged to the left, evading the attack. Baby, what are you aiming at? How dare you underestimate me? Baby retorted angrily. At that moment, he caught sight of Chi-Chi and Bulla behind the Time-Space Son Wukong. Son Wukong, I recall that they are your family, correct? Upon hearing this, the Time-Space Son Wukong turned to glance behind him, spotting Chi-Chi and Baby. What do you intend to do, you scoundrel? Baby laughed heartily, gathering a pink energy wave in his right index finger and launching it at the two women. You despicable fiend. The Time-Space Son Wukong exclaimed, spinning around to save them. Just then, a figure materialized and, in an instant, whisked the two away. It was Gohan. Boom. The energy wave detonated upon impact with the ground. Gohan. Baby's face instantly reflected surprise upon seeing Gohan. He had previously absorbed Gohan, so it seemed impossible for Gohan to suddenly intervene on their behalf. Moreover, the Gohan before him appeared younger than he had previously known. Gohan. The Time-Space Son Wukong also displayed a hint of astonishment. Though he recognized that this Gohan was from an alternate timeline, he did not expect him to possess the ability to teleport. After saving Chi-Chi and Bulla, Gohan promptly brought them to the side of Videl and Mr. Satan, retrieving the Shadow Battle Axe from his system. Shadow Battle Axe, protect them. The axe nodded in acknowledgement. The axe? Videl exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Gohan soared in front of Baby. Who are you? Why do you look identical to Gohan? Baby queried. Gohan smiled and replied, because I am also Gohan. You are also Gohan. Indeed, though I hail from another timeline. Another timeline? Precisely. As Son Gohan spoke. He clenched his fists with great force, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Huh. With a resounding shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, an extraordinary Super Saiyan 4. The time-traveling Goku was taken aback, astonished that this remarkably youthful Gohan had mastered the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. What? Baby's expression shifted to one of intense anxiety upon witnessing Gohan's transformation. Dealing with one Super Saiyan 4 was already a formidable challenge, and now, with Gohan joining the fray, the situation became even more daunting, especially since Gohan's power surpassed that of the time-traveling Goku. Baby, I had no intention of intervening in this battle, but you should not have attacked my mother and the others. Upon hearing this, Baby gritted his teeth. Had he known that this Gohan had already attained Super Saiyan 4, he would have refrained from recklessly attacking Chi-Chi and the others. Without hesitation, Gohan's figure flickered, and he struck Baby's abdomen with a powerful right punch. Baby let out a piercing scream, stumbling backwards and crashing to the ground. Chapter 100, Baby's Defeat. Damn it. Baby seethed with fury. Just then, Gohan unleashed a golden energy wave towards Baby. With a thunderous explosion, the energy wave detonated upon impact. Baby screamed in agony, his body enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Baby glared at Gohan with unrestrained rage. Previously, he had found Goku detestable, but after enduring Gohan's relentless assaults, he now perceived Gohan's malevolence as being on par with that of Goku. Is this all the power you possess? Gohan asked, looking down at Baby with a haughty demeanor. Baby snorted in disdain, quickly rising from the ground. Gohan, do not let your arrogance blind you. Those who are most arrogant often meet the most tragic ends. Gohan chuckled. Are you referring to yourself, Baby? Damn it. Baby growled, suddenly gathering a deep blue energy behind him. Observing this, Gohan raised his right hand towards Baby. Gravity crush. As soon as the words left his lips, Baby felt an immense gravitational force pressing down upon him. Before Baby could react, Gohan appeared at his side, kicking the energy wave he had conjured high into the air. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the energy wave detonated in the sky. Enraged, Baby swung his fists forward with all his might. Gohan deftly maneuvered left and right, effortlessly evading Baby's onslaught. Baby roared, launching his right fist forward with all his strength. Bang! Gohan raised his left hand, effortlessly blocking the blow. What? Baby exclaimed in shock. His full power strike was easily thwarted by Gohan. Incredible. I never imagined that my counterpart from another timeline would possess strength even greater than my grandfather's. Xiaofang exclaimed excitedly. In her mind, the time-traveling Gohan had always been a figure of scholarly wisdom. To one's astonishment, the alternate dimensional son Gohan exuded an air of unparalleled coolness, embodying the very essence of an idol in her eyes. Son Gohan chuckled softly and remarked, Baby, have you exhausted all your tricks? How infuriating. Baby roared, channeling energy into the sky. All Z fighters on planet Z, lend me your strength to vanquish this detestable Saiyan. Upon hearing this, the Earthlings on Z quickly raised their hands, bestowing their power upon Baby. In no time, Baby conjured a massive dark energy sphere in his hands, the Revenge Death Ball. With a triumphant laugh, Baby hurled the Revenge Death Ball towards Son Gohan, who stood resolutely in place. Just as the sphere neared him, mere meters away, Son Gohan unleashed a powerful shout, catching the Revenge Death Ball in his hands and significantly slowing its descent. Baby laughed heartily, convinced that Son Gohan could not withstand the onslaught. Yet, in a surprising turn, Son Gohan shouted once more, swiftly repelling the Revenge Death Ball back towards Baby. Alarmed, Baby hastily dodged to the side. With a thunderous explosion, the Revenge Death Ball detonated outside Planet Z. Son Gohan smiled and asked, Do you possess any other tricks, Baby? Enraged, Baby ground his teeth. The Revenge Death Ball was his most formidable attack, yet it had been effortlessly neutralized by Son Gohan. Suddenly, an idea struck Baby, and he turned to face Earth. Super Gallic Gun. Baby clasped his hands together, forming a deep blue energy beam directed at Earth. In a flash, Son Gohan appeared before the Super Gallic Gun. Baby smirked, believing Son Gohan was foolishly attempting to block the attack with his body, only to witness Son Gohan raise his hand and negate the Super Gallic Gun with a technique of the God of Destruction. Not possible. Baby gasped in shock. At that moment, Son Gohan materialized before Baby, delivering a powerful kick to Baby's face. With a resounding thud, Baby was sent crashing to the ground, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Master Baby, Time Variant Bulma exclaimed, worry etched across her face. Son Gohan swiftly descended to the ground, grasping Baby's tail and spinning him around before hurling him into the sky. He then clasped his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced in Son Gohan's hands, aimed at Baby. Don't, Gohan. Time variant Goku cried out in an attempt to intervene, but it was too late. With a colossal explosion, the Kamehameha erupted in the sky, generating an immense storm and thick smoke. Vegeta. Moments later, Baby's form plummeted to the ground like a meteor, stirring up a cloud of dust upon impact. Gohan glanced at the cosmic seed in his hand, which had accumulated a total of 145%. He exclaimed, swiftly moving to Baby's side. With a surge of energy, he conjured a violet energy blade with his right hand and severed Baby's tail. As the tail was cut, Vegeta's body rapidly shrank. Baby, having recently expanded within Vegeta, now returned to a size comparable to that of an average human. With Vegeta's form diminishing, Baby found himself increasingly constrained. If he did not escape from Vegeta's body, he would inevitably be crushed by the shrinking mass, regardless of whether Gohan succeeded in eliminating him. Realizing this, Baby promptly wriggled out from Vegeta's back, making his escape. Baby. Time-space Goku exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing Baby emerge from Vegeta's body. At that moment, a figure materialized before Baby. It was Gohan. Gohan. Baby bellowed in fury, turning to flee. Yet Gohan's form flickered once more, reappearing in Baby's path. Damn it, I will fight you. Baby shouted in rage. Gohan raised his right hand, channeling a wave of destructive energy in a violet hue towards Baby. Destruction. Ah. The moment the words escaped his lips, Baby's form vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of technique is this? Time-space Goku gasped, having never witnessed such a move before. Exhaling in relief, Gohan returned to his normal state.